The European Union collective enemy of its member states. By Christopher Story. Audio by Paper to Audio. The Leninist strategists take particular heart from the fact that American and West European policymakers have no understanding of their strategy and its dialectic, nor any means of countering if. ANATOLIYGOLITSYN, The Perestroika Deception, page 58, Memorandum of 4th January 1988. Western experts fail to perceive the strategic continuity behind events. They accumulate facts but are unable to see their strategic interaction and cannot build them into a strategic picture. They lack vision and insight, which is why they are floundering in the face of the onslaught which they fail to understand. ANATOLIYGOLITSYN, The Perestroika Deception, page 38, Memorandum of March 1989. This prevents the West from appreciating the irreconcilable differences of principle between the Western and Soviet versions of democracy and the market economy. In the West, elections usually decide which party achieves political power. In the USSR and now in the former Soviet Union, the Communist Party continues to decide the outcome. It maintains its monopoly of political power through a controlled multi-party system in which all the participants, without any exception, are covert communists masquerading under false, Western-style non-communist labels or overt communists wearing their own labels. In the former Soviet Union, the continuing Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, controls and supervises all the political fractions splintered out of the CPSU itself, as is explained and proved with documentation in Part 1 ed. ANATOLIYGOLITSYN, The Perestroika Deception, page 127, Memorandum of September-November 1990, and even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind, to do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity. Whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of God that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. The Epistle of Paul the Apostle to the Romans, chapter 1, verses 28 to 32. A poster published by the Council of Europe, The Tower of Babel, is taken from the famous painting by the 16th-century Flemish artist Bruegel, showing the well-known scene from the book of Genesis. The Bible says that for their arrogant behavior, God divided and confused the builders of this monstrosity by causing them to babble at each other in different languages. The choice of this motif to symbolize the building of Europe shows that, as one would expect, the secular designers of this poster were either ignorant or skeptical of the moral of the biblical story. However, in 1993, shortly after the author first republished this illustration in one of our intelligence serials and pointed out its irony, the poster was suddenly withdrawn. The inverted stars are intended to replicate the stars of the European symbol, which have remained 12 in number, the number of the apostles, and also the number of the stars itemized in Revelation 12, verse 1, which depicts a woman clothed with the sun, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars, an image extensively used by the European Union. See page 28. The stars mimic the upside-down pentagram used in occult contexts. The expanding EU's retention of 12 stars, and their use upside down here, one being obscured, conveys a conscious yet subliminal occultic message. Bernard Connolly, who was the senior Brussels official formerly in charge of the European monetary system, refers in his book, The Rotten Heart of Europe, to the sinister motives and back-to-front reasoning of Euro-ideologues and of the builders of Europe. Back-to-frontness and upside-downness are characteristic of evil. No doubt the poster was withdrawn because of a fear or superstition that the European edifice may well suffer the same fate as the Tower of Babel, since there is no place for God in Lenin's common European home, which the deluded European elites are building. This is a certainty. They forget that, except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Image summary. This image depicts a poster referencing the Tower of Babel, drawing a parallel to the European Union. The poster includes an image of the tower under construction, surrounded by inverted stars, and a superimposed image of an upside-down pentagram. The poster suggests the European Union's endeavor is similar to the Tower of Babel, hinting at potential chaos and division. It implies the EU's motives are sinister and its reasoning flawed, potentially leading to a similar fate as the biblical tower. Table summary. The table outlines a national destabilization plan attributed to the KGB-GRU, based on Soviet defector intelligence. It details methods employed and intended results across various societal sectors, categorized into ideas, structure, and life, and spanning 4 stages: demoralization, destabilization, crisis, and normalization. The demoralization stage, estimated to take a long period, focuses on undermining religion, education, media, and culture, leading to outcomes like false religion, ignorance, political correctness, and a common mind. The destabilization stage, a shorter period, targets law and order, social relations, security, internal politics, foreign relations, family, health, race, population, and labor, resulting in mistrust of justice, erosion of responsibility, degraded intelligence, national disunity, impotence on the world stage, destruction of loyalty, and social divisions. The crisis stage, a very brief period, involves power struggles, economic destruction, and societal unrest, culminating in the appearance of Big Brother, mobocracy, and psychological collapse. The final normalization stage signifies the establishment of de facto communism and cessation of opposition, with the option of a bloodbath. The table suggests that these timeframes were disputed by Soviet sources. About this book. This work has been written in order to clear up profound, egregious, and dangerous misconceptions about the nature and purpose of the European Union Collective, the most advanced of the regional blocs, intended as the pillars of a long-planned one-world government, which will represent the final realization of Lenin's global revolution against the nation-state. By definition, a single world government, from the arbitrary decisions of which there will be no appeal, will be a brutal dictatorship, perhaps ultimately engaged in population reduction. The idea of a global holocaust has been discussed in certain revolutionary circles shockingly. For example, at various State of the World Forum events, staged from 1995 to 2000 by the Gorbachev Foundation USA, an influence-building and propaganda organization named after the parallel Leninist powerhouse in Moscow. This is a new form of Leninist revolutionary instrument developed via the Lenin School and the International Department of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union under the late Georgy Shakhnazarov, who was prominent in the structures during Gorbachev's time. The CPSU continues to function, underground, directing, supervising, and controlling all the political parties formed out of the CPSU itself. In November 2001, Izvestia described the intended merging of President Vladimir Putin's so-called Unity Party with 2 other key factions in the Duma, as a movement, a front, a league, the CPSU, in effect, citation 1. The Soviet bloc was folded, not, as is commonly believed, because communism and the Soviet Union collapsed, but because the Soviet Strategic Collective, after long preparation spanning much of the 40-year post-war period during which the wartime Allies had agreed that Germany should be occupied, entered in 1989-91 upon a new phase of the world revolution in pursuit of Lenin's objectives, by other means, to quote Lenin himself. These objectives presuppose the destruction of all nation-states, the collectivization of every dimension of human existence, the obliteration of religion, the development of a uniform global mentality, agenda setting, and the common mind, and the gradualist establishment of world government. For the continuing Soviet communist strategists, the European Union is a primary infiltrated instrument for the furtherance of these objectives. The European Union is a revolutionary organization which seeks to supplant its constituent nation-states. Its arrogance is such that it presumes that certain of its decisions, the locking of national exchange rates, for instance, can be taken irrevocably, which is to say, for all eternity. But even Hitler was clear-headed enough to realize that he could not realistically claim that his Reich would last for more than 1,000 years. Hitler's heirs, the pan-German disciples of Dr. Konrad Adenauer, are meanwhile on the brink of using the European Union for the fulfillment of Hitler's aims, again, by other means. On 1 November 1993, even as the EU collective's Maastricht Treaty came into force, Moscow television proclaimed that the treaty was the culmination of plans agreed 50 years ago. The inadequate label, Eurosceptic, used in Britain to pigeonhole activists engaged in various forms of direct and indirect opposition to Britain's participation in the European Union, signifies ultimate submission to the intended federation, since skepticism implies not so much a determination to resist, as resignation to, or a sullen acceptance of, an unpalatable state of affairs, which it is assumed cannot ultimately be prevented. This book seeks to inject backbone into the efforts of those who are sickened by the European Union, by exposing the parallel, coordinated strategies of Russia and Germany in Europe. That can only be done by showing that there has been no strategic discontinuity in either case. The European Union Collective is part of a wider, pernicious man-centered project to organize the entire world along revolutionary Leninist lines, dispensing with the nation-state. Today's successor of the biblical Tower of Babel, see page 8, has no time or space for God. For this reason alone, it is a certainty that it will share the fate of that edifice. Federation's a transitional form towards the complete union of all nations. Theses on the National and Colonial Questions adopted by the Second Comintern Congress, 28 July 1920 Protocol, Roman II, page 224. The aim of socialism is not only to abolish the present division of mankind into small states and all national isolation, not only to bring the nations closer to each other, but also to merge them. The merging of states is inevitable. 5. Imperialism and the Right to Self-Determination, cited in a paper by the British Communist RPALMEDUTT, published in 1949 by International Publishers, New York. The right of self-determination, the stage of possible separation or alternatively federation is, Lenin insisted, only a prelude or transition to the ultimate aim of the merging of nations. RPALMEDUTT in the paper mentioned above, published in 1949 by International Publishers, New York. In this statement, the author accurately anticipated, by a margin of 48 years, the precise twin threats Britain faces at the beginning of the 21st century, as a consequence of the blindness of its leaders and policymakers, separation to be followed by federation. This is Lenin's idea. An example is what is happening in the Soviet Union. Separation must come before integration. The United Nations in the 1990s. A Second Chance. Max Jakob-Son, 20th Century Fund. A United Nations Front Group. 1993, page 123. The Soviet United States of Europe is the only correct slogan pointing the way out from European disunity, a disunity which threatens not only Germany, but the whole of Europe with complete structural and cultural decline. Leontrotsky, writing in his journal, The Bulletin of the Opposition, number 17-18, November-December 1930, page 53. The aim is to carry forward the ideas of the New World Order. KARL-MARX cited in Karl Marx and the United States, James E. Jackson, International Publishers, New York, July 1983. The transition step to the New World Social Order involves merging the newly captive nations into regional governments. FP-KO and VPOPOV, Soviet Foreign Policy, Objectives and Principles, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1985. The objective of communist strategy is to set up the New World Social Order. William Z. Foster, the late leader of the Communist Party USA, in Toward Soviet America, Elgin Publications, Balboa Island, California, 1961, originally published in 1932. If we are by nature too primitive to rise above our aggressive instincts and selfish greed, must we not be forced by a supranational authority to submit to a new world order that will ensure survival? As has been pointed out by one of its advocates, the German physicist Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker, such a world order would have to be a harsh dictatorship. The United Nations in the 1990s, A Second Chance, Max Jakob-Son, 20th Century Fund, 1993. Today I have had to speak about a new world, a world that is at a risky but promising stage in its historic long march toward unity. Michael Camdsus, former managing director of the International Monetary Fund, in a speech at the LMF World Bank annual meetings, 10th October 1995, page 7 of text, and as delivered. We are experiencing an increasing abandonment of sovereignty within the European community in favor of this community, and as I hope, also in favor of a European Parliament equipped with full rights. Hans-Dietrich Gnscher, the German foreign minister and agent of influence, controlled by Alexander Besmertnik, the chief Soviet controller of agents of influence, under the codename Tulp or Tulip, Der Spiegel, September 25, 1989. We set ourselves the ultimate aim of destroying the state. Vladimir V. Lenin's State and Revolution, International Publishers, New York, 1961 edition, page 68. The nation-state in the style of the last century has ceased to exist as an impermeable structure, and to be quite plain, nor should it exist any longer. Dr. Professor Roman Herzog, President of the German Federal Republic, 17 September 1996. National sovereignty is becoming irrelevant and meaningless for all that many still cling to it. Otto von der Gablentz, the German ambassador to Russia, spouting Russian policy in the Journal of the Russian Foreign Ministry, International Affairs, June 1994. All countries are basically social arrangements, no matter how permanent and even sacred they may seem at any one time. In fact, they are all artificial and temporary. Strobe Talbott, who later became Deputy U.S. Secretary of State, 1992. Our vision of the European space from the Atlantic to the Urals is not that of a closed system. since it includes the Soviet Union. He said this in June 1992, 6 months after the USSR had ceased to exist, which reaches to the shores of the Pacific. It goes beyond nominal geographical boundaries. Mikhilgorbachev, Nobel Peace Prize Lecture, Oslo, June 1992. I look forward to the day when Russia is a fully fledged member of the European community. John Major, the former British Conservative Prime Minister, spouting Russian policy in his 1992 New Year's Day broadcast on BBC Radio 4. Thou art Euro, and on this Euro I will build Europe. Pedro Solbes, Spanish Finance Minister of the day, Madrid, 15 December 1995, cited in the New York Times, 16 December 1995. This blasphemous statement is typical of the builders of the European Union collective and the New World Social Order, from which God is excluded. The achievement of German unification, which we jointly welcome, gives a new dimension and a broader horizon to our cooperation, the aim of which has been from the very outset to advance together the cause of European unification in all spheres. Joint statement issued by Chancellor Helmut Kohl and the late President Francois Mitterrand at their meeting in Munich on 18 September 1990, cited by the controlled agent of influence Hans-Dietrich Genscher in a policy statement on the treaty on the final settlement with respect to Germany in the Bundestag on 20 September 1990. This statement referred obliquely to the requirement in the bilateral Franco-German Treaty of the Élysée 22 January 1963 for the two countries to reach an analogous position on all international, especially European, issues. The EC must turn itself into a new superpower and should start work immediately on a new political and institutional program for a structure comprising 24 or 30 countries. Jacques Delors, former president of the European Commission, and also the most determined advocate of full-blooded socialism in France, citing Soviet strategy for the achievement of Europe from the Atlantic to Vladivostok, which, thanks to the provisional Leninist independence of the former Soviet republics and the controlled liberation of Eastern Europe, in the context of the inexplicable eastward expansion of the European Union, the replacement collective, is well on the way towards realization in Der Spiegel, Germany, and also in Belvedere, Paris, October 1991. Blake said that he believed individual choice would eventually be mastered by a central Soviet control of thought process. George Blake, Soviet spy, explaining the Soviet conspiracy to achieve thought hegemony and agenda control, the common mind, as a key means of furthering Leninist revolutionary objectives, to the late Kenneth de Courcy, cited by Chapman Pincher in Traitors, The Labyrinths of Treason, Sidgwick and Jackson, London, 1987, page 157. Citizens may not infringe upon the interests of the state, of society, or of the collective. Human Rights in China, Information Office of the State Council, November 1991, Beijing. Forward. This study seeks to place the phenomenon of the European Union collective in a perspective that is much broader than the usual narrow context in which European issues are considered. The dangers associated with the narrow perspective include blindness to the relationship, interaction and significance of Russian and German-French strategy, and the continuity of each in the European context, a consequent lack of any coherent frame of reference with which to make sense of Brussels' collectivist track record, policies, and behavior, the masking from view of underlying forces propelling this frankly evil, divisive, anti-nation state experiment. The absence of common-sense rationales for certain, consistently pursued Euro policies, such as the subdivision of the constituent EU nation states into Euro regions, or the unexplained imperative of eastwards expansion and the wholesale collectivization of every aspect of our lives, all of which are either irrelevant or harmful to national well-being. Failure to ask basic questions, such as why it is necessary for the EU to duplicate institutions, policies, services, and activities established by the EU countries themselves, an unwarranted assumption that the political collective's intentions and actions are benevolent, which is the reverse of the truth, and a tendency towards resigned acceptance of the entire superfluous EU apparatus on the ground that it has been sanctioned by democratically elected legislatures. In short, the familiar narrow perspective impedes our ability to perceive the simplest truths about this geopolitical monstrosity, for instance, its fundamentally undemocratic, revolutionary character and objectives. The literal meaning of revolution is going round and round in circles. One penalty of becoming intellectually enmeshed in the octopus-like tentacles of any given dimension of the European Union collective's activities is that the victim soon discovers that all answers or solutions to your issues are required and calculated to be strictly provisional, because, typically, Euro issues are never actually intended to be resolved, but rather to be elaborated and exploited in cynical furtherance of the overriding political interests of the collective, which always supersede and displace those of its constituent members and their populations. As with the parallel joint actions of the international community, as displayed for instance with respect to the Irish question, the main objectives do not include the resolution of the relevant issues, but rather the establishment and exploitation of a process for the furtherance of an internationalist agenda which is intended to contribute towards the ultimate objective, enunciated so clearly by Lenin, of the destruction of the nation-state. The process enshrining these revolutionary operations becomes sacrosanct and thus furthers their realization. A second obvious penalty of the narrow perspective is that the victim's mind is soon controlled and dominated by the oppressively open-ended agenda of the collective, or segments thereof, and once this state of mind has developed, it becomes impossible for the victim to see the wood from the trees, to come to his or her senses, and to step outside the Euro context so as to be able to see the broader picture. Only a handful of professionals have ever done this, perhaps the best known being Lord Bruce of Donington, a former Mr. Europe for the British Labour government in the 1970s, and Bernard Connolly, a senior official of the European Commission, formerly in charge of the exchange rate mechanism and author of the famous work The Rotten Heart of Europe, Faber and Faber, London. 1995, which exposed inter alia the corruption of the EU's exchange rate manipulation regime. Among Eurosceptic politicians in Britain, the receding option of exit from the EU collective is seen as unthinkable, whereas in fact it is the only option available to Britain other than national annihilation. Since such people persist with their illusions about renegotiating the collective EU treaties and repatriating powers from Brussels back to Westminster, neither of which possibilities are or are ever likely to be on offer, it must be presumed that in practice they stand ready and willing to accept the decapitation and termination of their country, since as experienced politicians they cannot imagine that in any such negotiations their objectives would be attained. Their attitude is all the more insupportable and open to criticism, in that they were among those who voted for the powers of the ancient Westminster Parliament to be handed over to the political collective. Obviously, if sovereignty is pooled, it is diluted and diminished, but a primary characteristic of everything to do with the European Union, as with the Leninists, is that the truth is turned upside down, or back to front, a primary characteristic of evil. In black masses, the mass is read backwards. This illuminates the European Union's well-deserved reputation for lies, distortions, and deception, a fact lost on those who have no true religion, no faith, and thus fundamentally no values. For such people, the annihilation of the nation-state is no big deal, even though it is only the nation-state which can mobilize physical protection from the people's real enemies. The European Union collective seeks to overcome this objection by proclaiming inaccurately that it alone has been responsible for keeping the peace on the European continent since the Second World War, whereas this was pre-perestroika NATO's achievement, and by accommodating the collectivization of security, which ahead of the Russian Academy of Leninist Sciences Institute of the USA and Canada has officially described as the highest goal of Russian foreign policy. As discussed elsewhere in this book, it stands to reason that once West European military power has been collectivized along with everything else, including the constituent nation-states themselves, Europe will be at the permanent mercy of de facto continuing Soviet power. However, perception of that reality, and indeed of the perils associated with Britain's continued involvement with the subversive EU collective at every level, presupposes a basic understanding of continuing Soviet-Russian Leninist world revolutionary strategy, of which the European Union collective has become a willing component. This is exposed in Part 1 of this book, entitled Europe from the Atlantic to Vladivostok. The Soviet dimension, in turn, must be understood in the context of the parallel continuity of German strategy, explained in Part 2, entitled Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals, and of its interplay with the web of relationships spun by the Soviet strategists, who are directed by the continuing KGB-GRU-protected CPSU. In German strategy, driven by the pan-German agenda, which represents the continuation of the agenda of National Socialism, as is proved in Part 2, has seen to it that France has been co-opted as a full participant in the realization of Germany's plans. But German-French collaboration with the continuing Soviet Leninists spells ultimate disaster for the pan-German hegemony project. It was the Comintern which laid down, see page 11, that federation is a transitional form towards the complete union of all nations, and it was Lenin who taught that separation precedes federation, page 11. The Moscow-directed Long March through the institutions of the West, beginning with the infiltration decisions of the Comintern, has left the Western powers deeply compromised, subverted and increasingly, as the Leninists intended, of a common mind, the creation of which has all along been a key objective of the world revolution. The late Jesuit author, Malachi Martin, used the apt term, Luciferian fog, to describe to me the blindness which has enveloped the minds of Western policymakers in the face of this evil, relentless and largely unrecognized revolutionary onslaught. Christopher Story, London, January 2002. Breves. What is the European Union? Understanding the nature of the European Union is, self-evidently, an essential prerequisite to fighting this revolutionary supranational entity effectively. But in order to do so, those who instinctively recognize that the European Union is a godless collective destructive power must submit their minds to a certain perhaps unfamiliar discipline. This is necessary because serious thought on this subject cannot take place unless the observer is able to break the spell that the European Union, which is familiar with the occult, exercises over the mind, notably the British and European mind. What must be addressed first and foremost is the nature of this unprecedented political phenomenon which has emerged in order to destabilize, collectivize, and usurp the sovereignty of European nations. For the scales to be removed from one's eyes, it is necessary to be clear what the European Union is and to understand what it is not. It is not compatible with the continued existence of its constituent nation-states. Exactly what, then, is the European Union? The essence of Europe's crisis, which is a key component of the malaise afflicting the whole world, is that the European Union threatens national sovereignty. Indeed, its only purpose is precisely to supplant its constituent nation-states, in conformity with Lenin's seminal directive that the nation-state is to be destroyed, page 12. In short, the European Union has properties which set it in opposition to the continued existence of its members. If they wish to remain sovereign nation-states, and thus to retain the option to avoid irreversible oppression, they must heed the voice from heaven described in chapter 18, verse 4 of the book of Revelation. Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. For the European Union structures are engaged in relentless low-level, but prospectively terminal, secret warfare against their constituent nation-states, while posing as their benefactors. Under the guise of open-ended and ever-expanding cooperation, the preferred weasel alibi of the penetrated British Foreign Office, the European Union is in practice engaged in wholesale collectivization via relentless, open-ended regulation, the very essence of communism. It was therefore no surprise that Mikhail Gorbachev, during a brief visit to London on 23 March 2000, described the European Union as the new European Soviet. Until the political and policy-making elites of the European Union's tamely compliant member countries, with their shallow, socialistic comprehension of what is happening around them, wake up to this unpleasant reality, a process which entails recognizing the nature of the European Union itself, the level of malaise of which the European Union is both a primary cause and a malevolent manifestation, will continue to increase, with ever more destabilizing consequences for European societies. And therefore in parallel for the whole world. In conformity with Lenin's objective, national boundaries are being openly called into question. It is a pressing purpose of the ideologically possessed strategists who are pushing the European Union project with such revolutionary determination to hide for as long as possible from the people of Europe their ultimate objective of destroying and replacing the European nation-states which the EU collective is supposedly established to serve. In the meantime, everything conceivable is being done to detract from the prestige, the value and the importance of nationhood as the proven structure for the organization of society. By every devious and subliminal means available to it, the European Union seeks to diminish and usurp the concept and reality of nationhood, in preparation for the day, not far hence, when its constituent nations will have been absorbed and snuffed out of existence by the European Union itself. Main objective lifted from the Soviet textbook. Why else do the advocates of ever closer European Union, mimicking an objective laid down in the Soviets' primary world revolutionary blueprint, Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, repetitively insist upon the importance of preserving the special national characteristics that distinguish one ancient European civilization from another? As the former German Foreign Minister, Klaus Kinkel, pronounced at Königswinter on 17 March 1997, Europe draws its strength and vitality from its diversity of cultures, languages, and traditions, and this rich potential needs to be sustained and developed. This line, the Euro propagandists' frequent refrain that national characteristics must be preserved at all costs, masks the European Union's underlying aggressive intention that the ancient constituent nations themselves are to be liquidated by means of a continuing coup d'etat by installment C Part 2. The insistent propaganda promising the preservation of national characteristics is intended as a substitute for continued nationhood and disguises the main objective, which is national extinction. For if the European Union has its way, that is what will occur, and the targeted nation-states themselves will have cooperated in their own destruction, in accordance with Lenin's best-known dictum along the lines that if the self-interested bourgeoisie is given enough rope, it will collectively hang itself. This is what its treacherous national leaderships have been doing, to the indifference or subdued resentment of their captive populations, who are seemingly too demoralized to offer resistance. Robert Burton 1576–1640, the English philosopher, pronounced in The Anatomy of Melancholy that it is the devil himself which is the author of confusion and lies. Burton was of course reiterating Jesus Christ's familiar, searing condemnation of the legalism of the Pharisees, who worshipped not God but regulation. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of if. The Euroideologue weevils and deceivers resident within, for instance, the British Foreign Office, the Home Office, and inside the intestines of the long-since compromised British political parties, know well, as the devil himself knows, that they are pursuing, by facilitating obsessive and oppressive EU regulation, collectivist policies which are anathema to the overwhelming majority of the targeted European populations, and which are against the people's most fundamental interests. They exert pressure in pursuit of their brazen objective, by relying upon their apparently inexhaustible stock of guile and deceit, upon the relentless propaganda spin which they interleave in the public domain through their control of media minds, and most significantly of all, upon the fact that they have forced the targeted countries into sullen conformity with the drudgery of compliance with their obsessive, ever-expanding, dreary and coercive agenda of incremental collectivized control. Many worthy antagonists of the European Union have committed the fatal error over the years of allowing their thinking and responses to become interminably bogged down in the horrendous detail of the insidious, evolving treaty and its consequences, without realizing that the treaty invites control of their minds. It is a trap which has a certain attraction, in particular, for those with legal training. Indeed, large firms of expensive lawyers have sprung up which specialize in European law. Certain influential parliamentarians have become so attached to the obsessive legalism of the ever-evolving treaty that they cannot bear the thought of being without it. They are truly infested by a perverse spirit of legalism. Despite encyclopedic knowledge of its oppressive, devious and contradictory articles, protocols, paragraphs and statutes, and of the resulting directives, regulations and rules, they are by no means in favor of Britain, say, leaving the collective. Instead, they obtusely argue the EU must be reformed and Great Britain's membership renegotiated, which the collective could never permit. It is not suggested that serious students of these matters should pay only superficial attention to the small print of the avalanche of documentation spewed out by the collectivist EU structures, thereby emulating the eccentricity of Kenneth Clarke, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, who made a point of stating that he had never read the Maastricht Treaty, or of Douglas Hurd, now Lord Hurd, who, when he was Foreign Secretary, was overheard after he had signed the Maastricht Treaty, to exclaim, "Well, we'd better find out what we've just signed." On the contrary, one must be familiar with at least the skeleton of the collective treaty in order to be in a position to look at it dispassionately and to understand its underlying purpose, without permitting oneself ever to become mesmerized or intimidated by its grandiose utopian generalities, its oppressive mission to organize every aspect of European relationships and lives, its obtuse Marxist prescriptions. Its deliberately ambivalent and empty yet Aesopian language uncoincidentally reminiscent of Nazi pan-German drafting from which so much of its confused and contradictory gobbledygook is derived. See Part 2, and its typically perverse Leninist terminology, common, joint action, etc. Willful blindness and cowardice of politicians. Having perceived the somber reality of how the European Union seeks to impose the pressure of what can reliably be described as its demonic collective will on the peoples and nations of Europe under the cover provided by their subverted government's misguided consent, one must then, so as to appraise the spirit of this mechanism for collectivized coercion, stand aside from the treaty's beguiling text and consider its true intent. This can perhaps be most clearly seen from a British perspective, given that the extinction of British sovereignty is proving to be the most painful process of all because Britain, unlike some of the other EU countries, has a history of sovereignty going back for over a millennium. The misguided notion that British membership of the European Union can or ought to be renegotiated pinpoints the actual nature of the European Union itself. A dissatisfied tenant may well wish to renegotiate his or her lease with a landlord. The level of the tenant's dissatisfaction with the existing lease may reach the point at which continuing to live in the property may have become near intolerable. However, if the landlord in question indicates he is unwilling to accommodate the dissatisfied tenant by granting a new and modified lease, which takes the sources of the tenant's dissatisfaction into account, the tenant is wasting time and energy complaining about the situation or seeking to persuade the landlord that a new lease should be granted. If the landlord is indeed unwilling to respond as requested, the tenant will be frustrated and will be laced with the options of putting up with the situation, or else leaving the premises and enduring the consequences. These may, on reflection or in the event, turn out to be much less severe than continuing to tolerate a state of affairs which has long since become insupportable. To mix metaphors, if you jump fully clothed into a swimming pool, you can hardly complain of the unpleasant sensation created by the soaking garments you are wearing, and nor can you object that your clothes are wringing wet. The only solution to your problem is to come to your senses, climb out of the pool, pull off your soaking clothes, dry yourself, and put on some dry ones. To elaborate the parable to its ludicrous extremity, neither can you reasonably complain, after the event, that you had not appreciated the extent to which your clothing would be liable to absorb the water. This crude analogy falls apart, though, when considering why the United Kingdom, for example, has found itself in such a terminal mess over its membership of the European Union. For when Britain made the fatal mistake of agreeing to join the European Economic Community in 1972, most British people imagined the organization was concerned primarily with trade. British parliamentarians remained culpably blind to the reality, notwithstanding the fact that the Prime Minister of the day, Edward Heath, and other Europolitical ideologues, including at least one very prominent known agent of the Communist International Comintern, had openly revealed their use of the Marxist stratagem. First employed in the early 1900s by the Russian Social Democrats, of exploiting the lure of economic progress as their primary lever for establishing the revolutionary framework upon which political federation in Europe was to be achieved. The elite's chronic geopolitical blindness, coupled with the treachery of actives within the political classes who do understand the strategy, has, in just over a generation, brought the United Kingdom and the other EU member states to the very edge of national extinction. For national democratic institutions have been exploited, after the Comintern's own model, for the state's destruction. It is, as the Second Congress of the Comintern held in Moscow in 1920 laid down, only possible to speak of utilizing the bourgeois organizations with the object of destroying them. And Lenin himself wrote that no parliament can in any circumstances be for communists an arena of struggle for reforms. The only question can be that of utilizing bourgeois state institutions for their own destruction. 11. Blindness to the nature of the regional political incubus which has evolved into the European Union collective reflects a failure to discern this monstrosity's true nature, coupled with a cowardly refusal to take meaningful political steps to decisively arrest the progress of the conspiracy. For this process is indeed a conspiracy, as explained on pages 50 to 51. As a consequence, national politicians who appear to be antagonists of the European Union usually shy away from any suggestion that the many intractable problems which are overwhelming the EU member countries and their parliaments, as a direct result of the shameful decisions they have taken, and of the Euro-ideological commitment of the national bureaucracies which are supposed to be subservient to them but which in reality rule them, can only be resolved once and for all by abandoning it. Inexplicably, this prospect appears to terrify many prominent people, especially among the compromised political classes, in spite of daily insults to our intelligence perpetrated by the Euro-ideologues, as they scrabble to construct their doomed Tower of Babel. Indeed, national political figures and their advisors themselves may regard their EU colleagues and counterparts with ill-disguised scorn. This certainly seems to be the case with British officials. According to the Sunday Times, 16 December 2001, reporting from the EU summit meeting held at Laeken, Belgium, in December 2001, one very senior member of the British delegation told UK reporters, "Many of these people are buffoons. We view them with a mixture of horror and amusement." Another British delegate described the far-left Belgian Foreign Minister, Louis Michel, as a complete idiot. These UK officials were merely expressing views which have evidently been widely held by political circles in London for many years. Why then does Britain continue to squander official time and resources on its disastrous membership of this confused, corrupt yet ideologically offensive political collective? By 1996, it had been shown that the net cost of membership to Britain was of the order of £300 billion, enough to build modern hospitals in every large town in the world. It seems that after several decades of membership, European countries are willing to countenance any amount of bureaucratic arrogance and incompetence, regulatory oppression, corruption and Euro abuse, in order to avoid what their elites and their diplomatic communities fear most, being left out in the cold. In reality, of course, a determinedly independent national leadership stance would mesmerize the rest of the world, command global attention and respect, transform the demoralized captive population's morale, and usher in many decades of vigorous economic growth. As usual, logical thinking, as is the case on all Euro issues, is turned upside down. If the United Kingdom persists with its EU membership, it will pay a much heavier economic, let alone political, price in the years ahead than it has already had to pay since 1972. For the European Union collective faces a bleak economic future, compared with that beckoning the United States and even Britain. This is because, according to United Nations projections, the population of the European Union 15 will decline from 376.5 million in 2000 to about 339.3 million in 2050, with the working component of the population, that is, people aged between 15 and 55 years old, falling from 231.5 million to an estimated 167.6 million, a decline of 27.6%. In Japan, where the overall population is projected by the United Nations to contract from 127.1 million in 2000 to 109.2 million by 2050, the working age population will fall from 78.9 million to 49.4 million, minus 29.5%. By contrast, Britain's population is expected to remain more or less unchanged, 59.5 million in 2000 and 58.9 million in 2050, as more and more people live longer lives, with the working age population falling from about 35.9 million to around 30.1 million, a decline of 16.2%. But the outlook for the United States is quite different. The 283.2 million U.S. population will rise to 397.1 million by 2050, with the working age component rising from 176 million to an estimated 217 million, an increase of 23.3%. This means that markets for goods and services, homes, consumer durables, household goods, automobiles, electronic goods, and supporting services will increase progressively in the United States, whereas on the basis of these projections, the opposite will inevitably be the case in continental Europe and Japan. Moreover, the EU's economic salvation does not, contrary to the traditional pan-German ideology, see Part 2, lie to the east, where populations are declining even more sharply than in parts of the European Union. The most extreme case is that of Ukraine, the population of which contracted by 4.9% between 1994 and 2000, from 52.11 million to an estimated 49.57 million, according to the International Monetary Fund, and where the working segment will fall from 30.5 million in 2000 to about 14.7 million by 2050. In Russia, too, where the population fell, on the basis of IMF data, from 147.97 million in 1994 to 145.49 million by June 2000, minus 2.48%. A simple extrapolation shows that the overall population will have declined to 115.42 million by 2050, within which the working age population will have been reduced, according to UN projections. From 92 million in 2000 to just 51 million in 2050, a contraction of 44.6%. Over the years ahead, the Russian economy will be assisted by exploitation of its energy resources in collaboration with Western corporations and experts, this being the single main tactical community of interest between Russia and the West, especially Great Britain, mainly through British Petroleum and the United States. But overall, these data demonstrate starkly, for Britain, that its so far largely disastrous and fraught attachment to the European Union is leading it towards a relatively bleak economic future, whereas disengagement and identification with the North American economy offers incomparably greater rewards. Britain's population is not collapsing, although the working component will diminish over the years, as indicated. What is crystal clear is that collectivization of savings, especially of pensions, which is intended and will follow the consummation of European Union collectivization generally, would be grossly to Britain's detriment, but greatly to the benefit of the Eurozone economy, which faces a far more decisive decline of its working and productive population. In other words, for demographic economic reasons alone, Britain's future lies definitively with North America. However, because of the corrosive impact of collectivist EU ideology, basic logic such as this usually falls on stony ground. The main historical reasons for the defeatist attitude shared by the European elites, notably by the British, are not easy to identify. Some trace it back to the weariness of the post-Second World War years, and to a resigned and pragmatic determination among European policymakers that cooperation must be institutionalized at all costs, in order to preclude any repetition of the horrors suffered by European countries during the first half of the 20th century. But evidence is advanced in this work for a less complacent explanation for the progressive collectivization of sovereignty that has occurred. First, as a prerequisite for this, the present phase of the Leninist world revolution was preceded by the abandonment of the European colonial empires, long agitated for, procured and demanded by the Communist International. At the 27th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, convened in 1986, the former Georgian police chief and party secretary, MVD General Eduard Shevardnadze, boasted that the Comintern's decolonization objective, that is to say, the dismantling of the West European empires, in parallel with the de facto establishment of the overt and covert communist empire, had been all but achieved. And this Leninist sentiment was echoed by Douglas Hurd, not long before the British government handed the priceless jewel of Hong Kong over to the amazed communist Chinese not just for nothing, but accompanied by the free gift of foreign exchange reserves, then held by the Hong Kong authorities worth over $70 billion. Secondly, following the long march of agents and agents of influence through the institutions of the West, accompanied by the Gramscian radicalization offensive associated with the Soviet-launched permissive society, elements have risen to policymaking positions throughout Europe that are wedded to the self-same Leninist collectivist agenda thought by the unwary to have been abandoned in 1989 to 91. Such developments have facilitated the triumph and the de facto hegemony of the Soviet strategic collective's key, convergence strategy, which presupposes that convergence between East and West is to take place only on the terms laid down by the Soviet Leninists. Those terms, which were spelled out by Mikhail Gorbachev in his Nobel Peace Prize lecture in June 1992 and in his earlier End of the Cold War lecture at Fulton, Missouri, essentially amounted to crude blackmail, consisting of an implied threat that international relations had been reoriented by the Soviets onto new rails, so that mankind would henceforth be traveling in the same train together, and thus in the same single political direction. Since the alternative of global conflict was simply too dreadful to contemplate, what that meant in Soviet Aesopian terms was that the West had no choice. Either you do as we say, or you precipitate the Third World War. The world's largest political collective. The European Union is a political collective. It is manifestly a tautology and a truism that in a collective of any kind, decisions are taken collectively. By definition, collectivization inevitably tends towards oppression, since those whose views do not prevail are required by virtue of their membership of the collective to accept the unpalatable opinions and decisions of the collective as a whole. By whatever technical means these decisions may actually be reached. Since the political collective has been imposed upon the European populations by a combination of rigged referenda, diktat, and deceit, all the EU member countries' populations are and feel oppressed. The present level of oppression is, however, nothing to what lies in store. Even as the author was putting the finishing touches to this text, he was informed, only semi-mockingly, that because of his obdurate refusal to accept the politically correct view of the European utopia, he should anticipate having your toe and fingernails extracted by red-hot tongs. The decisions of the institutions of the European Union collective are usually deceitful and totalitarian in character. One technique, a general proxy for the collectivist, decision-making methodology employed by the European Union's undemocratic institutions, masquerades as consensus building, and will be familiar to anyone who has had the misfortune to attend a visioning meeting, a stakeholder council, or similar socialistic mind control-oriented conference. Consensus building does not involve actually convincing anyone to alter his or her views. On the contrary, it avoids and disposes of conflicting views, beginning and ending with a predetermined position, which may or may not be made known to the group. Consensus building, a revolutionary technique developed by Leninist strategic planners, is implemented by trained facilitators who ask questions designed to elicit silence, or else to force individuals who might be opposed to a given policy to identify themselves. In the unusual event that the lone objector gains the upper hand in the forum, he or she is usually silenced by means of slogans, aggressive responses, and counter-allegations, such as that the said antagonist is engaged in typecasting or finger-pointing. These were, in fact, elements of a torrent of gratuitous invective directed at the author during a press conference at the IMF World Bank annual meetings in Prague in September 2000 by Mary Robinson, the ex-president of Ireland and later the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. Facilitators do not ask if everyone agrees, which would encourage everyone to start talking, but ask if there is anyone who does not agree with the predetermined proposition, which usually encourages everyone to stay silent, since most people fear, irrationally, what their peers may think of them. Moreover, questions at such meetings are typically phrased so that they appear to express an idea universally thought to be good, or else gen ally felt to be bad. In the environmental context, a dimension of revolutionary operations in which the continuing revolution is heavily invested, given its underlying anti-property and population reduction intentions, a facilitator might ask, does anyone think we should not be concerned about the future well-being of our species? The underlying deception principle here is that it is almost impossible to prove that a consensus on such a predetermined issue does not exist. Thus, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, declared at one stage that a consensus among 2,000 scientists had determined that global warming was as caused by human activity, a dubious point of view very strongly denied by much authoritative expert opinion. But the so-called consensus stands firm in the public perception, as was intended by Soviet intelligence, since this initiative was launched at the 27th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1986, despite the vocal non-concurrence of thousands of scientists. When asked why the alleged consensus had not been validated even by means of a straw vote, Michael Kujeter, executive secretary of the Conference of Parties, replied, "Consensus is not unanimity, it is very much up to the president." This cynical, arrogant, totalitarian, collectivist, and anti-democratic attitude is routinely encountered in the European Union context. More broadly, history shows that collectivization and totalitarianism are interchangeable. Under Stalin, the poor Russian peasants who had been deceived by the Bolsheviks into believing that they would gain their own land for cultivation, only to discover that title to it was being withheld from them, learned that the minimal rights they had temporarily enjoyed under the self-styled champion of the working classes and peasants, V.I. Lenin, were to be wrenched from them altogether through the wholesale completion of agricultural collectivization. So that their position only a few years after the Russian Revolution, and following the Red Terror and the Civil War, was far worse than it had been under serfdom, which had technically been abolished in 1861 Sup. 14. Collectivization led straight to oppression, with opposition to it on the part of the wealthier peasants countered by physical annihilation. These practical and historical observations remind us in principle of the potentially extreme risks one runs by membership of any collective. Depending on the context, membership of a collective unavoidably entails taking representatives of co-members on trust, which can be reckless, foolish, hazardous, and unwise, and pointlessly placing oneself unnecessarily in a position to be obliged to accept prospectively unpalatable decisions, without being offered any prospect of such decisions ever being reversed, let alone any worthwhile quid pro quo. Indeed, all collective decisions are by definition and intention irreversible, a word extensively used, by no means accidentally, in the Maastricht Treaty and its sequels, the blueprint of the insidious European Union collective. Furthermore, the EU collective, which has interests, self-evidently, that diverge from those of its participants, is forever venturing onto national territory not previously authorized by the individual members, since it is inherently driven by the imperative to collectivize every dimension of existence within its ever-expanding jurisdiction, see page 27 et seq. But the ever-careful revolutionary European long-range strategists have anticipated this and thought of a solution, since their frenetically restless and haunted brains, bent on the pursuit of total control, have anticipated virtually every conceivable response to complaints about their fundamentally oppressive intentions. In line with the standard practice of overt communists, who proceed towards their mad political objectives by enforcing the rule that no meeting is permitted to conclude before the date of the next meeting has been set, the European Union Treaty is subject to revision every 4 years. By means of this device, derived from communist practice, the strategists have been able to lead the unwitting, penetrated national political and bureaucratic establishments towards national extinction by the nose, under cover of the slogan of cooperation. For the prospect of quadrennial revision of the collective treaty is perpetually dangled before them, fostering the illusion that ground unfortunately ceded to the political collective can always be retrieved later, despite the EU's acquis communautaire, doctrine see page 25. This practice further reveals the true nature of the European collective. Self-evidently, if the collective treaty is only intended to last in its present form for 4 years, it acquires a built-in bias towards expansion of its jurisdiction, since it requires revision on a permanent basis, as there are no sunset clauses. This means that no issues are ever settled, a curious paradox, since as already noted, the decisions of the collective cannot be reversed, as democratic ones can. The political collective's decisions are never reversed, merely amended in further pursuit of the interests of the collective as a whole, rather than those of its members. Indeed, in the collective, issues are not regarded as being in need of solution per se, but rather as means to further the interests of the collective. Hence, EU issues are never resolved, other than in the collective's interests, and even then only on a provisional basis. What is being described is the essence of revolution. For the true meaning of revolution, of course, is going round and round and round in circles page 13. No revolution ever achieves its objective, rather, it is its own objective. This consideration, in turn, illustrates the central truth that revolutions are inherently demonic. Even those who do not believe in God must concede that anyone who spends his or her life going round and round in circles winds up raving mad. We have therefore illuminated both the fundamentally revolutionary character and intent of the European Union collective, definitively linking it to the broader revolution which is harassing the contemporary world, as it has done since the French Revolution more than 2 centuries ago. For as will be seen, the revolutionary role of the European Union collective cannot be properly understood without a sound parallel understanding of the false Leninist nature of the changes, collapsible communism, which occurred in 1989–91, giving rise to the phenomenon of non-communism, designed to hoodwink the West that the threat from communism had suddenly evaporated, whereas in reality, overt communism in Eastern Europe was abruptly folded in a controlled series of events, while the former Soviet Union was subdivided, precisely to clear the way for the eastward expansion of its replacement, the European Union collective. The final meeting of the representatives of Comecon held in Budapest, convened for the purpose of formally closing the organization down, lasted for less than half an hour. In the British domestic political context, the illusion that sovereignty can be repatriated from Brussels, which presupposes a comprehensive failure to understand the nature and collectivist purpose of the European Union, has typically assumed a number of recognizable formats. Among officials in Conservative Central Office, for instance, it was often said, prior to the Conservative government's defeat at the 1997 general election, that whatever mistakes had been made over Europe could always be put right in a subsequent parliament, because no British parliament has the power to bind its successors. Since this information was provided by a former Conservative Central Office official, it cannot be argued with. Such illusions reveal the extent to which the relentless progress of the European Union project has outstripped the capacity of even those at the fulcrum of party policymaking to understand what has been taking place. The actual net consequence of detailed involvement in any dimension of European affairs is revolutionary, by which is meant here that the victim finds himself going round and round in circles, the unchanging object of the exercise. And by extension and design, collectivization defines and precipitates open-ended confusion, which the collective then seeks endlessly to tame with ever more oppressive and onerous regulation offensives. A slow-motion collectivist coup d'etat by installments. The illusion that powers can one day be repatriated from the EU political collective back to its constituent nation-states is a pipe dream, which was encapsulated in the former Conservative government's confused document entitled A Europe of Nations. This is not what is intended. What is envisaged, rather, is a Europe of regions, and these European regions are to be progressively amalgamated into a regional bloc en route towards world government. The repatriation of ceded powers diversion overlooks the European Union's insidious collectivist dogma of the acquis communautaire, whereby every component of national jurisdiction, once ceded and thus acquired by the European Union collective, whether legislatively, that is to say by means of directive, decision, or regulation, or else by means of a decision handed down by the European Court of Justice, thereafter belongs to the collective in perpetuity. And because the European Court of Justice was established not to dispense justice as such, but rather to safeguard and to enhance the powers of the European Union collective, it is rarely an ally of the cowed constituent nation-states. As for the European Commission, it is endowed by the national parliaments with general powers, which grant it the privilege of proposing supranational legislation, and which presuppose that it is driven to expand them. Lenin's principle that national parliaments are to be exploited by the revolution only for their own destruction was first applied outside Russia in post-war Czechoslovakia, when the bourgeois parliamentarians voted for a communist dictatorship. See page 29 and note 18. General powers were also the foundation of the Hitler dictatorship. Less than 2 months after he had been appointed Germany's chancellor by the elderly President Hindenburg on 30 January 1933, Hitler banned the communist deputies, and by resorting to intimidation and mendacity, secured on 23 March the required two-thirds majority in the Reichstag for an enabling act which transferred all legislative authority from the legislature to his cabinet, ostensibly for a period of 4 years. 6. He did this under cover of a sweeping emergency decree granted to him by the president following a mysterious fire which had gutted the Reichstag building in February, now known to have been a Nazi provocation. Thereafter a wave of Nazi purges followed, with one institution after another being subjugated, and with arbitrary rule replacing government by rule of law in what a contemporary, Conrad Hayden, accurately described as a coup d'état by installments. The European Union is engaged in an infinitely more sophisticated and long-range coup d'état by installments inspired by the pan-German tradition against its constituent nation-states. Among certain British parliamentarians, there has long been a suspicious facilitating tendency to delay meaningful political responses which could have arrested the progress of this creeping coup d'état, on the pretext of awaiting a more opportune moment at some time in the future. Short-term political calculations have usually been the deciding factor. Because MPs failed, at crucial junctures which are a matter of UK parliamentary record and history, to confront the source of the torment, as an exorcist is always obliged to do at an exorcism, the tormentor has grown inexorably in arrogance, power, and strength, so that the continued existence of the United Kingdom is now being called into question. Because a political collective, with its inherent imperative to collectivize all dimensions of existence not yet collectivized, is inherently oppressive, it is the enemy of freedom, that is to say, of freedom of choice, and of the exercise of free will, which is a divine gift. It follows from this perception that all political collectives are manifestations of evil. The European Union is an incorrigibly malevolent structure because, as a collective, it denies some of its members, and a significant proportion of its disenchanted subject populations, freedom of choice, through its imposition upon them of decisions contrary to their interests, which are justified by the collective decision-making process. As under overt communism, this process deposits all power in the hands of the implementing bureaucracy, and thence into the hands of the self-perpetuating cabal which directs it. Senior positions are hawked around and traded within the small revolutionary elite of internationalist collectivists recruited from the national elites, each of whom, though having recklessly betrayed his country, is indifferent to having done so on the pretext that the interests of the collective take precedence because they override narrow national interests. In practice, these have been largely abolished, since it is, by definition, only the political collective which has interests. It purports to exercise these in the interests of the collective, on behalf of the individual members and the European Commission. Therefore, whenever we hear of a national politician of an EU member state writing or speaking about the national interest, like Italy's Sig. Berlusconi, he is talking nonsense and deceiving his audience. Whether he is himself deceived, or else confused or just plain misled, varies. Many national politicians have never understood this. A dissenting member of any political collective is powerless to alter the political collective's decisions. By the same token, a dissenting member cannot realistically expect to be in a position to alter the nature of the collective itself, let alone, as a consequence, the political orientation of the decisions it takes. Once again, the European Union's strategists have a clever solution to the frustrations thereby arising among the collective's membership. Under the EU's regime of qualified majority voting, QMV, members of the political collective at the national level can in theory ally themselves with other disaffected members, in such a way, they might hope, as to be able to carry sufficient votes under this system to frustrate what would otherwise be the perverse will of the collective. This can indeed still sometimes be achieved, but the possibility of altering the collective's decisions by this means is strictly limited, and in any case will not endure because of the European Union's inherent imperative to achieve total collectivization. Residual national vetoes are at loggerheads with this imperative, being inconsistent with the collective's purpose. The continued existence of the national veto, which is under constant attack, is seen as a temporary expedient, fit only for the salami tactics approach. Thus, at every opportunity, prominent EU and German figures compete among themselves to denounce the residual national veto powers enjoyed by EU member states, which have not yet been systematically abolished at the Quadrennial Intergovernmental Conference's IG, and to demand that they should be progressively or completely liquidated. Naturally, too, the larger the political collective becomes, the less voting strength will be left to individual members, and the more remote will be any possibility of achieving variations of the perverse will of the collective. And as the European Union expands eastwards, its collectivist characteristics will become ever more obviously pronounced, given its intended absorption of countries which have supposedly been released from overt communism, but which, as demonstrated in Part 1, remain in practice controlled by overt or covert Leninist actives, politicians, officials, interior ministries, and intelligence agencies, all of them, in one way or another, just as beholden to Moscow today as before. For instance, in 200,118 out 19 members of the Czech cabinet were former members of the Communist Party. None of these people had ever renounced their communist past, and all remained communists who were fulfilling Lenin's advice to work by other means at certain stages of the world revolution. In volume 17 of his collected works, 1923 edition, pages 142 to 145, Lenin wrote that a communist must be prepared to make every sacrifice and, if necessary, even resort to all sorts of schemes and stratagems, employ illegitimate methods, conceal the truth in order to conduct revolutionary work within. In 1989-91, the communists throughout Eastern Europe, as in the Soviet Union, adopted the third way, the acquisition of false political labels to mask their continuing covert communist socialist orientation. Nor should it be assumed that they did this spontaneously, in the context of the mythical collapse of communism. On the contrary, as will be shown in Part 1, they followed Communist Party instructions and directives. A prominent British Eurosceptic once told the writer that expansion of the European Union was desirable in principle, since the consequence would be that its power and effectiveness would be diluted. Like almost everything connected with the European Union, this weird logic is upside down and back to front. Diluting the voting power of EU member countries through expansion diminishes the residual power of the countries even further, but leaves that of the collective enhanced. Moreover, since the EU collective pursues power for its own sake, rather than, as its apologists misleadingly profess, in the interests of the populations of its member countries, the question of whether or not the European Union is relevant and effective, in the sense invoked by those mild antagonists who remain imprisoned by its agenda, will remain a matter of permanent indifference to the collective power. For its entire motivation and raison d'etre is the fundamentally demonic one of power and control. The lust for control is the very essence of evil and a brazen form of idolatry. These secular considerations help us to understand the source of the pressurizing presence, which sits on the shoulder of every concerned and politically aware inhabitant of the European Union's member countries. To imagine that geographical expansion of the European Union will result in a diminution of the power of the political collective itself is obtuse. It is to see the future upside down. The reverse will be the case. Inaccurate, naive, and perverse perceptions. Although the discredited former British Conservative government under John Major affected, for electoral purposes, to have seen the light in the final weeks of its existence, for most of his years in power, the former British Prime Minister reiterated a tired slogan about the desirability of Britain being at the heart of Europe. At the same time, his senior ministers insisted upon using a cliché stressing the need for Britain to fight its corner in Europe. By resorting to these vacuous phrases, ministers inadvertently revealed the emptiness and confusion at the core of their European policy, since, by definition, a corner is peripheral to the heart or center. One cannot be at the heart of the collective if one is simultaneously fighting one's corner. Note, too, the official admission that it is always necessary to fight within the EU context. What did those failed British politicians think they were fighting for? National interests. These, as indicated, had been largely collectivized. No, the intellectual confusion which made them a laughingstock was a direct product of their failure to analyze the collectivist nature of the beast with which they were dealing. Unfortunately, the godless European Union does have associations with the beast. It cannot be a coincidence that a massive Brussels-based computer called Euronet, capable of storing all the personal data of the world's entire population, is nicknamed the Beast. The disturbing motif of the wanton woman riding a modified beast from the Book of Revelation, chapter 17, verse 3, is in widespread use throughout the EU. For instance, wall paintings in the European Parliament at Strasbourg, on a German Rive Deutschemark note predating the political collective from 1948, on a British postage stamp dated 1984 commemorating the second European parliamentary elections. In the form of an unattractive sculpture located immediately outside the European Council building, on a German ECU coin dated 1992, and on a recent German telephone card. And everywhere is to be seen EU's ubiquitous circle of 12 stars, which the ignorant comfort themselves by believing that they represent the crown of Mary, symbolism derived from Revelation, chapter 12, verse 1. In reality, the 12 stars are an attribute of the pagan Queen of Heaven, a name given to the mother of Nimrod, meaning, in Chaldean, the horned one, the builder and ruler of Babel. The hideous new circular European Parliament building in Strasbourg is modeled upon Pieter Bruegel's famous painting called The Tower of Babel, replicated in the Council of Europe's notorious poster shown on page 7. Symbology, which is much too large a subject to be dealt with adequately here, is a crucial component of the occult focus of all such man-oriented collectivist, New World social order constructions, the EU being a conspicuous consumer of such neo-pagan symbolism. But the occult underlying nature and motivation of the European Union is not an issue that concerns the EU political and policy-making classes, which are mesmerized by economics and ideology. In any case, not a single politician belonging to or supporting successive British conservative governments, nor, much less surprisingly, the fellow-traveling British Fabian socialist government, which, given its political orientation, shares the objectives of Lenin's world revolution, but proceeds towards those objectives by stealth, just like the European Union collective itself, has had the insight to recognize the collectivist orientation of the European Union. Let alone the political courage to renounce the Leninist world revolution he or she serves, whether knowingly or unwittingly, and to acknowledge the truth, that Britain and the other EU member states are enthralled to the opposite, revolutionary method to that applied by the continuing Soviets. For whereas the Soviet communists changed the face of Soviet communism and destroyed the image of the enemy, the approach being applied in Britain is the diabolically ingenious alternative. The face of the existing system is being maintained, while its supporting ideology and substructure has been suborned and annexed by the world revolution, in conformity with the opinion of the Danish philosopher, Kierkegaard, who declared that the most successful revolutions are those which take place within the framework of the decaying ancient regime. Confronted with such realities, prominent British political personalities who understand the position perfectly well usually shrug their shoulders and say, "Yes, but no one will ever believe it." That is exactly what happened in Czechoslovakia after the Second World War, when the Czech parliament voted for communism without realizing what was happening. The confusion bedeviling the minds of non-ideologues among the compromised British political classes today is derived from a perverse assessment of the nature of the European Union. The former British Prime Minister, a prisoner of the political collective's deliberately complex agenda, took immense pride in what he trumpeted as his achievement in negotiating Britain's opt-outs from the single currency and from the social chapter of the Maastricht Treaty. But given the political collective's imperative to collectivize, these opt-outs were always dubious and tentative, while the Labour government was able to reverse Mr. Major's position on the social chapter overnight. These errors arose due to the former Prime Minister's inadequate understanding of the nature of the European Union itself. Had he and his ill-fated government and party understood, or even wanted to understand, that the European Union is a political collective, the British government of the day might have perceived in good time that a conservative government should have had nothing to do with this collectivist venture. That realization would have enabled its ministers to see such nuances as that opt-outs are inconsistent with political collectivism, since, to repeat, a political collective endowed with general powers must strive to collectivize everything without respite, for it abhors and cannot permanently tolerate any dimension of human existence remaining uncollectivized and beyond the collective's reach. There can never be more than temporary exceptions to this imperative, since once again, collectives are driven to collectivize everything, with no exceptions whatsoever. It is therefore absurd for Eurosceptic politicians to sustain illusions such as a Europe of nation-states or renegotiation of EU membership terms. We have seen that membership of the European Union is inconsistent with the continued existence of the sovereignty of its constituent member states, since the Union exists precisely to supplant them and thus to snuff out their existence. Since a political collective must collectivize everything, otherwise it remains incomplete and unconsummated, the European Union political collective will not be satisfied until every dimension of the lives of Britons and Europeans has been comprehensively collectivized. Health, education, housing, property, agriculture, fishing, defense and security, intelligence, police, the legal system, the currency and monetary and fiscal policy are all targeted along with national sovereignty for collectivization in one form or another, and dissenting members of the collective will be powerless to resist, since all power will have been ceded to the collective's center, with objections overruled by collective decision. The outcome will be, and is becoming, an environment characterized by the prospect of an ever more obvious encroachment by stealth of a regime of regulated collectivist oppression, and the degree of stealth being employed is extraordinary. The guiding rule is that the captive populations should not only be rendered powerless to resist the coup d'etat by installments, but should at the same time be resigned and relatively indifferent to its slow motion, yet always accelerating, progress. Here again the EU strategists, as is their usual form, seek to deceive. For instance, the regional policy contained within the EU political collective's evolving treaty appears to seek to devolve powers to the new regions, or rather seems to give the regions a say in the decisions of the collective. In practice, the regional policy serves the interests not of the regions but of the collective, in the following ways. First, it establishes revolutionary, new and Leninist anti-nation state relationships between the regions and the center of the collective's power, Brussels, thereby further diminishing the residual sovereignty of the national center in the United Kingdom's case, the ancient sovereignty of the monarch in Parliament at Westminster. Secondly, it seeks to undermine the relevance of national borders, as of course does the policy to remove border controls, by creating regions which deliberately traverse borders. Thus, for instance, certain districts of southern English counties are absurdly grouped along with the Pas-de-Calais, part of the Channel Coast region of northern France and Picardy, as a region of the European Union, notwithstanding the obvious fact that there is virtually no cultural contact between the relevant parts of Sussex and Kent with the selected areas in northern France. The EU's regional policy has license to develop such outrageous proposals because the European Commission is endowed with general powers and can therefore initiate what it likes. Armed with subversive anti-state, general powers modeled upon the Hitlerian precedent, the European Commission's command of the privilege of initiating the collective's policies means that it literally bombards the self-subjugated EU national governments with an avalanche of initiatives, draft directives, rules, and regulations, as it enjoys carte blanche to foster wholesale collectivization by stealth, including the collectivization of sovereignty itself. In order to accelerate the de facto abolition of the constituent nation-states, this objective corresponds precisely with the revolutionary aim of the continuing communists, reflecting a common Leninist purpose. The Rev. Richard Wurmbrand, who served years as a prisoner of the communist government in Romania, has written with pinpoint accuracy that the word communism in itself is vague. It is taken to mean only an economic system in which everyone will work according to his needs. There will be no state, no division of the world into countries. Collective security, highest objective of Soviet policy. As the Communist International's Second Congress in 1920 also reiterated, Lenin's Communist Society recognizes no form of state whatsoever. Americans have a crude but useful vernacular cliché. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and swims like a duck, it is a duck. Since the European Union collective is incompatible with the continued existence of its constituent nation-states, as the ever-evolving treaty and the ever-expanding general powers and international agenda of its frenetic executive center make clear, it is obvious that the European Union passes the duck test, for it is what Lenin would call a new form for the realization of objectives identical to those of the covert communists. It was Lenin himself who wrote that we set ourselves the ultimate aim of destroying the state, and to Stalin is attributed the observation that, as growing numbers of nations fall to the revolution, it becomes possible to reunite them under a communist world regime. Such an outcome was provided for by the Comintern in point number 7 of its Theses on the National and Colonial Question, adopted by the Second Comintern Congress on 28 July 1920. Federation is a transitional form towards the complete union of all nations. Some 2 years later, Leon Trotsky, the leading organizer of Lenin's revolution, wrote in his Bulletin of the Opposition that the Soviet United States of Europe is the only correct slogan pointing the way out from European disunity. How bizarre it appeared at the time, then, for the confused former British Conservative Prime Minister to have seen fit to state, as he did in his BBC Radio 4 broadcast on New Year's Day 1992, that I look forward to the day when Russia is a fully fledged member of the European community. Perhaps Mr. Major's remarks were ghosted for him by the senior Downing Street official who used to display on his office wall a framed copy of what he called his favorite newspaper, Pravda. Mr. Major was, in the event, only rephrasing the Leninist sentiments expressed by MVD General Eduard Shevardnadze, who, interviewed at length on Moscow television on 19 November 1991, had invoked the familiar Bolshevik theme of Lenin's common European home by proclaiming, "I think that the idea of a common European home, the building of a united Europe, and I would like to underline today, of great Europe, the building of great Europe, great united Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals, from the Atlantic to Vladivostok, including all our territory, most probably a European-American space, a united humanitarian space. This project is inevitable. I am sure that we will come to building a united military space as well. To say more precisely, we will build a united Europe, whose security will be based on the principles of collective security, precisely collective security." Shevardnadze's prediction is well on the way to being fulfilled. The series of evolving convergence initiatives, stemming from that fateful and ill-advised decision taken in May 1997 on the expansion of NATO, couched in an accord which reads like a Soviet document, will ensure the realization of what the head of the Institute of the USA and Canada, Sergei Rogov, has described as the comprehensive security system, which has long been discussed in our country as the highest goal of our foreign and defense policy. The phrase "long been discussed" was an Aesopian reference to the strategy laid down in the program of the Communist International, the Blueprint for World Conquest, adopted by the Sixth World Congress of the Comintern on 1 September 1928, to the effect that a paramount communist strategic objective was the voluntary unification and centralization of the military and economic forces of all nations. The Leninist meaning of the adjective voluntary is compliant. It is clear that, considered in this much broader geopolitical context, the European Union is a devious mechanism for procuring the de facto convergence of Western Europe with the half-hidden, but continuing Marxist-Leninist communism of the East. Convergence was a concept much discussed in the Soviet Union following the death of Stalin. Its intent was expressed by Mikhail Gorbachev in the course of his Nobel Peace Prize speech delivered in Oslo in June 1992, mentioned earlier, in which the former president referred deliberately and provocatively to the Soviet Union, as though it remained in existence, which it does, in the perspective of the GRU, and therefore of the Leninist Strategy Collective in Moscow, notwithstanding that the USSR was supposed to have been abolished in December 1991. This cannot have been a slip of the tongue, since Gorbachev read his speech from a prepared text. In his heavily accented Stavropol Russian, Gorbachev opined that our vision of the European space from the Atlantic to the Urals is not that of a closed system. Since it includes the Soviet Union, which reaches to the shores of the Pacific, it goes beyond nominal geographical boundaries. Note the Leninist theme that borders are nominal, hence expendable. Then he spelled out to the uncomprehending audience exactly what the Soviet communists, now working by other means, as Lenin would have said, behind the cover of the fake non-communist Yeltsin regime, consisting only of communists, had in mind. One dare say that the European process has already acquired elements of irreversibility. In such a context, in the process of creating a new Europe, self-determination of sovereign nations will be realized in a completely different manner. Collapsible communism replaced by the new form. According then to the top Soviet leaders who had been replaced, in accordance with instructions from the Strategic Center, by a regime run by covert continuing, relabeled, communists whom the West had recklessly assumed were no longer communists, the sudden folding of the Soviet bloc in Eastern Europe, and the Soviet Union was associated with an underlying parallel process of European collectivist expansion to the shores of the Pacific. For MVD General Eduard Shevardnadze, it was, as he insisted with Marxist-Leninist precision on 19 November 1991, inevitable that the building of Great Europe, from the Atlantic to Vladivostok, would be consummated, and according to the self-confessed Leninist Gorbachev citation 33, the European process has already acquired elements of irreversibility. The purpose of this book is to throw a spanner into the evil works of this devious Leninist prescription, ahead of the coming consolidation of oppression, which will doubtless condemn this author to arrest and subsequent indefinite imprisonment outside the United Kingdom, under the terms of a pan-European arrest warrant for the crime of criticizing the European Union. It seeks to unmask the identity of purpose of the European Union Collective with that of the overt and covert continuing international communists and their secretly collaborating pan-German competitors, and to show that this common cause is far from coincidental. It hasn't just evolved autonomously. For the European Union Collective is nothing less than an instrument for world revolutionary convergence, a new, sophisticated and deadly weapon, or new form, of Leninist coercive instrument, which seeks to collectivize every dimension of Europeans' lives. There will be no states, no division of the world into countries, and nor, as should be obvious to believers, will there be any place for God, for the transcendent, in the New World Social Order Citation 34, of which the European Union is one of the primary political components. For perhaps the most conspicuous feature of the EU collective is that deadly spiritual barrenness which naturally accompanies all such attempts to elevate man above God and to turn the natural and divine order upside down. As King Solomon acknowledged in verse 1 of Psalm 127, "Except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain." The godlessness of the European Union presupposes that at its core it is an empty, though infested, vessel. Hence its typically vacuous preoccupation with the fostering of dumbed-down, collectivized, politically correct European values, its demonic obsession with purporting to protect the captive public from innumerable improbable and remote hazards, and the fanatical determination of its proliferating administrative and policymaking structures with minutely detailed regulatory legalism, which is its primary instrument of coercion and control, and its chosen route towards its true objective. A single regulated collectivist, i.e., ultimately communist, political space stretching from the Atlantic to Vladivostok. In other words, the European Union collective, manic purveyor of regulatory collectivism, is the enemy of its member states. The fact that its enmity seems to be invisible to all but a minority illuminates the wisdom of Charles Baudelaire and of G.K. Chesterton, both of whom noted that when the devil makes himself invisible, he is deadly serious. Virtually invisible as well are the European Union's two evil collaborating powers, the covert Soviet Union and Germany, both of which are engaged in the idolatry of hegemony, and for the time being, agree one with another as they pursue their parallel, but ultimately mutually exclusive strategies. We will now investigate these geopolitical strategies and their backgrounds in detail. Since it is the top priority, it follows that fomenting controlled upheavals, by the usual Bolshevik-Leninist means of controlling both sides in such staged conflicts, would certainly be considered a suitable means of accelerating movement towards this key strategic aim. Western analysts have misread this intent, as they have misjudged every other dimension of Leninist world conquest strategy, naively believing, according, for instance, to a British Foreign Office source, that the West must accommodate Russian nervousness about security as part of the post-Cold War settlement. As indicated, this ignores Moscow's strategic objective. Following the attacks on the Twin Towers and the Pentagon on 11 September 2001, Lord Robertson was reported by Reuters to have proclaimed in Brussels, on 27 September 2001, the Russian response to the terrible attacks on the United States has not only been befitting of a major partner of this alliance, but has also been the reaction of a real and genuine friend. During the 1990s, the neoliberal economic model has been implemented on a global scale. As a result, the IMF and the World Bank have begun to play approximately the same role on a global scale as the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union once SIC played for the Communist bloc. IMF and World Bank experts decide what to do with the coal industry in Russia, how to reorganize companies in South Korea, and how to manage entrepreneurs in Mexico. Despite all that is said about the free market, world practice has never before known such centralization. Even Western governments are forced to reckon with this parallel authority. Boris Kagarlitsky, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute for Comparative Political Studies of the Russian Academy of Leninist Sciences, writing in Socialism and Democracy, Volume 12, numbers 1 to 21998, published by the Committees of Correspondence, which split from the Communist Party USA in the early 1990s. The office of the Committees of Correspondence is located at 10th floor, 122 W 27th Street, New York, NY 10001 to 6281, which is also the office of the far-left Gramsci operation calling itself the Brecht Forum and the New York Marxist School. Boris Kagarlitsky's riveting writings include such Marxist-Leninist titles as The Dialectic of Change, Disintegration of the Monolith, De-Revising Marx, Restoration in Russia, Why Capitalism Failed, and the Mirage of Modernization. Leninist Aesopian Speech. Why recognizing and understanding it is so important. Lenin was most exacting of the language and style of agitation and propaganda. He demanded that the language of articles and books should be impeccable. Before him, history had not known a politician who made such effective use of the spoken word in the interests of the revolutionary transformation of society. From Lenin on Language, Raduga Publishers, Moscow, 1983. However, typically, Lenin did not encourage such exactitude in order to clarify matters. On the contrary, he was exacting in his use of language in order to obfuscate and to create a means of communicating with those whom he called the interested, the revolutionaries, while still using ordinary, everyday language to which the Tsarist censors could hardly object. By the use of this dialectical means of communication, which contained hidden meanings, the enemy could be charmed, deluded, misled, and lied to, while the interested could simultaneously be instructed as required by the strategists. Among vehicles used for the issuance of Kremlin directives, one of the most widely employed outside the former Soviet bloc has been World Marxist Review, in which language is used with Leninist care. Another crucial source of information on the continuing revolution is the Russian Foreign Ministry's journal International Affairs, also written in Lenin's two-faced language, which provides detailed continuing insights into Soviet revolutionary policy, tactics, strategy, and intentions. If Western analysts were aware of Lenin's special way of writing and were prepared to spend the necessary time reading and analyzing international affairs, they would be able to acquire Golitsyn-like expertise in interpreting events and predicting the likely course of Soviet tactics or strategy. One reason for Western blindness is ignorance about Lenin's Aesopian language. So the Leninists' Aesopian language, alluded to in this work, requires some brief explanation. In the preface to the Russian edition of Imperialism, The Highest Stage of Capitalism, 26 April 1917, Lenin wrote, I was not only forced to confine myself strictly to an exclusively theoretical, mainly economic analysis of facts, but to formulate a few necessary observations on politics with extreme caution, by hints, in that Aesopian language, in that cursed Aesopian language, to which Tsarism compelled all revolutionaries to have recourse whenever they took up their pens to write a legal work, i.e., a work which would not be censored or banned by the Tsarist authorities as illegal, ed. Following this passage, Lenin appended a note, which reads as follows. Aesopian, after the Greek fable writer, Aesop, was the term applied to the elusive and roundabout style adopted in legal publications by revolutionaries in order to evade the censorship. That this method of communication has been used by the Leninists ever since is obvious from the language of double meanings used by Gorbachev, Kozyrev, and other contemporary Leninists, perestroika being the most conspicuous case in point. The Soviets encouraged the West to believe that perestroika meant restructuring, as in restructuring of the economy, which it did. But perestroika also meant something entirely different to the interested, and its second meaning was quite legitimate. To Gorbachev's interested, perestroika meant reformation, as in military formation, so that its hidden meaning was we are reforming, in order more effectively to prevail over all who are opposed to communism. That this was the case was made clear by Karl Blois, the Kremlin correspondent of the CPUSA's People's Weekly World, see page 62. Citing Lenin, he wrote in May 1991 that the Soviet Leninists were engaged in drawing back in order to make better preparations for a new offensive. The supremacy of the KGB-GRU. Driving the strategy, the KGB-GRU is in overall control. Under the post-Stalin plan for revitalizing and upgrading the long-range revolutionary deception strategy discussed in Part 1, the KGB was put in charge of mobilizing the full potential of the strategic assets of the revolution. Therefore, it is the KGB that has hitherto made and broken party careers. With the installation by the covert Soviet strategy and policy collective of the intelligence officer Vladimir Putin as president, to front for the Leninist world revolution strategists, it has become increasingly obvious that, in line with the logic of the structure of the covert Soviet intelligence organs, the GRU, Soviet military intelligence, the main intelligence directorate, is calling the shots. Indeed, according to French intelligence sources, Putin, a product of the Andropov stream, was in 2001 engaged in imposing GRU officers in key positions throughout the continuing covert Soviet control structure. Since the KGB under Yuri Andropov, who had been appointed chairman of the State Security Committee, KGB, in 1967, was in charge of all dimensions of formulating and perfecting the long-range strategy. The KGB chief waxed increasingly powerful as Leonid Brezhnev began his long physical decline, coinciding with the period of stagnation, exacerbated by the fact that the strategy, already constrained by having to wait for the end of the 40-year period during which Germany was to be occupied by the wartime allies, see Part 2, could not be fully consummated. But as Andropov's power became total, he grew impatient for Brezhnev to leave the scene. Brezhnev, who never trusted Andropov, had appointed General Semyon Tsvigun, married to the sister of Brezhnev's wife, to be Andropov's first deputy. But his real job was to keep Brezhnev informed of Andropov's activities. On 19 January 1982, Tsvigun was found dead in his office at the notorious KGB building located on Dzerzhinsky Square. By May 1982, after sweeping the Kremlin of many Brezhnevites, having had some of them killed, others arrested, still others fired, and having frightened all the rest, according to the US-based Russian journalists, Vladimir Solovyov and his wife, Elena Klepikova, inside the Kremlin, W. H. Allen, London, 1987, Yuri Andropov named himself secretary of the Central Committee, assuming the functions previously performed by Mikhail Suslov, who had died early in 1982, and by Andrei Kirilenko, Brezhnev's party deputy and trusted comrade, whom Andropov had smeared to the point that he was forbidden to attend sessions of the Politburo. Although he had acquired supreme power in practice many months before Brezhnev was murdered, see below, Andropov, with leverage from the obedient KGB cadres, appointed himself general secretary as soon as Brezhnev was at last out of the way, thus bypassing Brezhnev's heir, Konstantin Chernenko, the former deputy personnel Gauleiter of the Dnepropetrovsk NKVD in the late 30s, where, according to the Russian U.S. journalists, citing a booklet about the Dnepropetrovsk terror, he was directly involved in nightly mass shootings by fellow NKVD officers who were either dead drunk or high on cocaine. To rid himself of the lingering Brezhnev, Andropov had arranged a punishing schedule of official visits and engagements, which the ailing Brezhnev, who had suffered several strokes and whose legs were wobbly, fulfilled to Andropov's reported annoyance. And when that ruse failed, he arranged for a catwalk to crash down on top of Brezhnev while the leader was visiting a tractor plant in Tashkent, Central Asia. The injured Brezhnev was flown in a special plane to Moscow, but to Andropov's dismay, recovered. Finally, Andropov had placed his hopes on the pompous ceremonies celebrating the 65th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution on 7 November 1982. But when, after standing in the freezing cold for hours, Leonid Brezhnev failed to expire on cue, Andropov appears to have lost patience altogether. Using special information allegedly from inside the Soviet structures, the two Russian-American journalists reported that on 10 November 1982, having breakfasted in Reed Pravda, Brezhnev went to his bedroom, followed by bodyguards assigned to him by Andropov. Only a few minutes later, the bodyguards returned to the living room and told Victoria Petrovna Brezhneva that her husband had died suddenly. She leapt up from her chair and rushed towards the bedroom, but the bodyguards barred her way. Then Victoria Brezhneva was led away. Gorbachev's own account of the way Brezhnev met his death, on pages 136 to 137 of his enormous book, Memoirs Doubleday, New York, 1995, diverges 100% from that account, and is suspiciously bland but typically self-oriented, providing a smooth summary of how Andropov called for Gorbachev urgently, having received a message from Brezhnev's wife that the leader had suddenly expired. Leonid Brezhnev died unexpectedly. On 10 November 1992, I received a Slovak delegation. We were engaged in animated talk when we were interrupted by an assistant bringing me a message from the Secretariat. Andropov wants you urgently. He knows that you are busy with a delegation, but please apologize to them, suggest a break, and go to his office right away. I understood that something serious must have happened. When I entered Andropov's office, his face betrayed no emotion whatsoever, but his calm countenance belied his tremendous inner tension. He seemed unruffled when he told me that Victoria Petrovna, Brezhnev's wife, had sent him an urgent message announcing her husband's death and asking him to come to the dacha in Zerch. He was the only person she wanted to see. Andropov had already been there and had talked to Dr. Chazov and members of the bodyguard. Brezhnev had died in his sleep several hours before the ambulance arrived. The account by the Russian husband and wife team of investigative journalists, which is based upon information provided through their extensive network of informants, is considerably more credible than the smooth KGB copy offered by the official ghostwriters of Gorbachev's massive 730-page tome. The journalists who left Russia in the late 1970s under threat of arrest and went to live in New York appear to have entertained no obviously devious motive for publishing the dangerous material, which appeared inside the Kremlin unless they were licensed to do so by Soviet officials, in order to reinforce preparations for the intended break with the past. As stated elsewhere, it seems highly unlikely that Mikhail Gorbachev could have found the time to write his huge volume and the many books which have appeared in English and other languages under his name. At all events, Gorbachev's elaborate account of Brezhnev's death in Memoirs is apparently false, as is so much else in that volume, designed to rewrite history in general, to obfuscate, and to provide alternative accounts of episodes such as the brutal murder by the KGB of Brezhnev, on Andropov's orders, in particular. Another lie with which Gorbachev evidently felt comfortable is summarized in Note 3 to the introduction to the present work, page 21. A detailed study of Memoirs would expose a multitude of further lies. It is surely a disgrace that the many post-Soviet books, packed with lies, generated by the apparatus since the fake changes of 1989 to 91, have remained critically unscrutinized and unchallenged. Formally installed as General Secretary, Andropov intensified his purges, arranging for the KGB to decapitate the party and state bureaucracies. According to Solovyov and Klepikova, he drove more than a third of the high officials out of the places that they had made cozy and warm by sitting in them for so long, and replaced them with reliable KGB cadres. At the same time, he shook up the provincial foundations of the Soviet power structure. Out of 150 provincial party bosses, actually local satraps, 47 again, almost a third were dismissed. In Moscow itself, there were rumors about a secret Andropov circular ordering a substantial reduction in the bureaucratic staff in general. The Lubyanka, the Moscow political prison through which Stalin had sent hundreds of thousands of enemies of the people to the other world, was now crowded with Brezhnev's minions, accused of bribe-taking and other kinds of corruption. To the obvious satisfaction of a public longing for spectacle, Andropov had several of them shot. The victims included Brezhnev's bosom buddy, Yuri Smelyakov, chairman of the Technology and Industrial Export Agency, and Yuri Sokolov, manager of the Elyseev Delicatessen Emporium and supplier of scarce victuals to the Brezhnev household. Shortly after Brezhnev's murder, Andropov's enemy, Nikolai Chelikov, was removed from his post as Minister of Internal Affairs, expelled from the Central Committee and then from the party, stripped of his general's rank, reduced to enlisted status, and finally arrested. His son was sent to the Gulag as a parasite. But the carefully planned show trial of Chelikov did not occur because he committed suicide, and further because in March 1983, Madame Chelikova, left alone in despair in her apartment on Kutuzov Prospect, where Andropov also lived, took her husband's pistol and fired at him Andropov several times on the stairway as he returned home late one night, before she was killed by Andropov's bodyguards. When the wounded Andropov reappeared in public 2 weeks later, he walked unsteadily, his hands trembled, and he could not manage without assistance. In the autumn of 1983, after he had ordered the shooting down of a Korean airliner with 269 people on board on the night of 1 September 1983, Andropov vanished to a hospital in Kuntsivo, a residential community near Moscow, where he died only 15 months after seizing power. During the brief Chernenko interregnum, two sparring Politburo Young Turks, Mikhail Gorbachev and Grigory Romanov, sought the throne, but after a KGB smear campaign labeling Romanov as a drunkard, Gorbachev's rival was framed and confined to a hospital for alcoholics. Gorbachev, whom the KGB favored to take over the leading role for the Strategy Collective, in part because of his sexual charisma, see page 58, was hastily declared General Secretary only 4 hours after Chernenko's death, the result of a palace coup fronted by Andrei Gromyko, the veteran Minister of Foreign Affairs, with the help of the KGB in preparing the way. These Kremlin power struggles represented a throwback to Stalin-era strife at the highest level, threatening to undermine the collective resolve, reached after Stalin's death, that power must, both in substance and in the general perception, reside with the Leninist Strategy Collective, so that, apart from anything else, the Budapest's perestroika, that had the potential to accompany Bolshevik transfers of power, would be permanently relegated to the past. Following the appointment as General Secretary of Mikhail Gorbachev, who was himself believed to have the blood of several earlier rivals on his hands, the collectivization of power decision taken after Stalin's death was reaffirmed. In any case, the logic of Leninist revolutionary collectivism and strategy necessitated nothing less. The Politburo over which Gorbachev presided included, at the beginning, 3 KGB generals in civilian clothes, the KGB chairman, Viktor Chebrikov, the first deputy premier Gaidar Aliyev, and the foreign minister, MVD General Eduard Shevardnadze. Having been head of the Administrative Organs Department, the most powerful of all the Communist Party structures, Gorbachev, a protege of Yuri Andropov, had been de facto in charge of the KGB, the MVD, and the Red Army. Solovyov and Klepikova wrote that even under Stalin, there were fewer representatives of the secret police in that body. And they added that thus, the KGB had now taken over the Council of Ministers and the Foreign Ministry, not to mention the Ministry of Internal Affairs, whose upper echelon includes many generals from the Committee of State Security, and the armed forces which are completely controlled by the secret police. All the newcomers to the Kremlin are, like Gorbachev himself, Andropov's people. Thus the KGB, which the party placed in charge of the long-range Leninist strategy in the late 1950s, and which enjoys a commanding position inside the party's structures, having been ordered in 1959 to interpenetrate them and vice versa, not only invaded the CPSU Politburo, but also preferred to hold even the presidency in its own hands. But with the catapulting of Vladimir Putin, who began his career in the GRU, to the presidency, Soviet military intelligence assumed direct, overt control on behalf of the General Staff of the World Revolution, for the first time in history, an ominous development indeed. Introduction. The dialectic of the deception. The common presumption in the West is that communism collapsed in 1989–91, and that this process culminated in the disintegration of the Soviet Union itself. The West rejoiced, and rushed to accept these perceptions as genuine. Only a handful of skeptical observers realized at the time that it was wholly out of character for Leninist revolutionaries to abandon their objectives, especially as they had never shown any such inclination in the past. A few specialists who had correctly analyzed Soviet strategic deception operations and who ought to have known better reassured themselves that a true break with the past was indeed taking place, on the ground that the Soviets had abandoned their ideology, which is not true. Hardly anyone, least of all among the political and policy-making classes, and in the media, thought it was at all odd that the changes occurred in such an orderly fashion, and that the successive collapses of communism in Eastern Europe took place at measured intervals, rather than in a typically confused manner, as would be liable to be the case if the upheavals had been spontaneous, enabling Western TV journalists to move from revolution to revolution. Ending up in Romania at Christmastime in 1989, to witness the staged guillotining of the odious Ceausescu. Still fewer bothered to ask themselves why it was that, when the very foundations of Stalinist states were supposed to be in the process of being destroyed, communications facilities for the Western media remained in impeccable order, a question which applied particularly to the events in Moscow during the August coup provocation. Rather, almost everyone found it more congenial and far less taxing to accept the received view that these curiously sudden, phased upheavals were genuine, and that all evidence to the contrary represented the fantasies of deranged minds. But if you are reading this book, you are among millions who do not, and probably never did, believe these egregious lies, or who have been troubled that Western governments accepted them at face value without a moment's hesitation. And you are right, for the Soviet Leninist mirage of collapsible communism represents the greatest hoax ever perpetrated. And upon the single lie of collapsible communism, the covert Soviet strategic deceivers have continued to erect further lies, since all lies breed like rabbits. Yet even though the original generation of lies, and many subsequent generations of them, have become threadbare, the Western official attitude has been that we should not be like Lof's wife. What is the point of looking back? Whoever wants to revert back to the bad old days of East-West confrontation, to concur with this view is to give in to lies and blackmail. The changes were classically Leninist, dialectical and deceptive, in both content and intent, being designed to exploit the dialectical antithesis of the Stalinist confrontation between East and West, which the Soviets were finally able to suspend following the expiry of a prearranged 40-year span during which Germany was required to be occupied by the wartime Allies, under an agreement reached between the Soviets and the Western powers, as explained in Part 2. This 40-year period came to an end in 1989, the bicentenary of the French Revolution, facilitating the removal of the main symbol of the confrontation, the Berlin Wall. The dialectical antithesis of the 40-year standoff between East and West was of course the opposite, namely, peace, the apparent absence of confrontation. The West missed this simplest of all Leninist dialectical ploys, which can be summarized as follows. Thesis: the perception of institutionalized East-West confrontation, with the threat of nuclear annihilation and indifference towards the environment. Antithesis: sudden termination of the perception of East-West confrontation, destruction of the image of the enemy, with the apparent, but unspoken, provisional, reversible, and thus false, renunciation of the threat of nuclear annihilation, and a sudden, unfamiliar global emphasis on the environment. Synthesis, the construction of a new world collective social order, exclusively along the lines specified in threatening tones by Mikhail Gorbachev in his Fulton, Missouri, speech on 6 May 1992, and in his also Nobel Peace Prize in June 1992. A dialectical equation, of which this is a particularly straightforward, as well as a crucial example, contains within itself a ruse, associated with the fact that the antithesis is not spontaneous, but rather contrived. Its purpose is to bring about the intended synthesis. If the synthesis that materializes does not match the envisaged outcome, the strategists have the capability of triggering or procuring a new dialectical cycle, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, aimed at securing the intended result, as required by the strategy known as the general line or the line. In the case in point, the dialectical cycle would be more or less self-actuated if the West were to come to its senses, to recognize that it has been duped and caught off guard, and to take the overdue urgent steps necessary to re-establish its security and to arrest the subtle, accelerating contemporary slide towards global collectivism. So an added problem for the West is that, once it dawns that we have indeed been duped, if that ever happens, those who do know the truth are liable to be drowned out by advisors insisting that there's no point in looking back. We have to deal with the situation as it has evolved. No wonder President Vladimir Putin, answering questions on a call-in TV show on 25 December 2001, expressed delight at the progress Russia had made during 2001 towards the achievement of its objectives. Despite many problems and living standards remaining very low, the dynamics are very positive, Mr. Putin proclaimed, according to Andrei Zolotov Jr., writing in Moscow Times. One can say today that the departing year 2001 was a good year for Russia, but the communists have never cared in the slightest about the living standards of the people. Their sole purpose is the pursuit and consummation of the strategy of the revolution. So what did Putin mean by his reference to very positive dynamics? He was referring, of course, to the stupendous and relentless progress made by covert Soviet revolutionary strategy as it cruises towards the realization of the objectives laid down by the Comintern in the 1920s, aided by the reliable stupidity and credulity of Western policymakers. When the author asked the so-called GRU defector, Viktor Suvorov, not his real name, who lives in Britain, why the British intelligence services had accepted the false Leninist changes of 1989 to 91 as genuine, he responded abruptly, because they're stupid. They must be. It is reliably understood that MI6 now has, according to one knowledgeable UK source, hardly anyone monitoring the former Soviet Union. The dialectic of the original master deception of so-called collapsible communism was carefully masked by Soviet apologists at the time, notably Eduard Shevardnadze, led by the liar Mikhail Gorbachev, or rather by his apparat copywriters, since it will have been impossible for this peripatetic Leninist operative to find time amid his global travels to author personally all the works which have appeared under his name, such as the 730-page Memoirs Doubleday, New York. 1995, which surfaced in German 1995 and English 1996. The Soviet strategists had spent a generation studying the Western pragmatic mentality, which diverges sharply from their own Mongol mindset, and as a consequence, the entire propaganda output of the apparat since the late 1980s has fed entirely plausible, pragmatic explanations for Soviet behavior into the receptive minds of eager Western analysts. Thus, Western policymakers were told by Mr. Gorbachev himself, in his book, Gorbachev on My Country and the World, that the race for military supremacy relative to any possible opponent resulted in military spending that in some years reached 25 to 30% of our gross national product. This spending was allegedly 5 or 6 times greater than analogous military expenditure by the United States, Canada, and the European NATO countries. Obviously, this course could not continue, wrote Gorbachev. The rush toward the abyss had to end. The need to pay serious attention to questions of foreign policy had all of a sudden, become urgent. So a thorough, pragmatic overhaul of Soviet foreign policy priorities became necessary. The problem, Gorbachev explained, was not so much Soviet foreign policy itself, or the actions of Soviet diplomats as it was the concepts on which they were based. These concepts rested on a dogmatic world outlook, not on reality, not on a sober analysis of the situation, nor on meeting the real and vital interests of our country and our people. Rather, Gorbachev continued, our foreign policy was oriented towards harsh confrontation with the outside world, not including, of course, those we regarded as allies, although they occupied a rather subordinate position in our overall political doctrine. Such was the foreign policy legacy of totalitarianism. Gorbachev or his KGB-GRU foreign ministry copywriting apparatchiks continued. By its very nature, totalitarianism cannot exist without a harsh ideological and political system, a set of stereotypes that distort reality and have only one purpose, to serve the interests of the regime and to create conditions for its further entrenchment. So, the first stimulus of the new thinking was a dispassionate, even remorseless analysis of our own foreign policy concepts and the practices they inspired. This was how the pretext for the abrupt dialectical switch from thesis to antithesis was presented and expressed, in straightforward, yet deceptive terms calculated specifically and deliberately to appeal to the Western pragmatic mentality, which the Soviets had spent the years since the beginning of the 1960s studying. These studies were carried out by the organizations of the Soviet General Staff and by the Academy of Leninist Science's many specialized institutes, in particular the Institute for the Study of the USA and Canada, headed by Gorbachev's most important advisor, Georgy Arbatov, known to have connections with the General Staff. Other Soviet institutes engaged in studying Western responses and attitudes to hypothetical Soviet strategic initiatives during the years following the crucial 81 Party Congress in December 1960, at which the long-range deception strategy was ratified, included the Institute of Europe, the Institute of General History, and the Institute for World Economy and International Relations. The task of these institutes was to develop and refine the scope and detail of the intended relaunch of Lenin's World Revolution, which was to follow the dismantling of the Stalinist model of communist control at the conclusion of the 40-year period of Germany's occupation. The dramatic presentation. The changes were, furthermore, presented for international public consumption in the most dramatic fashion, the Soviets being particularly adept at the exploitation of symbology. The symbol of Soviet oppression, the Berlin Wall, was dismantled before the world's television cameras. And the East European regimes were terminated, as mentioned, not simultaneously, but one by one, in orchestrated succession, to enable TV camera crews to be present at each demolition operation, culminating in the sacrifice of the Ceausescus. This theater locked permanently into the Western psyche the perception that communism had collapsed, a perception reinforced by some further theater, beginning with the mysterious August coup provocation and concluding, in December 1991, with the corollary that the Soviet Union is no more. That spectacle was unveiled in 3 rapid-fire stages. First, behind Gorbachev's back, and in secret collaboration with the chief of the General Staff, Marshal Yevgeny Shaposhnikov, the leaders of Russia, Ukraine and Byelorussia Boris Yeltsin, Leonid Kravchuk and Stanislav Shushkevich, chairman of the Byelorussian Supreme Soviet, met at a dacha in Belovej Forest near Minsk on 8 December 1991 and issued the following declaration. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics as an entity under international law and a geopolitical reality has ceased to exist. At the same time, they signed an agreement to establish the so-called Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, which has never, to this day, acquired recognized legal status in international law. Secondly, on 13 December 1991, the leaders of the Central Asian republics and Kazakhstan met in Ashgabat, the capital of Turkmenistan, approved the invention of the CIS, and agreed that a further conference of 11 republics, which had all now unilaterally declared their own independence, should take place on 21 December. When this conference met in Alma-Ata on that date, the third and final stage of orchestrated, collapsible communism a declaration in support of the Belovej Accord was effected. It asserted in terse prose, with the formation of the Commonwealth of Independent States, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics ceases to exist. The way had been paved for these theatrical events on 24 August 1991, when following the fake August coup, which had provided the pretext for collapsible communism, the Supreme Soviet of Ukraine had unilaterally followed the earlier examples set, on instructions from the center, by many of the smaller republics, and had declared itself to be an independent state, abruptly announcing that from that date onwards, only the Constitution, laws and decrees of the Ukraine government, and other legislative acts of the Ukrainian Republic would be valid on the Republic's territory. The decree had stated that this step had been taken because of the mortal danger threatening Ukraine in connection with the coup d'état in the USSR of August 1991, despite the fact that the putsch, a carefully orchestrated KGB provocation, had been reversed so that the mortal danger had evaporated. Collapse from the top. None of these events could possibly have taken place, given the immense repressive power and potential of the KGB-GRU, the Ministry of Interior, and the Red Army, as well as of many other military formations ***, had they not been sanctioned and ordered from the top. To believe that the collapse *** special note, the estimated strengths of the 14 to 15 different armies in Russia alone, excluding all the armed forces of the independent former Soviet republics, were estimated in late 2001 to be as follows. The Russian armed forces, with 1.2 million actives, are commanded by the Minister of Defense and the General Staff, and consist of the ground forces, the Navy, strategic missile forces, airborne troops, and central command units. The Interior Ministry has its own army of 200,000 internal troops, plus several special assignment units such as the Vityaz Regiment and the Rus, Rossich, and Skif detachments. Other Interior Ministry units include OMON Special Assignment Commandos and SOBR Rapid Response Detachments, consisting of several thousand men. Troops belonging to the Federal Border Guards number almost 200,000 servicemen. The Emergencies Ministry has a separate army consisting of some 30,000 civilian defense troops, plus a number of special assignment detachments. With the addition of railway troops, these smaller armies number about 50,000 altogether. In addition, the following further armies have come to light. 1. The Federal Service of Special Construction, established in 1997, consists of the main military directorate of exploitation and restoration of the Ministry of Communications, the Central Directorate of Military Construction Units of the Nuclear Energy Ministry, and the Federal Road Building Service. 2. The Federal Special Construction Service, 14,000 men. 3. The main directorate of the Special Programs of the President, 20,000 men. 4. The Federal Protection Service, of which the intensively trained Presidential Regiment is the nucleus, 3,000 men. 5. The Special Assignment Center of the Counterterrorist Department of the Federal Security Service, incorporating the elite Alpha and Vipel formations, between 1,500 and 2,000 troops. The Alpha troops, directly controlled by the KGB, were deployed during the fake August coup in 1991. 6. The Foreign Intelligence Service has its own Special Forces unit, Zaslan, consisting of between 300 and 500 servicemen. 7. The main penitentiary directorate of the Justice Ministry has special forces which are used for the suppression of prison riots, actually, for maintaining order in the continuing Gulag and also in Chechnya. 8. Special physical protection detachments are maintained by the Federal Tax Police and by the State Customs Committee, equipped with light arms, and consisting of some 10,000 men. 9. In his call-in TV program broadcast on 25 December and reported by Moscow Times, President Putin said that a special drug police force may be established, while the powers of existing law enforcement bodies were to be strengthened. Thus, the Leninist model in Russia today is in fact sustained by the Stalinist force model. In other words, the switch to the Leninist model is mainly for international public consumption, because in practice the loose Leninist system needs to be supported by brute Stalinist force. In the former Soviet republics, with the partial exception of the Baltic states, there is no patience at all that the Stalinist model has been abandoned. But then Western media are not usually invited to the capitals of the republics. For Leninist lies to be sustained, external media reports have to be routed and cleared through Moscow. Was spontaneous would presuppose that the colossal apparatus of Stalinist repression had suddenly ceased to function, which was simply never the case, persistent, yet imprecise propaganda to the contrary notwithstanding. For several years, Soviet organs of repression had been running riot all over the near abroad, with devastating localized consequences. Therefore, the impression of spontaneity contrived by the Soviet propaganda apparatus was entirely false, even though, as the strategists had correctly anticipated, it was quite sufficient to convince the British Foreign Office, the U.S. State Department, and the other centers of Western foreign policy that the collapse of the Soviet Union was indeed genuine, thus fulfilling Lenin's prophecy that it would always pay the revolutionaries to tell them, the bourgeoisie abroad, what they want to believe. However, it is quite apparent that the Soviet-Russian propaganda apparatus has had to work overtime ever since these events, in order to buttress the lie that the collapse was not contrived. And among the multiple means adopted for this purpose must be listed Gorbachev's elaborate Memoirs, a volume which deploys an extraordinarily complex ducking and weaving, prose style designed to reinforce the illusion that all these dramatic events were entirely freestanding, and to obliterate any residual Western suspicions that they must have been pre-planned and orchestrated from the top throughout. Another tome which serves this purpose is Gorbachev, On My Country and the World, translated from the Russian by George Shriver, which elaborates Mikhail Gorbachev's stance in opposition to Boris Yeltsin, who was the former first secretary of the Moscow City Communist Party Commission, no less, during the dramatic events of 1991. These are but two of the innumerable literary and other propaganda devices deployed by the strategist's frenetic revolutionary agitprop apparat to ensure that the scaffolding supporting the vast inverted pyramid of lies upon which the New World collective order is being constructed, see below, remains intact. For upon the single combined lie that the Soviet Union is no more, and that communism and the USSR collapsed, was constructed the next lie that the threat derived from the imperative of communist aggression and expansion had vanished, even though, as will be shown in Part 1, Georgy Arbatov had taken special Leninist care to explain that it was just the image of the enemy that was being destroyed, rather than the enemy itself. But lies like plutonium decay over time, and as more and more lies have been piled upon this fragile base, the upward expanding inverted pyramid of lies has become increasingly unstable, necessitating the support of scaffolding, as its sheer weight has required ever more elaborate buttressing. Yet even though evidence of Russian deception proliferates daily, and even though the West must know by now that it has been deceived at every turn, the unstable structure remains in place. Among reasons for this state of affairs are the following. First, Lenin taught the revolutionaries to lie incessantly for the revolution, and that whatever furthered the revolution's interests and prospects was moral. A communist, he wrote, must be prepared to make every sacrifice and, if necessary, even resort to all sorts of schemes and stratagems, employ illegitimate methods, conceal the truth, in order to conduct revolutionary work. A truly successful liar entices others to lie with him. Those people who have been lied to, or the lies, then readily become co-liars and co-conspirators, who, by accepting the original lies as genuine, end up enthusiastically furthering the interests of the liar, deceiving themselves in the process, and independently piling fresh lies upon old, ad infinitum. Moreover, the Leninist studies of human psychology had convinced them that lies would not readily disown their own lies, since they would be prevented from doing so by their own pride, by career considerations, and by the human propensity to seek protection against humiliation. At the same time, the liar knows that there is always the likelihood of his lies being exposed, since nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. 11. So he is driven by an imperative, if he remains unrepentant, to pile more lies upon former lies, and to reinforce the scaffolding propping up the unstable inverted pyramid. Secondly, the Leninist revolutionaries, being insufferably arrogant 12, have shown themselves to be largely, although not entirely, see below, unconcerned when individual lies are exposed, as frequently occurs. The reason for their superconfidence is precisely that they know that the lies are prisoners of both the Soviet lies and of their own derivative lies and self-deception. This provides the Leninist world revolution, which is based upon lies, with a protective mantle, even though Mikhail Gorbachev himself revealed, in a telling remark at a joint press conference given in Paris with the late President Mitterrand on 6 May 1991, that the strategists remained concerned at the slight possibility that their lies might be exposed. The dangers lie, President Gorbachev commented, in the fact that someone, analyzing at some private moment or other, this or that instance or episode, or even event, including a dramatic event, equals a prediction not least of the August coup, ed. Should not make hasty conclusions and cast doubt on all that has been acquired, and on what we have created in putting international relations onto new channels, onto new rails, entering, as all of us have said, a period of peaceful development. 13. Stalinist model replaced by the Leninist model. In dramatizing the apparent collapse of communism, the Soviet strategists masked the truth of the matter, which was not that communism had collapsed, but rather that the Soviets had dismantled the Stalinist model and had restored in its place a long-planned, updated, regalvanized, Leninist world revolutionary model. Gorbachev, a favored representative of the collective elite since his status was first recognized, when he was sent as a delegate from Stavropol to the 22nd Party Congress in 196,114, was selected by the Strategy Collective in part to prepare the ground for the relaunching of the pure Leninist model, by presiding over the dismantling of the Stalinist model, the shift from thesis to antithesis. Brushing aside the anomalous fact that, following the changes of 1989 to 91, Stalinist-style communist regimes nevertheless remained in place in Cuba, North Korea and Vietnam, and the lack of any political, as opposed to economic, discontinuity in communist China, the West caught off guard. Jumped to the unwarranted conclusion that because the Cold War had been declared to be over, when the NATO and Warsaw Pact countries signed the joint declaration of 22 states, and the Charter of Paris on 19 November 1990, the communist menace had indeed evaporated overnight. This careless assumption ignored the clear warnings of top Soviet strategists such as Georgy Arbatov, who had repeatedly stressed, since at least 1988, that it was the image of the enemy unspoken, rather than the enemy itself, that was being destroyed. Furthermore, the West misconstrued the Leninist word perestroika, assuming that it meant restructuring, as many Soviet spokesmen, including Gorbachev, had themselves misleadingly implied of the Soviet economy and system, whereas the Aesopian meaning of what the Leninists secretly meant by perestroika was reformation, as in military formation. This was not the end of communism, but the beginning of the resumption of Lenin's world revolution, and on a truly global scale. The difference between the Stalinist and Leninist models, between the thesis and, for external consumption purposes, the antithesis, is striking. Under the Stalinist model, control is achieved by repression, and territorial boundaries are rigidly determined, unless Stalin decided to annex a territory, in which case they became flexible. As the special note on page 5 confirms, implementation of the Leninist model on the territory of Russia itself has been accompanied by a massive expansion of diverse armed formations, implying that the strategists have, in practice, not dared to abandon the Stalinist repression model in Russia, but have tried to disguise it through splintering. But under the Leninist model, all territorial boundaries are transitional, temporary, removable, transitory, impermanent, and ultimately expendable and of no relevance. Hence the casual dismantling of the Soviet Union in December 1991 by just 3 of the leaders of its constituent republics. Since the final Leninist objective is the abolition of all borders, it was entirely consistent with this model that President Putin told listeners to the call-in television program, as reported by Moscow Times on 25 December 2001, that Russia has de facto become a country without borders, especially in the south. Equally transitory and impermanent in the Leninist model are all institutions, structures, positions, titles, agreements, preconceived ideas, values other than the revolution itself, norms, religions, and morality. The reason for this is that under the Leninist disposition, there is only one value, the world revolution. Morality is whatever furthers the world revolution. Morality, wrote Lenin, is that which serves to create a new communist society. Beside the world revolution, all values, institutions, and structures are ephemeral and expendable, and are in any case destined either for transformation from within or for liquidation. As discussed earlier, the literal meaning of revolution is going round and round in circles, which is demonic. As one observer has said, the communist leaders are not in their right mind. They are all in Marx's mind, although this might be better put. They are in Lenin's mind. And Lenin knew the occult, having attended a satanic event on the island of Capri, to which he had traveled 1 year to visit and play chess with the radical Maxim Gorky. The collective security imperative. One of Gorbachev's most insistent stipulations was that the new world was to be built on the basis of new thinking. Translated from the Soviet Leninist Aesopian doublespeak, this meant that Western geopolitical policy, to the extent that it was coherent at all, had to be reoriented and remodeled to coincide wholly and without variation with the collectivist norms, laid down in dogmatic language by Gorbachev, both at Fulton and his in Oslo Nobel Peace Prize speech, and earlier in Soviet discussions with Western leaders. The most important dimension and objective of new thinking was to be a regime of collective security, the primary objective of the Soviets, since the Executive Committee of the World Congress of the Communist International Comintern, ECCL, had ratified this strategy in 1928. Agitation for collective security has remained a constant theme of overt and covert communist rhetoric and propaganda, even cropping up in the speeches of obscure communist officials, such as that delivered by the chairman of the Communist Party of Belgium, Mark Drumox, at the International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties held in Moscow between 5th and 17th June 1969, at which the progress of the long-range strategy unveiled in 1959-61 to dismantle the Stalinist model at the end of the 40-year period of Germany's occupation and to relaunch the pure Leninist model worldwide. See Part 1, was evaluated. Drumox said, "Our party proposes an independent foreign policy of active neutrality, which is a special form of struggle, for the dissolution of opposed military blocs and for a collective security pact in Europe." Likewise, as stressed throughout this work, the director of the Russian Academy of Leninist Sciences Institute of the United States and Canada, Sergei Rogov, writing in the Russian Foreign Ministry's journal International Affairs, Volume 41, number 71995, page 6, proclaimed Moscow's firm expectation that it will become possible to create a Euro-Atlantic security area, or in other words, the comprehensive collective security system, which has long been discussed in our country as the highest goal of our foreign and defense policy. The phrase long been discussed in our country is an Aesopian reference to the Comintern's directive, dating from the 1920s, that the supreme purpose of Soviet strategy was to collectivize the military power of the West, a development which would, of course, necessarily leave Western Europe permanently at the mercy of continuing overt and covert Soviet power. This theme was heavily sold at the 27th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, held in 1986, and it was further addressed by Gorbachev in an article published in Pravda in 1987, in which he promoted the idea advanced at the 27th CPSU Congress, a comprehensive system of international security, failing to reveal that this has all along been the Soviets' primary strategic objective. The Soviets are now far advanced, as discussed in Part 1, towards the realization of this long-established aim, the collectivization of military power. They have succeeded in leveraging their gargantuan strategic deception, centered on the unification of Germany, to procure the perestroika, restructuring, here of NATO. Not only have Western governments failed to comprehend the Leninist dialectical thrust behind the changes of 1989 to 91, but there has also been an equivalent failure by the West, and especially by the slothful Europeans, to understand that the covert Soviet-Chinese communist objective is universal collectivization. The promotion of global issues facilitates this process. A global issue in the Leninist mindset is an issue which is too big and complex for the redundant nation-state, further marginalizing the nation-state which, since sovereignty is to be collectivized, is to be abolished. The state is to wither away. As Lenin wrote, we set ourselves the ultimate aim of destroying the state. 19. The European Union collective as the new European Soviet. On 23 March 2000, Gorbachev, who was briefly visiting London, confirmed amid cynical laughter that the European Union is the new European Soviet. See the Daily Telegraph, Peterborough column, 24 March 2000. With this single revealing remark, Gorbachev has himself confirmed this book's central thesis, and also that, while engaged in presiding over the dismantling of the Stalinist model of control in the Soviet bloc, he was nevertheless also furthering the realization of Stalin's blueprint, set out in a treatise published in 1942, Divide the World into Regional Groups as a Transitional Stage of World Government. Populations will more readily abandon their national loyalties to a vague regional loyalty than they will for a world authority. Later, the regions can be brought together all the way into a single world dictatorship. 20. The Russian word for collective refers to the peer group, but a peer group which operates in a manner with which few Westerners will be familiar. One analyst who many years ago properly understood the role of the collective was Alan Kassoff. He wrote this author's italics, the peer group, or to use the Soviet term, the collective is the setting for group pressure. The task of the collective is to instill habits of collectivism, that is, to discourage egoistic striving, and to foster an acceptance of group control over values, attitudes, and behavior, not only during the formative years but throughout adult life as well. This is precisely the primary function of the European Union collective vis its constituent states and governments, which it routinely coerces, pressurizes, harasses, and intimidates as it plots to impose its collectivist federalist agenda on them. Far from being a benevolent power, it is in fact the permanent enemy of its members, a fifth column in their midst, which is dedicated to the destruction of their sovereignty. And the European Union is profoundly Leninist in another way, too. Lenin duplicated all the main sources of state power. The European Union collective structures duplicate national power on exactly the same Leninist model, nor is it accidental that, almost without exception, all the leaders of the European Union collective, beginning with the President of the European Commission, at the time of writing, Sig. Romano Prodi, are from the left and the far left. On 9 February 2000, Sig. Prodi released a document entitled Strategic Objectives 2000 to 2005, Shaping the New Europe, which contained so much collectivist doublespeak that Soviet analysts referred to it as the Neo-Communist Manifesto of the New European Commission. Bearing in mind the Comintern's thesis number 7 of 28 July 1920, that federation is a transitional form towards the complete union of all nations, Prodi's manifesto outlines how this Comintern objective is to be procured. Here are a few revealing excerpts. We have achieved integration in Europe by putting in place, though the treaties, unique and innovative structures that transcend traditional international cooperation. Over the next decade, we will complete our economic integration and, even more importantly, give shape to a new political Europe. The next 5 years will be decisive. We are already pushing forward with political integration by establishing an area of freedom, security, and justice, and by developing common foreign, security, and defense policies. Our common interests and objectives are best served by a common approach and common means. Common is a key collectivist communist buzzword like change, single, joint, harmonization, solidarity, shared, non-discrimination, community, integration, collective, etc., and their derivatives, ed. Political integration will become a reality as political leaders and citizens come to realize that their shared values of liberty, peace and stability, democracy, human rights tolerance, gender equality, solidarity, and non-discrimination can best be promoted through shared policies and institutions. Political integration must be pursued. Globalization is dissolving national boundaries. Global issues increasingly demand global responses. These unspecified challenges are too large and too complex for any country to tackle single-handed, and the need for a collective European response has never been greater. What we are aiming for, therefore, is a new kind of global governance to manage the global economy and environment. The truth is that Brussels is all of us, a new rendering of the formerly familiar German refrain Ein Volk, ein Reich. We must sustain the pace of change to the very fabric of the European Union itself. Change, as noted above, is a revolutionary keyword. Indeed, whenever change is used in isolation, without any answer to the question, change to what? It is being employed in furtherance of revolutionary objectives, which the perpetrators dare not acknowledge publicly, ed. It will need further integration backed by a systematic policy of reform, transforming both our economy and our social systems. Sig. Prodi's document did not elucidate what was meant by the intended transformation of European social systems. But given the unremittingly collectivist communist orientation of the circular and of the development of the European Union itself, there can be no doubt that the nature of the transformation the European Commission has in mind is towards ever-expanding collectivism. Thus, the intended political integration is not an end in itself. Its actual purpose is to transform the EU state social systems, or, in other words, to act as the transmission mechanism for the de facto introduction of the new form of communism. This means that all those Euro-ideologues who are clamoring for the realization of a European federation are in fact agitating for full-blown communism. These people therefore need to be exposed for the useful idiots, to quote Lenin or the International Socialists, Marxist-Leninist communists that they really are. To differentiate international socialism from communism is to waste time splitting hairs. The intended revolutionary outcome, as with Fabian socialism, is identical, de facto communism, albeit imposed in a new form. Prodi's neo-communist manifesto added that the overriding priority of this commission will be to advance the process of enlargement so as to stabilize our continent and secure peace, democracy, and respect for human rights throughout Europe. But the process of enlargement is an imperative which has no logical or practical rationale at all, in which the advocates of European integration accordingly forbear to justify other than when they are openly espousing Soviet strategy, as was the case in a speech by Manfred Wöhner, a former Secretary-General of NATO, who, addressing the conference on the future of European security organized by the Czechoslovak Ministry of Foreign Affairs held at the Senin Palace on 25-26 April 1991, declared, as though he was acquainted with and supported, the Soviet collective security objective. The challenge for us Europeans is to draw the Soviet Union into our common endeavor, to dispel any temptations to isolate it. From the viewpoint of security policy, our reference system reaches from the shores of the Pacific to Vladivostok. With the exception of such Western outbursts of support for Soviet strategy, apologists for EU expansion do not bother to explain why either NATO or EU enlargement is at all necessary. In the case of the eastwards expansion of the European Union, their relative silence on this crucial issue reflects the reality that such expansion cannot be justified on economic, financial, social, pragmatic, or any basis other than as a Leninist geopolitical imperative for hastening the demise of European nation-states, so as to accelerate the realization of the single political space, called Europe from the Atlantic to Vladivostok. By 2004, the EU's 11 official languages, English, French, German, Dutch, Spanish, Italian, Danish, Swedish, Finnish, Greek, and Portuguese, will have been augmented with a further 10 official languages, Estonian, Bulgarian, Czech, Hungarian, Lithuanian, Latvian, Polish, Romanian, Slovak, and Slovenian. Separation precedes federation. This illuminates the Leninist rationale behind the breakup of the Soviet Union. Since, according to the Leninist model, all territorial boundaries are transitional, temporary, and expendable, the controlled breakup of the Soviet Union for international public consumption facilitates the evolution of Europe from the Atlantic to Vladivostok. One of Lenin's most problematical, for Western minds, principles was that separation precedes federation. It is clear that the grand strategic objective of the controlled breakup of the USSR is to facilitate the piecemeal adherence of various bits and pieces of the former Soviet Union, along with all the European members of the former Soviet bloc, to the expanding European Union collective, which Gorbachev has accurately described as the new European Soviet. Boris Yeltsin, that devoted disciple of Lenin, declared on several occasions, for instance, in Helsinki at the end of a two-day summit meeting with President Clinton on 22 March 1997, that Russia itself should join the European Union in order to end its Cold War-era isolation for good. Russia needed to be recognized at last as a full European state. We are also prepared to join the European Union. This was nothing new, had not the British Prime Minister at the time, John Major, stated on New Year's Day 1992 that I look forward to the day when Russia is a fully fledged member of the European community. In the security sphere, Klaus Klinkel, the German foreign minister, a protege of that pro-Soviet pan-German Hans-Dietrich Genscher, who preceded him as foreign minister, insisted in May 1996 that it is very important that Russia is integrated into a new European security architecture. But notoriously, on Lenin's own instructions, the Bolsheviks regard all agreements reached with the bourgeoisie with the same revolutionary perspective as their attitude to all institutions, structures, positions, titles, agreements, preconceived ideas, values, norms, religions, and morality. That is to say, they routinely renege on them at a time to suit the interests of the revolution. Therefore, no undertaking by these people is ever worth the paper it is written on, and never will be. Naive Western policymakers and diplomats never dare understand this, because the corollary to such understanding is that negotiating with Bolsheviks is not merely a waste of time, it is invariably counterproductive. In order to avoid having to face up to this uncomfortable truth, they either support the Leninists' objectives, or else delude themselves by maintaining that these people have become like us, because they bear Western-style political labels which provide them with a veneer of observable equivalence, whereas the truth is that they have simply adopted the third way towards the final consummation of Lenin's world revolution. Disguising their Leninist Bolshevik provenance and intentions by the use of false political labels, they preach peace when there is no peace, and as indicated, their hidden purpose in seeking integration with the inexplicably eastwards expanding European Union collective is to hasten the realization and completion of the new European Soviet, which they intend will indeed stretch one day from the Atlantic to Vladivostok. Disregard of Gorbachev's discipleship of Lenin. In addition to the innumerable clues to Moscow's motives, which have been missed by the somnolent, self-indulgent West in general, and by the blind European ideologues in particular, there has been a disgraceful failure by Western analysts and policymakers generally to read and understand what Gorbachev has himself repeatedly said about his continued adherence to Leninist revolutionary principles. At every opportunity, Gorbachev has quite openly acknowledged his debt to Lenin. There is accordingly no excuse whatsoever for the West's blindness, since, like Hitler in Mein Kampf, the Soviet leader laid Moscow's intentions bare. As late as 1988, Gorbachev sought to dispel any notion in the West that he and the strategists had abandoned Marxism-Leninism, a theme repeated in his books and in many speeches. We see that confusion has arisen in some people's minds. Aren't we retreating from the positions of socialism, especially when we introduce new and unaccustomed forms of economic management and public life? And aren't we subjecting the Marxist-Leninist teaching itself to revision? No, we are not retreating a single step from socialism, from Marxism-Leninism. In his book Perestroika, New Thinking for My Country and the World, Harper and Row, New York, 1987, Perennial Library Edition, 1988, pages 11 to 12, Gorbachev likewise wrote, see also page 38 et seq. The works of Lenin and his ideals of socialism remained for us an inexhaustible source of dialectical creative thought, theoretical wealth, and political sagacity. Turning to Lenin has greatly stimulated the party and society in their search to find explanations and answers to the questions that have arisen. The Leninist period is indeed very important. It is instructive that it proved the strength of Marxist-Leninist dialectics, the conclusions of which are based on an analysis of the actual historical situation. Many of us realized even long before the 1985 plenary meeting that everything pertaining to the economy, culture, democracy, foreign policy, all spheres had to be reappraised. In Perestroika, too, Gorbachev plainly admitted, "We are not going to change Soviet power, of course, or abandon its fundamental principles, but we acknowledge the need for changes that will strengthen socialism. The essence of Perestroika is that it revives the Leninist concept of socialist construction both in theory and in practice." Addressing a large group of Russian students on 15 November 1989, Gorbachev exclaimed, "We are for a Lenin who is alive. In building our future, we are basing ourselves upon the gigantic intellectual and moral potential of the socialist idea linked with the theory of Marxism-Leninism. We see no rational grounds to give up the spiritual, sick richness contained in Marxism. Through restructuring, we want to give socialism a second wind and unveil in all its plenitude to the whole world, the vast humanist potential of the socialist system." In order to achieve this, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union returns to the origins and principles of the Bolshevik Revolution, to the Leninist ideas about the construction of a new society. Our party was and remains the party of Lenin. In short, we are for a Lenin who is alive. We must seek these answers guided by the spirit of Leninism, the style of Lenin's thinking, and the method of dialectical cognition. In Part 1, it will be shown that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union remains in existence, and indeed controls all the Moscow political factions, that is, the relabeled political groups that the secret continuing communists have been using, in accordance with instructions confirmed by both President Gorbachev and Boris Yeltsin at the 28th CPSU Congress held in July 1990, in order to hoodwink the West. Introduction. Gorbachev's insistent confession of his communism. It was late as 1989, too, that Mikhail Gorbachev specifically declared, "I am a communist, a committed communist. For some that may be a fantasy, but for me it is my own goal." And in 1990, even as he was being senselessly feted all over the world as the man who ended communism, Gorbachev was careful to insist that "I am now, just as I have always been, a committed communist." To have deceived the world to such an exaggerated extent that he was being feted everywhere for ending communism, while simultaneously affirming in the most explicit terms at every public opportunity that he remained a committed communist, will no doubt have appealed to this Bolshevik's typically black sense of cynical humor, not least since all Bolshevik-Leninists like Viktor Suvorov consider Westerners to be stupid, and on the evidence considered here with good reason. Even so, there can be no possible excuse for the West's naive and hasty conclusion that communism is dead. All sorts of excuses are routinely made for such blindness, one familiar alibi being that you have to let these people come to realize the truth in their own time. Well, by 2002, Western analysts who should have come to their senses many years ago had already been sitting on their brains for a dozen years or more. Is that not good time enough to reach a certain level of understanding? Yet those few observers who pointed out that the Leninists were deceiving the West, after their normal fashion at the time of the false changes, and have been doing so ever since, have been systematically disregarded by policymakers, and have even at times suffered antagonism from experts and officials who ought to have known better, got it wrong, and have simply been too proud and obtuse to admit it. And some analysts who do know the truth, nevertheless persist to this day with the bad habit of couching their references to communism and the Soviets in the past tense, failing to qualify the adjective former, as in former Soviet Union, with the necessary parentheses, and falling routinely into all the terminological traps set for them by the Leninists, end of the Cold War, collapse of the Soviet Union, communism, etc., which served to buttress those lies autonomously. Since Gorbachev repeatedly went out of his way to remind the West at every opportunity that he and his colleagues were not, and never had any intention of, renouncing Marxism-Leninism, why did the West jump to the absurd conclusion that they had done so, accepting at face value the lie that communism had collapsed, and as lies, becoming willing co-liars with the Bolshevik-Leninists by ignoring their Leninist pedigrees? Has such a scam ever been perpetrated on such a scale in the history of humanity? Has ignorance of the enemy ever reached such disastrous proportions? Why did the West, including some of its most proficient observers, whose record of accurate Soviet analysis had been impeccable to date, fall for the fantastic proposition that, all of a sudden, after metaphorically brushing their teeth, putting on clean suits and abandoning much of their irksome revolutionary rhetoric, these veteran deceivers had miraculously turned over a new leaf? Why did the West forget Lenin's advice to Felix Dzerzhinsky, his Cheka chief, tell them what they want to believe? The trap into which the West was about to fall, and had already partially fallen, was succinctly summarized ahead of the changes in 1987 by Dr. Joseph D. Douglas, Jr., In an essay entitled Soviet Strategic Deception Citation 31, perhaps the most important continuing Soviet deception is the notion that the Soviet Union is not a lethal threat. This deception has many components, such as the notion that the Soviet Union's stance is only defensive and only wants peace. The historical record completely disproves these basic themes, and Soviet actions themselves continue to demonstrate how false the themes are. But one very special component of this deception serves to rewrite or negate this history and enables people in the West to continue to swallow the basic deception that the Soviet Union is not a lethal threat. This is the idea that the Soviet Union is changing, especially now, under Gorbachev's new policies of openness. Do not concern yourselves with the past. The Soviet Union is changing, we are told. Their ideology is dead. Nobody believes the ideology anymore. The system is merely driven by bureaucratic momentum. As soon as the old leadership dies off, a new moderate element will take power. It is important for the United States to play to these moderates and not to be too tough. Give their new policies and desires for peace a chance to take root and grow. Their economy is a disaster, and the government is rotten with nepotism. The younger moderates know this, and their first priority is to implement changes. The West should see to it that internal pressures make reform inescapable, and it should encourage its implementation by providing a fertile climate for change, a relaxation of tension, and an increase in trade, in which moderating influences can grow. This sounds eminently logical, precisely what we would like to believe is the case. There is only one problem: it is totally wrong. It is a very effective Soviet strategic deception, one that dates back many years, well over half a century. Dr. Douglas was tackling a common Western misperception, the notion that some communists are less extreme than others, which had encouraged the dangerous subsidiary view that some had ceased to be communists at all. Such loose Western notions thrived upon ignorance of the Bolshevik mentality and revolutionary training. In the first place, it is a contradiction in terms to speak of a moderate Leninist or a moderate Bolshevik. For no Bolshevik can be moderate. All are diehard, dedicated, ruthless, lying revolutionaries. The notion that many have undergone a transformation is covert Soviet disinformation, and prior to the changes, it was overt Soviet diversion. When Westerners speak about Russian moderates and hardliners, they are uttering gibberish, applying inappropriate Western standards and perceptions to the totally divergent environment in which contemporary continuing Bolshevism functions. A parallel to this error is the widely used phrase born-again Christian. Anyone familiar with the New Testament of Jesus Christ will come to understand that one cannot be a Christian until one has been born again in the Spirit. Likewise, a communist cannot be. Introduction. Other than a hardliner, so all references to hardliners and moderates prior to the adoption of third-way false political labeling in 1989-90 were derived from Soviet active measures, disinformation activity. As Dr. Douglas elaborated back in 1987, the need for the West to support moderate elements is another deception that furthers the notion of change in the Soviet Union that has been around for many years. The problem is there are no moderates. There is little disagreement, if any, among the leadership regarding objectives. Debates are about how best to achieve the main objective, world domination. To suggest that there are hawks and doves in the Soviet leadership, as one finds in the West, is false mirror imaging. Doves and moderates do not survive in the communist system. There are only hawks, with varying types of deceptive colorations applied from time to time. Stalin referred to himself as a moderate in seeking concessions from the West to pacify the hawks in the Supreme Soviet with whom he had to contend. Later, an equally absurd ploy, and one readily picked up by the Western news media, was to characterize Andropov as a closet liberal just a few months before his predecessor, Brezhnev, died, and illustrating how the West never learns. Gorbachev, the instant that the Chernenko death watch began, traveled to London, sipped tea politely, and was at once accorded by the press the image of the Gucci Kid, a gentleman with whom Margaret Thatcher believed she could work in harmony. Gorbachev reveals himself to the British as a thug, that Mrs. Thatcher reached this recklessly hasty conclusion on the basis of Gorbachev's initial visit to London in late 1984 was quite extraordinary in the light of the following episode, related to us by a British member of Parliament who had been delegated to conduct Gorbachev around the Palace of Westminster, and generally to be on hand to facilitate the future Soviet leader's visit. In case anyone chooses to doubt the accuracy of what follows, the episode is twice described in great detail by the former MP concerned, on tapes which the author holds in his possession. In the course of the visit, assorted members of the class the British call the Great and the Good were invited to attend a reception at Westminster to meet Mikhail Gorbachev, amid guarded hints that he was expected to emerge as the next leader of the Soviet Union. Now these Bolsheviks often like to pretend that they do not understand a word of English, and Mikhail Gorbachev is no exception. Indeed, on one occasion while lecturing in the United States after leaving office, Gorbachev was observed to reply immediately to a complicated question put to him in English, without waiting for the services of his mustachioed translator. As Gorbachev proceeded along the line of UK dignitaries, who greeted him in accordance with protocol each one in turn, he overheard one of the great and the good make a certain remark in English, to which Gorbachev took strong exception. Moving up to the offending dignitary, Gorbachev proceeded to punch him hard in the stomach, so that the guest was badly winded. Most of those present observed this horrifying incident, as did the member of parliament who was acting as Gorbachev's guide. Not a word about the incident ever appeared in the usually vigilant British press. In Britain, there is a system of press censorship known as the D-Notice system. If the authorities issue such a notice, the matter covered by it cannot be reported in the press, and it was not. One would have thought that the British Prime Minister of the day should have been advised that in the light of this uncouth, barbaric behavior alone, any suggestion that Gorbachev was someone I can do business with, as Mrs. Thatcher insisted on the record, would have been out of the question. Further, one would have thought that the British Foreign Office would have seen fit to advise ministers, on the evidence of this single incident, let alone Gorbachev's self-trumpeted Leninist pedigree, that suggestions that Gorbachev was anything other than a Bolshevik thug and a disciple of Lenin were less than credible, instead of which the episode was hushed up and expunged from the record. That this abomination took place, in full view of a large number of eminent personages, raises the obvious unanswered question: why was this matter suppressed? What diplomatic reason of state could possibly have overridden the objective truth about this Bolshevik, which he himself had chosen to place on display before the British elite? What could have justified the British authorities' failure to arrange for the exposure of this man's thuggish behavior, as a consequence of which the Soviet strategists might have been obliged to withdraw him from public view, and to substitute an alternative front man for the strategy? The nagging question remains unanswered. Did the Foreign Office have an agenda which would have been jeopardized by exposing Gorbachev for the thug he was, and indeed remains? Was the Thatcher Foreign Office under constraints similar to those hobbling the American bureaucracy, after Dr. Henry Kissinger had issued instructions to all U.S. government agencies, like Voice of America, to the effect that no criticism of the Soviet Union would be tolerated? That Gorbachev remains as much of a thug today as he was when he punched a British guest in the stomach, in full view of other distinguished dignitaries shortly before Christmas 1984, was brought home to the author when he observed Gorbachev, who served annually as convening chair, deliver his opening speech before the Gorbachev Foundation USA's State of the World Forum Conference held at the New York Hilton and Towers on 5 September 2000. On that occasion, as according to separate reports by other observers on other such occasions, Gorbachev's verbiage in his harsh Stavropol Russian accent spilled out with hardly a break, his voice becoming ever louder and angrier, until the peroration had acquired the characteristics of an unending rant, at the West's failure to meet the expectations released by his termination of the Cold War, this theme being Gorbachev's preferred complaint. Above this din, Gorbachev's faithful KGB English interpreter, the tall, thin minder with that black mustache, was compelled to shout even louder than his master, so as to convey Gorbachev's convoluted meaning to the bewildered audience. Gorbachev's speeches at such conferences in the West have been described to the author by several reliable observers as weird and almost demonic, and the prolonged speech he delivered in the author's presence on 5 September 2000 certainly met that description. Introduction. In any case, as we have seen, Gorbachev was never squeamish about openly identifying himself with Bolshevism. In his closing address to the 27th CPSU Congress on 6 March 1986, Gorbachev proclaimed, "Already today we can say, the Congress has been held in an atmosphere of party fidelity to principle, in a spirit of unity, exactingness, and Bolshevik truth." Invoking Lenin as usual, he concluded, "It is in this way, in Lenin's way, that we have acted here at our Congress, and that is the way we shall continue to act. Communes, our Congress has shown that at the present stage, which is a turning point in our country's social development, the Leninist Party is equal to its historic tasks." The final resolution on the political report of the Central Committee stated that the 27th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union notes that our Leninist Party has come to its Congress enriched. At the present turning point, in a qualitatively new situation inside the country and on the world scene, the party has again shown its loyalty to Marxism-Leninism. Gorbachev has never deviated from Leninism, contrary to the unfortunate opinion of Lady Thatcher, who exclaimed to the author in July 1991 that he isn't a Leninist anymore. I don't think we have been deceived, at least I hope we haven't, thereby revealing a niggling residual fear that she might have been. But in November 1987, Gorbachev had said, "We are moving towards a new world, the world of communism. We shall never turn off that road." And interviewed on the Larry King Live TV show in the United States on 6 November 1993, Gorbachev replied to a questioner from the audience as follows: "I'm not hiding in the woodwork. I'm involved in a different political role. I have not abandoned links with the past. The Western perception that Leninist revolutionaries, like leopards, can change their spots is seen as pathetic by those with lifelong experience of Bolshevism." Thus the wife of the late, controlled dissident, Andrei Sakharov, who died suddenly and mysteriously shortly after he had criticized Gorbachev in the Supreme Soviet, has explained, "The point is that the communist goal is fixed and changeless. It never varies one iota from their objective of world domination, but if we judge them only by the direction in which they seem to be going, we shall be deceived." The point is, too, that the Leninists know that there is no place for them in the world over the longer run unless they are in charge. Peaceful coexistence is another Soviet lie. Bolsheviks cannot coexist, peacefully or otherwise, in the medium to long run, with people who disagree with them. Ultimately, those who oppose the universal thought process which is to be imposed upon the whole world, starting with the mind control offensive called political correctness *, a concept developed by the Soviets, will have to be liquidated. The socialist society will be forced to apply the most resolute measures for a long time, including the liquidation of people who are especially dangerous to the socialist system, against people who are harmful and deliberately destructive. That is, those who seek to undermine the socialist state and to re-establish the capitalist system. In answer to any complaint that this Stalinist edict dates from the 1930s and that things are different now, the reader must be reminded that the Stalinist thesis has been followed by the pure Leninist antithesis, and that the third element of the dialectic, the synthesis, will reincorporate the thesis. There will be no place for anti-communists when the synthesis has been achieved in accordance with Leninist theory, since the completion of communism will be a world dictatorship, as Stalin anticipated. That outcome is self-evident anyway, since once the world is controlled by one power, dissent will be prohibited, and there will be no alternative high authority to challenge the single power when it begins, as it will immediately do, to abuse the power it has seized and accrued. To whom should one appeal when in dispute with the one world government, the man in the moon? The folly of people who perversely promote one world governance is thus easily to demonstrate. All those who are engaged in promoting regional governance, as in the European Union context, are assisting and accelerating the headlong rush towards Stalin's one-world collectivist dictatorship. In the meantime, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis form the trinity of overt and covert communist thought and action. The thing that exists thesis, the opposite that grows out of it antithesis, and the higher stage that develops from their interaction or conflict synthesis, govern all correct thinking and the proper interpretation of life and society. That which retards socialism is reactionary and is to be destroyed. That which advances socialism is progressive and liberating and is to be encouraged and forwarded. 1939, Stalin, a consummate student of Lenin although he imposed his own territorial variant of Leninism, declared that the withering away of the state, the precondition for the classless society, could not be entertained as a possibility until the encirclement of socialism by capitalism had been changed to the encirclement of capitalism by socialism. That is to say, until those conditions had been established which would assure worldwide Soviet domination. Morality is what brings about a new society of communists. Communist morality is that which serves this struggle. At the base of communist morality lies the struggle for the strengthening and completion of communism. For communism cannot be complete until all opposition to it has been eliminated, which is the Leninist-Aesopian meaning of peace, the cessation and absence of all opposition to Lenin's world communist revolution. Since the manifest orientation of the European Union is collectivist, its leading political figures are invariably of the political left, and under Sig. Romano Prodi, no attempt is even made to hide the European Commission's identity of purpose with Marx's Communist Manifesto. It is axiomatic that all criticism of this political monstrosity, such as this book, will be criminalized. Introduction. Part 1. Europe from the Atlantic to Vladivostok. The pursuit of European hegemony by other means. Europe's slide towards Lenin's common European home. The covert Soviet agenda. Image summary. The image is a portrait of Lenin. The Soviet structures deliberately attempted to incorporate features commonly attributed to the devil in this portrait. This portrait represents a primary transmission belt used by the Leninist revolution to fashion a devilish common mind for the whole world. Under communism, public opinion will become a mighty force, capable of bringing to reason those individuals who might not want to follow communist customs and rules of behavior in the community, leaving no room for dissent. The continuity of Soviet strategic deception. The Leninists' agenda for Europe, in their own words. Commenting on the launch of the retail euro on 2 January 2002, SIG, Romano Prodi, president of the European Commission, insisted that imposition of the new collective currency specie was not economic. This is a purely political process, with previously unremarked honesty, SIG. Prodi thereby destroyed with that single comment all the myriad spurious economic and monetary pretensions that had accompanied the prolonged gestation of the euro, making retrospective fools of finance and economy ministers, central bank governors, prime ministers, presidents, and others who had contended publicly that the introduction of the euro was necessary in order to make it easier for tourists and businessmen to conduct trans-European transactions. Here was a perfect example of the EU collectives' past lies being cynically consigned to oblivion once they had outlived their usefulness. The president of the European Commission had finally acknowledged what the documentary and historical record conclusively shows, that the European Economic Community, which converted itself into the European Union, was always intended as a grandiose geopolitical engine of collectivist federalism. Grandiose political projects are sustained by political ideas and ideology, so evaluation of such a phenomenon presupposes a proper grasp of the ideas and ideology that form its substructure. All the evidence confirms that the orientation of the ideology that drives the European Union is unfettered collectivism, carefully masked by a well-established incremental economic and monetary focus, which the President of the European Commission chose to discard with the launch of the retail euro. Although deception remains the European Union's familiar modus operandi, nothing will ever change that. It has recently become fashionable for senior Euro ideologues to throw caution to the winds and to reveal what was previously hidden from the captive populations of the EU member states by their leaders, within days of SIG. Prodi's admission, Hans Eichel, the German finance minister, told the Daily Telegraph 17 January 2002, page 8, that post-war Germany had never believed in the nation-state at all, and has been working for a European federation all along. That this is the case is confirmed by the evidence assembled in Part 2. But for a senior German ideologue to admit this openly in 2002 suggests that Berlin has concluded that the Leninist attack on the nation-state, which Herr Eichel confirms that it is pursuing in tandem with Moscow, has progressed so far in Europe that the true purpose of the EU collective need no longer be withheld. It is now acceptable to speak openly in Europe about the redundancy of the nation-state, the revolutionary expectation being that, given the revolution's triumph in the cultural war that has been waged since the 1960s to undermine loyalties and respect for all institutions, the nation-state means nothing to the younger generation. Specifically, Herr Eichel said that, since the end of the Second World War, the official raison d'etre of the state in West Germany was that the nation-state was not the future. The new thinking was that united Europe was the future. This statement contains at least one lie. The thinking was not new at all. On the contrary, the pan-German tradition has always sought the subjugation of the whole of the European continent to Germany. Historically, British antagonists with reservations about Britain's membership of the EU regional political collective have suffered from the illusion that this geopolitical monstrosity is in some way capable of being satisfactorily reformed, so that an honorable compromise can be concocted with your ideologues like Herr Eichel, which would alleviate their anxieties about the collective's federalist momentum, even if they never managed to recognize that the EU is collectivist. That was the stance adopted in February 1995, for instance, by the European Research Group, as publicized in a report entitled A Europe of Nations, which influenced the weak approach of the conservative government of the day to the Intergovernmental Conference, leading to the quadrennial revision of the European Union's collective treaty, culminating in the Treaty of Amsterdam, June 1997. In an introduction to that report, Sir Michael Spicer MP stated that Europe faced the challenge of how to integrate the historic nations of Eastern Europe. In other words, the unexplained eastwards expansion imperative of the European Union was apparently accepted, without question as valid, whereas, as discussed in this work, it makes no sense at all other than through the eyes of the managers of the continuing Leninist world revolution. The report outlines the changes which must be made if the centralizing momentum of the European Union is to be reversed, and further describes how these changes could translate into concrete amendments to the treaties. By thus working within the European Union's framework, this assiduous group of parliamentarians and officials from European centre-right parties had allowed themselves to be trapped by the EU's federalist collectivist agenda from the outset, thereby depriving themselves of any opportunity to stand back from the Tower of Babel in order to consider the fundamental question of whether they wished to continue helping to build it. Thus theirs was a defeatist, and hence a fundamentally pointless, exercise. They found themselves wittingly or unwittingly caught like flies in the federalist collectivist spider's web, without any realistic hope of extrication. For all who participate in and seek to influence the affairs of the European Union collective by working within its framework, necessarily accept as legitimate its fundamentally illegitimate overriding objective, which is to supplant its constituent nation-states and to substitute its own undemocratic collectivist structures in their place. Already diverted, they thus ignore the central truth that membership of this political collective is by definition incompatible with the long-term survival of its constituent members as sovereign nations. In adopting this typically pragmatic approach, the assumption, presumably, has been that since the European project has been allowed to reach such an advanced stage of realization, there can be no turning back. So the supporters of the Europe of nation-states format wind up indulging in daydreaming and wishful thinking about European nations, somehow for all eternity with a European Union, which exists precisely to displace them, the Maastricht Treaty having, for example, required the irrevocable merging and thus obliteration of national currencies, the primary distinguishing indicators of nationhood. Moreover, as practical, pragmatic politicians and Eurosceptic activists, such well-meaning policymakers must surely be aware that the achievement of any requested amendments and reforms of the European Union would be out of the question, with only a few modest alterations ever likely to see the light of day in the highly improbable event of the EU collective ever allowing renegotiation to take place. After all, the quadrennial intergovernmental conferences are not called for the purposes of renegotiation. Their function is to maintain the relentless pressure toward the completion of the revolutionary European Union collective, masked by the Marxist-Leninist quest for ever closer union among the peoples of Europe, which cannot, by definition, tolerate the existence of any dimension of life within its ever-expanding jurisdiction that has not yet been harmonized and collectivized. An agent of change, the European Union's CPSU in effect. Thus the European Union Collective is an organizational agency of change, serving the interests of Lenin's world collectivist revolution, and in fact performing exactly the same functions in the European theater as the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, performs in the Soviet context. Not surprisingly, therefore, the European project was always the central focus of the Soviet strategists' openly acknowledged peace offensive, see page 34, as was confirmed in the Soviet literature during the Gorbachev era, for instance, on page 97 of From Geneva to Reykjavik, by the Leninist polemicist Fyodor Berlatsky Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1987. The new Soviet initiatives are in large part centered on Europe, which, should a sharp turn toward a policy of peace be achieved, would have a special role to play as the building site of détente. But the Leninist Aesopian meaning of peace is the cessation of all opposition to collectivism and communism. For the Leninists, détente always means a Western strategic retreat. By responding to their overtures, especially during the Gorbachev era, as the Leninist strategists had anticipated, the left-oriented Marxists and fellow travelers who had become entrenched within the European project's structures, and the Marxist officials from the participating national governments who were in charge of pushing for increased European integration, fell seamlessly into line with the Soviet agenda for Europe, and whether wittingly or as simple, useful idiots, lies, became active participants in furthering the realization of Soviet strategy to establish, via the European project itself, the Leninists' intended de facto strategic security and political hegemony from the Atlantic to Vladivostok. But none of this ever seems to have been understood in British domestic political circles, except among the agents and agents of influence who have been working overtime to undermine British sovereignty and power. This blindness has entailed ignorance of the reality that negotiation with the heirs of Lenin, and thus with all who are in practice allied with them and employ Leninist methods in pursuit of geopolitical objectives, is always a waste of time, as such operatives are taught to deceive, double-cross and renege on all their agreements, whenever the overriding interests of the revolution so demand. Hence, renegotiating Britain's membership of the European Union is not merely precluded by the collective itself, it would be a counterproductive exercise, as any hypothetical compromise would inevitably be booby-trapped, so the idea is absurd. And British governments have, in any case, been well aware, all along, that the European Union is revolutionary. For cabinet papers released by the Public Records Office under the 30-year rule on 1 January 2001 showed that so-called conservative ministers in the Heath government knowingly kept UK voters in the dark about long-term proposals to abolish the pound sterling and to abandon monetary sovereignty, as 11 EU countries had done by 1 January 2002, because they feared public opinion. A Foreign Office document dated 9 November 1970 warned that the plan for economic and monetary union has revolutionary long-term political implications, both economic and political. It could imply the creation of a European federal state with a single currency. It will arouse strong feelings about sovereignty. It is clear from this damning revelation that all British governments since the Heath government have been fully aware that by allowing Britain to become entangled with the European project, they were in fact knowingly participating in a revolutionary conspiracy to undermine the ancient sovereignty of their country, and that they were doing this secretly, so to speak, without informing the British people of their intentions. To the extent that official excuses were ever made for this fatal entanglement, ministers and apologists have dishonestly sought to imply that it was Britain's intention to try to influence the evolution of the European project, along lines which would conform to British preferences. But all attempts to influence or reform the European Union from within, so as to make it compatible with preferred non-collectivist models, thus facilitating the continued existence of its constituent nation-states, and to restrain its federalist and collectivist tendencies, are doomed to failure. This reflects both the structure and the nation-state, Leninist, political orientation of the European Union collective, and the fact that it is driven in parallel by pan-German strategy, co-administered by the co-opted French and remolded by Soviet-Russian strategists in the closest collaboration with Bonn and Paris within the forum of the trilateral Russian-German-French Commission, presided over by Jacques Chirac, until he was elected president of France. Underpinning this trilateral geopolitical relationship, which dominates the EU collective, is a network of bilateral treaties, the outcome of a treaty offensive, fronted first by President Gorbachev and later seamlessly by President Yeltsin. Finally, France is bound to Germany by the Franco-German Treaty of 22 January 1963, which effectively ensures the partial rigging of the collective's decision-making in favor of the German French-Russian agenda. Cooperation in the European Union context condemns the parties concerned to building socialist collectivization. Since the false demise of communism, the fundamentally collectivist character of the European Union, the new European Soviet, in Gorbachev's own words, has become more and more apparent. Yet for anyone unfamiliar with the continuing Soviet Marxist-Leninist agenda of convergence, aimed at the elimination of national sovereignty, this tendency is obfuscated by the European Union's manic preoccupation with mundane practical issues. Why is the European Union frenetically preoccupied with such trivia? The answer is that, as indicated earlier, every dimension of Europeans' lives is intended to be collectivized over time. Agriculture, fisheries, transportation, healthcare, foreign policy, military and defense policy, monetary policy, currencies, fiscal policy, taxation policy, and via the European Legal Area Project, which has spawned Corpus Juris, the legal system, since clearly the coexistence of English common law with the developing system of European law would be incompatible with collectivization. So there is a common reason why the European Union involves its hyperactive self in every mundane issue under the sun, from the necessity for cucumbers to be straight, to the suitability of boots for various activities, and the issue of whether bananas may be sold by the pound. This common reason has already been stated. It is that the European Union collective cannot tolerate the persistence of any dimension of life remaining uncollectivized. If those conscientious antagonists who tear their hair out every day over the interminably nitpicking behavior of the mad officials in Brussels understood this simple explanation, their understandably outraged frustrations concerning the minutiae of each successive example of Eurocratic dementia might be alleviated. For the underlying explanation for the EU's obsession with such trivia as regulating the dimensions and shape of cucumbers is the same as the reason the European Commission, with its general powers, seeks to harmonize and collectivize European trade, currency, monetary, fiscal, legal, military, security, agricultural, fisheries, health and safety, social policy, pensions, indeed, every single dimension of human life itself. For since, according to the builders of Europe, God does not exist, man is called upon instead to impose a coercive system of order upon our existence, the constituent nation-states being for some reason inadequate for the task. The blueprint of the Socialist European Union collective is thus qualitatively indistinguishable from the vision described in that perennial Bible of communism, the foundations of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, or fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, Osnovy Marxism-Leninism, 1960, which asserts that the victory of communism on the world scale will provide the necessary material and intellectual preconditions for the merging of all nations. A communist economic integration never known before will gradually be formed throughout the world. There will emerge a common moral code which will absorb all that is best in the character of each nation. Mankind will become one united, fraternal community completely free of antagonism. Some observers of collapsible communism, who understand perfectly well that the events of 1989 to 91 in the former Soviet bloc were not as advertised, have consoled themselves in recent years with the notion that what has emerged in the former Soviet Union is essentially socialism. The strong temptation to extend this inaccurate perception to the objectively socialistic European Union is liable to obscure the reality that the Leninist world revolution aims at the establishment of global collectivism, communism. To dispose of this problem now, attention is drawn to an important passage in Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, which makes it abundantly clear that, so far as the Leninists are concerned, socialism is simply a stage on the road towards the objective revolutionary communism. It is helpful to recall this whenever voluble Russians, in particular, profess to being socialists, thereby implying that they are not communists. They are lying, and those, such as the British Fabians with their tortoise symbol, who share the same objectives as Lenin but who proceed towards this objective, like the European Union's strategists, by stealth, are similarly deceivers when they claim to be just international socialists. The confusion is starkly cleared up by the Soviet document. There is no wall between socialism and communism. These are not two divergent types of society, but merely two phases of one and the same social formation, distinguished the one from the other by the degree of their maturity. The transition from socialism to communism consequently constitutes a gradual process. Communism grows up out of socialism as its direct prolongation. In the very bosom of socialist society, its germs and roots spring up. These shoots of the future, developing on socialist soil, will lead to a consolidation of communism. Naturally, the entry into a higher phase of the new society cannot be pinned down to a specific calendar date, but it will be accomplished without abrupt change. From the fact that the transition from socialism to communism will take place by degrees, it does not follow that this is a slow process. On the contrary, the transition is distinguished by a particularly high rate of development in all areas of social life, ending with the uplift of the culture and the conscious awareness of people. Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, Ibid, page 656. Thus, the completion of Lenin's world revolution presupposes the prior creation of the common mind, which is what the Soviet-derived mind control concept of political correctness is intended to achieve. By culture, the Leninist strategists mean the new Harbage mentality ingredient of the new thinking mode, much promoted by Gorbachev, which will have materialized as a result of the worldwide establishment of a new hegemony of values, in accordance with the formula for destroying traditional norms and culture, and substituting anti-state revolutionary values in their place, as outlined in the writings of the founder of the Italian Communist Party, Antonio Gramsci. A line adopted by the Soviets as a key component for the relaunch of their global Leninist revolutionary offensive. This dimension of the world revolution requires a separate study. But the crucial importance of the Gramscian creation of the new revolutionary global culture, which was being spread through drugs, the satanization of popular music, the degradation of all other art forms, the sexualization of childhood, and crucially the corruption of the teaching profession, was at all times stressed in the literature supporting the perestroika preparations for the changes over which Gorbachev presided. These were enunciated at the 27th CPSU Congress in 1986, at which the Gramsci dimension of the revolution was heavily emphasized, as the related Soviet literature confirms. For instance, the 27th Congress yielded the following statement on page 24 of The Ideology of Renewal for Revolutionary Restructuring, an Aesopian document based on the results of the 27th Congress, issued by Novosti Press in 1988. The questions of culture are being posed in a new manner by the present phase of the development of socialism. It is clear today that its renovation is restoring the appeal of socialist values all over the world, a world of day-to-day and sharp confrontation, but also one of mutual enrichment with progressive general human, which means man-centered, rather than God-centered values. This Novosti document is among innumerable Soviet publications that individually and collectively prove that perestroika and its aftermath were not the desperate expediency measures abruptly embarked upon by a Soviet leadership with its back to the wall, as Western fairytale has it, but the culmination of the most meticulous preparations based upon Leninist criteria, as Gorbachev himself and the supporting official literature repeatedly acknowledged. Note that the title of the Novosti document includes the Leninist phrase, revolutionary restructuring, making it evident that perestroika was indeed, as its Aesopian meaning makes clear, a controlled Leninist process, a reformation as in military formation of the revolution itself, not a spontaneous restructuring of the Soviet economy, as all Western governments erroneously assumed. Such economic restructuring as appears to have actually taken place turns out largely to comprise elements of a new form of Leninist, state-controlled capitalism, as Gorbachev himself tried to make clear. In the Novosti document, too, the Soviet authors openly admitted that Gorbachev's peace offensive was precisely that, a device motivated by strategic Leninist revolutionary considerations, since the official language quite unblushingly mentions the scope and extraordinary nature of our peace offensive. To dismiss such explicit affirmations of communist long-term strategy and tactics, taken from the official Soviet literature and from the speeches of leading Leninists, as redundant and discredited wishful thinking, is to commit a fatal error and to overlook the plentiful concrete evidence that Leninist world revolutionary strategy remains unchanged and is in the process of being implemented under our noses while the bourgeoisie remains fast asleep, as Dmitry Manuelsky, Stalin's close ideology aide, predicted as long ago as 1930 when he told students at the Lenin School, the bourgeoisie will have to be put to sleep, so we shall begin by launching the most spectacular peace movement on record. There will be electrifying overtures and unheard-of concessions. The West, stupid and decadent, will rejoice to cooperate in their own destruction. As soon as their guard is down, we will smash them with our clenched fist. This echoed Lenin's own comment that when the enemy is put to a disorderly retreat, the command to fire is normally given. Lenin notoriously and cynically referred to all who unwittingly cooperate in furthering the revolution as useful idiots. All Western policymakers, businessmen, media people, propagandists and collaborators of one kind or another who unwittingly agitate for and support the European Union collective, qualify to be called useful idiots. Europhiles who promote the European Union collective knowing it to be a dimension of the world revolution are far fewer in number, of course. They include agents of influence, secretly paid propagandists, and moles buried deep inside the national institutions, the churches, the political parties, and the bureaucratic establishments. Both categories of internal enemy of the constituent nation-states are guilty of treachery. These people all justify their support for the European Union, their treachery, in effect with woolly allusions to cooperation. In reality, collectivization spawns and is inseparable from coercion. Hence it follows that coercive, unnatural cooperation, falsely legitimized, in part by national referenda in which electorates have been lied to and from which crucial information has typically been withheld, and in part by the undemocratic rubber-stamp European Parliament, is contrary to the interests of what remains of the constituent European nations. Cooperation in the European Union context is a lie, a typically Leninist, Aesopian word which masks the reality of falsely legitimized coercion. This takes many forms, not least psychological. For once captive within the EU political collective structures, a country's affairs soon come to be dominated by the unmanageable initiatives, objectives, and offensives of the collective's hyperactive apparat. This state of affairs generates the necessary environment of psychological change, within which all aspirations to reverse the collectivization tide soon come to appear futile. Another Soviet work published during the Gorbachev era, also in 1988, entitled Leninist Theory of Revolution and Social Psychology, noted that Lenin invariably attached importance to psychology. To bring about psychological change is, from the viewpoint of social psychology, the dual task of the party in guiding the masses, in attaining the goals of the revolution in building socialism. The role of the party in the contemporary European revolutionary context is being played by the European Union collective itself. Indeed, seen in this light, the European Union collective is conspicuously a new form, to cite Lenin, of ongoing Leninist revolutionary mechanism, for a fundamental feature of Leninism is, as Gorbachev stressed, its inherent creativity. This means that the disciples and imitators of Lenin, who are in Lenin's mind, are always striving to go beyond what went before. Predicting and understanding Leninist strategy. It is now appropriate to unveil past and continuing Soviet strategic deception activity and its evolution in greater detail in order to illuminate the ongoing Bolshevik-Leninist agenda for Europe and how the European Union Collective represents part of the realization of that agenda. This will necessitate focusing temporarily upon what may appear to be, but are not exclusively Soviet-oriented issues. Writing in a memorandum to the Central Intelligence Agency composed in March 1989, published in his book The Perestroika Deception, the genuine Soviet defector, Anatoly Golitsyn, explains the predictive power which the informed analyst can derive from gaining a thorough understanding of Leninist global revolutionary deception strategy. The defector had worked within the inner KGB, where the planning of deception strategy in response to the Soviet Communist Party's instructions took place, and today lives under cover in the United States, having been condemned to death by the Soviet authorities, not least because he had revealed the essence of the long-range deception strategy against the West. Golitsyn explained, correct understanding of the strategy and the application of that understanding to the analysis of events enables one to predict otherwise surprising Soviet actions. Since the strategy is long-range, it has several phases. The strategists plan their actions in the early phases in preparation for the final phase. They conceive Soviet reforms in the initial phase, they rehearse them in the preparatory phase, and they introduce them in the final phase. Because of this planning framework, the strategy has its own dialectic. It has its thesis, the Stalinist regime, its antithesis, criticism and rejection of the Stalinist regime, and its synthesis, a new reformed model which Perestroika is designed to create, and which will be the product of convergence, the joining of two opposites. Understanding the dialectic and logic of the strategy is crucial for prediction. It enables one to see how the situation in one phase will develop in the next phase. Specifically, as we have seen, the Stalinist content of the revolutionary control system, the Stalinist model, was to be decisively discarded. The decision to proceed along these lines was actually taken in 1959-60, when the Soviet long-range revolutionary strategy was refurbished and reformulated along deepened Leninist lines. Writing in his first work, New Lies for Old, published in 1984, completed in 1980, Anatoly Golitsyn summarized the abandonment of the Stalinist model as follows. The dialectic of this offensive consists of a calculated shift from the old, discredited Soviet practice, the Stalinist model, ed., to a new liberalized model with a social democratic facade to realize the communist planners' strategy for establishing a united Europe. At the beginning, they introduced a variation of the 1968 Czechoslovakian democratization. At a later stage, they will shift to a variation of the Czechoslovakian takeover of 1948. That the abandonment, for the time being, of the Stalinist model of revolutionary control was the true underlying meaning of perestroika is made clear in the literature. For instance, in the August 1990 issue of the official Soviet journal, Sputnik, Digest of the Soviet Press, an English-language publication modeled in format and style upon Reader's Digest, Professor Vladimir Shastitko, director of the Institute of the Economy of the World Socialist System, began an article with the following statement. Stalinist socialism, which our country developed for many years, has shown itself to be fully bankrupt, having exhausted its resources for growth. Translated from the standard Leninist Aesopian language used here, this meant that the Stalinist model of socialism, rho with a dot above equals communism, whenever the word socialism is employed by Soviets and their successors, had outlived its usefulness for the present. However, socialism rho with a dot above equals communism itself was not bankrupt. A different, i.e. a purely Leninist, model of socialism would replace the Stalinist model, which the Gorbachev team was engaged in closing down on behalf of the Strategy Collective. And to make sure that no one would be liable to run away with the idea that the Soviets were in the process of abandoning socialism, rho with a dot above equals communism altogether, which was the premature knee-jerk conclusion reached by policymakers in all Western capitals, influenced by agents of influence and agents in place. Gorbachev stated unequivocally that the collective of revolutionaries would never abandon communism. Indeed, he made this point at every suitable opportunity, for instance, in that speech in November 1987, when he had asserted that we are moving towards a new world, the world of communism. We shall never turn off that road, and he had reiterated it with greater clarity and emphasis than ever in his book Perestroika, New Thinking for Our Country and the World, citation 10, they tell us that nothing will come of perestroika within the framework of our system. They say we should change the system and borrow from the experience of another socio-political system. To this they add that, if the Soviet Union takes this path and gives up its socialist choice, close links with the West will supposedly become possible. They go so far as to claim that the October 1917 revolution was a mistake which almost certainly cut off our country from world social progress. To put an end to all the rumors and speculations that abound in the West about this, I would like to point out once again that we are conducting all our reforms in accordance with the socialist choice. We are looking within socialism, that is, within communism, rather than outside it, for the answers to all the questions that arise. We assess our successes and errors alike by socialist standards. Those who hope that we shall move away from the socialist path will be greatly disappointed. Every part of our program of perestroika and the program as a whole, for that matter, is fully based on the principle of more socialism and more democracy, which confirmed once and for all that the changes, over which Gorbachev presided, and for which his Politburo prepared the way, were not spontaneous, but represented rather the outcome of elaborating planning based on Leninist studies over many years. More socialism means a more dynamic pace and creative endeavor, by which was meant the creative application of Leninist methods. This is what creative always means when used by communist strategists and in their literature. For instance, as was explained on page 53 of the Ideology of Renewal for Revolutionary Restructuring, Moscow, 1988, the application of Leninist methods meant, inter alia, that normal business relations with states of opposing systems are among other things a blow to anti-Sovietism and anti-communism, thus weakening the reactionaries' pressure on democratic gains and aspirations. The Leninist Aesopian translation of democratic being that decisions are reached collectively, as in the European Union context, which means, in both the overt Soviet Union and in the new European Soviet, that decisions are in practice taken by a controlling claque, in accordance with the priorities of collectivization strategy. Gorbachev also stressed in perestroika that we are not going to change Soviet power, of course, or abandon its fundamental principles, but we acknowledge the need for changes that will strengthen socialism. The essence of perestroika is that it revives the Leninist concept of socialist construction in both theory and practice. And less than 2 years before Mrs. Thatcher told this author in the Palace of Westminster that she thought that Gorbachev isn't a Leninist anymore, Gorbachev had explicitly handed the entire credit for perestroika and its objectives to his idol Lenin. As mentioned on page 14, he had told Russian students, i.e., cadres, on 15 November 1989, "We are for a Lenin who is alive. In building our future we are basing ourselves upon Marxism-Leninism." Through restructuring perestroika, reformation, we want to give socialism a second wind and unveil in all its plenitude the vast humanist potential of the socialist system. To achieve this, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union returns to the origins and principles of the Bolshevik Revolution, to the Leninist ideas about the construction of a new society. Our party was and remains the party of Lenin. In short, we are for a Lenin who is alive. We must seek these answers guided by the spirit of Leninism, the style of Lenin's thinking, and the method of dialectical cognition. The method of dialectical cognition is the method used by Golitsyn which, as the genuine Soviet defector explains, yields correct understanding of the strategy and facilitates the application of that understanding to the analysis of events, enabling one to predict otherwise surprising Soviet actions. The remarkably consistent failure of Western policymakers and their advisors to make any apparent effort to develop the method of dialectical cognition that is necessary as a prerequisite for understanding what is happening in a world in which the continuing revolutionaries are running rings round them, has left them dazed, confused, and floundering. One often comes across articles on post-Soviet affairs which reveal that the writers can see that things are far from being as they seem, and do not conform to fashionable Western images and preconceptions, yet have been unable to make sense of events, due to the absence of any grasp of Soviet deception theory, practice, and strategy. Such commentators accordingly end up being no better informed than the great majority of mankind, cited by Machiavelli in The Prince, who are satisfied with appearances as though they were realities, and are often more influenced by things that seem than by those that are. This catastrophic failure greatly bothered Alexander Solzhenitsyn, about whose probable role as a licensed critic authorized by Moscow to accentuate the process of debunking the Stalinist system, the author has certain reservations. "I would never have imagined," he has written, "the the extreme degree to which the West actually desired to blind itself to the world situation, the extreme degree to which the West had already become a world without a will, a world gradually petrifying in the face of the danger confronting it, a world oppressed above all by the need to defend its freedom. There is a German proverb which runs, Mut verloren, all's verloren. When courage is lost, all is lost. There is another Latin one, according to which loss of reason is the true harbinger of destruction. But what happens to a society in which both these losses, the loss of courage and the loss of reason, intersect? The answer in the European Union context is that society is being led by its deluded, blind, ideologically driven or perverse political leaders to fulfill the prediction of the Soviet collective authors of Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, that only then do they voluntarily enter upon close liaisons that are intended to annihilate the state itself. Ignorance of this Leninist background is both inexcusable and all but terminal. Unbroken Leninist continuity with the past. It is no surprise, therefore, that Gorbachev's emphatic, insistent, and reiterated invocation of Lenin as the central source of Soviet and post-Soviet strategic inspiration exhibits no qualitative differentiation whatsoever from the definitive invocations of Lenin proclaimed at earlier meetings of communist parties and CPSU congresses. For instance, at the international meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties held in Moscow from 5th to 17th June 1969, a follow-up meeting to the 81-party meeting held in Moscow in December 1960, at which the revised and updated long-range Leninist deception strategy was ratified, Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev stated. Lenin's inestimable service consists in that he furnished answers to the most acute questions raised by life, see Note 21, and indicated the most efficacious forms of struggle, for the victory of the socialist revolution and the triumph of communism, to apply a consistent class line, firmly adhere to principles, be flexible in tactics, consider the concrete conditions from every angle, to undertake bold and at the same time well-conceived actions. This is what Lenin taught us, and what we learned from Lenin. His contribution to revolutionary theory was a major stage in the development of Marxist thought. 12. The element of flexibility in the creative application of the Leninist dialectical political method reflects one of the lessons the Soviets had learned from mandatory study, following the Chinese Communists' victory in 1949, of The Art of War, the treatise on strategic deception by the school of the ancient Chinese military strategist, Sun Tzu, see page 56, namely that, in the art of war there are no fixed rules. These can only be worked out according to circumstances. 13. In a commemoration at the same meeting of the centenary of the birth of Lenin on 17 June 1969, Brezhnev proclaimed, in the exact style of Gorbachev and Yeltsin, years later, that communists will always be true to the creative spirit of Leninism. Study Lenin's works. There you will find an inexhaustible fund of inspiration for struggle against reaction and oppression, for socialism and peace. Acquaintance with Lenin's works will help the rising generation to see more clearly the revolutionary prospects of our era, spread more widely the knowledge of the achievements of Leninism. Let us raise higher the banner of Leninism in the struggle for the revolutionary renewal of the world. Long live Leninism. 14. That was Leonid Brezhnev speaking, not Gorbachev. Compare these observations with those remarks by Gorbachev noted on page 14 from Perestroika, New Thinking for Our Country and the World, pages 11 to 12 in the Perennial Library Edition, 1988. The works of Lenin and his ideals of socialism remained for us an inexhaustible source of dialectical creative thought, theoretical wealth, and political sagacity. Turning to Lenin has greatly stimulated the party and society in their search to find explanations and answers to the questions that have arisen. The Leninist period is indeed very important. 15. If these statements were taken out of context, they could be attributed as interchangeably to Brezhnev as to Gorbachev, providing impressive documentary proof of the absolute lack of any discontinuity of revolutionary method, or in the way of thinking between the two leaderships. A conclusion yet further reinforced by the closing remarks of the official record of the proceedings of the 27th CPSU Congress, held in Moscow between 25 February and 6 March 1986, chaired by General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev. Adopting a bold, realistic, mobilizing, and inspiring strategy, one that is Leninist in spirit, the struggle for the triumph of communist ideals, of peace and progress, the 27th Congress of the CPSU expresses the party's firm determination to honorably follow our great road and open up new vistas for the creative energy and revolutionary initiative of the people's intelligentsia. The Congress calls on all Soviet people to dedicate all their strength, knowledge, ability, and creative enthusiasm to the great goals of communist construction, and to worthily continue Lenin's victorious revolutionary cause, the cause of the October Revolution, 16. And as late as 1989, Gorbachev declared, "I am a communist, a committed communist. For some, that may be a fantasy, but for me, it is my own goal." The following year, even as he was being feted internationally as the man who ended communism, Gorbachev insisted publicly that "I am now, just as I have always been, a convinced communist." And eliminating all doubt that his renunciation of communism following the August coup had been a Leninist deception, Gorbachev pronounced on the Larry King Live TV show on 6 November 1993, in answer to a naive question from a member of the audience whether he would return to politics, "I'm not hiding in the woodwork. I'm involved in a different political role. I have not abandoned links with the past." When asked, "What are you doing now?" Gorbachev replied, "I'm working on the same problems as before, on new thinking and international relations 1718. In the Perestroika deception, Golitsyn described Gorbachev as a Leninist chosen and trained by the Soviet strategists to engineer the defeat of the United States and the West generally through the use of false, controlled democracy and a specious capitalism, 19 Lenin's proven formula of state-controlled capitalism. But although Gorbachev left no room for doubt concerning the strategist's Leninist inspiration and intentions, the West was caught off guard by the abrupt, coordinated liberalization of the East European countries, by the orchestrated, provisional and retractable independence of the Soviet republics, and by the contrived August coup of 1991, which provided the pretext for Gorbachev, Yeltsin and others to renounce communism amid dramatic gestures, although Yevgeny Primakov, the intelligence chief, top strategist and later foreign minister and prime minister, couldn't be bothered with such trifling deceits. This paved the way for the false banning of communism, leaving, as will be confirmed later, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union continuing in the driving seat, and for the replacement of the Gorbachev regime in Russia itself by a fake non-communist regime fronted by the leading Politburo communist, Comrade Boris and Yeltsin. At the 27th CPSU Congress held in February 1986, Yeltsin, who had then occupied the key strategic position of first secretary of the Moscow City Party Committee, was reported by Pravda and Izvestia 20 to have invoked Lenin in the following enthusiastic terms. At a party congress at which frank reports were delivered and sharp discussions held, after which the delegates expressed support for unity, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, in defiance of skeptics, exclaimed enthusiastically, "Now this is something I really understand. This is life." 21. Many years have gone by since then. One can note with satisfaction that the atmosphere at our Congress is again marked by that Bolshevik spirit, that Leninist optimism, that call to struggle against the old and outmoded in the name of the new applause. Hence Yeltsin, who was the first prominent figure to renounce communism in preparation for the changes, could not have been anything but a dedicated lifelong servant of the Leninist communist revolution. Indeed, since the crucial position of first secretary of the Moscow Communist Party Commission was one of the top positions in the hierarchy, it was the Moscow CPSU Central Committee that continued coordinating tactical and strategic political developments under Yeltsin's non-communist presidency. Yeltsin remained throughout his decade as the Strategy Collective's front man, a communist of the most senior rank. Yeltsin's conversion to non-communism was always hard to swallow. According to Pravda, he was a delegate to the 26th CPSU Congress when serving as first secretary of the Sverdlovsk Provincial Party Committee, having, according to Pravda, just been awarded the Order of Lenin in recognition of his lifelong service to the CPSU. Yeltsin's rise after 1981 was meteoric and could only have taken place because of his excellent standing in the party's structures, and his services to Brezhnev to 1982, to Andropov 1982-84, to Chernenko 1984-85, and of course to Gorbachev, with whom he worked, Perestroika dialectically, 1985-91. Yeltsin was appointed to the Central Committee of the CPSU, elected a Supreme Soviet deputy from Serov, elected to the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, named Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee, elected First Secretary of the Moscow City Party Commission, providing him with the separate base that would be needed later, and made a member of Gorbachev's Politburo. In every speech and statement he delivered, Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin was politically correct to perfection, as for instance could be gauged from studying his 10,500 words, as reported in Moskovskaya Pravda on 15 January 1986. In mid-March 1987, Yeltsin was pictured during a visit to Managua, Nicaragua, holding aloft the hands of those two well-known fellow Democrats. Daniel Ortega Saavedra and Jaime Wheelock Roman, key members of the Nicaraguan Communist, Sandinista, Politburo, see also page 24. Like Yeltsin did, all the key figures on the post-Soviet stage participate, as members of the top Bolshevik collective, in implementing the deception strategy, a point which Golitsyn explained repeatedly, and never with such pinpoint precision as in March 1989, when he told Washington that, because Gorbachev was chosen for the execution of the final phase of the strategy, one should not exclude the possibility of his being replaced by another leader, perhaps a liberal of Yeltsin's type. Gorbachev's replacement or fall could well be a calculated move. If circumstances changed, he might be returned to power again. When that advice proved to be correct, 2.5 years ahead of the event, nobody in Western policymaking structures drew the appropriate conclusions, indeed, any conclusions at all, from the fact that Mr. Golitsyn had predicted that Gorbachev would be removed and replaced by Boris Yeltsin. If intelligence analysts had been doing their jobs properly, they should at once have reviewed the methodology Anatoly Golitsyn had employed in order to reach that accurate conclusion. It appears instead that their minds were closed tight shut, corroded by groupthink, and by the fashionable misconceptions of the day which were, and remain, constructed upon the lies spawned by an expanding flood of strategic deception. As explained in the introduction, Western policymakers had allowed themselves to become co-liars with the Leninists, thereby reinforcing the revolutionaries' inverted pyramid of lies. That the Stalinist model was being prepared for the interim, i.e. reversible, junk heap of history, so far as the theatrics mounted for Western public consumption in Moscow itself were concerned, the changes were to be geographically selective. Georgia, for instance, subsequently suffered terribly under the brutal Yeltsin-era neo-Stalinist dictatorship of MVD General Eduard Shevardnadze, was made clear in many statements by Gorbachev, and by the Soviet Foreign Minister, E. Shevardnadze himself, in the course of a crucial address delivered on 25 July 1988 before the 19th All-Union CPSU Conference, in a passage entitled, "The Party's Thought and Will Geared to Perestroika," part of which contained the following statement: 22. The image of the enemy, 23, which we are expending so much effort on debunking today, emerged as a counterbalance to the real image of the Soviet people, contrary to its friendliness, valor, wisdom, and self-sacrifice. 24. On 15 July 1990, Pravda published the complete text of the statement of the 28th CPSU Congress of July 1990 Sup. 25. It contained the following further passage confirming the abandonment of the Stalinist model and its replacement by a reinvigorated, dynamic, revitalized creative Leninist world revolutionary model. The 28th CPSU Congress attaches fundamental importance to defining the principles of the party's policy at the present stage, with a view to renewing those principles, i.e., the Leninist principles proclaimed at each successive CPSU Congress, and making progress towards a humane, democratic socialism. Distortions of the principles of socialism from the 1930s into the 1950s, that is to say, of course, during the Stalin period, ed., engendered complicated problems. But the closing down of the Stalinist model for international public consumption would not entail the slightest deviation from Leninist Bolshevism. On the contrary, as Gorbachev put it at the 27th CPSU Congress in 1986, as reproduced in the 1988 party document entitled The Ideology of Renewal for Revolutionary Restructuring, on pages 60 to 61, the party had made specific decisions on how to update our political system, a reference to the false system of CPSU-controlled political democratism to follow ed. Thus we shall give a fresh impetus to our revolutionary restructuring. We shall maintain our quiet Leninist creativity and daring in an efficient and responsible fashion in a Leninist Bolshevik manner. The peace offensive formed an integral element of the Soviets' assault on European minds, which led directly to the restructuring of NATO in conformity with the Soviet strategic collective security objective. Thus on page 159 of From Geneva to Reykjavik, Fyodor Berlatsky boasted that some progress, in fact considerable progress, has been made in Europe towards détente and in new thinking. Moscow's peace offensive, too, was openly acknowledged to be based upon Sun Tzu's teaching that the highest manifestation of the art of war was to win the war without fighting. As Berlatsky noted on page 155 of his Leninist polemic, our philosophy of peace, the Utopian meaning of which, as indicated, is the cessation of all hostility towards communism, ed., is frankly based on the conviction that socialism can win without war, without military competition. At the same time, Fyodor Berlatsky made it dialectically evident that the strategists under Gorbachev still viewed non-communists as enemies. Thesis: we are not enemies. Dialectical antithesis laced with blackmail. We cannot have no right to regard one another as enemies, unless we want to vanish from the face of the earth. Berlatsky, page 149. Overt aims of perestroika for the USSR and Western Europe. In a memorandum addressed to the Central Intelligence Agency in March 1989, published in the Perestroika Deception, Anatoly Golitsyn explained that perestroika, as applied to the Soviet Union, did, behind its Aesopian meaning of reformation, also imply the restructuring and revitalization of the Soviet socialist economy through the incorporation of some elements of the market economy, with the objective of establishing a new form of Leninist, state-controlled capitalism. Western governments, having no concept of Leninist deception theory and practice, forgot the lesson of Lenin's false, new economic policy of the 1920s and assumed that perestroika meant effectively that the Soviets were in the process of abandoning communism altogether, even though Gorbachev never ceased to reiterate that this was not the case. Golitsyn also pointed out that Mikhail Gorbachev presided over the restructuring of the Stalinist regime into a form of communist democracy with the appearance of political pluralism, equals the essence of democratism, meaning the creation and maintenance of the illusion of democracy, mainly for Western public consumption, ed. And that he was engaged in reconstructing a repressive regime with a brutal Stalinist face into an attractive socialist model with a Leninist, human facade, and a seeming similarity to the Swedish social democratic system. For Western Europe, Golitsyn wrote that dimensions of perestroika included a. bringing about a new political alliance between the pseudo-social democratic regimes in the USSR and Eastern Europe and the Euro-communist parties and genuine social democratic parties in Western Europe. For many years now, this has been taking place on a grand scale, as parliamentary delegations and national parliamentarians from European Union member states and from former Soviet bloc countries who maintain their Leninist loyalties behind a facade of Western-style political labels, interface with colleagues from other EU countries at both national and European Union level, dancing to the European Union's collectivist agenda. With even the Eurosceptic movements penetrated by leftists and accepting funds from the European Union, which thereby controls or establishes parameters around their activities. B. Restructuring political and military blocs, NATO and the Warsaw Pact, and the creation of a single, Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals incorporating a united Germany. Every dimension of these and of Mr. Golitsyn's related predictions has either been fulfilled or is in the process of realization. This is no surprise, since Golitsyn's predictive record achieved by applying the method of dialectical cognition provided by Leninist dialectics as an interpretative and predictive tool for reading the revolutionary mind is, as already noted, unmatched by any other analyst, let alone by any Western intelligence organization. In his study published in 1994, entitled Wedge, The Secret War Between the FBI and CIA, Mark Riebling stated that an analysis of Anatoly Golitsyn's predictions in New Lies for Old had revealed that, of Golitsyn's falsifiable predictions, 139 out of 148 were fulfilled by the end of 1993, an accuracy rate of nearly 94%. But with no disrespect to this brilliant analyst, anyone who had taken the trouble to study Lenin and to read the Soviet literature and the speeches of Soviet officials, from Gorbachev and his predecessors downwards, could have achieved an understanding of the new thinking, facilitating comparably accurate predictions of Soviet behavior. No fundamental deviation from communism ever intended. Gorbachev is on record as having told the Politburo early in his tenure, as the final preparations were being made for perestroika, "Gentlemen, comrades, do not be concerned about all that you hear about glasnost and perestroika and democracy in the coming years. These are primarily for outward consumption. There will be no significant change within the Soviet Union, other than for cosmetic purposes. Our purpose is to disarm the Americans, and to let them fall asleep." 28. In other words, perestroika was indeed a deceptive, Leninist device to mask the facts that there was to be no fundamental deviation from communism, and that the Leninist world revolution would continue until global communism had been achieved. The Soviets openly proclaimed the message that there will be no significant change within the Soviet Union, other than for cosmetic purposes, knowing from long experience, and from the results of their detailed studies of Western psychology carried out since the early 1960s by the Academy of Leninist Sciences Specialist Institutes for the KGB, which spearheads the strategy for the strategists and the party, that the West would ignore the message. It is this fully justified and typically Leninist Bolshevik confidence that the West isn't paying attention, which has enabled the continuing covert communists to restock all the East and Central European governments, at all levels with known communists, and to retain Soviet symbols in place, such as statues of Lenin, the widespread use of the name Soviet, pictures and busts of Lenin, red flags, the hammer and sickle, and other symbols of continuing Soviet power. Such as newspapers like Sovtskaya Rossiya, Soviet Russia, shown below, and Sovsky Sport, Soviet Sport, shown on page 77. Since 1 October 2001, Internet users anywhere in the former USSR may register with the domain SU. Previously, the only domain available for Russia itself was RU. Aircraft flown by Aeroflot, as observed in the late 1990s, carried the Russian Federation's livery on the tail fin assembly, and the hammer and sickle motif on the front of the aircraft, just below the flight deck on the right-hand side of the fuselage. The Russian Foreign Ministry's official journal International Affairs, established in 1954 allowing the death of Stalin, which discusses and elaborates elements of the continuing deception strategy, has stated explicitly for many years in each successive issue that it is delivered to number 10 Downing Street, to the White House, and to the head offices of the other leading Western governments. The advisory board of this official publication is invariably headed by the foreign minister of the day. Apart from a lesser official who occupied that position when the publication was founded in 1954, there had, by 2002, been precisely 4 editors-in-chief, the 4 Soviet and then Russian foreign ministers, namely Andrei Gromyko, Isaac Katz, Andrei Kozyrev, the son of one of the diplomats kicked out of London for espionage by the conservative government led by Edward Heath, Yevgeny Primakov, and Igor Ivanov, the current foreign minister and editor-in-chief. International Affairs carelessly carried an advertisement as late as 1996, which contained the following rubric soliciting subscriptions to the journal. Yes, I want to keep informed of critical Soviet foreign, military and security policy issues. Hence this official Russian policy journal, which explains and elaborates elements of continuing Leninist strategy, was using the adjective Soviet 5 years after the alleged abolition of the Soviet Union, in a subscription advertisement boasting that copies are sent to the heads of government of the main Western powers. After Soviet Analyst, which retains the name Soviet in its title in order to emphasize the lack of any strategic discontinuity, had pointed out that International Affairs was continuing to use Soviet in its advertisement, the publishers belatedly changed the text of the promotion. Volume 43, Number 5, of 1997, suddenly dropped the use of the name Soviet, yet reaffirmed the unbroken continuity of International Affairs and its communist pedigree by stating as follows in a revised subscription advertisement. Since 1954, this authoritative Russian foreign policy journal provides interesting, well-documented essays in international politics and diplomacy. In reality, this journal has, since 1954, meticulously elaborated Soviet strategy, usually couched in Leninist Aesopian language, for the instruction of Western governments, and for the simultaneous benefit of those whom Lenin called the interested, the world revolutionary community. One would have thought that some Western official, somewhere in the bureaucracies, would have spotted these connections and drawn them to the attention of the highest levels of government. But no, the West has remained in a comatose state, as Gorbachev and Manuilsky and the entire continuing Leninist revolutionary collective had correctly anticipated. The image shows a newspaper masthead. The newspaper is titled Sovetskaya Rossiya, which translates to Soviet Russia. The masthead is dated January 4, 2001. The newspaper can be obtained via subscription or at Moscow newsstands. Other newspapers and publications also retain the name Soviet in their titles. The image suggests that no attempt is made to hide the continued existence of the Soviet Union. Figure summary: this is an image of a document. The document contains an advertisement from the Russian Foreign Ministry's journal International Affairs soliciting subscriptions. The advertisement uses the slogan, "Yes, I want to keep informed of critical Soviet foreign, military and security policy issues." The advertisement remained unchanged for a few years. The continued use of the term Soviet abroad was unusual, as it had been disallowed for external use, though it was still widespread domestically. Repackaging old lies to sustain the vulnerable deception. So deep is the West's slumber that Western observers routinely miss all the cues fed to them by the strategists to gauge whether we are likely to wake up. Indeed, so many examples have come to the author's attention that this book could easily have consisted of nothing but concrete, documented evidence, independent of the careful analysis provided by Anatoly Golitsyn, that perestroika was a Leninist strategic deception designed to prepare the world for the dismantling of the Stalinist model. Even so, every pack of lies degrades, and thus has a limited life expectancy. As an approximation, no Leninist lie can be guaranteed to survive for more than about 7 years, a fact of deception life, of which the Leninists are always uncomfortably aware. Accordingly, their lies are encumbered about with elaborate precautionary measures, as well as reinforcements. A dramatic case in point being the controlled unrest which culminated with the televised shelling of the White House in the autumn of 1993, when Western TV crews who were corralled into a single hotel found that because they were so confined, they could only shoot film from a single position in front of the building, which was the visual angle from which the Russian authorities wished the global television reportage to be covered. That theatrical upheaval provided cover inter alia for the subsequent emergence of a pact, non-communist equals covert communist, Duma, which today rubber stamps presidential decisions, while perpetrating the spectacle of a Western-supported democratic Russian president subjecting the parliament building formerly the Communist Party HQ to shell fire, with probably heavy loss of life, leaving the West more confused and dazed than ever. But nevertheless still eager to continue buttressing this monstrous regime, for fear of worse instability to come. In the event, the strategists achieved much more than this, namely, openly expressed Western support for Yeltsin's cynical, barbaric, repressive, Stalinist provocation. For during the televised bombardment of the Black and White House, as Moscow wags immediately called the Moscow White House, so named to mimic the White House in Washington, a symbol of the appearance of equivalence with the United States, a theme that the Leninists have systematically promoted, the ill-advised British Prime Minister, John Major, emerged out of No. 10 Downing Street, almost arm-in-arm with the then Russian ambassador to London, the Bolshevik and KGB officer Boris Pankin, to confirm his complete support for the brutal measures Yeltsin was having to take. On seeing that spectacle on their TV screens, the Moscow strategists must have reached the conclusion that no circumstances, short of outright war against the West, could ever be envisaged which would be liable to curtail Western support for any tactical policy the Leninists chose to adopt, given that the British Prime Minister was prepared to appear on television to tell the whole world that he was all in favor of bombarding parliamentary buildings with tank fire. The subsequent absence of British domestic or international criticism of Mr. Major's wholly disgraceful public statement would have provided yet further validation of the strategists' assessment that they just couldn't go wrong with their strategy. On 3 January 1998, a two-part series entitled Tsar Boris, The Yeltsin Years began on BBC Two television. It repackaged official Russian disinformation about the Yeltsin period to date for Western public consumption, making it all the harder for the truth to emerge, since film lies are so much more easily absorbed than unpalatable truths. The first program in this series purported to reconstruct the power struggle between Gorbachev and Yeltsin, and showed the apparently confused but controlled and always carefully televised events culminating in the shelling of the White House. Relying exclusively on tainted sources in Moscow, with no objective counterintelligence to offset the lies spouted on camera by a succession of KGB and GRU, Soviet military intelligence officers, the BBC program makers evidently thought nothing of the curious irony of General Alexander Rutsky, Ruslan Khasbulatov, and a parade of dismissed or disgraced officials including Boris Yeltsin's former chief bodyguard, Alexander Korzhakov. Relating the gory details of these events from the comfort of their armchairs, when they had supposedly been imprisoned, dismissed, disgraced, or what have you by the regime they were now discussing so dispassionately, the BBC did not, evidently, see fit to question the veracity of on-camera statements by top Russian Security Council officials like Filatov, or by any of the KGB and GRU officials interviewed. President George Bush Sr. was shown on camera in the BBC film, ruminating that he had formed the impression that personal relations between Gorbachev and Yeltsin had been strained. While his former Secretary of State, James Baker, when asked what his reaction had been to the Kiev Accord signed secretly at an official dacha in Belovezh Forest, near Minsk, on 8 December 1991, by the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, and Byelorussia, under which the Soviet Union had been abolished, on the say-so of 3 signatures scrawled on a piece of paper, told the BBC, "We were surprised. But we were even more surprised when we found out that Gorbachev knew nothing about it. Mr. Baker had still, as late as 1998, not understood that Gorbachev and Yeltsin were working together throughout, to deceive the West, and that he, Baker, had been the main deceivee." The further spectacle of Gorbachev's simulated anger before the TV cameras at having been told by President Bush about the Kiev Agreement before he had learned about it from the signatories themselves was the least convincing of all the elaborately staged, KGB-directed theater repackaged in this BBC television program, which will nevertheless have reinforced the lie that the Leninist changes and their aftermath were genuine. Yet the viewer was required to believe that the president of the Soviet Union, who commanded the most powerful land forces in the world, was powerless to decree a piece of paper signed by 3 Soviet Republic leaders invalid or to take reprisals. Members of the BBC's team were, apparently, unable to grasp the obvious, namely, that Gorbachev's acquiescence in the Kiev Accord was simply never credible. The entire 1991-93 series of charades and provocations, ending in the first TV episode with the shelling of the White House, had been repackaged for international public reconsumption, complete with first-hand commentaries by the officials and KGB or GRU intelligence officers who organized and implemented the provocations in the first place, to sustain the vulnerable inverted pyramid of lies perched upon the base deception. The Leninist myth of a genuine break with the past. A false image to hoodwink the West. In the face of this open-ended barrage and reiteration of Leninist lies, distortions, provocations, fabrications, and diversions, Western observers even missed the blatant hints dropped by Gorbachev himself that the strategists were nervous about the possibility that their elaborate edifice of ruses and charades might be exposed before it had become, irrevocably, embedded in the Western psyche. For instance, on 17 May 1990, President Gorbachev declared himself to be an incorrigible Leninist optimist, anticipating what the controlled dissident Andrei Sakharov thought would be the most optimistic unrolling of Events 29, that is to say, that the deception strategy could well succeed beyond the strategist's wildest dreams. Gorbachev added that even when people all around me are shouting, chaos, 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 and collapse, collapse, I believe, as Lenin said, that this revolutionary chaos may yet crystallize into new forms of life. We have started on the last lap 30. What last lap? Obviously the last lap of the perestroika deception, the preparatory phase for the fake folding of the USSR and communism, the purpose of which was to catch the West off guard, to hijack Western perceptions so that it was immediately and universally taken for granted that the enemy, rather than merely his image, had dissolved, and that communism was passe, thereby opening the way for the central tactical objective of the strategy, convergence, the synthesis. However, the Leninists' definition of convergence differs from the Western perception. They define convergence as the movement of the West towards their model, and on their terms, with only cosmetic movement on their part towards the Western model. Pending the complete achievement of this objective, through the creative application of an elaboration of Lenin's new economic policy model of 1921, they installed fake, social democratic regimes in Russia, the East European countries, and a few selected former Soviet republics which are being used for specific strategic purposes such as Azerbaijan. These regimes present a pseudo-democratic facade to the West, yet preside over a new form of Lenin's state-controlled capitalism, model capitalism, and criminalism, controlled by the intelligence services. Criminalism is a word invented by the author to mean the exploitation by the security services of controlled organized criminal operations in the furtherance of strategic objectives. Its most comprehensive and well-established manifestation is Moscow's ultimate control over and involvement in global drug trafficking and the associated money laundering activities arising from it, as exposed in Red Cocaine, The Drugging of America and the West, by Dr. Joseph D. Douglas. The situation in Azerbaijan is particularly interesting, given the extensive presence there of Western oil firms. A top KGB general and Brezhnev Politburo veteran, Gaidar Aliyev, was delegated by the strategist to establish, after displacing the controlled second echelon non-communist leadership, a special form of free criminalist regime, while in practice exercising control by old-style neo-Stalinist methods. In Georgia likewise, MVD General Eduard Shevardnadze, one of the 3 known secret policemen in Gorbachev's Politburo, the other 2 being Viktor Chebrikov and Gaidar Aliyev, returned to Georgia on 7 March 1992, after the GRU had engineered the overthrow of the second echelon regime, led Zviad Gamsakhurdia, son of the Georgian national hero and writer Konstantin Gamsakhurdia. After wandering in western Georgia for more than 18 months, Zviad was murdered, and his body was found in a shallow grave in western Georgia. He had been poisoned and shot at close range, according to taped information held by this author based on an extended interview with Bessarion Gugashvili, his prime minister, who was the last person known to have been with Gamsakhurdia after he had been compelled to flee Tbilisi in fear of his life, but the finger of suspicion has been pointed by knowledgeable Georgians at Shevardnadze, Georgia's former Communist Party chieftain and interior minister, who is known among Georgians as Stalin II. During his period as head of the Georgian Interior Ministry, and later as party head in the Republic, Shevardnadze is alleged to have presided over many waves of brutal repression, masked by anti-corruption drives and contrived reforms. Even authors who have been beguiled by this evil man, such as the CIA apologist for the Georgian ruler, Carolyn Majifert Ekidal, co-author with Melvin A. Goodman of the National War College of the Wars of Eduard Shevardnadze, Penn State Press, University Park, PA, 1997, recognized that this MVD general, whom the book whitewashes, is a monster. The most serious charge against Shevardnadze during his years as Republic leader was that he arrested, tortured, and executed political dissidents. Many Georgians hated him for his purges of politicians and dissidents. The authors do not, of course, elaborate or answer the charge. That is a gross understatement. At the very least, Shevardnadze supervised 25,000 deaths during overt communism. No one knows how many he has murdered since he was imposed on Georgia on 7 March 1992, following the third GRU-directed military operation to remove the legitimately elected Zviad Gamsakhurdia from the presidency, an unjust putsch that was warmly supported by the British Foreign Office and the U.S. State Department. As a consequence, Georgians, who had rested their long-frustrated aspirations for genuine political independence on Gamsakhurdia, whom they had assumed would be supported by the West, now loathe Westerners with a loathing that can be expected to last for several generations, exactly in accordance with Soviet intentions. For Shevardnadze, who maintains an apartment in the Russian capital, was imposed by Moscow upon Georgia to keep it under control. The fate of Georgia following the fake collapse of the Soviet Union represents one of the most disgraceful chapters in Western modern history. Successive issues of the U.S. State Department's Country Reports on Human Rights on Georgia since 1992 have read like descriptions of some kind of hell on earth. Unfortunately, space here precludes a detailed examination of the West's post-Soviet treachery towards the Georgian people. But 2 points about Mr. Shevardnadze can be made, pending a detailed and unbiased study of the Georgian tragedy. First, the MVD general, a mass murderer, is a pathological liar, as the following eccentric statement, attributed to him in his book, The Future Belongs to Freedom, with its appropriately black cover Sinclair Stevenson Limited, London, 1991, confirms. Oh my dear Russians, Georgians, Armenians, Jews, Uzbekis, Lithuanians, Latvians, Ukrainians, how I love you. How grateful I am that you were there and always will be. How thankful I am that, through you, I have felt myself truly a part of the people, whom he has systematically and ruthlessly repressed. Secondly, this author has been told, quite separately, by 2 women who met Shevardnadze in Washington and Georgia, that the temperature in the room where he stood when they were present was freezing cold, whereas this was not the case elsewhere in the same room. Such a phenomenon is associated with the possessed. The end of anti-communism. As Anatoly Golitsyn observed in The Perestroika Deception, citing Lenin's legitimization of open-ended deception, Lenin advised the communists that they must be prepared to resort to all sorts of stratagems, maneuvers, illegal methods, evasions, and subterfuge to achieve their objectives. This advice was given on the eve of the reintroduction of limited capitalism, the new economic policy, in Russia, in his work, Left-Wing Communism and Infantile Disorder. Another speech of Lenin's in the new economic policy period at the Comintern Congress in July 1921 is again highly relevant to understanding perestroika. Our only strategy at present, wrote Lenin, is to become stronger and therefore wiser, more reasonable, more opportunistic. The more opportunistic, the sooner will you again assemble the masses around you. When we have won over the masses by our reasonable approach, we shall then apply offensive tactics in the strictest sense of the word. The Aesopian meaning of the end of the Cold War is thus the end of anti-communism. 32. By staging a sequence of dramatic events, the Leninist strategists created the pretext for, and the circumstances surrounding, a decisive apparent adjustment, the appearance of the burial of communism, in order to clear the way for convergence, a series of dramatic events creating the illusion of irreversible change. 3. For the revolutionaries are sustained by an unshakable belief in the historical inevitability of their victory, a psychological trait which itself assists the progress of the world collectivist revolution by undermining Western morale. Mr. Golitsyn quoted Lenin's statement that, all nations will come to socialism. This is unavoidable, but all will not come in the same way. Each of them will bring its own traits into one or another form of democracy, into one or another rate of socialist transformation in various aspects of social life. 34. The effect of the Leninists' belief that the total victory of the revolution is inevitable is to give vitality to the continuing Bolsheviks' brazenness, to make the covert communists' stratagems, maneuvers, illegal methods, evasions and subterfuges appear supremely convincing because their provocations, lies and deceits are routinely perpetrated with such arrogant panache, leaving observers with no time or inclination to analyze their content dispassionately, and catching those who are meant to be influenced unawares. Conspiracy and the Mongol mentality. Accordingly, deceptions conjured up by this Mongol mentality have proved almost impossible for the preoccupied Western pragmatic mentality, bred on practical short-termism, to detect. For the Western mind is indeed at a grave disadvantage in this war called peace, as the Soviets have always well understood. At a lecture given to American communists attending the Lenin School in the early 1950s, Stalin's police chief, Lavrentiy Beria, proclaimed that capitalism's short-term view can never envisage the lengths across which we can plan. And the reason for this blindness is that the Mongol mind has the capacity, which the pragmatic mentality lacks, to plan years and decades ahead, and is perfectly at home with the concept of conspiracy. By contrast, the pragmatic Western mind rejects the notion of conspiracy, despite the fact that Lenin openly asserted that his revolution was a conspiracy. Writing in What Is to Be Done, Burning Questions of Our Movement, Lenin confirmed, with his usual pedantic playfulness with language, that in form, such a strong revolutionary organization may also be described as a conspiratorial organization, because the French word conspiration is the equivalent of the Russian word zagovor, conspiracy, and such an organization must have the utmost secrecy. Introduction, Note 10. It has of course been in the interests of the Leninist revolutionaries and their agents of influence over the years to pooh-pooh conspiracy theories, a psychological trick which has successfully consigned all conspiracies, including their own, to the realm of crankiness and fantasy, exactly as intended. This duplicitous characterization of conspiracy as existing only in the minds of cranks, which has been wonderfully sold to the Western journalism profession, can perhaps be described as by far the most successful disinformation operation of all time, not least in terms of its longevity. For it is hard indeed to find a single pragmatic and/or liberal Westerner, especially if he or she is a journalist, who will not pour scorn upon the very notion of conspiracy, and who will not immediately rush to dismiss anyone proposing such an idea as a conspiracy theorist. The success of this operation is extraordinary when it is recalled that strategy, as for instance in business strategy, is a well-understood concept in the West, even though conspiracies and strategies both have the following component in common. Each harbors a hidden or covert dimension which is intended to ensure its success, in contrast to a policy, which is overt. In the business context, Western observers understand the concept of strategy perfectly well, but because of the success of the long-running disinformation campaign against conspiracies, the idea that foreign governments pursue foreign policy strategies seems foreign to them. The best explanation for Russian conspiratorial behavior and for the hegemony of strategy in Leninist revolutionary thinking and planning has been provided by Joel Carmichael, the former editor of Midstream, published in New York. It enables us to differentiate between the Western pragmatic mentality, which is a severe hindrance to comprehension of continuing Leninist world revolutionary strategy, and the Leninists' Mongol mentality. Now, when the Mongols were about to launch a military campaign, the Great Council, the Kurulai, would convene as a staff headquarters. Operations and targets would be laid down, with the captains of all the major army units present to be given their orders. Special agents had already been sent to spy on the land. This procedure was not a mere matter of information gathering. Secret agents, who were sent out long before the troops were to start marching, carried out systematic propaganda and psychological warfare. The Mongol approach was to persuade the religious minorities that the Mongols tolerated all religions, the poor that the Mongols would be against the rich, and the merchants that the Mongol peace made the trade route safe for business. Everyone was promised safety if he surrendered, and frightful vengeance if he did not. The Mongols believed in carrying on their war outrance. Their goal was the encirclement and physical extirpation of their opponents' armies. The Mongols would envelop a vast area and then tighten the ring around it. The columns operated with astonishing coordination, communication between them being kept up by couriers or smoke signals. If by some chance the enemy was too strong at first for the Mongols to burst through his lines, they would pretend to retreat. As a rule, the enemy would then break ranks and rush forward in hot pursuit, thinking the Mongols had been routed. The Mongols would then pivot quickly on their agile little horses, reform their ring, and this time finish things off. Western institutional memory recklessly discarded. Given this tradition, the blindness of Western defense and foreign policy establishments is breathtaking. This author's 3-volume copy of the Oxford University Press edition of the Documents of the Communist International, 1919 to 1943-38, selected and edited by Jane de Graz 1956, contains, inside each cover, a stamp which reads, Ministry of Defense Library Services, withdrawn. To establish definitively whether the British Ministry of Defense owns a set of these indispensable volumes, the author telephoned the MOD library, posing as an army officer, and inquired whether the library possessed a set of these books. The answer was in the negative. Likewise, Mrs. Christine Stone, the wife of Professor Norman Stone, has confirmed to the author that her husband bought a number of books on communism, which had been discarded by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. The message is that these key British departments of state have shredded their institutional memories and have unreservedly accepted the false Leninist break with the past as genuine, a reckless abrogation of responsibility, which could have been avoided by maintaining at least a skeleton analytical staff devoted to interpreting events in terms of Leninist deception theory, which those departments do not understand. As a consequence, British foreign policy has remained rudderless and confused. Such analysts could have been instructed to ask themselves questions such as why, for instance, the prominent Soviet GRU officer and implemented LT General Alexander Liebd was cited by ITA Artas as commenting, on 19 August 1994, the third anniversary of the fake August Putsch, in reference to that provocation. There was only a brilliantly planned and executed, large-scale, unprecedented provocation in which the roles were scripted for the intelligent and the stupid, all of whom consciously or unconsciously played their parts. Similarly, Western analysts might have looked behind the following statement by that caricature of a Russian nationalist, as Golitsyn calls him, GRU officer Vladimir Wolfovich Zhirinovsky, as reported in El Espresso, Rome on 21 January 1994, Prague, let us give it to Germany. In a similar interview published in Die Welt, Berlin on 31 January 1994, Zhirinovsky observed, the Czech Republic should go to Germany. Such observations could only have been made by a senior intelligence officer who was aware of the fact that President Gorbachev and Chancellor Kohl, meeting in Geneva in September 1990, had concluded a secret Ribbentrop-Molotov-style agreement to divide Czechoslovakia, the details and proof of which are presented in Part 2 of this book. Under that secret accord, the Czech Republic was to be merged with Germany within 15 years of the agreement, although this was intended to occur within the parallel broader context of European federalization, in accordance with the long-range strategies of both the Comintern and of the pan-German elite, which continues to dominate and drive German policy today. Zhirinovsky, by the way, was described on 13 January 1994 by Mikhail Poltoranin, head of the Federal Information Center, as just the probe they, the strategists, used to measure the depth of dissatisfaction in with Russia. As a key GRU officer with knowledge of Soviet strategy, Zhirinovsky also provides probe service for the Russian Foreign Ministry, anxious from time to time to test whether dimensions of Soviet strategy have been identified and understood by Western observers. The answer is invariably that they have not, as the West is indeed sound asleep. Communism collapses twice. When explaining in Perestroika, New Thinking for Our Country and the World, that the works of Lenin and his ideals of socialism remained for us an inexhaustible source of creative thought, theoretical wealth and political sagacity, Gorbachev also commented, as was mentioned earlier, that the Leninist period is indeed very important. Then he elaborated, it is instructive that the Leninist period proved the strength of Marxist-Leninist dialectics, the conclusions of which are based on an analysis of the actual historical situation. The actual historical situation, referred to here, was the remarkably successful new economic policy strategic deception devised by Lenin, and its linked trust deception, which jointly hoodwinked the West into believing that the Leninist revolutionaries had scaled back or abandoned their communist ideology. This misconception prompted the New York Times to pronounce, on the front page of its issue of 13 August 1921, that Lenin abandons state ownership as Soviet policy, throwing communism overboard. 70 years later, on 26 July 1991, the New York Times prematurely announced the death of communism, on its front page, for the second time see also page 55, proclaiming that GORBACHEV offers party a charter that drops ICONS, and that he challenges even sanctity of Marxism-Leninism. On that occasion, too, a spanking new Communist Party program had been announced at the 29th CPSU Congress, which had evidently, yet again, consigned communism to history. If communism had been abandoned in August 1921, why did it need abandoning again in 1991? Because it had not, in fact, been thrown overboard in 1921 at all. That being the case, historians at least should have asked, what confidence could we have in the assertion that communism had been abandoned in 1991? None, of course, which was why, the second time round, the KGB needed to go to special lengths to organize the globally publicized August coup provocation, codenamed Golgotha 47, to provide a convincing pretext for the appearance of the abandonment of communism, the reported banning of the CPSU, and the subsequent controlled collapse of the Soviet Union. Communism and the CPSU were closed down in the space of just 3 weeks, which was exactly the length of time that Stalin took to close down Lenin's new economic policy deception in the 1920s. Only this time round, in 1991, the closedown was much more creative. Cadres were able to regroup under the State of the Whole People, Democratist, dispensation decreed at the 28th CPSU Congress in July 1990. See pages 7585 and note 100. The brutal final period of restructuring. Only with the assistance of such pyrotechnics, the Soviet strategists and their intelligence services had calculated, could it be guaranteed that the West, though softened up by perestroika for half a decade, would be decisively weaned away from its perception of the image of the enemy. If the enemy was perceived to have collapsed so spectacularly, then the West would promptly disarm and plow funding on a massive scale into the former Soviet bloc, believing that it had won the Cold War, an arrogant claim that is still heard in the United States to this day, in accordance with Sun Tzu's strategic prescription. See pages 56 to 57. However, as previously noted, the Leninist content prescribes that it is only the image of the enemy that has vanished, like the smile on the Cheshire Cat. That reality remained lost on Western analysts, policymakers, and observers, as readers of The Times of London were reminded on 29 December 1997. An article by Michael Evans, discussing the further culling of residual British military power in the context of the collapse of communism, concluded, how many submarines, anti-submarine warfare frigates, and air defense aircraft we will need in the next century will largely depend on whether Russia readopts a hostile posture. At this point, however, the British government can afford to restructure radically, knowing that the warning time for a major war in Europe is about 5 years. The present analysis makes it plain that it is not a question of whether Russia readopts a hostile posture, but when. At the appropriate stage, a belligerent external posture will again be adopted, and at the appropriate stage, domestic repression will be applied in territories where a de facto communist dictatorship has been established. See below. Since the consolidation of final victory may require the use of all methods and resources available in consolidating global hegemony. In this connection, a Reuters report backed by separate press stories dated 3 January 2001, in the dying days of President Bill Clinton's administration, asserted that U.S. officials were insisting that they had evidence that Moscow was moving tactical nuclear weapons to Kaliningrad, the Russian enclave on the Baltic Sea, which is the most militarized area in the world. Over the past 6 months, one U.S. official said, there has been some movement of tactical nuclear weapons into Kaliningrad. We don't know how many, we don't know what type, and we don't know why. Such a firm statement leaves no doubt that the U.S. authorities had proof of these movements. In response, the Russian Ministry of Defense had claimed that these reports absolutely do not correspond with reality. The crucial significance for the intended European settlement of the continued deployment of Russian military power in Kaliningrad is addressed in Part 2. Bearing in mind Anatoly Golitsyn's unparalleled record for predictive accuracy in this context, it should be recalled that the defector warned the Central Intelligence Agency and the West in March 1989 of the satanic proportions of the final denouement of convergence, which will arise because, since convergence will never in practice be complete, the revolutionaries will insist on nevertheless trying to complete it. The final period of restructuring in the United States and Western Europe would be accompanied not only by the physical extermination of active anti-communists, but also by the extermination of the political, military, financial, and religious elites. Blood would be spilled, and political re-education camps would be introduced. The communists would not hesitate to repeat the mass repressions of their revolution in 1917, of the Soviet occupation of Eastern Europe in the Second World War, or of the Chinese Communist victory of 19. This time, they would resort to mass repressions in order to prevent any possibility of revolt by the defeated and to make their victory final. 49. As for the Times statement, it reveals that the author had no knowledge of Leninist deception strategy, did not understand that the rulers of the former Soviet Union and of all the former East European countries are communists committed to the unchanging and ruthless revolutionary agenda of world government, and had accepted Soviet disinformation so completely that he believed that the lead time before a major war in Europe has been extended to 5 years. That the lead time prior to a major war in Europe remains just a matter of minutes was specifically confirmed by the former Russian defense minister, General Igor Rodionov, aka the Butcher of Tbilisi, who stated that Russia must openly declare that it has the right to use the entire arsenal of weapons at its disposal, including nuclear weapons. An hysterical debate which has been stoked up unofficially and aired on certain secondary internet-based news services seeks a definitive conclusion to the conundrum. Will the Soviets use force against the West, or will they rely upon their great success to date in corrupting the West from within? The correct answer is that, since this is a war called peace, all means at the Leninists' disposal will be employed. The image shows 2 newspaper clippings. The first clipping reports Lenin abandoning state ownership as Soviet policy. It mentions that the official decree retains control of only a few of the big national industries and allows leasing to individuals. Payments for postal, railroads, and other public services are re-established. The second clipping reports Gorbachev offering the party a charter that drops icons, with hardliners criticized. It mentions opening a 2-day meeting where he challenges even the sanctity of Marxism-Leninism. The image suggests a premature declaration of the end of communism, which has proven inaccurate. The central importance of Sun Tzu's The Art of War. The blindness of the West and its arrogant assumption that we won the Cold War particularly reconfirms the timeless effectiveness of the advice given by the ancient Chinese military strategist, Sun Tzu, in his treatise entitled The Art of War, Pretend inferiority and encourage your enemy's arrogance. It is known that The Art of War was required reading in the East German and Soviet armed forces. As Mr. Galitzin explains in New Lies for Old, the ancient Chinese treatise on strategy and deception, Sun Tzu's The Art of War, translated into Russian by N.I. Conrad in 1950, shortly after the communist victory in China, was retranslated into German in 1957 by the Soviet specialist Y.I. Sidorenko, with a foreword by the Soviet military strategist and historian General Razin. It was also published in East Germany by the East German Ministry of Defense and was prescribed for study in East German military academies. See facsimile on page 57. A new translation and other studies of Sun Tzu were published in Peking in 1957 and 1958 and in Shanghai in 1959. Mao Zedong is known to have been influenced by Sun Tzu in his conduct of the Civil War Citation 52. Illusions such as those dispensed by the author of the article cited above from The Times of London are fostered by, and depend upon, the continued success of the Russian weak-look strategic deception, which is based upon the practical application in modern conditions of Sun Tzu's military deception aphorisms. All warfare is based on deception. Therefore, when capable, feign incapacity; when active, inactivity. When near, make it appear that you are far away; when far away, that you are near. Offer the enemy a bait to lure him, feign disorder and strike him, pretend inferiority and encourage his arrogance. Keep him under strain and wear him down. When he is united, divide him. Attack the enemy's strategy, disrupt the enemy's alliances. If I am able to determine the enemy's dispositions while at the same time I conceal my own, then I can concentrate and he must divide. And if I concentrate while he divides, I can use my entire strength to attack a fraction of his. Make the devious route the most direct and turn misfortune to advantage. The ultimate in disposing one's troops is to be without ascertainable shape. Then the most penetrating spies cannot pry in, nor can the wise lay plans against you. Subtle and insubstantial, the expert leaves no trace; divinely mysterious, he is inaudible. Thus he is master of his enemies. Fate 53. Figure summary. This image is a facsimile of the cover of the East German edition of Sun Tzu's The Art of War. The image also contains a smaller inset image showing the front page and credits of the East German translation, published in East Berlin in 1957. The book was translated into Russian and then into German by a Soviet specialist, with a foreword by a Soviet military strategist. Study of this work on deception strategy was mandatory for cadres throughout the Soviet bloc, indicating the importance of strategic thinking and deception in Soviet ideology. Active measures operations against Western leaders. The successful implementation, through the creative Leninist application of Sun Tzu's teachings and complementary Leninist dialectical strategic deception principles, of the inverted pyramid of lies called perestroika, is all the more remarkable in that, as has been shown, absolutely faithful adherence to Leninist revolutionary methods had repeatedly been asserted in public by the communist leaders and the party at every turn. Yet, as noted on page 38, Lady Thatcher told this author in July 1991 that she had concluded that Gorbachev isn't a Leninist anymore, merely weeks before Gorbachev and the KGB executed the biggest and boldest Leninist Bolshevik provocation to date, the fake August coup. Prominent among the planners and implementers of this provocation was the KGB veteran Yevgeny Primakov, a leading KGB strategist, who flew back to Moscow late in the evening of 19 August, thus conveying the impression that he had not been involved, yet issued a statement on the following day asserting that Gorbachev was not ill but was being held captive. The Soviets have even gone so far as to hint in public that both the British Prime Minister and President Reagan were the target of active measures operations by Soviet intelligence ahead of the controlled break with the past. The nature of these active measures is not known, although in Mrs. Thatcher's case, the murder shortly before she came to office in 1979 of her intelligence advisor, Ari Neve, in a car bomb placed in the House of Commons car park, may have been an element of them, since Neve was well equipped to warn her against being taken in by the Soviets. But active measures covers everything from the fabrication of forgeries to the administration of mind-altering psychotropic drugs, to sexual allure or entrapment, to assassination. It is the author's view that analysts have overlooked one important reason why Gorbachev was selected by the Kremlin's strategy collective as general secretary following a prolonged period of apparent infighting, which resulted in Gorbachev's alleged rival, Grigory Romanov, being expelled from the Kremlin in the summer of 1985, framed as an alcoholic, which he was not, and forcibly confined to a hospital for alcoholics, see pages XXXX 42. This is that he possesses what can only be described as a kind of demonic sexual allure, and the strategist's key target at the time was Mrs. Thatcher. She immediately fell for Gorbachev's charms, notwithstanding his boorish behavior during his visit to London in late 1984, described on pages 17 to 18. The author is personally acquainted with two American women, not known to each other, each of whom has separately testified to Gorbachev's sexual magnetism, which the late Dr. Malachi Martin described as being sinister. One of these women also testifies to the near-freezing temperature immediately surrounding the person of MVD General Eduard Shevardnadze, reported on page 49, but the other lady is not one of the two who have separately experienced that disturbing phenomenon. 19th February 1991, Izvestia reported that in the United States and Britain, active measures against President Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher had limited success. The inclusion of the qualification limited here should perhaps be disregarded. The proper translation of this statement from the Aesopian language used by Izvestia is that the operations were successful. The fact that they were mounted, and have even been openly acknowledged, is of course significant enough. Mrs. Thatcher failed to understand that she had been duped by Mr. Gorbachev, as she made clear to the author in July 1991. During an interview in which the author explained details of the Soviet bilateral treaty offensive and spoke of Golitsyn's work, which the former Prime Minister dismissed, Mrs. Now Lady Thatcher not only remarked, "I don't think Gorbachev is a Leninist anymore," but also added the following corollary, "I don't think we have been deceived, at least, I hope we haven't, see page 19. As the author wrote in the editor's foreword to Anatoly Golitsyn's book, The Perestroika Deception, this qualifying afterthought clearly implied a niggling doubt that the West might indeed have fallen victim to Soviet strategic deception. Necessarily, by then the consequences of Lady Thatcher's mistakes were crowding in on the West like a gigantic thunderstorm, but if she had entertained such doubts while still in power, it was surely her duty to have had them investigated. That failure was undoubtedly Lady Thatcher's worst, and the author has elsewhere described the British Prime Minister's careless accommodation of Gorbachev and all his Leninist lies as a millennial strategic error. A second strategic error of comparable proportions concerned Europe. Though troubled by the implications of the European project, she pushed through the 1986 Single European Act, which paved the way for the collective's Maastricht Treaty. In the end, she became an enthusiastic supporter of the Leninist deception strategy of convergence. She had already permitted her Foreign Secretary, Sir Geoffrey Howe, to go along with the Foreign Office's plan to hand the priceless capitalist jewel of Hong Kong over to the Communist Chinese, a grand betrayal which could hardly have been urged upon her other than by forces aware of the convergence framework and agenda. Lady Thatcher's most recently monitored geopolitical stance is that Russia isn't a threat anymore, just as Gorbachev isn't a Leninist anymore. European bilateral treaties drafted by the GRU. The author interviewed Lady Thatcher in the House of Commons in July 1991. She had no knowledge of the bilateral treaties which President Gorbachev had been signing with key targeted Western countries, and was astonished at the information about these treaties shown to her, even though all the information obtained for that meeting had been extracted from reports published by the BBC Monitoring Service. She would have been even more astonished if the author had then been in a position to inform her, what he was later able to establish, that the bilateral treaties see Note 2 were all drafted by the Soviet authorities, with significant input by Soviet Military Intelligence, GRU. This fact emerged first in a letter dated 28 October 1991 from John McGregor, then leader of the House of Commons, to Michael Spicer MP58, in which Mr. McGregor wrote, "You ask me for details of treaty overtures to the British government from the Soviet Union. In September 1990, the Soviet Union proposed a bilateral document. Much later, when it had become known that the British-Russian bilateral treaty would be signed by President Yeltsin and the British Prime Minister, John Major, on 9 November 1993, the author telephoned the News Department of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and asked them to confirm that the text of the new treaty had originated in Moscow. The Foreign Office spokesman, who commented gratuitously that you seem to be quite well informed, duly conceded that this was indeed the case. It is wholly inconceivable that if the British-Russian bilateral treaty was drafted in Moscow, the others were not also drafted in the Russian capital, not least because the structure, content and syntax of the treaties is wholly consistent with what is known about the drafting peculiarities of Soviet intelligence. While space precludes a detailed analysis here of the bilateral treaties resulting from the bilateral treaty offensive, pursued under Gorbachev, and then continued seamlessly by Yeltsin, but see Note 2. Among the more important of their central consequences are that they individually and collectively undermine NATO, while ensuring that the European Union's then prospective common foreign and security policy would need to be wholly consistent with Moscow's strategic objectives. In particular, several of the bilateral treaties contain a clause modeled upon the article in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which provided that neither signatory, unilaterally anticipating aggression by a third party, may provide military or other assistance to that party. Since this depends upon one signatory's arbitrary perception, it rules out, for instance, U.S. access to Spanish bases in any European crisis, because Spain would be bound to assume, in its own interests, that Russia might accuse it of being potentially in breach of its bilateral treaty obligations by even considering permitting U.S. access to Spanish facilities. In the case of the Russian treaty with France, Paris has been recruited as a fully fledged advocate and agent for Moscow in the councils of the international community, a fitting role for a member of President Chirac's Trilateral Axis C, pages 32 and 93, and Note 1. The bilateral treaties serve Moscow's strategic interests, not least because the EU member countries are having to take the burdensome obligations arising from the treaties under international law fully into account when meeting in the collective forum of the European Union's common foreign and security policy. Although the author has drawn attention to this crucial fact in successive issues of Soviet Analyst, and by other means, its significance and straightforward logic does not yet appear to have sunk in at official policymaking levels, given the official blindness still infecting Western thinking on Russian issues. The fact is that the bilateral treaty offensive, launched under President Gorbachev and continued seamlessly into the Yeltsin era, was initiated by the Leninist strategists, inter alia, precisely in order to bring West European foreign and security policies into conformity, sync, with Moscow's continuing revolutionary priorities for Europe from the Atlantic to Vladivostok. On 5 March 1992, a document entitled Temporary Provisions of the Ministry of Security of the Russian Federation was approved by the former Supreme Soviet. It laid down that the subsequently further reorganized Security Ministry participates in the preparation of international treaties and organizes their implementation within the limits of the ministry's competence. Even more pertinent is the fact that, prior to his elevation, in succession to Yevgeny Timokhin, to the position of Chief of Soviet-Russian Military Intelligence, the main intelligence directorate of the General Staff, GRU, LT General Fyodor Ladygin, was in charge of a department within the GRU concerned with the preparation of international treaties. In 1993, having discussed these matters with a very senior retired British naval officer, the author agreed that the appropriate UK authorities, especially the Ministry of Defense, should be approached with the argument that both individually and collectively, the Soviet-Russian bilateral treaties with key European powers, completed by the British bilateral treaty in November 1993, jeopardized NATO's freedom of action in a European, or even a world, crisis. Although the author was not allowed to be informed of the outcome of these deliberations, it was later separately explained to him that since NATO was a defensive organization, the Molotov-Ribbentrop clauses in some of the treaties, which addressed prospective aggression by a third party, could not affect NATO's role in any way. NATO was a defensive organization, and the bilateral treaties were concerned with aggression, so the author's concerns were unfounded, since NATO would never be involved in aggression. This may not have been the sole argument deployed in order to neutralize the author's argument, but it was probably the main one. Of course, any such official attitude would have been wholly spurious, even back then, because the impact of these clauses was likely to be precisely as described in the Spanish example given above. But in the light of NATO's aggression against Kosovo and Belgrade in 1999, after this defensive organization had effectively torn up its charter and had cancelled out the defensive alibi, any argument that the Soviet-Russian bilateral treaties could not immobilize NATO in a severe crisis prospectively involving the former USSR, because NATO was a defensive alliance, has become even worse nonsense than was the case in the early 1990s. The Leninists' adoption of right-wing tactics. In the Leninist tradition of deception, the democracy unveiled in the post-communist era is not democracy in the Western sense, but rather democratism, a Soviet word which the author defines as the creation and maintenance of the illusion of democracy. As Anatoly Golitsyn warned in the autumn of 1990 Sup-61, scratch these new, instant Soviet Democrats, anti-communists and nationalists who have sprouted out of nowhere, and underneath will be found secret party members or KGB agents. The West will pay dearly for its failure to understand that perestroika is not a denial of Leninism, but a radical, creative, and effective application of the tactic described by Lenin in Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder. In this document, Lenin wrote that true revolutionaries should not be afraid to discard revolutionary phraseology and adopt right-wing tactics to carry out a revolutionary policy. Strongly critical of former President Nixon, who was fatally influenced by the globalist Dr. Henry Kissinger, a man with a decidedly curious pedigree who was a close buddy of Anatoly Dobrynin, the secret chief resident of the inner KGB, and long-term Soviet ambassador to Washington. Golitsyn also wrote, in March 1992, that Nixon puts too much trust in the former communist leaders and in their instant conversion into Democrats. Non-communists and independents. He does not realize that this is a tactical conversion along the lines of Lenin's classic advice to communists to abandon leftist and revolutionary phrases and to adopt a rightist, opportunistic image in order to achieve their strategic objectives. As Eduard Shevardnadze observed, in the course of an interview conducted by Valentin Zorin on Soviet television recorded before his reappointment as USSR Minister of External Relations, a post he occupied for a matter of weeks in late 1991, if we had not freed our foreign policy from ideologized, or, as we used to say at that time, class interests, etc., we would have found it difficult to find a common language with our partners. And it would have been difficult to overcome the military confrontation. The Political Affairs article by Karl Blois. Thus the evidence of strategic deception is so overwhelming that Western policymakers can accurately be described as incompetent and in dereliction of their duty of care in properly looking after the interests of the populations they are supposed to serve. Instead of recklessly discarding their institutional memories and consigning the contents of their strategic libraries to the second-hand book market, the British Ministry of Defence and the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, for example, should have redoubled their analytical studies in order to ascertain, in the light of their 73 years' experience of Bolshevik-Leninist dialectical deception operations, whether the abrupt changes carefully timed to coincide symbolically with the 200th anniversary of the French Revolution were genuine or false. This could have been achieved at minimal expense by appointing just a few knowledgeable experts versed in deception theory to review the available communist literature in the light of Leninist practice and the course of events. For instance, given the well-known fact that the Communist Party USA, CPUSA, had always, since the days of Joseph Stalin, enjoyed a special relationship with the Kremlin, Western experts should have taken note of the article which appeared in the May 1991 issue of Political Affairs, the theoretical journal of the Communist Party USA by the top American communist, Karl Blois 64. a black American who was a member of the National Committee of the Communist Party USA and operated from Moscow as correspondent for the CPUSA's other journal, People's Weekly World. The author has first-hand knowledge that Karl Blois was very close to Gorbachev and the Kremlin, and both because of this fact and because of the tradition that the Soviets had always attached special importance, since the days of Stalin, to relations with the CPUSA, it is inconceivable that the message contained in Blois's article did not accurately reflect the intent of Soviet strategy, having probably been approved in advance by Soviet officials. In this important article, Blois referred to the use of special methods in the pursuit of the strategy, special being a KGB revolutionary euphemism for Secret 66. Blois's article began with a quotation from Lenin. The new economic policy introduces a number of important changes, which are due to the fact that in their entire policy of transition from capitalism to socialism, the Communist Party and the Soviet government are now adopting special methods to implement this transition, and in many respects are operating differently from the way they operated before. They are capturing a number of positions by a new flanking movement, so to speak. They are drawing back in order to make better preparations for a new offensive against capitalism. In particular, a free market and capitalism, both subject to state control, are now being permitted. 67. Blois then went on to explain that the changes under Gorbachev are being undertaken with a view to strengthening the system, as Gorbachev had always insisted. The switch to state-controlled capitalism would indeed require special methods, an allusion to the fact that the new form of Lenin's state-controlled capitalism, which was in the process of being installed in parts of the former USSR, was placed into the hands of the intelligence services from the outset. Blois quoted Lenin as having written, in his letter to the Russian colony in North America citation 1922, that the new economic policy has changed nothing in the social system of Soviet Russia, and he concluded that under Gorbachev, the communists were simply following Lenin's precedent in operating differently from the way they operated before. Covert communism, state-controlled capitalism, and criminalism. Thus the Russian banks, which suddenly emerged from nowhere, were funded with the hard currency proceeds of several decades of narcotics operations, supervised by the GRU, money being transferred from banks primarily in Scandinavia, a development which incidentally triggered banking problems in some Scandinavian countries. Early in 1992, President Yeltsin issued a decree authorizing Russian residents to open foreign currency accounts. Huge networks of enterprises were taken over from the outset by KGB and GRU officers. For instance, Zhyzhyshvili has had many irons in the fire. As a fully licensed GRU industrialist, he was even, at one stage, marketing goods and T-shirts branded under his own brand name. This development and the wholesale promotion by the intelligence structures of criminalism, beyond the long-established Soviet involvement in the global drugs offensive, and beyond the KGB's and the MVD's traditional involvement with the Soviet mafia, have ensured that the market system, which the West, and the international financial institutions such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, originally assumed would become roughly comparable to the market systems in the West, are controlled by the KGB-GRU in the interests of the continuing party and its strategists. For the intelligence services have controlled the Soviet government, in effect, at least since Yuri Andropov was General Secretary of the CPSU. In June 1995, Oleg Popsov, director of the Second National TV channel, let the cat out of the bag when he told Obshchaya Gazeta, "We should not forget that the representatives of the former political system have all adapted beautifully to the new economic situation. They are in banking." They were the first to understand all the positive sides of a system of government-controlled capitalism. They were very good organizers, and they were pioneers in commercializing the country. They, of course, were and remain the special cadres of retrained, former KGB and GRU officers who seized control of the economy and the financial system in 1990 to 91. These are the heirs of the communist criminalist organization descended from Felix Dzerzhinsky's Cheka, which President Yeltsin commended in a speech delivered on 20 December 1997, Cheka Day, and which President Putin has similarly lost no opportunity to praise. Neither has Putin bothered to disguise that he is a member of the CPSU and that the Soviet Union remains in existence, and vice versa. When CNN showed Mr. Putin voting at the Russian parliamentary elections in December 1999, the ID booklet he handed to the clerk sitting across the table so that he could cast his vote clearly showed the letters CCCP in a dark grayish color on the booklet's inside cover, a detail which CNN, supposedly televising a democratic post-communist election, failed to explain. On 20 December 2001, Putin, who was briefly in charge of the Federal Security Service, KGB, before his elevation to the premiership and thence to the presidency, stressed in his Cheka speech that the main result of the security services' work over the last decade is that they have become an organic part of the democratic government, its natural and necessary component. Translated, this admission confirms what can easily be established by reviewing the pedigrees of key personnel on the Moscow political stage, namely, that the Russian government is directed and has been taken over by the intelligence services. According to an official biography of Putin posted on the Russian National News Service website in 1997, but deleted from subsequent biographies, Putin began his career as a GRU military intelligence officer. Later, in 1984, he attended the KGB Red Banner Institute of Intelligence, the Andropov Institute. On 11 July 2001, the BBC reported that Alexei Musikov, a Russian scholar with known links to the Russian intelligence services, had told an international political science meeting in Berlin that Mr. Putin's path to power had been paved by Russia's intelligence elite under the direction of Yevgeny Primakov, a revelation, incidentally, which confirms this author's view of the significance of Primakov's code name. His family name being Finkelstein RFE/RL Security Watch, Volume 2, 27, 19th, July 2001. In fact, Russia's controlled democracy is altogether in the hands of Soviet Russian intelligence officers, as was also admitted on Chekist Day 2001 by Gennady Seleznyov, Speaker of the Duma, lower house of parliament, when he added, "Let's congratulate the workers of the special services and wish them success in their difficult work, especially since many of them are sitting among us here in the Duma." Intelligence officers, including GRU personnel like Vladimir Zhirinovsky, were specially retrained to function as bankers and businessmen under cover of a publicized reduction in the numbers of KGB personnel, from which the West drew much satisfaction. But it turns out that the reductions, which so impressed the West at the time, simply arose from the fact that these officers had been redeployed into their new banking and business roles, and as controllers of cadres of hardened operatives functioning in the underworld, and released from parts of the Stalinist Gulag forced labor system, which, however, has remained in continuous existence since the 1930s and has even been expanded since the collapse of communism. The establishment of the new form of Lenin's state-controlled capitalism, whereby these KGB/GRU operatives literally took over control of Soviet entities and set up and ran the false free enterprise system, was noted by British intelligence, but went unheeded among the Western policymaking community. Nor has the West yet understood that the KGB/GRU is engaged in global criminalism. Yet confirmation that this is so has been provided by the second-echelon Leninist dialectical actor, Grigory Yavlinsky. In an outbreak of Leninist candor, not to be confused with the truth, in the Financial Times, Mr. Yavlinsky explained, "Far from creating a market economy and a political democracy, Russia has formed and consolidated a semi-criminal oligarchy. This malign structure was largely in place under the old communist system, but after communism's collapse, it changed its appearance. Old Soviet monster monopolies were left untouched, competition was rejected. The nomenclatura seized control of the government and Russia's resources jointly with the underground economy and the criminal world. The new ruling elite is neither democratic nor communist, neither conservative nor liberal, neither red nor green. It is merely greedy and rapacious. Russian people and Western leaders must understand the dangers they confront. They should abandon their complacency about Russia and its supposed transition to a market economy. We all need to worry about the criminal state that is emerging from the ruins of the Soviet Empire." However, Yavlinsky was being very economical with the truth. In addition to repeating the lie about collapsible communism, which, as a former communist himself, he would have known to be inaccurate, he had lied that the new ruling elite was not communist, while failing to point out that the intelligence services were behind this controlled grab of state property and were operating in the interests of the deception strategy. Yavlinsky's Financial Times article shows, once again, that an understanding of the dialectical method, within which lies jostle with the truth, enables the observer to extract what is true from the Leninists' copious wrappings of disinformation and lies. Every statement from a Russian source, whatever political label is carried, must be analyzed with a view to separation of the lies it contains from any buried truth, just as it is necessary in archaeology to sieve dirt from a dig. It was quite true that what had emerged from collapsible communism was the criminal state with its external extensions. This is the manifestation and ultimate consummation of Lenin's revolutionary model, the unavoidable consequence, in fact, of the contemporary triumph of that evil, which the Leninist world revolution is in the process of exporting to the whole world. As a result, experts now say that Colombia, long targeted for penetration and control by the GRU as a key drug center, is 100% a criminalist state, while the assessment for Mexico is 70%. The current estimate for the United States is said to be 30%. Actually, the truth about false free enterprise is different and much more sinister, even than the so-called moderate reformer Grigory Yavlinsky implied, namely, that the Leninist strategists have grafted onto their new form of Lenin's state-controlled capitalism formula their long experience of criminalism, and in a demonically creative Leninist manner. As a weapon for the perpetuation and funding of KGB-GRU party control, and for the simultaneous worldwide exportation of organized criminality in pursuit, not just of state, but of global revolutionary strategic objectives. The primary thrust of KGB-GRU criminalism is the global drug trafficking business which, as Dr. Joseph D. Douglas explains in Red Cocaine, The Drugging of America and the West, is an intelligence operation run by the GRU because it is considered to be a form of sabotage. The GRU also controls the Soviets' long-established global terrorism offensive, the current manifestation of which originated from decisions ratified by the Tricontinental Conference organized by Soviet intelligence in January 1966 in Havana, resulting initially in the establishment of a network of terrorism training camps outside the Cuban capital under the control and supervision of KGB Colonel Vadim Kotyrgin. These became the model for the successive generations of training camps and their cadres of international terrorists that have since become such an effective revolutionary scourge of the whole world. The GRU's drug operations are run in close coordination with the International Terrorism Operation. In both cases, Soviet military intelligence provides direction, discipline, and a coordinating role. In addition, and as an increasingly important adjunct to drug operations, the GRU-controlled global mafia has long since branched out and burrowed into many other business activities, especially into banking and the financial sector. Yet as late as 2001, 2 years after the publication of Red Cocaine, Western governments had apparently still not understood the central importance of the Soviet drug offensive, both as a sabotage operation and as a means of entering the engine room of capitalism, the banking system. After this author had sent a copy of Dr. Douglas's book to Britain's so-called drug czar, appointed by Tony Blair, there was zero response. A follow-up telephone call and the supply of a further copy made no difference. The man resigned from his post late in 2001, having achieved nothing. However, a senior official of HM Customs and Excise was more sensible, at least having the courtesy to reply, indicating that the book would be read with care at a high level. That this was urgently necessary is shown by the illustrations on page 67 of a Russian self-assembly submarine under construction in Colombia, which was to be used for the transportation of drugs. It was intercepted by Colombian intelligence in September 2000 while secretly under construction in a warehouse near Bogotá. Collaboration between the FBI, MI6, and other Western intelligence services with Russian intelligence entities in the fight against organized crime, as in respect of parallel coordination in the fight against international terrorism, enables the Leninist criminalists to learn firsthand how Western police experts operate against the very criminal activities for which the Leninist actives are themselves responsible, and to dupe their Western counterparts into believing that they are dedicated to rooting out organized criminality. In reality, they are themselves instrumental in spreading its tentacles throughout the world, in parallel with their by now long-established global narcotics operations, a point that simple-minded Western policemen and their policy-making superiors seem incapable of grasping. The situation has deteriorated to such a degree that in some British cities, Wolverhampton, for instance, the police refrain from entering certain neighborhoods, where every category of drug can be obtained in large quantities on demand. In fact, the British police now openly refuse to provide protection of any sort in areas where they believe their officers might come to harm. So the GRU-sponsored global drugs offensive has successfully converted parts of civilized Britain, well beyond lawless Northern Ireland, into no-go areas where law and order has simply ceased to exist at street level. Following controversy in the United States over the appearance in the U.S. press of photographs of a particularly odious-looking Latvian GRU officer, Grigory Lauchansky, shaking hands with President Clinton in the White House, the former director of Central Intelligence, Mr. R. James Woolsey, published a statement on 6 November 1996 in which he, like others, criticized the fact that the U.S. Democratic National Committee had issued an invitation to this Russian underworld creature to dine with the president. Mr. Woolsey's statement concluded with the following observation. At a congressional hearing in April, the Director of Central Intelligence, John Deutsch, identified Grigory Lauchansky's company, NORDEX, as an organization associated with Russian criminal activity. Mr. Deutsch then refused to discuss the company any further in open session to avoid disclosing sensitive information. 70. That made it clear beyond any doubt that the CIA knew perfectly well that NORDEX was an organization run by Soviet intelligence. Other former Soviet bloc entities with the suffix X, such as KINTEX, see page 68, and GLOBX, are also KGB firms. Despite this fact, the nasty Mr. Lauchansky was duly photographed with the president in the White House. The fatuous illusion that the Russians were as interested in cracking down on organized crime as the United States had been encouraged on 7 April 1996 by Boris Tereshchenko of the so-called Russian Directorate of Economic Crime, when announcing that he was working with the U.S. Secret Service to fight money laundering. Within 2 years, money laundering scandals involving Russian operatives prepositioned by Soviet intelligence to monitor and handle the ever-expanding flows of drug money proceeds through the Western banking system via the Bank of New York. The Republic National Bank of New York and other Western institutions had briefly become headline news after $4.6 billion of money lent to Russia by the International Monetary Fund had vanished. Via Russia's tame money laundering center in southern Cyprus, the necessary money laundering facilities in Cyprus had been established in the late 1980s by Andrei Gromyko's son, who had abruptly vacated a senior position at the Soviet Academy of Sciences. He had later surfaced in Cyprus, where his name was for some years listed under his family name, Katz, in the Limassol telephone directory. In March 1996, 24 top law enforcement officials from Russia's Ministry of Internal Affairs, MVD, completed a leadership management program at the Federal Bureau of Investigation Academy in Quantico, VA. A lengthening series of such cooperative bilateral arrangements had been inaugurated, starting as early as 1988, between Western intelligence agencies and Soviet intelligence to fight organized crime. On 11 November 1999, the Bulgarian ambassador to the United States, Philip Dimitrov, addressed a meeting in Washington attended by the author. His theme was the progress of Bulgaria generally since the fall of communism. As soon the ambassador invited comments, the author asked the following question. Is the official Bulgarian firm known as KINTEX still in business, run by KGB officers and trafficking in drugs? Taken aback, the ambassador blurted out carelessly that the KGB people who were running KINTEX have been cleared out sick. With this slip, the Bulgarian ambassador confirmed officially, for the first time, A, that KINTEX is a KGB firm, and B, the Bulgarian connection to the global Soviet drugs offensive to demoralize the West. When the author immediately pressed home with a supplementary question asking, is KINTEX still involved in drug trafficking, Mr. Dimitrov, looking irritated, repeated his earlier statement that the KGB people who were running KINTEX have been cleared out. Immediately after the question and answer session, he left the building. Before leaving with his nose out of joint, he had twice confirmed under pressure that KINTEX is a KGB firm, and also by implication that it is handling drug trafficking operations. This single slip provided first-hand confirmation of the thesis of Dr. Joseph Douglas's book. Now, any logical person would have thought that if the non-communist Bulgarian government was interested in improving Bulgaria's image, it would long since have procured the liquidation of KINTEX, instead of which, as Mr. Dimitrov revealed, it had remained in existence a decade after the changes of 1989 to 91. As for the suggestion that KGB officers can be cleared out, by implication, by the Bulgarian authorities, this was plainly ridiculous, since it is of course the relabeled KGB that is in control, not the other way round. It appears that, caught off guard, Mr. Dimitrov, in addition to being unexpectedly frank, was being economical with the truth. The strong likelihood is that KINTEX remains in the drug business, and that it remains under the control of the intelligence services, the Bulgarian KGB being simply a branch of the relabeled Russian KGB, with Russian intelligence officer serving within it. It should be pointed out here that while the GRU remains very much in overall charge of the global drug offensive, because as noted it is sabotage, the KGB handles certain practical aspects, such as, in the case of KINTEX, training and providing staff for the operation, especially the investment and management of the resulting financial accruals. Writing in the journal Soviet Analyst, the author noted that before the fall of communism, U.S. intelligence officials knew all about Soviet two-track tactics. How about revisiting that knowledge and applying it here? The GRU KGB and its proxies, such as the Bulgarian Intelligence Service, run the criminalism sub-strategy, while open agencies of the Russian government fight it with Western official intelligence, funding, and police help. That way, Moscow can simultaneously monitor, control, and impede Western investigations, leaving us bewildered and at the mercy of global criminalism. With the subsequent spread of the evil spirit of Lenin's criminal state worldwide, these observations are even more pertinent today than when that grave warning was published in December 1996. In a taped transcript published in Komsomolskaya Pravda in April 1994, Atari Kvantrishvili, a Georgian mafia leader, subsequently murdered, which is typically the fate of such operators when they start to place their own interests ahead of those of the revolutionary collective's instructions, as they frequently do, remarked. They write that I am the mafia's godfather, but it was Vladimir Lenin who was the real organizer of the mafia and who set up the criminal state. On 7 June 1994, the Washington Times cited a Russian investigative journalist, Yuri Sheketchikin, as the source for a statement that Kvantrishvili had been surrounded by people close to the president, famous writers, actors, and police generals. On the same theme, the former second-echelon vice president of Lithuania, Algirdas Katkus, told a French publication in 1995 that one tries to make Westerners believe that the mafia is the product of post-communism, whereas in reality it is organized, controlled, and staffed by the KGB, which remains a criminal organization as has been the case since the days of the Cheka. Since Russian sources have openly admitted this to be the case, why has the West paid no attention? The U.S. intelligence community had long since been reminded by Anatoly Golitsyn of the fact that Soviet intelligence controls and manipulates Russian organized criminality. In a memorandum to the Central Intelligence Agency, entitled The Cost of Misplaced Trust, dated 27 September 1993, following the murder of the CIA officer Fred Woodruff near Tbilisi in August that year, Golitsyn wrote citation 75. The Russian and Soviet security organs have been reorganized and renamed many times in their history without these changes significantly affecting their personnel, their mentality, or their operations. The recent reorganization and alleged reform of the KGB is no exception. When Lenin's new economic policy with its limited toleration of domestic and foreign capitalism was introduced in the 1920s, the KGB's predecessor set up a new department, which became known as the Economic Department, to deal with smuggling, currency offenses, black market operations, and other economic crimes. In order to control the activities of domestic and foreign capitalists, the Economic Department resorted to recruiting Western entrepreneurs by blackmail or other means. In his original report to the British, the GRU defector Walter Krivitsky stated that 5 or 6 out of every 10 Western businessmen in the USSR had been recruited by the Soviets. In the U.S. context, it was the Economic Department that recruited Armand Hammer and others. The department provided the Soviet service with some of its best legal and illegal residents like Vasily Zarubin, former illegal and legal resident in Europe and the United States, Yevgeny Mitskovich, former resident in Italy, and Alexander Orlov, former resident in Germany and France. All of them, while serving abroad, ran agents recruited by the Economic Department. With the adoption of the new strategy in 1959, the KGB re-established the Economic Department as the Anti-Contraband Department under Sergei Fedosiev. This department arrested possible future Soviet entrepreneurs and blackmailed foreign diplomats and officials engaged in currency offenses or black market dealings. In parallel with the Economic Department, the Soviet Ministry of the Interior maintained a department known as the OBKHS, which was responsible for uncovering theft and embezzlement of state property, and which developed an extensive network of secret agents in the criminal world. No doubt, with the present acceptance of domestic and foreign capitalism in the CIS, the successors of the Economic Department and the OBKHS will energetically expand their agent networks among domestic and foreign entrepreneurs and criminals. Confirmation of the accuracy of this disturbing prediction, based upon Mr. Golitsyn's background knowledge of Leninist revolutionary and criminalist precedents, has become embarrassingly conspicuous, with the proliferation of Russian and East European criminalist operatives and actives in all Western countries since the so-called end of the Cold War. The previously mentioned scandals, which erupted in 1998 surrounding the Bank of New York, the Republic National Bank, and some other prominent institutions that had employed emigrant Russians who later provided insider money laundering services for the KGB mafia, represented merely the most widely publicized of innumerable scams perpetrated since 1991 by Russian intelligence operatives, including Ponzi pyramids and other fraudulent operations. For as noted, criminalism is being employed by the continuing Leninist strategists as a creative, new, revitalized dimension of the revolutionary attack on Western societies, to increase opportunities for penetration, subversion, and control, to assist with the money laundering of the untold wealth accumulated for the world revolution through the GRU's global narcotics operations, to penetrate Western banks and corporations, and to gain access to sensitive banking records for blackmail and other nefarious purposes in the interests of the new collectivist world order. Regrettably, since they appear to lack any understanding of Leninist strategy, Western intelligence services and police experts have failed to identify the phenomenon of criminalism, let alone that it is an intelligence operation of the KGB, with the GRU in charge of its global narcotics component. Yet this theme was further confirmed by the Russian Security Council, official and intelligence strategist, Arkady Volsky, one of whose multiple tasks was to head up the Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs KGB businessmen, who was cited by Izvestia of 21 September 1994 as speaking openly of the criminalization of society in the broadest sense. The criminal structures came down to us from the communist past. In 1990 to 91, the economy ceased to be a shadow economy. In other words, Volsky, who knew what he was talking about, being himself a member or director of the Leninist intelligence criminalist apparatus, admitted that the huge Soviet underground economy, historically controlled and penetrated by the KGB, had become the major component of the visible economy, the very newest and most sophisticated manifestation of Lenin's state-controlled capitalism, with Bolshevik-style in-your-face candor. Volsky implied that this sad development was a fact of life, a hangover from communism, a problem with which the whole world would simply have to come to terms, and which must be tolerated as part of the price of communism's collapse. What he did not bother to elaborate upon was the fact that criminalism has been grafted onto the Leninists' global world revolution offensive, and that the objective is to impose Lenin's criminal state model, the wholesale criminalization of society, upon the whole world. The strategists are not just replicating the behavior of former SS officers who cornered the black market in Germany after the Second World War. They are emulating it worldwide in the interests of their strategy of imposing their revolution and its sick values upon the whole of humanity. And criminalism has prospectively lethal economic consequences. For instance, as the proceeds of drug trafficking are laundered into legitimate businesses, such as huge bookstore chains, those businesses gradually become monopolies, pushing smaller retailers to the wall. Drug trafficking thus leads to the establishment of monopolies by other means. That is to say, it fosters economic conditions that are conducive to and consistent with the ultimate objective of globalized collectivism. The parallel objective of criminalism generally is to discredit capitalism by spreading criminalism everywhere, so that the resulting anarchic conditions can be exploited to press for global justice, a prerequisite for the world dictatorship. In 1995, this aim was discussed in the Russian Foreign Ministry's journal International Affairs citation 78 by the Russian Interior Minister of the day, Viktor Yarin, who called for urgent, common, national legislation to harmonize the approach of countries in the fight against organized crime and to ensure the inevitable punishment of persons involved in this activity, irrespective of the place and country where they may have committed their crimes. At 5 p.m. on 27 July 1996, a report on U.S. National Public Radio asserted that General Alexander Liebd had commented as follows on the destruction of TWA Flight 800, which had occurred 10 days earlier, shortly after the plane had taken off from Kennedy Airport en route to Paris. This bombing shows that international terror is a problem requiring broader coordination in future events, the unmistakable implication being that future events, such as those of 11 September 2001, when the World Trade Center in New York City and the Pentagon were attacked by hijacked commercial aircraft, were already being planned. Certainly, the coordination between Russia and the West against the global threat of international terrorism, which Liebd pressed for in 1996, quickly fell into place after those events. Thus, the need for a common global justice system, an essential component of the structure of the intended global dictatorship, is being provoked by the world revolution, which is itself responsible, under the overall supervision of Soviet military intelligence, for the international terrorism provocation. This dimension of the world revolution is replicated by the EU's so-called third pillar, which imposes a common system of policing and justice across the European political collective, in the form of a single European justice space, and an executive federal police force, Europol, taking its orders from a single European public prosecutor, the intended consequences being, in Britain's case, the supplanting of the common law. Habeas corpus, the bedrock of British freedom, and hence the entire basis of British legality. In pursuance of this revolutionary objective, late in 2001, the Fabian Blair government surreptitiously incorporated part of the EU's Leninist third pillar into UK law under cover of its anti-terrorist legislation, in the face of a justified uproar in the House of Lords, where it was at once pointed out that the inclusion of these provisions had nothing to do with the international terrorism measures. One consequence of this will have been the introduction of powers enabling a resident of, say, Greece, to apply to a magistrate for a European arrest warrant to have someone in Britain arrested on one or more of the 32 counts listed in the relevant Euro legislation, one of which includes a crime of xenophobia, which is not recognized at all in English law. In response, the national police will be bound to arrest the individual concerned and to have him deported to Greece to face indefinite imprisonment without the habeas corpus safeguard. The British courts would have no jurisdiction over the case asterisk. The European Union Collective will then only need to expand its already extensive list of crimes to include all criticism of the European Union, for the Leninist EU structures and Europol to have acquired powers comparable, if not greater than, those of the Soviet KGB, and for a de facto European collectivist dictatorship to have been established with the full support, in this context, of the treacherous Westminster Parliament, which has long since ceased to serve the interests of the British people in favor of its own de facto revolutionary ideology. And it is no surprise that the mother of parliaments has been terminally suborned in this way. As Lenin informed the Second World Comintern Congress in 1920, the Revolutionary General Staff is vitally concerned in having its scouting parties in the parliamentary institutions of the bourgeoisie in order to facilitate this task of destruction. As U.S. congressional staffers observed in 1961, when analyzing the report by the Czechoslovak Communist Party's official historian, January Kozak, on how the communists used the procedures of the post-war Czech parliament both to seize power and to consolidate their usurped power afterwards, parliaments can be helpful post-revolution vehicles for transforming democratic nations into fully fledged communist states. Refer to page 29, preface note 18. And page 122. The Labour government's incorporation in late 2001 of part of the European Union's third pillar provisions into its anti-terrorism bill suggests that the revolution in Britain has already taken place, and that the Westminster Parliament under the Fabian Tony Blair's direction is simply engaged in consolidating it, while the British sleep. EU national governments have acquired the Leninist deception habits which accompany membership of the collective. For instance, both the Conservative government of John Major and the Fabian Labour governments have handled the vexed issue of Britain's participation in the collective currency system dialectically. The way this works is that the government appears split over the issue and within the parliamentary party. Thus Mr. Blair, who once stood for Parliament on a platform advocating UK withdrawal from the EEC altogether, adopted a fanatically pro-Euro stance, preaching the standard misrepresentation that Britain would be left behind if it failed to abandon the pound and adopt the euro, while his Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Gordon Brown, was darkly said by his officials to oppose early entry or to be lukewarm about it, his exact position on the matter being left vague. It had to be because Mr. Brown's function was to act as guardian of the antithesis to the prime if it failed to abandon the pound and adopt the euro, while his Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Gordon Brown, was darkly said by his officials to oppose early entry or to be lukewarm about it, his exact position on the matter being left vague. It had to be because Mr. Brown's function was to act as guardian of the antithesis to the Prime Minister's thesis. Of course, the synthesis, the desired and intended outcome that Britain's currency must be collectivized along with all the other EU currencies, would be achieved after the government and its allies, assisted by the European Commission, had devoted large resources to assure a yes at the Euro referendum. Once that has been obtained, the ancient British nation will have been destroyed, as Sig. Romano Prodi said prior to the changeover from national banknotes and coin to the collective currency specie, the two pillars of the nation-state are the sword and the currency, and we have changed that in accordance with Lenin's ultimate aim of destroying the state, except that the qualification ultimate can be omitted. Just like the Soviets, the European Union specializes in lies, deception, and subterfuge. Foreign Office papers released in London under the 30-year rule show that after Britain, Ireland, Denmark, and Norway had applied for membership of the common market in June 1970, the 6 original participants in the collective realized that these 4 countries would control more than 90% of Europe's fish stocks. So they laid an ambush by agreeing in principle, a few hours before the applications arrived, that all fish in Western European waters would represent a common resource. Note this early evidence of collectivist intent. Mr. Christopher Booker, who has made a speciality out of monitoring EU deceit and lies for the Sunday Telegraph, reported on 6 January 2002 that as the documents released for 1970 made clear, the 6 knew that this was illegal, as it was not authorized by the original Treaty of Rome, the initial version of the rolling collectivist treaty. But they gambled that the new applicants would have to accept their decision as part of the established body of common market law, the acquis communautaire. Thus the 6 acted criminally, but the Heath government decided to ignore their illegal putsch for fear of prejudicing the negotiations. In fact, in the white paper sent to every British household on its European policy, the Heath government lied that the community has recognized the need to change its fisheries policy, which, as Mr. Booker pointed out, was quite untrue. After fisheries had become the only issue delaying agreement between Britain and the European Economic Community, the Heath government decided that the 22,000 British fishermen were politically insignificant, whereupon the British negotiator, Geoffrey Rippon, informed the House of Commons that we retain full jurisdiction over the whole of our coastal waters up to 12 miles, which was likewise wholly untrue. Christopher Booker's report concluded, "It is clear from the files, released under the 30-year rule, that Rippon's officials knew that none of this was true." This was indeed the genesis of the tradition of lying over European issues by national civil servants and their supine political masters, which has brought the Westminster Parliament into general disrepute, and has resulted in such cynicism towards politicians among the British people that an opinion poll taken in early January 2002 found that while 73% of the British wanted nothing whatsoever to do with the euro, most thought that Britain would end up participating in the collective currency scheme anyway because the politicians will take us in against our will. Since the EU exists to collectivize everything, the electorate is quite correct. The image shows a photograph of Colombian police and Navy officers inspecting components of a large Russian-fabricated submarine in Facatativa. The submarine was discovered under construction in a shed, along with documents in multiple languages. Officials stated the submarine would be capable of shipping a large amount of cocaine. The inset image shows an officer standing inside a component to measure its dimensions, indicating the substantial size of the submarine. CPSU freed from administration to concentrate on strategy. As we have seen, Karl Blois confirmed in the May 1991 issue of Political Affairs that Gorbachev's deception strategy was modeled upon the dialectical deception principles of Lenin's New Economic Policy, managed by the 1920s Cheka under Dzerzhinsky, noting that, in many respects, they are operating differently from the way they operated before. A direct quotation from Lenin's draft thesis on the role and functions of the trade unions under the new economic policy, with which Blois had begun his article. This was an authoritative confirmation, published in the West from a communist source in the Kremlin, that the economic restructuring, over which Gorbachev was presiding, had an exclusively Leninist content. In conformity with Lenin's own preference for revolutionary activity over governing the Soviet Union he had created, at the end of the perestroika, softening up period, the Communist Party went back underground, from whence it had emerged freed from the day-to-day management of affairs, in order that it could concentrate all its resources on implementing the strategy of global revolution. The party had acquired long experience of underground activity prior to 1917, in the areas of the Soviet Union, which were occupied by Germany during the Second World War, and in countries around the world in which the Communist Party was banned. In a memorandum warning, the CIA's Director of Central Intelligence of the perils of Western partnership with Russian reformers and Democrats, Anatoly Golitsyn, pointed out in 1993 that the 65 million or more former Communist Party and Komsomol members did not disappear or change their views overnight. The party operated underground for 15 years before the October Revolution and again during the Second World War in German-occupied Soviet territory. For over 70 years, the CPSU led the world's communist parties, both legal and illegal. The party did not lose its expertise in underground work. It retains its capacity to operate effectively behind the scenes in a pseudo-democratic system, as well as openly. Thus, underground activity is integral to party operations, as a Communist Information Bulletin, a supplement to World Marxist Review, dating from 1971, reporting a plenum meeting of the Greek Communist Party, stressed, It is imperative for party workers and members to understand that every communist must be well trained in underground activities. Conditions of underground work require that party members gain experience in underground work and be irreconcilable towards any violation of the rules of Conspiracy Note 36. Freed from day-to-day supervision over the economy, Golitsyn had also written in March 1989, anticipating by no less than 2.5 years the banning of the Soviet Communist Party and its temporary move into the shadows. The party will devote itself to guiding and implementing perestroika in the USSR and Eastern Europe, and to implementing the strategy in the West. The Soviet party apparatus will become a true general staff of world revolution to be carried out through the strategy of perestroika. Note Golitsyn's echo of Lenin's phrase, general staff. See excerpt from Lenin's speech to the Second World Comintern Congress, page 72. And as William Z. Foster, the leader of the CPUSA in the 1930s, put it, when Lenin led in forming the Communist International in 1919, he called it the General Staff of the World Revolution. Golitsyn added, just as prophetically, that despite the apparent renunciation of ideological orthodoxy, communist ideology will grow stronger and more mature. As perestroika proceeds, ideology in the communist countries will be reasserted. Each success for perestroika will reinforce the belief of party members and young communists in the correctness of their ideology and their cause. This particular prediction has special resonance for the author, given the unfolding of events on 14 March 1995, when he was invited to address a distinguished gathering of analysts at the Institute of World Politics on recent developments in the former Soviet Union. See also Introduction, page 15 and note 30. The object of the exercise had been to ascertain the essence of Golitsyn's new work, the perestroika deception. The author formed the strong impression that publication of this book was interpreted by some of those present as presenting a threat to their assessments of the collapse of communism. After 2 hours of the presentation, this hunch was proved to be correct when the Institute's director, John Lenczowski, intervened to assert, wholly without reference to anything the author had said, that the Communist Party could not have continued its activities since its ideology had collapsed. The problem some of those present apparently faced was how to reconcile their observation that the intelligence services remained hyperactive and conspicuous, with their mistaken assumption that the splintered Communist Party was defunct. Yet they were not interested in hearing that the party not only continued to exist, but was busily working underground, directing democratism and providing the necessary guidance and instructions to the intelligence services and the millions of Komsomol and other actives who were engaged, according to the new state of the whole people model, in implementing various dimensions of the strategy. Mr. Lenczowski had written in this vein to an intelligence correspondent in November 1992, noting that, although most of the nomenclatura are all still in place, they must operate without the two most potent weapons of totalitarianism they used to have at their disposal, the ideology as an instrument of enforcing conformity, and the organized weapon, the party, which is completely splintered due to the absence of a party line. This was a serious misreading of the situation. On the contrary, the revised and updated ideology of prosecuting the world revolution, by other means, has reinforced the belief of party members and young communists in the correctness of their ideology and their cause, Golitsyn, thereby encouraging and consolidating a revitalized global revolutionary Leninist conformity, the essence of which Mr. Lenczowski had failed to detect and understand. 2. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union remains totally in control of the revolutionary strategy and its implementation, contrary to the beliefs of some of the U.S. experts present at the March 1995 seminar, as will now be demonstrated. In a memorandum to the CIA dated February 1993, Anatoly Golitsyn had reiterated that the communists, with their hands free from having to manage state affairs, were free to devote all their resources and energies to strategy. The political elite still consists of the 25 million former communists and 50 million young communists who are the most active political element in Russia and the independent states, and who retain real power. This elite initiates, permeates, and directs the new parties and opposition groups, even the anti-Semitic ones, in accordance with the demands of the strategy. The elite receives guidance through various government and semi-official channels. At the presentation in Washington, the author was further interrupted by Mr. Herb Romerstein, a U.S. analyst, who exclaimed, "I suppose you're going to tell us next that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union still exists, are you?" This was a most unfortunate intervention on his part, since the author was at that very moment about to remind the distinguished intelligence experts present that the September-October 1994 issue of Political Affairs had contained, among a display of congratulatory messages to the CPUSA on the occasion of the U.S. Party's 75th anniversary celebrations, a message of praise from the Moscow City Committee, CPSU. Two references to this structure had been published, the first in an introduction to the messages, page 38 of that issue, and the second on page 43 of Political Affairs 88. The Moscow City Committee of the CPSU congratulate you on the 75th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party, USA, and on the 70th anniversary of the Communist Press in the United States. In the April 1995 issue of Political Affairs, a further reference, this time to the central coordinating political role of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, appeared in an article by Sam Webb, Secretary of the Labor Commission of the CPUSA, reporting on his attendance in January 1995 at the Third Congress of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, the CPRF, led by Gennady Zyuganov. This was one of the fractions into which the Communist Party of the Soviet Union split in 1991, letting another cat out of the bag, perhaps on the assumption that no one other than dedicated Communist Party members would ever read Political Affairs, Mr. Webb reported. Also attending were other components of the communist movement in Russia. The most prominent was the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which acts as a coordinating structure of the parties of the former USSR. Eventually, its aim is to become a fully fledged Party 89. This passage reflected, A, the reality that the CPSU, working underground, remains in overall covert supervisory charge of all the false third-way political labels, splinters of the party, adopted in 1991, and B, an underlying intention that, at the appropriate time, the CPSU might re-emerge from the shadows to hold the reins of power overtly. This would occur when the accelerating progress made by the world revolution had reached a stage at which the reassertion of overt communism, even if initially semi-disguised, would have become globally acceptable since, as previously discussed, convergence is to occur on the Leninist terms and as far as possible in accordance with their timetable, although this remains flexible given inevitable uncertainties, equals life. As matters stand, and as has already been noted, the symbols of Soviet power, statues of Lenin, the hammer and sickle, the widespread use of the name Soviet in newspaper titles, such as the further example of Sovetsky Sport, shown on page 77, are commonplace in the former Soviet Union today, strongly suggesting that the covert Leninists do not share the West's reckless assumption that the USSR ceased to exist in 1991. It would be entirely in keeping with Leninist dialectical strategy and practice to maintain the reality, framework, symbols, and structure of the Soviet Union in place, while displaying the non-communist external facade for as long as it takes, that is to say, as the military reformation in Russia marks time and waits for the eastwards expanding socialist European Union collective, the new European Soviet, to complete its convergence towards the Soviet model. But just to be sure that the West need be in little doubt that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union does indeed exist, Izvestia was cited by the New York Times on 6 November 2001 as having commented that a planned merger between President Putin's so-called Unity Party and two other large factions in the Duma represented a movement, a front, a league, the CPSU in effect. And Sergei Shoigu, the Kremlin's emergencies minister, was quoted as explaining that the purpose of this intended merger was to unite all healthy political forces, which means all communists and all of society, for the sake of a single purpose. Not that such signals were anything new. On 31 May 1998, Georgy Ann Jayer reported from Moscow for the Washington Times some interesting remarks by Vladimir Rizhkov Red at the 47th annual meeting of the International Press Institute, IPI, which was being used by the disinformation apparat to disseminate Leninist candor, not to be confused with the truth. Described as the liberal wunderkind, who was one of the rising stars of the Duma, Rizhkov was said to have spoken brilliantly about all the dreams his group of ardent young hopefuls had harbored: an open system with a strong parliament, with small businesses, no reference to large corporations, with everyone paying taxes, with a dignified existence for everyone. 10 years have passed since we had those dreams. Let's face it, what is the Russian political system today? 400 parties, but the communists are the only real party. The common idea is that this is a reform government, but it has large limitations. Not a single parliamentary body took part in its formation, because it was the creature of the intelligence services. Why has this glaringly obvious reality been overlooked by Western governments? Figure summary. This image shows the front page of Soviet Sport, a Soviet publication from December 1999. It highlights the continued use of the word Soviet in publication titles and other contexts. The image suggests the persistence of Soviet symbols and structures, implying that the covert Leninists maintain these elements despite the perceived dissolution of the USSR. This challenges the Western assumption that the USSR ceased to exist in 1991, indicating a potential Leninist strategy of maintaining Soviet frameworks while displaying a non-communist facade. The unintended consequences diversion. Mr. Lenczowski's outburst at the Washington presentation, given by the author in March 1995, was consistent with the analysis contained in Lenczowski's own book The Sources of Perestroika, Ashbrook Essay No. 2, John M. Ashbrook Center for Public Affairs, Ashland University 1992, which had sought to intermingle recognized Soviet deception with unintended consequences, thus satisfying the Western craving for pragmatic answers to all questions. The so-called law of unintended consequences is a questionable intellectual trick or mechanism which facilitates the reconciliation of awkward observations with underlying perceptions or hypotheses into which they would otherwise not fit at all comfortably. Mistaking Leninist democratism for true democracy and the Republic's false independence scramble, which was ordered and controlled from the top, for a truly spontaneous breakaway movement, Mr. Lenczowski's essay mixed shrewd observations with misinformation, taking refuge in the unintended consequences escape hatch. For 70 years, the tactics of advance, retreat, and compromise have proven successful. Perhaps now they will not. Compromise with democracy risks unleashing civil society beyond party control, and the communist retreat in Eastern Europe is stimulating the breakaway of nations within Moscow's inner empire. If these forces are now out of control, it is not because Moscow desired them to be so. It is because the Kremlin was compelled to take certain actions to preserve its power and made some miscalculations in the process. Some actions have been defensive reactions to unfolding events. Others have been bold attempts to go on the offensive in the face of unfavorable circumstances. The systematic disinformation campaign to deprive the West of an enemy image is only one example. But whatever the case, unless we make the critical distinction between deliberate intentions and unintended consequences, and unless we distinguish genuine changes from propaganda, our response to ferment in the Soviet bloc may prove to be dangerously mistaken. But the whole point of the present work is precisely to confirm that, true to the tradition of proactive Leninist revolutionary conspiracy, the consequences of the changes were indeed intended. That was exactly what Gorbachev meant when he uttered his chaos, 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 and collapse, collapse remarks page 48, similar, and concluded by affirming his belief that, as Lenin said, this revolutionary chaos may yet crystallize into new forms of life. The appearance of chaos was an intentional component of the weak look, in conformity with Sun Tzu's doctrine. Mr. Lenczowski completely misread the situation and has contributed, via his teaching at his Institute of World Policy, based in Washington, in no small measure to the perpetual confusion which has reigned in the U.S. Capitol concerning the meaning of the Bolsheviks-Leninist changes of 1989 to 91 and their consequences. For instance, J. Michael Waller, the author of Secret Empire, The KGB in Russia Today, Westview Press, Boulder, Co. 1994, credits Lenczowski with prompting me in 1989 and 1990 to examine Gorbachev's most progressive reforms not as part of a strategic plan, but as responses to unintended consequences of his openness and restructuring efforts, which were largely restricted to the party. The author was informed that the Institute of World Politics is housed in the building previously used as the Soviet Trade Mission. In addition to the retention of statues and framed portraits of Lenin, red flags, hammers and sickles, and other symbols of Soviet power all over the former Soviet Union, Russian newspapers have retained the word Soviet in their titles. Customs forms used at the borders of the former USSR referred exclusively to the USSR as late as December 1994. And business transactions between Western firms with any of the former Soviet republics are required to be channeled through Moscow, confirming that the political independence of the republics is indeed false, provisional, transitional, and controlled, as Anatoly Golitsyn explained in the Perestroika Deception. Moreover, references to the USSR have continued to appear in post-Soviet reports and literature. For instance, a report on a secret resolution addressing the work in the Ukrainian armed forces, as published by the U.S. Foreign Broadcast Information Service, FBIS, for 19 March 1996, openly recommended Ukrainian comrades not to be involved in political infighting in their country, to strengthen their ranks, and to set up primary organizations based on the CPSU platform. The same report also noted that the most powerful branches of the Union of USSR officers operate in the units of the 43rd Missile Army, in Crimea, Dnepropetrovsk, Odessa, Kharkov, and Kiev. Globus, published by international agency Press USA, and the Moscow Creative Union of Literati, distributed in parts of the United States, routinely refers to the USSR in the present tense. Izvestia reported on 18 April 2001 that 83% of Russians are still living in the Soviet Union. It is only inside ivory towers and among dreaming policymakers in Western capitals that the brazen symbols of continuing Soviet power seem invisible. Soviet Union. It is only inside ivory towers and among dreaming policymakers in Western capitals that the brazen symbols of continuing Soviet power seem invisible. Historical record: the formal splintering of the CPSU. The splintering of the Soviet Communist Party was formalized at the 28th CPSU Congress, held in Moscow in July 1990. Its purpose, as explained by Mr. Golitsyn in the Perestroika Deception, in a memorandum to the CIA dated March 1990, and specifically confirmed by both Yeltsin and Gorbachev at the July Congress, was to create the basis for the practice of democratism, a game of apparent democracy designed largely for the purpose of hoodwinking the West into believing that Russia had embarked on the road to democracy. However, as usual, when the Leninists embark on a road for tactical, as opposed to strategic purposes, it does not necessarily follow that they intend to travel very far along it. Like the European process, the essence of which is the process itself, rather than any detailed conclusion other than the 100% completion of collectivization, since as discussed elsewhere, no issues are ever required to be resolved, democracy is never intended to materialize in the former Soviet bloc, since all the actors on the stage are engaged in playing the game of democratism in the interests of the deception strategy, not of democracy. That this was indeed what was always intended was explicitly elaborated by Boris Yeltsin in his speech to the 28th CPSU Congress on 6 July 1990, when he told the delegates in Aesopian Leninist dialectical language that, in a democratic state, a changeover to a multi-party system is inevitable. Various political parties are gradually being formed in our country. At the same time, a fundamental renewal of the CPSU is inevitable. First, it is necessary to organizationally codify all the platforms that exist in the CPSU and to give every communist time for political self-determination. The party should divest itself of all state functions. Citation 74. A parliamentary-type party will emerge. Only this kind of party, provided that there is a mighty renewal, will be able to be a leading party and to win elections for one or another of its factions. With the development of democratic movements in the country and the further radicalization of restructuring, it will be possible for this alliance to become the vanguard of society in actual fact. This will provide a broad social base for the renewal of society, the Aesopian meaning of which is not society in the Western sense, but the vast communist constituency consisting of party members, the Komsomol, the nomenclaturists, the armed forces and the Soviet intelligence services, the general staff of the World Revolution, in effect, and to erect a barrier against attacks by the conservatives and guarantee the irreversibility of restructuring. Translated from Yeltsin's stultifying Aesopian Lenin speak, a fundamental renewal of the CPSU is inevitable, meant that the CPSU would assume a new coordinating role while functioning underground, operating in many ways differently from the way it operated before. Cf. Lenin. Karl Blois. It is necessary to organizationally codify all the platforms that exist in the CPSU, meant that the intended splintering exercise would be controlled from the top, with various groups and platforms emerging, each with a differentiating political label, ready to play the game of democratism. Note also that the various platforms exist within the CPSU, not outside it. This confirms that the splintered parties are fractions of the CPSU and are to operate dialectically under the overall supervision of the CPSU. Accordingly, whoever wins the resulting staged democratic elections, communists always win. Every communist must have time for self-determination. CPSU members participating in democratism will be free to select whichever political platform suits him or her best. Note that every communist will have this opportunity, a qualification which reveals again that democratism is a game to be played by communists only. Opportunities for non-communists do not exist and are not on offer, since as indicated, the dialectical game of democratism is to be played exclusively by members of the Communist Party and its related structures. It is not open to non-communists, not least because there are none. The party should divest itself of all state functions, meant that, as Mr. Golitsyn had predicted in March 1989, the CPSU would go underground, shedding its day-to-day administrative responsibilities in order to be able to devote its full resources, energies, and potential to implementing strategy. Instead of squandering its energies in administration, the Soviet party apparatus would, as the defector foresaw, become a true general staff of world revolution. To win elections by one or other of its factions, this phrase again revealed that, precisely as Anatoly Golitsyn had explained to the CIA in March 1990, communists would win democratic elections. Since all the fractions would consist of communists, organizationally codified, as Yeltsin had explained, there would never be any danger of non-communist forces winning. Hence the fundamental wrong-headedness of familiar Western fantasies to the effect that certain characters on the post-Soviet political stage are to be preferred to others, leading to the corollary that the West must support a Gorbachev, a Yeltsin, or a Putin, for fear that any replacement would turn out to be worse. For all the players belong to the same revolutionary strategy collective and are bound by its rule, a broad social base for the renewal of society meant the unveiling of the principle of the state of the whole people through democratism, note 100. Erecting a barrier against the conservatives meant not preventing the imaginary nomenclatura, conservatives, as Western observers imagined, applying Western standards to the Soviet environment, from torpedoing Mr. Gorbachev's reforms, but rather ensuring that Western democratic ideas and norms could never take hold in the former Soviet bloc and would be collectivized and progressively destroyed in the Western democracies. The further meanings of Yeltsin's Aesopian reference to conservatives included a clear signal that Yeltsin himself remained a Leninist Bolshevik, since why else would he wish to erect a barrier against the conservatives? And b, a warning that, armed with the full potential of their Leninist strategic deception stance, the communists would reduce true conservatives all over the world to what Anatoly Golitsyn has called an endangered species, by cutting the ground deceptively from under their feet. Guarantee the irreversibility of restructuring meant ensuring that the momentum of the new formation, or new form of Lenin's world revolution, achieved thanks to perestroika, could never be arrested. Once the revolution had achieved its objectives, there would never again be any true opposition. Democracy will serve, as it does in the former Soviet bloc and the European Union, no purposes other than for the cosmetic ventilation of false opposition, to maintain the illusion that decisions of the political collective are sanctioned by the people. This is exactly what has already happened, for instance, in the United Kingdom, where there will never again be any true opposition to collectivism. This has been de facto the case for years, given the existence of a secret agreement between the main UK political parties that none of them will seek to end Britain's EU membership. But under the 251-page Political Parties, Elections and Referendums Act 2000, a document of such extreme complexity that no single individual can unravel its nuances, every organization which seeks to influence politics, or actually does so, during an election period, must now register with a newly established electoral commission. The Act sets out complex requirements, full of traps for the unwary, applicable to UK political parties concerning the maintenance of accounts, imposes controls on the acceptance and reporting of donations made to registered parties, membership associations, and certain individuals, sets financial limits and reporting requirements for campaign expenditure, imposes controls over the amounts which third parties can spend during national elections, and provides for third parties to be recognized by the Commission while imposing upon them stringent reporting requirements, imposes similar controls affecting national referenda, complicates pre-existing rules relating to election campaigns and proceedings, controls most donations to candidates, and regulates the financial limits applicable to candidates' election expenses. Codifies in the most meddlesome way the controls that apply to political donations by companies, and provides the Commission with enforcement and inspection powers, listing a number of new electoral offenses. The opposition, Conservative, party hardly reacted at all during the bill's passage at Westminster. Asked to sum up the overall effect of this evil, oppressive, anti-democratic legislation, the British constitutional analyst Rodney Atkinson told this author, "It destroys democracy. The whole purpose of democracy is to enable the people to control politicians and the state. This act has given politicians and the state absolute control over the people. Britain has adapted and adopted democratism." Gorbachev confirms Yeltsin's party-splintering formula. President Gorbachev's concluding remarks to the session of the 28th CPSU Congress on 13 July 1990 reiterated what Yeltsin had said on 6 July concerning the essence of the party-splintering exercise, making it clear that Yeltsin, the former first secretary of the Moscow Committee of the CPSU, That very central organ of the CPSU, mentioned in the cited Post-Soviet Issues of Political Affairs, page 76, was all along working hand in glove, but in dialectical fashion, with the Soviet president. President Gorbachev also confirmed that the leaderships of the republics would soon acquire their controlled independence necessary in order to create the flexible Leninist conditions for the eventual merging of bits and pieces of the former Soviet bloc into the eastwards expanding European Union replacement collective. Here is what Gorbachev told the 28th CPSU Congress in his summing up statement. Now, about the party itself. Allow me to formulate 3 conditions necessary for the party to fully demonstrate its viability and actually attain its vanguard potential. Note: vanguard potential means the scope for the Communist Party to acquire or enhance its overall hegemony in society. The Vanguard Party is also the Front Party, which hides the linked Communist Party, as in the classic case of the African National Congress South African Communist Party, SACP, equation. In the first place, to this end, the CPSU must, resolutely and without delay, restructure all its work and reorganize all its structures on the basis of the new statutes and the Congress's program statement, so that under the new conditions it can effectively perform its role as the vanguard party. We must do everything to firmly establish in the CPSU the power of the party masses behind an all-encompassing democracy, comradeship, openness, glasnost, and criticism. Secondly, when there are various views and even platforms on a number of questions of policy and practical activity, the majority must have respect for the minority. And thirdly, comrades, we must study, learn, and improve our culture. If we embark on this path, it will be easier to interact and have contacts with other forces. The Central Committee and I, said Gorbachev, will do all we can to help the Republic Communist parties gain their new independent status as soon as possible, a status that will lead not to a fragmentation of communists and nations, but to a new internationalist unity of the CPSU on a common ideological basis. Let us prove that the CPSU, as it restructures itself, is capable of living up to these expectations, and then it will become a truly vanguard party whose power lies not in giving orders but in influencing people. Translated from Gorbachev's Aesopian Lenin speak, the party must, resolutely and without delay, restructure all its work and reorganize all its structures. The CPSU was about to embark upon an entirely new phase of its existence, concentrating, in emulation of Lenin, exclusively upon revolutionary activity, reorganizing its structures for the purpose. Part of this reorganization would involve the establishment of new parties consisting of communists masquerading under different political labels. This task had to be embarked upon resolutely and in accordance with an established and pressing timetable. We must do everything to establish in the CPSU the power of the party masses behind an all-encompassing democracy, etc. In this statement, Gorbachev confirmed Golitsyn's accurate prediction that all political activity would take place within the CPSU framework, with mobilization of the communists, intelligence officers, cadres, Komsomol members, and nomenclaturists in common pursuit of Leninist democratism, the global Leninist war called peace, and a decisive thrust towards the realization of the objectives of Lenin's world revolution. Various views and even platforms on a number of questions of policy and practical activity confirmed Gorbachev's total identification with the agenda of party splintering, faction ex-labeling, and democratism mentioned by Yeltsin. We must study, learn, and improve our culture. A reference to the need for party members and actives to familiarize themselves with all aspects of Western democratic practices, structures, and organization, so as to be able to replicate them, faithfully putting on the clothes and demeanor of the enemy, and resorting to all sorts of schemes and stratagems and illegitimate methods, as Lenin wrote, to conceal the truth, in order to convince the West of the wisdom of convergence as the only course open to mankind. If we embark on this path, it will be easier to interact and have contacts with other forces. Translation: by disguising that we are communists, we will be able to intermingle with other political forces abroad on equal terms. Since our own organizational and conspiratorial expertise is second to none, we will easily be able to infiltrate, influence, and guide other political forces in the direction of the revolution. See Shevardnadze's similar remark, page 61. The Central Committee and I will do all we can to help the Republic Communist parties gain their new independent status as soon as possible. This provides proof that the independence of the republics was ordered from above, and was not spontaneous, as the British Foreign Office, for instance, assumed under the Leninist party-state system, since the parties directed and controlled the republics, as they continue, covertly or overtly, to do today, Facilitating the independence of the local parties meant ordering the independence of the republics from above under the party's guidance. In 1990, Mr. Gorbachev's Politburo was expanded from less than a dozen, the preferred number inherited by Gorbachev from his paranoid predecessors, to 23 members, by co-opting the leaders of a number of the republics, in preparation for this development. This is an appropriate point to note that Gorbachev himself confirmed that perestroika represented a revolution from above. What is meant by the term revolution from above is profound and essentially revolutionary changes implemented on the initiative of the authorities themselves, but necessitated by objective changes in the situation. It may seem that our current perestroika could be called revolution from above. True, the perestroika drive started on the Communist Party's initiative, and the party leads it. I spoke frankly about it at the meeting with party activists in Khabarovsk in the summer of 1986. We began at the top of the pyramid and went down to its base, as it were. Yes, the party leadership started to the highest party and state bodies elaborated and adopted the program. True, perestroika is not a spontaneous but a governed process. Note that Gorbachev said he was addressing party activists on the well-established perestroika campaign as early as 1986. This fact definitively gives the lie to confused Western assessments that Gorbachev was compelled to embark upon perestroika by the force of circumstances, happenstance, or life as a last resort. It also gives the lie to the Western fantasy that Gorbachev struggled to preserve the system against overwhelming odds, but that these eventually defeated him, brave fellow, and consequently deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize that he was. It further gives the lie to the myth, propagated by Gorbachev himself following the KGB's August coup provocation, that he tried to reform the wretched Communist Party, the nomenclatura and the system, but I was unfortunately unsuccessful in this heroic endeavor. Therefore, I banned the Communist Party following the August coup. On the contrary, perestroika was well and truly in the works. In 1986, only months after Gorbachev was confirmed as General Secretary of the CPSU, February 1985. It was in the works because its purpose all along was to prepare the ground for the intended and long-planned dismantling of the Stalinist model, and its replacement by an integrated, researched, flexible Leninist world revolutionary model, controlled and coordinated by the well-prepared General Staff of the Revolution, just as soon as the 40-year Allied occupation of Germany had been concluded in 1989. All these, and a host of related assessments, were pure inventions. Yet all that was necessary in order to reach this conclusion was to study what the man himself said. Why did Western analysts fail to do this? The Republic's new independence will lead, not to a fragmentation of communists and nations, but to a new internationalist unity of the CPSU on a common ideological basis. In this statement, Gorbachev fully confirmed Anatoly Golitsyn's advice that the new independence of the republics imposed from above would be controlled along Leninist lines, modeled on the precedents of Lenin's Far Eastern Republic and the early temporary independence of Georgia. Note that the new internationalist unity, upgraded ideology of the Republic Communists and Nations, equals republics see above, occurs within the CPSU, which is to say that all the Republic's leaderships, officials and structures remain secretly within and exclusively loyal to the continuing Communist Party of the continuing USSR. As Sam Webb's article in the April 1995 issue of Political Affairs confirmed, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union acts as a coordinating structure of the parties of the former USSR. In other words, all political parties throughout the former Soviet Union are coordinated by the continuing CPSU, which means that they are controlled by the CPSU, not least because they represent covert or overt structures of it. The combined authority of these direct statements by Yeltsin, Gorbachev, and Sam Webb provides firm documentary proof that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union remains in charge. Therefore, both the CPSU and the USSR remain in existence. It is, however, depressingly characteristic of today's intellectual environment in the West that such proof that the CPSU not only remains in existence, but occupies its traditionally central position in the revolutionary strategic hierarchy, does not impress those who, with Machiavelli, are satisfied with appearances as though they were realities, and are often more influenced by things that seem than by those that are. See page 38. The author recalls the special annoyance with which Herb Romerstein exploded in the middle of that presentation in March 1995. I suppose you're going to tell us next that the CPSU still exists, are you? See pages 75 to 76. Considering that Herb was a veteran Washington analyst who had ample access to the relevant sources and the appropriate intelligence community connections, his question was surprising. All politicians are communist, so communists win all elections. To repeat, the statements by Yeltsin and Gorbachev at the 28th CPSU Congress, held in July 1990, provided proof enough of the accuracy of Anatoly Golitsyn's warning to the CIA in March 1990 that the Soviet Leninists were engaged in the fabrication of a system of false democracy involving the deployment of a system of controlled political opposition, enabling them to establish a system not of Western-style democracy, but of democratism. Meaning the maintenance of a democratic illusion in which communists win all elections because all who take part are communists operating under false labels, equals the state of the whole people 101. As Anatoly Golitsyn explained to the CIA, the deployment of controlled political opposition has rendered possible the introduction of deceptive non-communist and democratic structures. Even so-called free elections do not present a problem to the communist parties. Because of their secret partnership with the opposition, the communist parties are always in a winning situation. It is their candidates, communist or non-communist, who always win. This is the new statecraft of the communist parties and their security services. It is a new form for developing socialism. Its introduction allows the communist parties to broaden their political base, as Gorbachev told the 28th CPSU Congress, see pages 82 to 83. If we embark on this path, it will be easier to interact and have contacts with other forces, and in accordance with a decision of the 22nd Party Congress in October 1961, to replace the outlived concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat with the new deeply deceptive Leninist concept of the state of the whole people while maintaining their power and strengthening their leading role. 101. The communists, Golitsyn continued, have succeeded in concealing from the West that the non-communist parties are secret partners of the communists, not alternatives or rivals to them, and that the new power structures, though they have democratic form, are in reality more viable and effective structures introduced and guided by communist parties with a broader base. 2. Earlier in the same March 1990 memorandum, Mr. Golitsyn had explained, the West has failed to understand the deceptive, controlled nature of the new democratic and non-communist structures which have been introduced in the USSR and Europe. The West is jubilant that former dissidents, the members of the persecuted political opposition, are now becoming presidents, prime ministers, members of government and parliament and ambassadors in these new structures. The communists have succeeded in concealing from the West that this so-called political opposition of dissidents has been created, brought up and guided by the bloc's parties and security services during the long period of preparation for perestroika. This phenomenon represents, in part, the development of the bloc's political and security potential in the interests of the strategy. To this end, the KGB and the security services of the other communist states were directed to create controlled political opposition on the basis of the NEP Lenin's new economic policy experience. During the NEP, the GPU Lenin's political police created a false political opposition called the Trust. Its members were drawn from former Tsarist generals and members of the upper classes. The GPU introduced this opposition movement to Western intelligence services, which accepted it as genuine, put their faith in it, and were deceived. 103. Under the illusion that they have a duty to foster democratic structures in the former communist bloc, Western governments sponsor the attendance of election observers at the false elections held there in support of democratism. Under the auspices of the control mechanism calling itself the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, these observers dutifully attend at polling stations, and the reports issued afterwards usually declare the elections to have been free and fair. If appended critical minority reports prepared by skeptical monitors, such as one report by British observers in Georgia, which noted that ballot boxes pre-stuffed with fake ballot papers were brought to voting booths ahead of the poll, are simply filed away and ignored. What the sponsors of these election observances fail to understand is that what they imagine is being monitored is not democracy in the Western sense, but democratism, in which all the participants are communists, mostly masquerading under false political labels. Therefore, these gestures and exercises are a complete waste of time and money. Another obviously related lesson which has never been learned in the West is of direct and urgent relevance to the eastwards expanding European Union. It is that, as Mr. Golitsyn pointed out, because of this communist control, the former bloc countries are not true democracies and cannot become so in the future. The covert communist movement is not a movement of reform. It is a means to achieve absolute power and to eliminate all opposition to the intended world dictatorship permanently. Yet observation, for example, of the mentioned fact that 18 out of 19 members of the Czech cabinet in 2001 were known former communists should have been sufficient to trigger questions in analysts' minds. To the extent that journalists wonder why the so-called democratic regimes in Central and Eastern Europe are visibly manned by communists, their knee-jerk responses usually emerge along the lines that the communists are making a comeback. What has never been grasped is that, since all the political players on these theatrical stages were relabeled communists from the outset, no comeback has ever taken place. All that has happened is that Western observers were bamboozled by the sudden appearance in 1989 to 92 of controlled second-echelon operatives who subsequently changed places with recognizably communist names from the past. Since personnel changes among the Leninists are deliberately frequent, Western analysts have A. been confused by the rapid change of faces, and have B. been reconciled to the disinformation line that it is inevitable that many communists should reappear on the political scene, since everyone was a communist in those days. It is in the face of such feeble but beguiling thoughts that serious analysis has long since been abandoned, ensuring the unchallenged triumph of the Leninists' elaborate democratism scam. A further alibi often heard is that it is simply inconceivable that such an elaborate complex of deception could be sustained, given the huge numbers of operatives who would have to keep their mouths shut. The correct response to this diversion is that Lenin taught the revolutionaries to tell the bourgeoisie what they want to hear. Having identified what the West wanted to be told, the Leninists invented the requisite lies, and we accepted them as genuine. In any case, as has been shown, they do not bother to keep their mouths shut. On the contrary, they often let us know what they are up to test whether we are listening. Since the revolutionaries always find that we are not, and we have become their enthusiastic co-liars, they have been able to adopt a relaxed attitude towards their deceptions. Revolutionary new thinking and psychopolitics. The Leninist strategists' grandiose plans for restructuring of the whole world are reliant on influencing people on a grand scale. Page 82. A vital component of the Leninist world revolutionary influence-building strategy is the Gramsci dimension, to which brief reference has already been made. This dimension requires, as also noted, a separate study, but stated briefly here, Antonio Gramsci's ideas, which were reincorporated into the Soviets' long-range global hegemony strategy when it was reassessed and upgraded following the death of Stalin, stood Karl Marx on his head. For Gramsci advocated the opposite revolutionary prescription to Marx, that the cultural superstructure determines the political and economic base. Hence the long march through the institutions, launched by the Comintern in 1919, that is, the focused penetration of the media, the churches, the universities, public interest organizations, large subscription-based institutions, and cultural centers, the objective being to strip national and global culture of traditional, especially true Christian values and standards, and to replace them with socially and spiritually permissive garbage values. Hence, for instance, music, instead of enhancing the senses, the soul and the spirit, was to be used to degrade and to open doors for satanic evil, decadence, and permissiveness. Publications, films, and other works address issues of humanistic appeal, but frame them with creative semantics that bias perceptions of reality, seeking to impose a new cultural hegemony, within which it becomes possible to develop the revolution's ultimate objective in this area, the common mind, which was to be receptive to, and even enthusiastic for, the whole panoply of revolutionary values, upon which the New World social order is to be erected. Indeed, the degradation of popular music, in which the Soviet communists were extensively involved, as was exposed in the classic work on this subject, The Marxist Minstrels, a handbook on communist subversion of music, by David A. Noble, American Christian College Press, Tulsa, OK, 1974, was aimed at dividing youth from their parents. While feminism, a key element of false, politically correct new thinking, is the cutting edge of a revolution in cultural and moral values, according to that archpriestess of feminism, Betty Friedan, as elucidated by Ellen Willis, a staff writer for the execrably permissive New York paper The Village Voice, writing in The Nation. And none of this was anything new to the world revolution. Under Stalin, Lavrentiy Beria, the interior minister and mass murderer, had personally applied his imprimatur to a handbook on psychopolitics, the Communist Manual on Psychological Warfare, as taught at communist framing schools such as the Eugene Debs Labor School at 113 E. Wells Street, Milwaukee, WI, before the Second World War, which taught revolutionary gems such as the following. By making readily available drugs of various kinds, by giving the teenager alcohol, by praising his wildness, by stimulating him with sex literature and advertising to him or her practices as taught at the Sex Ball, a center for sexual politics, The psychopolitical operator can create the necessary attitude of chaos, idleness, and worthlessness into which can then be cast the solution, communism. This crude statement accurately summarized the flavor of the Gramsci dimension, which evolved from intimate conversations on mind control between Lenin and Dr. Ivan Pavlov that laid the groundwork for today's global revolutionary push to standardize human thought and behavior. Over and above impregnating global culture with socially and spiritually deadening garbage values, Leninist convergence influence building has involved, influencing Western governments, their policymakers, analysts, and the media to drop their guard and to take the suspiciously sudden false professions of these long-term, dedicated communist revolutionaries at face value. Enticing Western policymakers and politicians support on the basis of a pack of lies, which, once rashly believed, entrap the victim by compelling him or her to become co-liars, and to remain entrapped once the light has dawned. This is especially so among professional analysts, certain academics and policymakers who find it hard, if not impossible, to admit they have been wrong. Trying to convert the whole world to new thinking, assisted by political correctness, so that opinion formers who have been misled find themselves unable, due to peer pressure or pride, to accept that they have been deceived and choose instead to become advocates for the covert Leninists' cause. Those who struggle to retain their sanity and intellectual and moral integrity in the face of the revolutionaries' relentless mass mind control offensive in support of their agenda risk being marginalized. As Anatoly Golitsyn warned in March 1989, they will be attacked as reactionaries, bureaucrats with outworn ideas, political or religious Cold War warriors, spoilers, or just fascists. The attack will aim to neutralize them by ridicule and to turn them into an endangered species. See also page 81. Persuading the West that open-ended cooperation with these actors is risk-free because they have, all of a sudden, embraced democracy. Allowing the West to go on believing that it won the Cold War, so that it was now safe to disarm, leading to assertions such as that Europe now has the luxury of a lead time of 5 years ahead of any war in the region. Convincing, above all, Western governments and their key structures, led by the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the U.S. Department of State, that these sudden non-communists could be trusted, and that it made sense to welcome them without reservations as comrades in arms. Quietly blackmailing the West to cooperate on an open-ended basis with the implied, and from time to time openly proclaimed, threat that the consequences of backsliding will be a restoration of the Cold War or a hot war. However, the West faces a new form of Cold War, far deadlier than before. Disguising from the West that the continuing Leninist objectives are fundamentally hostile to capitalism and to Western civilization, and that the Leninists' sudden adoption of Western attitudes, smiles, and behavior masks what Karl Blois, citing Lenin, called in his Political Affairs article of May 1991, a new flanking movement based on Lenin's new economic policy strategic deception, which had involved drawing back in order to make preparations for a new offensive against capitalism, permitting a free market and capitalism, both subject to state control. Judging by the responses of Western corporations, banks, and businesses, and by the eagerness with which the international financial institutions have overlent to these Bolsheviks, and by the covering up of the small matter of the IMF's missing $4.6 billion loan to Russia, it seems that Western governments and the international financial community failed to exercise appropriate prudence. In disregarding those few observers, like Golitsyn, who cautioned that the Leninists were revisiting the NEP, they have reaped their just rewards. Europe, NATO, and the former republics' false independence. As already discussed, the sudden political independence of the Soviet republics, declared one after the other in the course of 1991, conformed to the Leninist model, rather than to the wishful thinking of Western policymakers. The British Foreign and Commonwealth Office thought that the independence of these countries was genuine and published a useful diary, listing inter alia the date when each republic achieved its independence, without so much as a twitter from the Soviet power. Since the Foreign Office had destroyed its institutional memory, it was now ignorant of the precedent for the Leninists' past use of false political independence in pursuit of given tactical objectives within the overall strategy, or general line. Nor, evidently, had it taken note of Gorbachev's confirmation at the 28th CPSU Congress 13th, July 1990, that the new independent status of the Republic Communist parties was ordered from the top, not seized against the wishes of an impotent central power in Moscow. As Gorbachev was careful to point out, the new independent status of the Republic parties would not lead to the breakup of the Soviet Union in actual fact, although it would set a precedent for the breakup, for instance, of Canada and the United Kingdom, or to a fragmentation of communists and nations, but to a new internationalist unity of the CPSU on a common ideological basis. Thus, President Gorbachev revealed in July 1990 that the independent republics would be collaborating on the closest possible basis with Moscow in pursuit of the strategy, exactly as Anatoly Golitsyn had explained in a memorandum submitted to the Central Intelligence Agency well ahead of these events, in March 1990. Leninist dialectical dualism had enabled the Soviets to pull off a feat which nobody in the West could have imagined: the sudden disappearance of the state component of the party-state duopoly, with no fundamental practical consequences, since the organizational and general staff structures of the party, though temporarily hidden from view and operating underground for the purposes of the strategic deception, remained intact and in total control of the situation. The author recalls that televised reports from Moscow during December 1991 and into the following year showed lights burning late at night at the Foreign Ministry's offices, implying that the General Staff was working round the clock to modulate the world's perception and reception of the changes over which it was presiding. One of the Foreign Ministry's most pressing objectives was to ensure that the new, controlled political independence of the former republics, implemented via the Republic Communist parties, was unreservedly accepted as genuine by the world at large. In March 1990, Anatoly Golitsyn told the CIA in a report that, in the Far East, Lenin had set up an ostensibly independent non-communist Eastern Republic as a buffer state between Soviet Russia and Japan. But its independence and non-communism were only a facade. In reality, it coordinated its actions with the Soviets, and after 2 years, applied for and was granted membership of the Soviet Union. Likewise, as is the position today, capitalist concessions in Georgia and the use of Georgian facilities for trade with Europe and the United States were used to convey an impression of Georgian independence, despite the country's occupation by Soviet troops. Golitsyn added that the West fails to understand the controlled nature of the emergence of the independent republics in Eastern Europe and in the Baltic and Transcaucasian regions of the Soviet Empire, commenting in the same report that the present communist strategists are concealing that it is they who are now creating independent republics, repeating on a broader scale Lenin's experience with the Far Eastern and Georgian republics. The strategists are concealing the secret coordination that exists and will continue between Moscow and the nationalist leaders of these independent republics. There has been ample time and every opportunity to prepare this coordination in advance. Because of its existence, the fragmentation of the Soviet Empire will not be real but only fictional. This is not true self-determination, but the use of national forms in the execution of a common communist strategy. 1.6. Not only did none of this occur to the bewildered, reactive, and partly penetrated structures of the leading European governments, which accepted the sudden mass independence gestures of the Soviet republics as genuine, without pausing to consider why their independence had materialized at all, given that the Soviet center controlled such awesome repressive power. But the duplicated Leninist structures of the EEC would also countenance no interpretation of events other than that the Soviet Union and communism had suddenly collapsed. Blind as well as sympathetic to its fellow socialists, in the former Soviet bloc, the EU has engaged in extensive cooperation ever since with the newly independent states of the ex-USSR, to cite an information sheet from the European Commission issued in 1,994,107. The precedent for such cooperation had been set as early as 1986, when the USSR and the Central and East European countries had indicated that they would be concluding bilateral agreements with the European Community, EC. This trend flew in the face of the picture painted by the false defector Oleg Gordievsky with Christopher Andrew in their book Instructions from the Center 1991, in which the then head of the KGB, Vladimir Khrushchev, was portrayed as beside himself with anxiety about the prospect of the European Community usurping the USSR's ambition to exert pan-European hegemony. The probable purpose of any disinformation in that volume was to obscure the deep penetration of the European structures by Soviet agents of influence. Also, with effect from as early as 1986, the Gorbachev Politburo had ceased to refer disparaging to the European Community as the civilian arm of NATO, as one senior EU figure 109 put it in 1994. The blind Europeans were immediately impressed by the new Soviet government's welcome apparent change of attitude towards the European Community, responding, as the strategists had anticipated, by seeking to expand ties as rapidly as possible with first the Soviet bloc, and then with its successors. In doing so, the Europeans courted entrapment in the resulting net of expanding relationships. One of the Leninist officials who have cumulatively shed most light on the seamless continuity of the deception strategy from the Gorbachev era into the Yeltsin period and beyond has been the brilliant former Russian foreign minister, Andrei Kozyrev 110, who was reported by Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung on 8 January 1,994,111 to have stated that the more states are intertwined with one another, the more durable will be the net of their relationships. He also said in the same context, an interview, that the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, is a net we have thrown over the West. On 22 September 2000, President Clinton told the United Nations General Assembly that he wanted to take the United States into a web of institutions that will set the international ground rules for the 21st century. The European Union's member governments and the political collective structures have failed to detect, or else have chosen to ignore, one fundamentally unfriendly hidden strategic purpose of the liberation of Central and Eastern Europe, and of the former Soviet Union's apparent fragmentation, which was to create the conditions for the intended adherence in due course of the former East European satellites and of the former Soviet republics to the eastwards expanding European Union collective. By this means, the unified communist political space from the Atlantic to Vladivostok will gradually be established. By encouraging the illusion that the European Union has an historic opportunity and a moral duty to entice and welcome all the East European countries, and then the republics and Russia itself, into the orbit of the West. The strategists have bamboozled the Socialist European Union collective into active cooperation with them in furthering the creative implementation of the Leninist strategy to establish a single, eventually communist, European space in accordance with the unchanging objective enunciated by Gorbachev, Shevardnadze, and their successors. The trick has been to encourage the Europeans at national and collective levels in the mistaken view that the way to deal with Russia is not to isolate it, but rather to draw it into the West structures so that Moscow is not left out in the cold. This is comparable to the psychological pressure routinely used on the reluctant British to persuade them to abandon the pound sterling and their residual sovereignty. In reality, it is not the West which is enticing the East into its orbit, but the East which is covertly enticing the West into its enlarging sphere of control through convergence on its own terms. Since the leaders of the European Union are typically socialists, the Moscow strategists have encountered few problems in pursuit of their gradualist, Atlantic to Vladivostok strategy, since the EU collective regards this objective as its own. Moreover, the European Parliament is consciously implementing Soviet strategy, which still seeks to detach Europe from the United States so as to isolate it and ultimately, with the Chinese, to dictate terms, as was made clear by its chairman, José María Gil Robles Gil Delgado, in an article entitled European Union. Privileged Relations with Russia, which was published in International Affairs Volume 44, Number 4, pages 40 to 411,998. It pointed out that an important goal of the EU collective is to achieve a balance in the privileged relations between Russia and the United States. In translation from the familiar Soviet-style Aesopian language used by that Spanish author, this meant that United Europe would be neutral, that is, a prospective enemy of the United States. Any doubt about this was removed when the European Parliament's chairman stressed the social equals socialist orientation of the EU's intended relations with America. In our relations with the United States, we are proceeding from the new transatlantic agenda, a new name for relationships in the entire sphere of policy, economy, commerce, culture, and science. Our extending cooperation with the United States rests on them, meaning that in any friendly relationship with the United States, Washington must accept the European Union's new transatlantic agenda code for a revolutionary social-political program. Whether this position represented the position of the Spanish personage concerned is uncertain, as the Russian Foreign Ministry's journal is perfectly capable of rewriting submitted copy and attributing statements to contributors that they may not have made. But it was inevitable that the new transatlantic agenda would mature, given that such relationships have been established by the U.S. state governmental structures, local self-administrations, SIC, economic agencies, universities, and cultural organizations. The final aim is contacts among common SIC people, an oblique reference to the Leninist revolutionary role which the EU sees for itself as an agent for change inside the United States, which the Russians still refer to privately as the main enemy. This role will mature when the 11 EU candidate countries, mainly to the east, and mainly former Soviet bloc states which are today run by covert communists, have become EU members. When all 11 countries join the European Union, it will reach its limits in the east which, to a great extent, will be Russia's western frontier. Note that the EU official has in mind the pan-German concept of Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals, which of course includes European Russia. This, Jill Robles added, explains why not only good neighborly relations with Russia are important, we need something of an immeasurably greater importance, a new association between Russia and the European Union. The Russian Foreign Ministry's experts could hardly have put their strategy better themselves. By frequently publishing articles by influential foreign guests, the ministry underscores the appeal of its own policies. Soviet overtures towards the EU were coordinated with the unrolling of Moscow's enticements and play-acting towards NATO, as was elaborated in MVD General Eduard Shevardnadze's mistitled book, The Future Belongs to Freedom 12. NATO was to restructure itself in exchange for Moscow sanctioning the unification of Germany. The post-Soviet literature, especially the official journal International Affairs, has been full of inspired references to the transformation of NATO. For instance, an article in Volume 4, 1995 of that official journal pushing for collective security, Europe, towards a new security model, surprisingly showed A. that Moscow has deliberately fostered conflicts in the near abroad in order to reinforce the need for new transnational security structures, and B. that at least one purpose of the Chechen crisis has been to establish a collective intervention precedent asterisk. The author Yuri Ushakov, director of the Directorate for European Cooperation at the Russian Foreign Ministry, urged that the collective security model should pave the way for a gradual evolutionary synthesis of several processes, integration within the CIS and the EU, strengthening and increasing the role of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, transforming NATO, and working together to prevent or resolve conflicts. The most revealing word used here was synthesis, which of course, given the article's Leninist provenance, presupposed a foregoing thesis, an antithesis in this case East-West confrontation, the Stalinist model, thesis, followed by sudden conditional cessation of East-West confrontation, the Leninist model, antithesis. In such a Russian context, the use of the word synthesis provides documentary proof that Moscow's aspirations for European convergence and for collective security through the transformation of NATO are indeed Leninist in content, which, in turn, means that there has been no discontinuity of Soviet intentions and strategy. For under Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and Putin, the Soviets have demanded nothing less than a reorganization of NATO and new relations between the Allies, code for the emasculation of NATO, in preparation for the Soviets' long-planned system of collective security, and for the splitting of loyalties as Germany and its obliging associate, France, were co-opted by means of their bilateral treaties with Moscow into de facto alliance with Russia, see Note 2, and through the Russian-German-French Trilateral Commission headed, prior to his becoming president, by Jacques Chirac Note 1. The required response from NATO coincided with the 28th CPSU Congress in July 1990. Shevardnadze explained in his book, The Future Belongs to Freedom, that we waited impatiently for the outcome of the NATO session in London June 1990, having every reason to hope that it would enhance the process of restructuring NATO and European relationships according to Soviet priorities, ed. Now the question of a united Germany's membership of NATO took on another coloration. When the news came out of the NATO session in London, I knew there had been a response. The declaration passed in London indicated that NATO too was embarking on the path of transformation, decreasing its purely military emphasis and changing its strategy. Most importantly, NATO's declaration expressed a readiness to announce that the two alliances were no longer enemies. NATO also spoke in favor of limiting the offensive capabilities of armed forces in Europe and of opening talks on reduction of tactical nuclear arms. There was also talk of a reevaluation of the forward-based defense strategy and of the doctrine of flexible response, along with the announcement that the doctrine that contemplated the possibility of using nuclear weapons was changing. At meetings held in Moscow and Arkiz, North Caucasus, between President Gorbachev and Chancellor Kohl in mid-July 1990, the changes brought about by that time enabled the two countries to look at things differently. In other words, bilateral diplomacy promoted the successful outcome of multilateral talks. In short, as soon as NATO had indicated that it would restructure itself, in accordance with Moscow's formulation, indicating that its key doctrines would be reevaluated, Moscow gave the go-ahead for the implementation of the unification of Germany on the basis of accelerating a draft agreement. For for the international legal settlement of the external aspects of German unification. At the same time, extensive bilateral discussions between the Soviets and Germans related to the signing of important bilateral treaties took place. Shevardnadze, or rather, his ghostwriters, explained, resulting in the so-called Great Treaty, the idea of which had originated in 1987, but in the conditions of that time could not be implemented. 113. Being interpreted, what all this meant was that, having induced the West to confuse the erosion of the enemy's image with the substance, the Soviets sought, and obtained, nothing less than the restructuring, the reorientation of NATO, via the alteration of its doctrines and postures, in addition to undermining its effectiveness through the parallel Soviet bilateral treaty offensive. Thus, the price charged by the Soviets for German unification was much higher than was provided for in the Soviet-German bilateral treaties and accords alone, onerous as they were. Naturally, as a veteran Leninist and secret policeman, Shevardnadze's revelation of the truth about what the Soviets secured in exchange for permitting Germany's unification was accompanied by egregious lies. One lie on page 21 of his book sticks especially harshly in the throat, given Shevardnadze's notorious record as the brutal interior minister, and then first secretary in Georgia under overt communism, and his bloody repressions in that unfortunate republic since. I saw in the East European upheavals of the 1950s and 1960s a reflection of Tbilisi in March 1956. My generation and I acquired a 1956 complex for the rest of our lives, rejecting force as both a method and a principle of politics. 114. When Stalin too invited Soviet and Ukrainian troops into Georgia in 1993, watching impassively as 50,000 young Georgian lives were sacrificed, and the Soviet Air Force destroyed much of the beautiful Black Sea resort of Sukhumi, no reference to the inconsistency of that behavior with the foregoing statement published in his deceitful book appeared in the Western press. While Lord Howe, the former British Foreign Secretary under Lady Thatcher, took no steps to amend the eulogies to MVD General E. Shevardnadze, which were to appear in his autobiography, see Note 57. By the spring of 1991, NATO was singing at the top of its collective voice from Moscow's musical score. At the Conference on the Future of European Security, held on 25 to 26 April 1991 at the Lenin Palace, HQ of the Czechoslovak Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Prague, Manfred Warner, NATO's Secretary General, cast all caution to the winds, assuming without further question that Soviet intentions were genuine. If he had been spoon-fed the Soviet general line verbatim, he could not have made a statement more in tune with Soviet geopolitical new thinking, since he used the very language employed by Genscher, Gorbachev, and Shevardnadze themselves. The challenge for us as Europeans, Warner pronounced, see page 12, blind to Soviet deception strategy, is to draw the Soviet Union into our common endeavor to dispel any temptations to isolate it. We at NATO maintain the transatlantic link, fettering the North American democracies as closely as we can to Europe's destiny. From the viewpoint of security policy, our reference system reaches from the shores of the Pacific to Vladivostok. 115. With advocates and implementers of Soviet strategy in high places in the West's security and official structures, Moscow's primary focus has been to cajole and pressurize its fellow traveling aides to deliver its revolutionary objectives. Image summary: this is a photograph of two men. The image shows the former German Foreign Minister, Hans-Dietrich Genscher, and the Soviet Foreign Minister, Alexander Besmertnik. Besmertnik served as the chief Soviet controller of agents of influence. The image suggests a connection between German and Soviet officials. Figure summary: this is a photograph. It depicts the NATO Secretary General welcoming the Russian Foreign Minister at a NATO meeting. The photograph suggests the Russian Foreign Minister is pulling the NATO Secretary General toward him. The image implies that the Western military alliance is being drawn into Russia's sphere of influence, indicating that convergence is occurring on Russia's terms. Psychological pressures and the EU collective. There is in fact no excuse for this generalized Western failure to detect the existence of the continuing Bolshevik geopolitical strategy, since, as reiterated throughout this analysis, the Leninists are far from bashful about revealing their strategic intentions. As Yelena Bonner, the wife of the long-standing, late, agent of influence Andrei Sakharov, has said, with first-hand knowledge of the accuracy of her observation, the point is that the communist goal is fixed and changeless. It never varies one iota from their subjective of world domination, but if we judge them only by the direction in which they seem to be going, we shall be deceived. Yet the West is easily deceived, not least by those subtle means to which reference has been made and which have been deployed from the outset of Lenin's revolution, based on Soviet elaborations of the findings of Dr. Ivan Pavlov, the author of Mind Control Methodology, developed through his experiments with dogs, with whom Lenin had extensive discussions, even inviting him to stay for many weeks to elaborate his ideas about human and animal behavior. For Lenin had realized that the revolution could be saved and prosecuted with much greater success if a means could be found of standardizing human thought and behavior, thereby establishing mental hegemony, which is the essence of Gorbachev's new thinking. As Dr. Boris Sokolov, a Russian medical doctor heavily involved with the Russian Revolution itself, but who escaped from Russia and reached the United States, wrote in his book, The White Knights, 1956, communism is a movement directed against individualization and towards the standardizing of all man's activities. Steadily and persistently, the Soviet regime is driving toward its ultimate goal, control of human behavior. Thus we can trace the origins of political correctness directly to the Soviet Leninists. It is referred to, for example, in Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism. The relevant essay stressed the critical importance of influence-building operations in preparing the ground for Western capitulation to Soviet revolutionary objectives. In deciding other affairs, methods of public influence, the influence of public opinion, will be utilized. Under communism, public opinion will become a mighty force, capable of bringing to reason those individuals who might not want to follow communist customs and rules of behavior in the community. Political correctness prepares the mind for an imposed truth, disallowing the real truth and perverting our intellect, so that we cease seeking the truth and understand only what takes our fancy. The spy George Blake summed it up when he told a fellow prisoner in the early 1960s that individual choice would eventually be mastered by a central Soviet control of thought process. See page 12. That veteran communist's insight is supported by the authority of the late Louis F. Budens, a prominent American communist, until he saw the light, and courageously devoted the rest of his life to exposing overt and covert communism. Budens wrote in 1954 that the struggle for the future will probably not be so much through engines of war, as through the continued penetration of the thought processes of the world's population, the Bolshevik invasion of the West. The bookmiller Lyndon N.J. 1966, From the West at Bay, How It Got That Way in lieu of a Preface, page 6. Under the main heading, Cooperation and the Rapprochement of Peoples Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, pages 735 to 753, lays down that communism means new relations between the peoples. They will arise as a result of the further development of the principles of socialist internationalism, which today constitute the basis of relations between countries. This would be achieved not least because the cultures of different peoples, national in form, will be increasingly imbued with the same communist content. Their drawing together on this basis will provide a mighty stimulus to the mutual enrichment and development of national cultures, and in the long run will lead to the formation of a single, deeply international culture that will be truly the culture of all mankind. Under communism, public opinion will become a mighty force, capable of bringing to reason those individuals who might not want to follow communist customs and rules of behavior in the community. As was explained on page 10, the European Union Collective performs precisely that Leninist function, the collective being the setting for group pressure, since its task is to instill habits of collectivism. To foster an acceptance of group control over values, attitudes and behavior, Kassoff, see note 21, page 23. Hence, any deviation from correct thinking will not be tolerated in the new collectivist world order, let alone in collectivized Europe. And in addition to reconfirming the central revolutionary importance of the prevailing headlong onslaught of collectivist political correctness, covering all dimensions of new thinking and human existence, this unsubtle threat illuminates an opinion of the Advocate General of the European Court of Justice, made in 2000, to the effect that criticism of the European Union is to be equated to blasphemy asterisk. Arguably most deceived of all are the powerful pan-Germans who have been in charge of directing German policy since long before the days of Dr. Konrad Adenauer. As discussed in Part 2, it is inherent in pan-German thinking that Germany's true interests lie to the east. In the autumn of 1990, Anatoly Golitsyn warned the Germans that they will be double-crossed by their post-Soviet allies. What Kohl fails to realize is that the Soviet strategists aim to use Germany's economic and technological might to convert the USSR into the dominant power in a united Europe. The domination of a united Europe by a Soviet-German political and economic partnership would be a significant achievement for the second round of the October World Socialist Revolution, 117. Preparations for entry into the enemy's camp. Immediately after the softened-up leftist delegates of the Council of Europe had voted by acclamation in early 1996 for the admission of Russia as a member of the Council, an objective targeted by Moscow for several years, given the open-ended opportunities for influence building that membership of this particular forum would bring Andrei Kozyrev, Russian foreign minister at the time, said in an interview that Russian membership of the Council of Europe will open up intensified new cooperation between Russia and Europe and will assist us in reaching our objectives of achieving membership of the European Union and of NATO. This line was reiterated by Yevgeny Primakov in the following statement reported by the Russian Information Agency on 28 February 1996. Upon Russia's admission to the Council of Europe, this forum acquired a truly universal character and constitutes for the whole of the European continent a major step towards a genuine unification of Europe. That the Russian goal of EU membership is realistic has of course long since been made plain by the former British Prime Minister, John Major, who said in his 1992 New Year's Day statement on BBC Radio 4 that "I look forward to the day when Russia is a fully fledged member of the European community." On 18 November 1992, ITA-RTASS, the official Russian news agency, gave advanced details of a treaty with the European community which would, in part, establish how far Russia may be integrated into the European economic space. On 13 May 1996, the foreign ministers of the European Union countries approved and repackaged existing agreements with Russia, presenting the measures as a new initiative fostering closer cooperation on economic, trade, and collective security issues, timing their so-called action plan in the hope, as Western media reports uncomprehendingly explained, of helping President Yeltsin to fend off the challenge from his communist rival, Gennady Zyuganov. An unnamed Western official, evidently ignorant of the Russians' use of the Leninist dialectical method, and thus of the fact that all the 1996 Russian presidential candidates were either overt or secret communists, including President Yeltsin himself, elaborated with excruciating naivete that obviously, like everyone else, they want to help Yeltsin, and they see this as a way to show support. Time after time, the sheer stupidity of the West has enabled the Leninists to play simple games calculated to delude Western policymakers into conceding something of long-term strategic value to the Russians and their continuing, former Soviet bloc associates, in exchange for some imagined, ephemeral piece of make-believe inserted into the Western psyche to help make Westerners feel less uncomfortable in the face of continued harassment and provocation by the Leninists. In contrast to the remarks of John Major on New Year's Day 1992, the much more knowledgeable leading pan-German policymaker and foreign minister, Klaus Kinkel, a protege in the past of Hans-Dietrich Genscher, knew exactly what he was talking about when he remarked in the same context that it is very important that Russia is integrated into a new European security architecture. This official German statement, among others, proves that Germany works overtime to further the realization of Soviet collective security strategy. For the elimination of any residual doubt about this, a German Foreign Ministry spokesman, Werner Hoyer, confirmed on BBC 1 O'Clock News on 17 June 1997 that Germany seeks a system of collective security, that is, the objective of the Comintern since the 1920s. NATO's landmark summit of July 1990, held in London, had brought the Western military alliance's mindset closely into correlation with that of Gorbachev's new thinking. That NATO had been well softened up was made plain in a letter dated as early as 20 January 1992 from the then Assistant Secretary-General of NATO for Political Affairs, Ambassador G. von Moltke, to a correspondent. The letter captures all the illusions induced in the Western official mentality by just 6 years of perestroika, which gave birth to the prevailing hazardous European slide towards the actual realization Lenin's common European home. Political events have considerably changed the whole picture to an extent that it appears to me academic, wrote von Moltke, to speculate about President Gorbachev's political intentions or a Soviet agenda towards Western Europe. The Soviet Union has dissolved, and President Gorbachev has left the scene. We are now dealing with an entirely new political situation. We have moved from confrontation to cooperation, and we have given this process concrete expression through our successful program of diplomatic liaison, proposed at our landmark summit in London in July 1990. This process will help the former members of the Warsaw Pact to overcome their deep sense of isolation and to integrate into our Western community of democracies. To equate the new members of the Commonwealth of Independent States with the vanished Soviet Union would be erroneous and misleading. Our efforts are guided by the conviction that, in order to address the security problems of the transforming Europe, new collective security structures are needed. Our task in building a new EuropeSIC requires both bilateral and multilateral approaches. Bilateral treaties between alliance members and the Commonwealth of Independent States are a legitimate and welcome part of the overall efforts to establish a new relationship among European states. These high-level NATO observations, written in response to an occasional paper published separately by this author in 1991, entitled The Soviet Agenda for Europe, which gave details of some of the Soviet bilateral treaties, demonstrate that NATO had absorbed and adopted Soviet policies and had succumbed, at its crucial London summit meeting in July 1990, to intensive Soviet overtures, so that it was now engaged in the unwitting implementation of Soviet collective security strategy. It was, after all, the Soviets who had been pressing for collective security arrangements ever since the Comintern specified that collective security was its highest priority in the 1920s. It was, after all, both Lenin and Gorbachev who had invoked the common European home idea to facilitate the realization of the Soviet collectivists' achievement of hegemony and collective security in the region, in accordance with the remit of the Second Comintern Congress that the intended communist society recognizes no form of state. As discussed on page 103 et seq., the restructuring of NATO led directly to a period of contrived dialectical public grumblings orchestrated by Moscow for strategic purposes, and fronted by Yevgeny Primakov and General Alexander Liebt, who, at the appropriate moment of psychological warfare, all of a sudden withdraw his previous opposition to the expansion of NATO. Meanwhile, on 22 March 1997, President Yeltsin declared that Russia should join the European Union in order to end its Cold War-era isolation for good. And before leaving Helsinki at the end of a two-day summit meeting with President Clinton, Yeltsin insisted that Russia should be recognized at last as a full European state. We are also prepared to join the European Union 125. Compare this demand, which the Sunday Times inadequately briefed correspondent Peter Conradi reported on 23 March 1997, came as a bolt out of the blue to many observers, with Gorbachev's Oslo Nobel Peace Prize lecture statement of June 1992 about the European space, embracing the by then non-existent Soviet Union and reaching to the shores of the Pacific, going beyond mere nominal boundaries. And then consider the appropriate answer to the following simple question: in what way did the geopolitical policies, public statements, and aims of the Yeltsin regime differ one iota from those of its predecessor? Russian membership of the European Union and of NATO would consolidate Russia's achievement of Sun Tzu's key objective, entry into the enemy's camp. Writing on 4 January 1988 about the United States' sudden switch from confrontation to acceptance of Gorbachev's process and ignorance of the strategy behind Anatoly Golitsyn noted that, in Sun Tzu's terms, the pinnacle of strategy is to be invited into the fortress of the enemy, referring here to the United States. He also explained how successive communist leaders had used disinformation to enter the American fortress, the enemy's camp, without opposition. 126. For instance, Khrushchev had used disinformation about Sino-Soviet differences to gain his invitation to visit the United States. Brezhnev and Deng used disinformation about Sino-Soviet hostilities to gain their invitations. Gorbachev, in turn, has used disinformation about Soviet democratization to obtain his invitation. In January 1988, Golitsyn emphasized that President Reagan's embrace of Gorbachev's initiatives as positive developments has provided the Soviets and the KGB with an opportunity for active interference in American politics. It gives them the chance to activate and use for their strategic purposes the friends and agents of influence they have acquired within the American elite over the past 25 years. During the confrontational period, these agents were afraid to act because of the danger of exposure. Following the formal visit of President Gorbachev's delegation to the United States in late 1987, these agents of influence were given a new lease of life, and since then, they have never looked back. Figure summary: this is a photograph taken at a meeting in Berlin celebrating the 10th anniversary of the 2+4 conferences. The photograph includes current and former officials, including the German Chancellor, the former U.S. Secretary of State, and representatives from France, the United Kingdom, Russia, and both East and West Germany. The meeting and photograph highlight the international cooperation involved in preparing for German reunification. Applied dialectics, 3 geopolitical case studies. To illustrate how the continuing Leninist strategists and their revolutionary implementers have applied the dialectical method to procure specific strategic objectives in the European context, 3 case studies have been selected. It is necessary to insert these here, because they each relate to the continuing Soviet Leninist objective of entering the enemy's camp Sun Tzu. Case Study 1. The dialectical method used to enter the Council of Europe. Confirmation of the routine use of the dialectical method from a prominent Leninist implementer of strategy, Vladimir Lukin, formerly Russia's ambassador to the United States, was published in International Affairs. In this extraordinary article, Lukin and the Russian Foreign Ministry had the arrogance to admit, gratuitously and openly, that the special maneuvers they perpetrated to ease Russia's admission to the Council of Europe were all a game. Furthermore, Mr. Lukin knew that in making these cynical admissions, no one in the Western official structures would pay the slightest attention. Following his return from Washington, Lukin resurfaced as chairman of the State Duma Committee for Foreign Affairs. Russia had originally sought to join the Council of Europe with an application on 7 May 1992, following which the Committee of Ministers for Foreign Affairs of the Council of Europe nations had responded, on 25 June 1992, with a favorable resolution. The matter was then placed on the back burner for several years. Finally, after Russia's eventual admission, the rubber-stamped State Duma voted, Lukin wrote, by an overwhelming majority for joining the prestigious European organization. Such were the main stages of this road, which proved to be not so easy. He then explained the difficulties Russia's strategists had to overcome in order to achieve their objective, and the Leninist, dialectical manner in which they had set about doing so. The problems were partly of the Russians' own making. In the first place, Mr. Lukin explained, the world was still experiencing the shock of the Pervomaysko tragedy, which had culminated in the televised bombardment of the Black and White House. Secondly, on 2 February 1995, the procedure for considering Russia's application for Council of Europe membership was interrupted because of the tragedy in Chechnya. Thus, Russian policy had been interrupted by two tragedies or roadblocks life, created by the Leninists themselves, which the strategists had been obliged to maneuver round. How to proceed given the technical difficulty that, by the time the discussion in the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly started, Russia's chances of being admitted to the Council of Europe were 50-50, because the procedure for admitting a new member is very complicated, requiring 2/3 of the deputies in attendance. Lukin proceeded to itemize the special measures taken by the strategists to overcome these roadblocks. First, President Yeltsin's press secretary, Sergei Medvedev, announced that the deployment of the Soviet army in Chechnya had been done legitimately, adding that any refusal to admit Russia to the Council of Europe would essentially mean this organization's support for Dudiev, the Soviet-controlled, Beten Noir renegade Chechen warlord of the day. Naturally, Lukin explained, such a statement caused some fuss at Strasbourg. Dudiev, a former Soviet Air Force general based in Estonia, was then the Chechen leader working dialectically with Moscow in part to provide a diversion so that the West in due course conceded the need for substantial deliveries of military hardware to the colossal new military district of Mostok 130, Ingushetia, being constructed under Yeltsin. However, any anxieties within the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly were evidently allayed when, as Lukin explained, the leader of the overt Russian communists came to the rescue, playing a dialectical role. For Zyuganov made a responsible speech, and showed clearly that the Communist Party of the Russian Federation was indeed backing democratic policy and was going to follow the principles of democracy for the future, as well. The Council of Europe was duly satisfied with these completely meaningless, deceitful, and worthless assurances, having no understanding of democratism, and willing to take the democratic credentials of the Russian communists, not even of relabeled communists, but of the overt communists themselves, at face value. As Anatoly Golitsyn noted in January 1988, despite the advent of glasnost, the Soviet credo, whenever required, lie for the party line, remains unchanged. Lukin then says that he himself passed a letter to the Council of Europe by another dialectical actor, Sergei Kovalov, who was then playing an assigned dialectical role for the KGB strategists as a human rights expert, a task subsequently assumed by a Presidential Human Rights Commission, chaired by Vladimir Kardashkin. In the letter, Kovalov admitted that Russia certainly cannot yet meet the Council's democratic standards, and wasn't it unfortunate indeed that the situation with regard to human rights in this country has grown worse than ever for the past year. However, this meant that to refuse Russia's admission would mean the Council's keeping away from solving the problems of the largest European nation, which would contradict the very cautious sway of this organization. Another flight of fancy. Finally, that caricature of a Russian nationalist, the GRU actor, Vladimir Wolfovich Zhirinovsky, was deployed to make certain that the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly took the desired decision. In the following passage from Lukin's article, we have official confirmation from strategic level, sanctioned by the Russian Foreign Ministry. The Soviet Gulag remains in existence. All official and most unofficial human rights activism in the Leninist, former Soviet Union is, as would be expected, deceptive. For many years, successive annual issues of the U.S. State Department's Country Reports on Human Rights Practices document have reported that between 10,000 and 20,000 detainees and prison inmates die in penitentiary facilities annually. The first such document published under the new Bush administration, which appeared in September 2001, modified this statement inexplicably, asserting that according to human rights groups, approximately 11,000 detainees and prison inmates die in penitentiary facilities annually, some from beatings, but most as a result of overcrowding, inferior sanitary conditions, disease, and lack of medical care. However, these U.S. official reports paint a misleading picture. In May 1997, a special issue of Soviet Analyst, Volume 24, Number 3, published a list of 30 forced labor camps in Russia, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan. The camps, which were described in detail with their geographical locations, had been separately identified by sources in Russia and Ukraine, and validated by a Western intelligence source, as having been operative in 1995 and 1996. In the case of a camp in Kazakhstan, a Western computer engineer reported that, having been given a Gulag map reference, travel directions, and other details of a suspected labor camp, he had duly boarded the requisite public transport, and upon alighting at the requested bus stop, had indeed found himself standing immediately outside a huge labor camp, complete with watchtowers, barbed wire perimeter, guards, and dogs. Despite extensive international distribution of that issue of Soviet Analyst and its placement with mainstream media outlets, the report, which established that some of the identified penal institutions using slave labor had been established and expanded under the democratic regime headed by Boris Yeltsin, was completely ignored. On 4 January 2002, The Times and the Daily Telegraph in London both reported that a British academic, Judith Palat, a geography lecturer and fellow of Christ Church, Oxford, had told a conference that in the summer of 2000 she had stumbled on AM 244, a complex of 17 operational correctional colonies containing 100,000 people in Perm Oblast in the Urals, in the valleys of the rivers Kalva and Berezovia. The colonies, all components of a single labor camp, were among a large number of such camps which have been continuously occupied since Stalin's Gulag and were located in a region known for its labor camps. The Russian prison system maintains a total of 122 forest camps, according to the reports. Dr. Palat told a conference, though we tend to think there was an amnesty after Stalin, I was surprised to find that there were still whole regions to which the Russians were still sending people, continually occupied since Stalin's time. In other words, Dr. Palat provided further confirmation of Soviet Analyst's report, published in May 1997. She added, "Nobody writes about forest camps. They're in the wrong place. I think they are inhuman and degrading. I think they are unacceptable." On 19 January 2002, Agence France Presse reported from Moscow, without elaboration, that 14 prisoners at a Russian hard labor camp escaped to freedom by digging a long tunnel under the compound fence. It was the biggest breakout recorded in post-Soviet Russia, the Daily Telegraph, 19 January 2002. Which published it that everything contained in books this analysis concerning the muting use of Leninist dialectical strategic deception operations by the Russians to achieve their tactical and strategic objectives is correct. Vladimir Zhirinovsky also did his work well. He was in good shape and did his best to show everybody present at the Council of Europe, in Strasbourg, what a wild and horrible person he is. Russia, he said, is the most democratic state in the world, unlike any member of the Council of Europe, for instance, the Germans who are harming the Turks who are suppressing the Kurds, and so on, having succeeded in frightening the gentle Europeans, indicating how much the Leninists despise the compliant European, useful idiots, ed. He concluded by saying that he personally would be happy if Russia were refused admission, as, in that case, he, Zhirinovsky, would win the presidential elections by a still larger margin. After that, the gentle Europeans just had to agree to Russian membership of the Council of Europe. In order to appreciate the full force of this open admission of the routine use of Bolshevik dialectical deception techniques, it should be recalled that the GRU officer, Zhirinovsky, is a licensed pocket Hitler, whose task, in addition to acting as a probe, as already described page 52, is principally to enunciate dialectically opposite antithesis lines for the revolutionaries as a means of procuring intended outcomes, the synthesis. For instance, Zhirinovsky's outbursts procured a yes vote in Finland's EU referendum. Lukin's article then bragged that Russian membership of the Council of Europe would enable Moscow to exercise its influence on all the Council's decisions. Russia had gained access to the treasures of European democracy. This example of the use of the Leninist dialectical deception methodology to achieve tactical objectives within the framework of the general line, the long-range deception strategy, provides clear insights into how the Leninist strategists and their implementers operate. Such behavior is standard practice. However, after many years studying Soviet strategy, the author has reached the conclusion not merely that Western policymakers have no idea of strategy, but also that there are no corners of Western structures where post-Soviet strategy is evaluated, so it is hardly surprising that the West is blind to all this. Case Study 2, the dialectical method used to penetrate NATO openly. On 9 May 1995, the British Prime Minister of the day, John Major, who was visiting Moscow, delivered a speech at the opening of a Second World War memorial, in which he assured the Russians that Britain and its Western allies were determined not to isolate Moscow. The phraseology and syntax he employed on that occasion appeared to have been derived directly from the KGB's own writing school. Experience enables the analyst familiar with the revolutionary collective's methods and practices to detect the provenance of language used in official pronouncements. The fact that a prominent Western figure uses the KGB's own forms of expression proves only that the user's mind, or that of his or her supporting bureaucracy, has been infected by the central Soviet control of thought process, identified by George Blake. John Major's pro-Russian interventions, though, were so extreme. Witness his statement in his New Year's Day, broadcast on 1 January 1992, looking forward to Russia becoming a fully fledged member of the European community, and his passage with the KGB officer Boris Penkin during the bombardment of the Black and White House, that other allegations have been advanced. Having banished the divisions of the past, said the British Prime Minister, echoing Gorbachev's propaganda line, we must not let even the shadow of a new division fall across Europe. We need to forge a chain of new relationships binding us together in a durable peace. 132. This comment precisely echoed the similar Leninist observation made by the Russian foreign minister of the day, Andrei Kozyrev, reported on pages 90 to 91. President Bill Clinton made a similar statement in 1997. Wittingly or not, Mr. Major provided yet further confirmation to the strategists that their dialectical methods were indeed achieving truly magnificent results. See pages 130 to 131 and note 97. The erosion of the image of the enemy had certainly been mistaken for the absence of any enemy at all, which is presumably why MI6 now hardly has anyone monitoring the former USSR anymore, as had been asserted by the joint declaration of 22 states signed in Paris on 19 November 1990 by the Warsaw Pact and NATO powers, which had pronounced that the signatories were no longer adversaries. Since the former Warsaw Pact signatories were heirs of the Leninist tradition, their signatures to that document lacked any meaning or force, since Lenin had taught his followers that accords signed with non-communists could be torn up with impunity when the interests of the revolution so required. Obviously, no such doubts ever troubled the mind of Mr. Major or his officials, just as they had been banished from the pragmatic mind of Ambassador von Moltke. That was yesterday, von Moltke told his correspondent in the letter cited on page 99, hadn't you noticed? Such blindness has hidden from the West Moscow's routine use of the dialectical political method to achieve its tactical and strategic objectives. The method usually involves the sudden emergence of two opposing official tines, one of which is supportive of the option favored by the West thesis, and the other which is ostentatiously opposed to it, antithesis. One or other of the lines, or even both of them, may portray the relevant set of circumstances or objectives upside down or back to front, a reminder of the satanic undertones and origins of the revolution. In a satanic ceremony, the Mass is read back to front. When it came to enticing NATO far beyond the rash initial outbreak of post-Cold War restructuring, in preparation for the establishment of Moscow's cherished system of collective security, on which the Soviets had successfully made German unification contingent back in 1990, the Russians deployed this dialectical political method liberally. Specifically, key figures, led by Yevgeny Primakov, who now moved from overt control of the relabeled Foreign Intelligence Service, KGB, to the position of Foreign Minister in January 1996, so that the KGB's strategic intelligence input could be coordinated all the more impeccably with the activities of the Russian Foreign Ministry, set about denigrating NATO's plans for eastwards expansion. It was left to various other controlled figures on the Russian stage to put the opposite point of view, playing down the dangers Russia faced from NATO's expansion plans. In due course, as will be seen, Primakov and Yeltsin themselves came round to acceptance of NATO's expansion, a move which will have fatally weakened it, as it allows itself to be penetrated by new members which remain secretly controlled by the continuing Soviets. Since NATO's plans for eastwards expansion were of course naively based upon the 1990 Joint Declaration's unreliable written assurance that the former Soviet bloc countries of Central and Eastern Europe were no longer adversaries, and upon the false unstated premise that they were no longer communist, either it having long since become politically incorrect, even to discuss their political orientation. The actual and intended effect of the orchestrated outbursts against NATO led by Primakov was to encourage the Western proponents of NATO expansion to stick to their guns. For to the pragmatic Western mind, Russian opposition to NATO expansion provided self-evident justification for expansion, since it showed how urgently the candidate countries needed NATO's protection. This is of course a complete misreading of the situation, based on the incorrect assumption that the Central and East European NATO candidates are free to take the relevant decisions without post-Soviet input, whereas in reality they are all active participants in the implementation of Moscow's strategy to establish its permanent hegemony over the whole Eurasian landmass inter alia through a system of collective security, which self-evidently would be controlled by secret Soviet power. In pursuing this strategy, the revolution's planners believe correctly that they cannot go wrong, since their detailed studies of the Western mentality have shown them that the pragmatic Western mind cannot grasp, and is extremely unlikely to grasp, the idea that the liberated former Soviet bloc states of Central and Eastern Europe remain controlled by covert Leninists who are in fact beholden to Moscow and in certain respects, intelligence affairs, especially controlled from the center, as before. The truth of this was brought home to the author when Milo Zeman, the Czech Prime Minister, included a cynical joke comparing Tony Blair to Lenin in the course of his speech before international bankers attending the IMF World Bank annual meetings in Prague 22 September 2000. Nobody who is not a communist, with the exception of this author, ever mentions Lenin these days, but Mr. Zeman told the bewildered world financial community, "I see the striking similarity between Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and Tony Blair." Vladimir Ilyich Lenin said, "To learn, to learn, to learn," referring to the Leninist methodology and the techniques of revolutionary activity, ed. Tony Blair said, "I have only three priorities. First, education. Second, education. Thirdly, education," referring to the Labour-Fabian agenda to abuse the British education system to teach revolutionary attitudes, so that the population becomes of one mind, ed. But I am sure that this is the single similarity between Blair and Lenin. Mr. Primakov's dialectical campaign on NATO issues was persistent, sophisticated, and effective. Space precludes a detailed description of its many twists and turns, but snapshots will illustrate the modus operandi employed. Take the impact of a visit by the NATO Secretary-General of the day, Sr. Javier Solana, a former communist from Spain, to Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan in February 1997. What did Sr. Solana think he was achieving by this visit, with its undeclared, behind-the-scenes purposes, asked Mr. Sergei Yastuzhemsky, President Yeltsin's spokesman, rhetorically, as late as February 1997, by which time Moscow's objectives had largely been achieved. 133. When Russia had proposed closer military links between the former Soviet republics and Russia, NATO had been unenthusiastic. Such overt military links had been pushed into the shadows when Marshal Yevgeny Shapashnikov had earlier resigned from his supreme position as CIS military coordinator, a move designed to disabuse the West of the impression that the republic's military forces remained integrated with and controlled by those of the Russian Federation, as is the case, which might have delayed steps towards their progressive integration into collective security arrangements such as the OSCE. Involving the West, in a dialectical twist, this stance was later overtly reversed. The West as a whole, and the leadership of NATO, is opposed to any form of political or military integration between the newly independent states, the republics of the former USSR, especially when they are initiated by Moscow, said the Russian president's spokesman 134, pointedly drawing attention to the opposite stance that the West should take. On the contrary, pronounced Sr. Solana from Georgia, the prospect was for enhanced cooperation. In any case, Moscow's war of words would and could not prevent the inevitable. These countries want to rejoin a Europe from which they are artificially separated. NATO does not regard the relationship between these countries and NATO, and the relationship between these countries and Russia, as mutually exclusive, a NATO source told Reuters 135. Thus the seeds had already been sown for the further expansion of NATO into parts of the former Soviet Union, in the context of collective security. On 24 July 1996, General Alexander Lebed, then Russia's top security chief, a label he seems to have acquired purely for the brief dialectical dance he was about to perform, since he was sacked by President Yeltsin shortly after Moscow had procured the anticipated NATO response, or had received assurances that it would be forthcoming, proclaimed dialectically that despite a barrage of criticism of NATO's expansion project from high levels in Moscow, he himself had no objections to NATO enlargement. This announcement appeared in the Financial Times of the following day under a huge banner headline, which read, "NATO growth no threat, says Lebed." Before leaving for a visit to NATO in Brussels on 6 October 1996, however, General Lebed voiced renewed presidential opposition to NATO's expansion. Then, after 3 days in Western Europe, he reversed himself yet again, criticizing President Yeltsin's anti-expansion NATO policy as outmoded and harmful to Russian interests, saying in comments to news agencies on 8 October 1996 that the Kremlin was trying to take a 15-year-old political line amid completely new economic, military, and other conditions. Finally, on returning to Moscow, where the State Duma summoned him to explain his conduct, Lebed reverted to the line which had prevailed on his departure with his own spokesman, Alexander Barkatov, now insisting that Russia had by no means accepted NATO expansion. This was the dialectically fertile background against which Yevgeny Primakov, who was by now labeled by the Western press a veteran Cold Warrior, felt free to spell out far tougher conditions for Russia accepting NATO's expansion into Central Europe. Primakov said that NATO should agree to a charter agreement, which would ensure Moscow a large measure of influence over the decisions the alliance would be making. In laying down these new conditions, the foreign minister was the essence of reasonableness. A number of problems directly affecting us, he said, must be discussed in our presence and decided by consensus before decisions are executed. Agreement is not an aim in itself. We want a new document that reflects our concerns and establishes a system that guarantees our security. Moscow is very touchy, very concerned about NATO expansion, which will change our geopolitical situation completely, making it much worse than it was before expansion. In other words, having played the dialectical game successfully, Primakov now brought his influence to bear in favor of Russia, reluctantly accommodating NATO's expansion plans, and laid down Moscow's terms in these circumstances accordingly. The effect of his orchestrated opposition had been exactly as the strategists had intended, and had followed the classic pattern which they had established in the course of many years' research conducted by the institutes established for such purposes under the auspices of the Soviet Academy of Sciences in the early 1960s. First, Russian official opposition to NATO expansion, given alarming weight by the vociferous participation of General Igor Rodionov, then Russian defense minister, at a special NATO session held at Bergen, Norway on 26 September 1996, had been paralleled by official Russian voices expressing the opposite view, namely, that NATO expansion was no big deal. These had encouraged NATO officials to persevere with their expansion project, as secretly intended by the strategists. Secondly, as NATO officials led by SR Solana, who, as a former communist himself, would have known the dialectical score, struggled to persevere with their expansion strategy, Primakov had prepared the ground for, and facilitated, concessions on the part of NATO in exchange for Moscow abandoning its false dialectical opposition to the expansion scheme. What was withheld from NATO's politicians and officials, with the exception of SR Solana, was that Moscow fervently desired NATO to expand eastwards on its own terms, and in furtherance of its own collective security intentions. Russian manipulation of NATO attitudes was further assisted by a key agent of influence in Washington, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Mr. William Perry, who had participated in the Global Security Project, sponsored by the Gorbachev Foundation in 1993, and designed to foster the idea of collective security through dialogue between U.S. defense and intelligence experts and various covert KGB/GRU officers and representatives of the Soviet military. Alarmed by General Rodionov's opposition, and in response to the campaign orchestrated by Primakov, Mr. Perry duly offered Russia a security partnership involving unprecedented access for Moscow to the affairs of the NATO alliance. At Bergen, General Rodionov maintained his dialectical line, ostentatiously pretending to be unimpressed, and continuing with his vocal opposition despite the reality that Mr. Perry's strategic concession was precisely in accordance with Moscow's objectives. As an immediate consequence of Russia being granted access to NATO's affairs, Moscow was able to raise its political and military presence at NATO headquarters in Brussels, prompting the alliance's supreme commander, U.S. General Wesley Clark, to complain that too many Russian representatives are known to be military intelligence officers more interested in ferreting out information than building cooperation. On 20 March 1997, President Yeltsin arrived in Helsinki for a summit meeting with President Clinton amid noises off, which indicated that Russian opposition to NATO expansion would not be pressed much further. The Russian president predicted a mood of friendliness and compromise, with The Guardian predicting that Russia may climb down over NATO. At Helsinki, President Yeltsin signified tacit acceptance of NATO expansion, while maintaining dialectical consistency by describing NATO's plans as a serious mistake. At a joint news conference with President Clinton, Yeltsin said that an understanding had been reached, minimizing the negative consequences for Russia, allowing the participants to solve issues by consensus. The press dutifully reported the Russian spin that President Yeltsin was now reconciled to NATO expansion. The stage was now ready for a set-piece spectacular, a ceremony at a one-day summit meeting held in Paris on 27 May 1997 at which, according to the Times of London, NATO and Russia blew away the last breath of the Cold War by signing the Founding Act on Mutual Relations, Cooperation and Security between NATO and the Russian Federation, which of course excluded erstwhile nuclear powers such as Ukraine, or any other Russian republic to which Russia reserved the right to transfer or locate nuclear equipment. So enthusiastic about this accord did the Times deem the Russian president to be, that it reported that he had astonished the NATO leaders with an impromptu promise that he would remove the warheads from nuclear weapons pointing at their countries. This undertaking to deactivate Russian nuclear weapons was curious indeed, given A. the endless propaganda to the effect that the Cold War is over, which had swamped the Western media for the preceding 6 years, B. the fact that President Yeltsin had emphatically undertaken, amid much fanfare and on numerous earlier occasions, to ensure that Soviet nuclear weapons would no longer be targeted at Western cities. C. Information leaked from a classified CIA document and published in the Washington Times on 12 May 1997 that recent malfunctions of equipment controlling Russia's vast nuclear arsenal have switched nuclear missiles to combat mode on several recent occasions. D. A statement by the newly appointed U.S. Defense Secretary, William Cohen, on 29 April 1997, in which he had said that we don't know the exact nature of the command and control over Russian nuclear systems. E. President Yeltsin's approval, according to remarks in Moscow by the then Security Council Deputy Secretary, Boris Berezovsky, on 10 May 1997, of a new security doctrine for Russia that stipulates the right to use nuclear weapons first. F. A French Ministry of Defense report, disseminated by Reuters on 2 May 1997, that Russia maintained a massive stockpile of between 18,000 and 20,000 tactical nuclear weapons. And G. The development and deployment under the Yeltsin regime of Top-Alem, a deadly intercontinental missile that is launched into orbit and against which the West is, or was believed to be at some considerable disadvantage. But leaving aside the Times' naive euphoria over President Yeltsin's deceitful observations concerning the targeting of nuclear missiles, and the reported astonishment with which NATO delegates to the Paris ceremony had greeted this Leninist gesture, Richard Perle, the distinguished U.S. defense and security strategist, noted at once that the agreement read like a Soviet-drafted document redolent of Soviet-style moral equivalence. That Russia had been given a seat at the NATO table before new candidates for NATO membership had been admitted, that Russia had been made an equal partner in respect of both political and security matters in a new Euro-Atlantic community context, that the document explicitly affirmed the primacy of multilateral organizations in which Moscow enjoys a de jure and de facto veto, and that Moscow will always co-chair the newly established Permanent Joint Council, whereas the United States would only serve as co-chair on a rotating basis, taking turns with the other 15 NATO member countries. In other words, Primakov's dialectical play-acting had delivered not just the intended interim result, but had truly obtained for Moscow yet another great leap forward towards the realization of its highest strategic priority, the establishment of a collective security system. Under President Putin, the atrocities of 11 September 2001 were at once successfully leveraged to enhance cooperation between NATO and Russia, even though that issue was unrelated to the attacks and had nothing to do with the fight against international terrorism. The author has separately analyzed, in Soviet Analyst, and briefly on pages 117 to 119, the further great leaps forward, in respect of attaining its collective security objective that Moscow had already, by early 2002, derived as a consequence of its deft exploitation of the aftermath of the events of 11 September 2001. An outcome of its long-term revolutionary international terrorism strategy, controlled and directed by Soviet military intelligence, GRU. However, that takes us away from the focus of this case study on the use of the dialectical method to achieve strategic advances, which is complete as described above. Case Study 3, Primakov's Staged Row with Yavlinsky in Washington. The former CIA Director of Central Intelligence, DCI, Robert M. Gates, published a book of recollections in 1996 which contained evidence of a bold Bolshevik-Leninist dialectical provocation perpetrated in 1991 right under his nose by Yevgeny Primakov, assisted by the supposed Young Turk, moderate reformer, Grigory Yavlinsky, who was for a period the darling of the West in general and of the international financial institutions. In particular, see page 64. The purpose of this operation was to persuade the United States that the Soviet government was in a shambles, riven by internal strife. And the significance of this example is not simply that the message was conveyed only when Primakov and Yavlinsky were together with President Bush Sr. in the White House. You can't get much bolder than that, but also that the former DCI was evidently blind to the ruse, since he reported it without any comprehension of its objective. This alone yielded an additional bonus for the Soviets, first-hand confirmation that officials at the highest level of U.S. intelligence and policymaking had no knowledge of Leninist dialectical operations, and were willing and eager to be lied to. So anxious was official Washington to accept Soviet fabrications and ploys as genuine notwithstanding, that for Bolsheviks to tell the truth was like Eskimos wearing no clothes. On this occasion, though, the Soviets did tell the truth, or rather indulged in in-your-face candor, as always, never to be confused with the truth, but for reasons of strategic deception. Mr. Gates wrote, on 27 May 1991, also at Gorbachev's request, our old friend Yevgeny Primakov, who had earned our cordial dislike by his game of footsie with Saddam Hussein in January and February, rolled into town to talk about economic reform, and especially Western economic assistance. He brought with him Deputy Prime Minister Vladimir Sherbakov and the economic reformer Grigory Yavlinsky. Prime Minister Pavlov in April had produced his anti-crisis economic plan, which made some positive noises, but essentially kept the central government as the final authority on economic matters. The idea that this plan had much positive in it, or that Primakov had anything of value to say on the economy, struck us all as ludicrous. Scowcroft, Zolik, Ed Hewitt, and I urged Bush to ask questions directly of Yavlinsky, whom we were confident Primakov was bringing only for show. Primakov and Sherbakov both made it apparent that the Soviet government had no idea what it was doing on the economy, and that any Western aid would be money down a rat hole. The meeting in the cabinet room on 31st May was as sharp and unfriendly an exchange as I could remember, as our side asked hard questions, and the Soviets had no answers. Yavlinsky might as well have been on our side of the table for the critical observations he made and his obvious lack of support for his government's program. Note how the former CIA director's eye is off the ball from the outset, and how incisive and relevant Mr. Gates thought the questions posed by the U.S. government officials and cabinet members were. From the perspective of the former DCI, their hard questions had decisively floored the visiting Soviets, and the outcome of the meeting was that the Soviets had been utterly humiliated, leaving the Americans triumphant. After all, Mr. Gates and his colleagues were unanimous that the idea that Primakov had anything of value to say on the economy struck us all as ludicrous. Good for them, but why had Mr. Primakov brought Yavlinsky along? Since Mr. Gates evidently, by his own de facto admission here, lacked even the most elementary understanding of the Leninist dialectic, of Leninism, or of the Mongol mentality of Leninists, he had no means of gauging what the real purpose of this abrupt visit, made at Gorbachev's request, really was. In short, the CIA and the Bush cabinet were blind, yet they thought they were clever, incisive, relevant, and hard-nosed, and that asking hard economic questions would be a productive exercise. It was clear that, beneath all their bravado, the Americans had failed to understand the purpose of the Russians' sudden visit. They had simply accommodated the Soviet president's request that the U.S. cabinet should receive the visitors, please, to hear what they had to say about the Soviet economy. Mr. Gates does not even seem to have marveled at the spectacle of the young Yavlinsky, labeled an economic advisor, contradicting such a senior Soviet policymaking and intelligence official as Primakov, in the presence of the head of the CIA and the President of the United States. He, the head of the U.S. intelligence community, had failed to ask himself the necessary and elementary question: what lay behind this curious conduct and breach of protocol? Observe that this display of profound internal differences within the Soviet government, exported to the very heart of the U.S. government, was initiated by Gorbachev himself, using his highest-profile Leninist strategic colleague directly, plus a reliable poodle, Yavlinsky, just 3 months ahead of the August coup, which Gorbachev had himself obliquely predicted by his reference to a forthcoming, dramatic event, in the course of his Paris press conference with President Mitterrand on 6 May 1991, 3 weeks earlier. See Introduction, page 7, and related note 13. What the Americans will not have known is that Primakov had invited Yavlinsky some months previously to stay at his country dacha, where the details of this Leninist theatrical provocation were undoubtedly discussed, debated, and honed. Hence, just 3 months before the August coup, the stark message was delivered from and via the highest level of the Soviet regime, direct to the inner sanctum of the U.S. government, that the Soviet government was in disarray, and by extension that it could fall apart. Certainly things were sliding out of control. In accordance with the advice of Sun Tzu, the Americans were provided with absolutely reliable confirmation of the weak look. Yavlinsky had not been brought along just for show, as the CIA director had assumed, because he just could not fathom out why he was there, but on the contrary, to argue fiercely in front of the U.S. cabinet against the top Soviet officials, including the Soviet deputy prime minister, who had accompanied him. It was Yavlinsky's task to excoriate Primakov and his colleagues in front of President Bush and his senior associates. Such behavior in the era of overt Soviet power, had it been genuine, would have merited a spell in the Soviet gulag, but Mr. Gates could not even work that out for himself either. The author is aware of another instance of deliberate arguments staged in order to impress Western observers. A group of distinguished American visitors were invited to the temporary offices of the Gorbachev Foundation, Moscow. On arrival at the premises, they were left hanging around in the entrance hall, which was overlooked by a large, ornate sweeping staircase. After some considerable delay, 2 officials emerged at the upper landing, evidently engaged in a heated argument. This discussion, which was audible to the Russian-speaking American visitors assembled below, continued in loud tones all the way down the staircase and into the reception area. Its Leninist dialectical purpose, to impress the American visitors with the open-mindedness of the Gorbachev Foundation, a manifestation of the Lenin School combined with staff from the International Department of the CPSU, where all questions were open for debate, and to differentiate the Gorbachev Foundation from the stereotype of post-Soviet institutes still run along more rigid lines by elements of the unreformed nomenclatura. That this argumentative behavior was ham-fisted and rude, and keeping the visitors waiting was discourteous, were irrelevant so far as the officials, KGB operatives, were concerned. The American visitors were kept waiting precisely so that they could hear the disputation and draw the intended conclusion, which would then appear in the journal which they were responsible for publishing. The foregoing case studies required virtually no resources and no more than an orderly press-cutting file and knowledge of how the Leninist dialectical method works in both theory and practice. As soon as competing voices, adopting contrary positions, emerge in any given Kremlin or post-Soviet context, a dialectical ploy is certainly in operation. The observer skilled in the interpretation of the Leninist dialectical modus operandi can accordingly, by identifying what is the thesis and what is the antithesis, work out the underlying Soviet objective, the synthesis. What is certainly true is that a Western policymaker or official who encounters such ploys has no chance of understanding what is going on without a grounding in Leninist Bolshevik strategic deception theory. At such a late stage of the world revolution, the best and most reliable primers in these techniques for serious students and officials are Anatoly Golitsyn's 2 classic works, New Lies for Old, 1984, and The Perestroika Deception, 1995 and 1998. East European upheaval sorted from above. The fact that despite his unequaled record for accurate analysis and predictions, Anatoly Golitsyn's sound warnings and advice have not so far been heeded by policymakers suggests that he must also be right in his assertion that the intelligence services of the main Western powers have been comprehensively penetrated for many years. The CIA was penetrated by both the KGB and Chinese intelligence as early as 1958. Both British services were deeply penetrated over a prolonged period. The West German services were penetrated from the outset after the Second World War, and the KGB had 7 sources in the 2 French intelligence services, and this was roughly the situation prevailing many years ago now, long before the mass walk-in by KGB and GRU officers, which has been a primary consequence of the relaxation of Western attitudes and vigilance towards the continuing Soviets. However, the level of comprehension in Western policymaking circles appears to be far worse than Golitsyn has described. Hardly any strategic analysis takes place at all, it seems, in or behind the corridors of power. It has already been mentioned that MI6 is reported, as of early 2002, to have, according to a reliable source, hardly anyone monitoring the former Soviet Union at all. Even if the entire contents of this book were erroneous, that fact alone would imply an astonishing level of reckless official arrogance and complacency. It is all the more reprehensible in that a number of identified pre-perestroika trial balloons were floated at various times by the communists to measure Western, especially German, reactions to the intended Leninist courses of action. In November 1987, for instance, a senior Soviet diplomat located in Geneva announced the intended fall of the Berlin Wall. Details of this statement appeared in the German Lutheran press at the time. Much earlier in September 1985, over 6 months after Mikhail Gorbachev had become General Secretary, an article by a certain Georgy Dallos, entitled Die Befreiung der Sowjetunion von ihren Satellite, appeared in Des Kursbuch Verlag GmbH, Potsdamer Strasse 980 1000 Berlin 30. In this article, Dallos wrote as follows, translation from the German: "Let us imagine that a rejuvenated Central Committee in Moscow decides to free the Soviet Union from its increasingly burdensome confederates. Just understand, comrades," says the barely 31-year-old General Secretary, "that these small Eastern European states with their chaotic economic situation, with their incomprehensible inner contradictions and their harmful ideologies will simply continue to hinder our communist structure. In my view, it would be much more correct to leave these societies, while guaranteeing our military interests, to their own dynamism of development." 46. The article by Georgy Dallos proceeded to summarize the outline of the strategy of freeing the satellites and installing controlled second-echelon leaderships on a temporary basis pending the reinstallation of overt communists, which was duly implemented under Gorbachev in Eastern Europe in 1989. The young General Secretary of the CPSU is speaking in the article by Dallos. From the propagandist point of view, this would bring us only benefits, because we could then be hailed once again as liberators of these countries. Let us fantasize further. The first secretary's words are unanimously enacted, the Warsaw Pact is terminated, the Soviet troops stationed in the Eastern European region are disbanded amidst military music and flowers, and the former Eastern Bloc countries make a start on controlling their own problems. Through free elections in which several parties may participate, they create their parliamentary institutions, they open their borders and guarantee freedom rights, including sensible limited private ownership equals state-controlled capitalism. All other things, McDonald's network, unemployment, peep shows will automatically follow. The Central Intelligence Agency has recently revealed that the order for Hungary to open its border to East Germans, the step which triggered the controlled collapse of the East European satellites, was given at the highest level in Moscow. This information appears in the work mentioned on page 49 entitled The Wars of Eduard Shevardnadze, by Carolyn Majifert-Ekidal, Chief of Public Communications, Public Affairs Staff, Central Intelligence Agency, and Melvin A. Goodman, Professor of International Security Studies, U.S. National War College. On page 248 of that book, which was written to legitimize Shevardnadze, it is stated that Hungary allowed 60,000 East Germans to leave for the West, and thousands more moved into Prague and Warsaw. Hungarian Foreign Minister Gyula Horn allowed East Germans to leave after talking by phone with Shevardnadze. In other words, the Soviet foreign minister gave the signal to Mr. G. Horn to start the process of opening the borders, which led to the removal of the Berlin Wall. Mr. Horn is the communist who later ran Hungary as its non-communist prime minister. But instead of recognizing that the signal for the implementation of collapsible communism came from the Kremlin, which of course meant that it could not have been spontaneous since the Soviets possessed the requisite military power to crush it, the CIA's communications director immediately went off on a wild goose chase, commenting that Gyula Horn's action altered his previous image as a young supporter of the Soviet intervention in Hungary in 1956. When he had guarded bridges on the invasion route, the whole of that politically correct book, incidentally, provides written proof that the Central Intelligence Agency remained at sea throughout the changes, buying into every lie thrown at them. There has been no discontinuity, merely a Leninist, deceptive switch in tactics, with no change in the long-range strategy. The Soviets and their East European comrades-in-arms adopted, as Lenin explained in the context of his new economic policy deception, special methods to implement transition, and in many respects were operating differently from the way they operated before. They were drawing back in order to make better preparations for a new offensive against capitalism by creating the preconditions for convergence, the synthesis, on their terms. Special is the KGB's euphemism for secret. Former East European Soviet bloc countries have since retained and strengthened their military relationships with post-Soviet Russia, even as they have applied for NATO membership, and have been courted by the West as new members of that alliance. For instance, only 7 months had passed following the collapse of the Soviet Union, when the Polish Minister of National Defense of the day, Janusz Onyszkiewicz, announced that Poland intended to sign an agreement on military cooperation with Russia. In the same statement, the Polish minister revealed Poland's total identification with Soviet-Russian strategy to establish a system of collective security. Specifically, Mr. Onyszkiewicz told the newspaper, Rzeczpospolita, that Poland was concerned about constructing a system of common security in Europe, a task that cannot be carried out without Russia. An analysis of Ukraine's security strategy, based upon study of an article by the Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs of the day, Anatoly Zelenko, published in the January 1994 issue of International Affairs, confirmed Ukraine's function in pressing dialectically for comprehensive inclusion in West European security and political structures, in order to provide reliable guarantees for Ukraine's external security. Against an entirely fictional latent threat to Ukraine's political and territorial integrity from Russia. At the same time, though, Zelenko confirmed that we see our relations with Russia as a special partnership. Western analysts were intended not to notice the illogicality of Ukraine enjoying a special partnership with Russia if it was at one and the same time a latent threat to its existence. That the Ukrainian government works in precise continuing harmony with Russian strategy was further revealed by Anatoly Zelenko in the following passages from his article in International Affairs. Ukraine's main foreign policy spheres include growing participation in European regional cooperation, since practically all the new independent states expressed a desire to cooperate and eventually to join NATO and the Western European Union, WU, in order to ensure their national security. No, that is not their real purpose in clamoring for entry into the European fortress, for entry into the enemy's camp. Their purpose is the furtherance under Moscow's leadership and instructions of the Soviet strategy of fostering the emergence of a single political space from the Atlantic to Vladivostok, buttressed by a Soviet-dominated system of collective security, which manifestly would be at the permanent mercy of secret Soviet military power. Ukraine was motivated, Zelenko reiterated, to search for ways of integrating into the world system, establish ties with European structures and joining them. We advocate comprehensive international systems of global and European security, seeing participation in such systems as a basic component of our national security. Ukrainian diplomacy concentrates on helping evolve and strengthen reliable international security mechanisms at bilateral, sub-regional, regional, and global levels. Security for ourselves through security for all is a universal approach upheld by Ukrainian foreign policy. Upheld by it but not scripted by it, the hymn sheaf is drafted and printed by the strategists in Moscow, who are so convinced of the West's ignorance of their Leninist dialectical routine that they have been happily encouraging a dual image, so far as Ukraine is concerned. A. The image of the vulnerable, fledgling, post-Soviet republic in need of Western material, financial, moral, and security support. And B. The parallel image of the faithful collaborator with Moscow in the furtherance of Leninist common security objectives. To our way of thinking, the European region, which is now living through a period of deep change, including changes involving conflict, should become a single whole, a common house for all countries and peoples in the region. The ultimate goal in the European sector is therefore full integration of Ukraine into political, economic, cultural, and other Europe-wide ties benefiting the Ukraine and the European community as a whole. Ukraine is seeking integration into the more important European institutions. Anatoly Zelenko's article thus made it clear beyond any doubt that far from being the independent arbiter of its own foreign policy, Ukraine is a fully paid-up, controlled advocate and captive of Moscow's Leninist strategy, pressing independently for total incorporation, equals full integration, into the intended system of collective security and into European institutions, so much so that it even uses the Russian Foreign Ministry's own journal to advertise this fact. That Ukraine, other former Soviet republics, and the Central and East European states remain integrated within the framework of collective security, which the Russian strategists have independently been consolidating and refining in the Eurasian theater, was inadvertently made plain in Western press reports following the shooting down by a Ukrainian missile of a Russian airliner flying from Israel over the Black Sea on 4 October 2001. In its report on that crash dated 14 October, the New York Times stated, in a dispatch from Moscow, on October 4, the day of the disaster, Ukrainian land, sea, and air forces were conducting the largest military exercise in the nation's 10-year history. Russia's own Air Force commander was in attendance along with officials of several other former Central the word Soviet omitted here. Ed. Asian and East European nations, as Ukrainian forces fired 23 missiles at drones flying off the coast. Translation: a Russia's own Air Force commander was in attendance. No, not just in attendance. This was a huge exercise involving a large number of former Soviet bloc republics and countries. Such exercises are controlled and run by the Soviet CIS military establishment and infrastructure. In other words, this was a CIS Soviet bloc exercise, commanded by the Russian Soviet Air Force commander. B. Officials from Central Asian and East European nations were present along with the Russian Air Force commander. The presence of officials from Central Asian republics made sense in the above context, but why were officials from East European countries present? Such countries have either applied for NATO membership or belong to the Western Alliance, despite remaining under continued de facto communist control. The answer, of course, is that these countries were taking part in the exercise. Thus, Golitsyn's assessment that the controlled independence of the Soviet republics, implemented from above, had been ordered or strategic purposes is correct. Only this time round, it is not simply one transitional state, Lenin's Far Eastern Republic, created to establish a temporary buffer against Japan, which is to be integrated into the whole, but nothing less than former Soviet republics, together with the Central and Eastern European countries, that are to be progressively integrated into a Soviet-dominated system of collective security, in parallel with or via their membership of NATO. The European Union's intended collectivized military force, and the European Union collective itself. That is the objective, and it is not a friendly one. On the contrary, the aim is Sun Tzu's entry into the enemy's camp, by means of encirclement, integration, collectivization, absorption, and subversion. Present Soviet-Western cooperation is only temporary, wrote Golitsyn to the unheeding CIA late in 1990. Optimistic expectations of long-term Western dividends from Western support for perestroika are doomed to disappointment. When the chick hatches, it will display its true antagonistic nature and seek to dominate the nest. When that unpleasant turn of events materializes, the West will yet again be taken by surprise. To paraphrase an expression used by Marx, the United States will be left stranded in isolation to contemplate its own destruction and demise, Golitsyn added. With the West's guard down, the Leninists will be tempted to smash the West with their clenched fists since, as Golitsyn reiterates throughout, the perestroika deception, brute force will be used to finish Die West off when the time is ripe. Psychotropic drugs and European collectivization. That prospect should cause no surprise. After all, the Soviet push for collective security has been gathering momentum against the background of heightened and televised violence in the Caucasus and elsewhere, as local falsely independent regimes such as the Georgian repression apparatus have gone about their grisly tasks of suppressing recalcitrant minorities, with or without overt Russian, Ukrainian, and other post-Soviet military assistance, leaving Russia's hands clean. For international public consumption purposes, except in the no-go region around Chechnya, from which the West is largely barred. Instead of the Soviet militia supervising repression, as in Tbilisi in April 1990 for instance, when 19 demonstrators, mainly young women, were killed by poison gas and sharpened trenching shovels, it has been the uniformly Stalinist regimes controlling the independent states of the ex-USSR, which have mainly been doing Moscow's repressive dirty work, providing, at the same time, the rationale for collective security arrangements which Moscow insists to a chorus of Western agreement are so desperately necessary given the dangerous new world in which we live. Where Moscow's dirty and bloody hand has been exposed, as in Chechnya, the West has quickly sought to draw a veil over the atrocities concerned, enabling Tony Blair and Gerhard Schroeder, for instance, to fraternize with the intelligence officer in charge in the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin, with apparent general and electoral impunity. The British Prime Minister has played snooker with Putin on at least one of his visits to Russia, and Blair's invitation for President Putin and his family to visit checkers. his official country residence, for 2 days at Christmas 2001, raised the interaction between these two leaders to an unprecedented level of frequency and intimacy. Careless and laid back, the British authorities appear to pay little attention to small details, such as the development and use, since at least the 1960s by Soviet-Russian intelligence, of mind-altering and behavior modification drugs for use against Western targets. Mr. Blair's behavior reminds one of John Major's exuberant display of verbal support for Yeltsin's bombardment of the Parliament building in 1993, which suggested that his mind might have been tinkered with. Since we know that the Soviets used active measures against Margaret Thatcher, why should later UK prime ministers not have been similarly targeted? According to a paper by Dr. Joseph Douglas Jr., the secret CIA program codenamed MKUltra, one of a range of parallel secret U.S. programs, authorized in 1953 by Alan W. Dulles when he was Director of Central Intelligence, was initiated in response to what Dulles termed, in a speech at Princeton on 10 April 1953, Soviet-developed brain perversion techniques, some of which are so subtle and abhorrent to our way of life that we have recoiled from facing up to them. With the help of a large cadre of former Nazi scientists imported from Germany, the Soviets had perfected psychoactive drugs for use against targeted personnel, especially Western leaders and diplomats. 3 days after delivering his wake-up speech at Princeton, Dulles approved the MKUltra program, the objectives of which mirrored the achievements of the parallel Soviet-Nazi project, certain products of which were extensively tested on Central Asian tribes, of whom large numbers were massacred in the process. By reviewing the aims of the U.S. program, as described by Dr. Douglas, a clear perspective on the Soviet armory of offensive behavior influencing and mind-altering drugs can be obtained. Dr. Douglas reported that the primary objectives of MKUltra included the development of psychoactive drugs that would cause mental confusion, alter personality structure, diminish ambition and working efficiency, promote illogical drinking, cause euphoria with no subsequent letdown, and induce amnesia respecting events immediately preceding and during the use of mind-control drugs. These objectives were supplementary to the truth drugs, TD, and Toosen the tongue, drugs already in development. Although this author has serious problems accepting without qualification the bona fides of Colonel Dr. Kanatjan Alibekov, a.k.a. Ken Aribek, a much-quoted defector, who reached the West in 1992 and works in the United States, this former deputy director of Biopreparat, a large Soviet biological warfare project, revealed in his memoir Biopreparat, published in 1998, the existence of a top-secret KGB development program codenamed Fleta, Flute. Much of Alibekov's information dovetails with intelligence revealed by the late General Major January Sejna, the former senior Czech official and defector debriefed by Douglas himself. Sejna was personally involved in planning and monitoring Czechoslovakia's participation in the Fleta project, which Alibekov says was concerned with the development of psychoactive drugs and neurotoxins to use to alter personalities and modify human behavior. In addition to the distinct possibility, this author would suggest probability that gullible Western figures like John Major and Tony Blair would be obvious targets for such treatment. Dr. Douglas explored in his article the possibility that Soviet activism behind the international terrorism offensive, controlled, like the global drugs offensive, by Soviet military intelligence, might be disguised in part through the use of such personality-altering drugs. In thinking over my previous discussions with General Sejna, following the terrorist strikes of September 11, 2001, I was struck by the possibility that the psychoactive drugs he described, and which the Chinese were also actively developing, could have played a significant role in recruiting, brainwashing, and controlling the young men recruited for terrorist operations, and ultimately in helping to assure the reliability and commitment that was needed to mobilize in synchronicity the large number of suicidal young men needed to carry out the mission. Since the political elites in Britain and the continental countries have been systematically engaged in committing mass national suicide and have been falling over themselves in their haste to consign national sovereignty to history and to collectivize every dimension of European existence, one is entitled to wonder, in the light of such information, whether such drugs have been used by the Leninists on a large scale against Western politicians and policymakers. The indecent rush to fulfill Lenin's ultimate aim to destroy the state could be explained by the success of long-term covert Soviet mind control techniques other than the use of drugs. But some examples of possible Western targets do require an explanation. One of the most conspicuous candidates is Lord Robertson, Secretary General of NATO and formerly Mr. Blair's Secretary of Defense. Although this character has a left-wing pedigree, which might alone explain his behavior, the Moscow paper, Nezavisimaya Gazeta, reported in November 2001 that Robertson was responsible for Soviet policy in the British Labour Party in the 1980s, leading the party's delegation to the 27th CPSU Congress in 1986. Some of his statements since becoming head of NATO have clung so faithfully to the Soviet general line that the possibility of some mental interference cannot be dismissed out of hand. For instance, on 27 September 2001, Reuters reported that Lord Robertson had said in Brussels that the Russian response to the terrible attacks on the United States has not only been befitting of a major partner of this alliance, but has also been the reaction of a real and genuine friend. Since separate detailed analysis, some of which was published in Soviet Analyst, left little doubt that the atrocities in question represented a consequence of the long-established active GRU-controlled international terrorism sub-strategy of the world revolution, this statement was hard enough to swallow. But at a news conference in Moscow on 22 November 2001, Lord Robertson revealed his open support for the Leninist strategy to liquidate the nation-state, and backed up his outrageous statements on that score with a torrent of easily recognizable, if tired, Soviet Leninist propaganda, according to the New York Times report of 23 November 2001. Lord Robertson sounded almost like Mr. Putin in arguing that the current NATO approach to Russia is outmoded in a world facing new threats. In the past, he said, we were divided by walls and by fences and by ideology and by armies. Today the threats to the Russian people are very similar, if not exactly the same, as the threats to the people in the NATO countries and the West. The international terrorists have gone global. So why are we all dealing with things as individual nations? Migrations, refugee flows make borders a complete nonsense. So why do we pretend that tank and infantry formations are going to give any country or any group of countries a total insurance? Without diverting to the international terrorism issue, analysis of these comments reveals the following elements of Soviet Leninist propaganda and disinformation, which a Secretary-General of NATO should have recognized. His failure to do so raises suspicions that Lord Robertson is much more than just a useful idiot. His remarks contain the following curiosities. A. In the past, we were divided by walls and by fences and by ideology and by armies. This is recognizably lifted directly from heavily overused Soviet-style propaganda dating from more than a decade previously. B. Today the threats to the Russian people are very similar, if not exactly the same as, the threats to the people in the NATO countries and the West. In the international terrorism context, with which Lord Robertson was dealing, this was untrue. The apartment bombings, which afflicted some Russian cities, have been exposed by Western analysts as provocations by Soviet intelligence. Their strategic purpose was to create an illusion of terrorism equivalence between Russia and the West, so that international terrorism, a world revolution weapon for which the Soviet Bolsheviks are ultimately responsible, could be leveraged to the status of a global threat, necessitating the closest possible cooperation between Russia and the West in the fight against terrorism. A strategic convergence objective hinted at on 27 July 1996 by General Alexander Leib, see page 71, which fell neatly into place shortly after the attacks on the United States of 11 September 2001. Note Lord Robertson's sly use of the qualifying phrase, if not exactly the same as, which meant that any threats faced by the Russian people are not the same as those facing the West, of course. Robertson's careful choice of words here does indeed suggest that the NATO Secretary-General is rather more than just another useful idiot. C. International terrorists have gone global. Apart from being a tautology, revealed Robertson's identity of view with Putin that international terrorism is a global issue which, like all global issues, which it is the objective of Soviet strategy to promote and exploit, cannot possibly be addressed by the pathetic, redundant nation-state. Hence, why should we all be dealing with things as individual nation-states? Note the Leninist revolutionary assumption that no decisions can be taken unilaterally. The only valid decisions are those taken collectively. D. Migrations, refugee flows make borders a complete nonsense. In other words, the nation-state is finished. National borders are redundant. All nations should be merged without further delay. Neither Stalin nor Lenin could have said it better. E. So why do we pretend that tanks and infantry formations were any use any longer against this new form of global threat? How could Moscow ask for any gift more helpful to the realization of its strategic objectives than a Secretary-General of NATO who denigrates his alliance's tanks and military formations on the implied ground that they are wholly redundant in the face of the new type of threat facing humanity in the form of international terrorism. Note that this line coincides precisely with intermittent dialectical Russian demands that NATO should be disbanded thesis. These alternate with oppose, the constant pressure for military collectivization, collective security, antithesis. In the meantime, NATO is doing much more than merely responding to Russian overtures for ever deeper involvement with NATO. On 29 November 2001, as the Soviet strategists collected the fruits of their successful leveraging of the international terrorism issue to accelerate the process of East-West convergence, a NATO official told Dow Jones Newswires that we sense very strong indications from President Putin that he wants to change the way that Russia does business. We take that at face value, and we will work on that basis. Thus, all caution concerning Moscow's motives has been thrown to the winds, along with the alliance's institutional memory. NATO officials serving today are presumably ignorant of Sergei Rogov's proclamation, via International Affairs in 1995, of Moscow's expectation that it will become possible to create a Euro-Atlantic security area, or in other words, the comprehensive collective security system, which has long been discussed in our country as the highest goal of our foreign and defense policy 151152. These aspirations show not the slightest sign of any discontinuity from the strategy outlined below by MVD Eduard Shevardnadze in the course of his interview on Russian television on 19 November 1,991,153, see page 32. Do you think that the idea of a common European home, the building of a united Europe, and I would like to outline today, of Great Europe, the building of Great Europe, Great United Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals, from the Atlantic to Vladivostok, including all our territory, most probably a European-Asian space, a united humanitarian space. This project is inevitable. I am sure that we will come to building a united military space as well. To say more precisely, we will build a united Europe, whose security will be based on the principles of collective security. Imagine how immeasurably helpful it will have been, too, for the Soviet strategists to have had Mr. William Perry to deal with as Defense Secretary during Mr. Bill Clinton's first term. In addition to authorizing visits to the Pentagon by GRU officer, Mr. Perry had been, prior to his appointment, one of the joint authors of a joint paper entitled A New Concept of Cooperative Security, presented to the group attended by top Russian strategists including KGB and GRU officers, established by the Gorbachev Foundation's Global Security Project. The source for this is a document in the author's possession, issued by that Leninist organization, dated 17 March 1,993,154. We have it on the authority of MME Alberti, resident in Paris and formerly Alexander Solzhenitsyn's secretary, that the Gorbachev Foundation Moscow is the center for communist propaganda in the former Soviet Union and throughout the West, and a central locus of communist strategic operations 155. By May 1992, it was staffed by over 100 apparatchiks from the former International Department of the CPSU Central Committee. The Global Security Project, operated by the Gorbachev Foundation USA, was developed by the Gorbachev Foundation Moscow, which operates separately from, and was not linked with, the now moribund Gorbachev Foundation USA, directed during 1995 to 2000 by the long-term apparent agent of influence, Dr. Jim Garrison, from the former Admiral's House at the Presidio, San Francisco Bay, formerly a U.S. military base. In addition to its State of the World Forum influence-building activities in the United States and elsewhere, which focus for over half a decade on the substitution of Gramsci garbage values for civilized values, morality, and true spirituality, it was an active sponsor of the Paganist United Religions Project, supported by Mikhail Gorbachev, which seeks to establish a common global religion as part of the revolution's mission to impose a single way of thinking upon humanity. To make us all of one mind 156 see also pages 34 and 87. The collective security system's intended center of gravity. At a news conference on 21 December at RAF Halton, outside London, when he and his wife Lyudmila visited the British Prime Minister at Chequers, President Putin said that a new NATO-Russia Council and the mechanics of the new relationship between Moscow and NATO, driven by the momentum of cooperation following the events of 11 September 2001, would be established by May 2002. A Reuters report noted that the pressure for the new structures came from Mr. Blair, who had written a 4-page letter to Lord Robertson and fellow leaders of the alliance suggesting their establishment. A standard Soviet ploy is to procure that others call for what the Leninist strategists are seeking. Penetrated at the very highest level as it appears to be, NATO needs to come belatedly to its senses. On 6 April 1998, Der Spiegel reported that intelligence agents from Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic remained in close contact with Russian spy operatives, and that the three former Warsaw Pact countries had been attempting to place agents within the NATO headquarters in Brussels. Later reports in 2000 indicated that the GRU had returned to Prague, which it uses as previously as its Central European base. No one familiar with Anatoly Golitsyn's two books would have been in the slightest surprised at such information. However, since the Western policymaking community has bought the entire package of Soviet-originated lies, it is stuck in deep denial, refusing to entertain even the faint possibility that the West has indeed been deceived. Occasionally, however, one comes across a hint that not everyone in the West is fast asleep. In a BBC assignment television program, entitled Disputed Borderlands, broadcast in Britain on 5 November 1994, the reporter, Mr. Alan Little, asked a senior Ukrainian government official named Boris Tarasyuk a highly intelligent leading question concerning the intended location of the center of gravity of the intended collective security system, BORISTARASIUK. We have to design a new approach, a new concept of all European security, which will be freed from the division of the continent into military blocks. ALLAN Little, where would the center of gravity in such a system be? Where would the real decision-making power lie? BORISTARASIUK, unable to prevent himself from breaking into a broad smile on camera. Very interesting question. It's a question to be a subject for a special conference. Well, I could tell you that I know the answer to this question, but I would prefer rather not to answer if. ALLAN Little, what are your doubts about it? BORISTARASIUK, still looking uncomfortable at having been asked a pertinent question by a Western journalist, probably for the first time in his life. Well, I think that the time hasn't come yet for giving an answer. The time had not yet come to reveal that the system of collective security on which Moscow has focused ever since the Comintern decreed it to be the key objective, is to be centered on Moscow itself. The reason the time was not yet ripe, and was still not ripe as this book went to press, was that Western military power had not yet been irrevocably collectivized. In the meantime, Soviet-Chinese military power, buttressed by the good neighborly treaty of friendship and cooperation between the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China, signed in Moscow during the official state visit of the Chinese Communist Party chairman Jiang Zemin on 15 to 18 July 2001 / continues to expand and to test the boundaries of Western tolerance, which seem to be without limit. In October 2001, the Russian Foreign Minister, Igor Ivanov, announced that Russian-Chinese ties had reached an unprecedentedly high level since the signing of the treaty, although the two powers have worked seamlessly and dialectically together in pursuit of their shared world revolutionary objectives for over half a century. Yet although President Bush Jr., echoing Lady Thatcher's similar comment that she could do business with Gorbachev in 1984, had said glowingly of President Putin on 24 July 2001 that this is a man with whom I can have an honest dialogue, it was reported on 28 November 2001 that Russia had sold 2 guided missile destroyers to China, equipped with the lethal Russian SSN-22 Sunburn missile. Developed under Presidents Yeltsin and Putin by financially strapped Russia, and ITAR-TASS, the official news organization, reported on the same day that the state-controlled Rosoboronexport Agency, which markets Soviet military-industrial complex output worldwide, had blocked the sale to Boeing Corporation of copies of the X-31A air-launched anti-ship missile. Boeing, taking Russia at its word that it is no longer the enemy, had entered the market for this weaponry on normal commercial terms. The equipment contains technical information believed to be useful for U.S. military intelligence in developing defenses against the Russian SSN-22, but the sale was reportedly prohibited by the Russian authorities because it would infringe on Russia's defense interests. On 24 July 2001, the Washington Times reported that officials connected with U.S. State Department and Coast Guard arrangements for monitoring the activities of Russian merchant vessels had concluded that Moscow was continuing, as under overt communism, to use its merchant fleet to spy on sensitive U.S. defense and military facilities, including nuclear submarines. These are typical examples of frequently encountered, open semi-technical reports, which make it clear that, below the highest levels of contact between presidents, prime ministers, and secretaries general, where reality is distorted through the prism of the panoply of power, Russia and its closest Leninist world revolution ally remain determined and deadly enemies of the United States. As for the European powers, their capitulation to the Leninist collectivist agenda is in the process of decapitating their ability to project military power independently, although their possession of military resources has not yet been neutralized. The main psychological weapon being deployed by the Leninist strategists to achieve this primary objective is Gorbachev's new political thinking, which is nothing less than an ongoing influence-building offensive against the West designed to bend the Western mind, so that its preferences come to conform exactly with those of the Soviet collective of continuing Leninist world revolutionaries. The extent to which this objective has been achieved was disturbingly revealed when George Robertson, while serving as Mr. Blair's defense secretary, and long before his elevation to the peerage and to the position of NATO's Secretary-General, was interviewed by the Daily Telegraph in the issue of 4th November 1997. Spouting post-Soviet strategy in the very language and syntax used by the experts working for Soviet intelligence who have developed the methodology of the collective's psychological offensive over the years. It was undoubtedly, in part, as a consequence of this interview, that the Labour Party expert on Soviet affairs was suddenly translated to his NATO post, where he is probably Moscow's most promiscuous and dedicated agent of change and instrument of convergence. This is how we can really disarm, the then British Defence Secretary told the London newspaper. Disarmament of the mind, recalling the methods used in the 1950s and 1960s by Moral Rearmament, allegedly Soviet-inspired psychological warfare experiment based on group confession and alleged prospective blackmail, Mr. Robertson pronounced. It works. Deploying the military to reduce the threat from the Russian military can be done by joint military work. The Russian military didn't trust politicians, and no wonder, after 50 years of communism, then Mr. Robertson revealed how far his mind has strayed from reality. Echoing Andrei Kozyrev's remarks about the net of relationships, which Moscow had developed in order to entrap the West, but either failing to comprehend the meaning of his own observations or understanding only too well what he was saying, Robertson added, the network of institutional relationships keeps growing, and so many people are involved that it would now be impossible to go to war, because people are tied up in committees all the time. Thus, after barely a decade and a half of hyperactive strategic deception operations, the Moscow Strategic Collective had reduced the United Kingdom's defense thinking to this. Since NATO and Russian officials were, as a result of the ever-growing network of institutionalized relationships in Europe, so heavily engaged in committee meetings, war was now out of the question. This comment was just as mindless as Lord Robertson's reported remarks in Moscow in November 2001, which prompted questions in many capitals, including, believe it or not, in Moscow, as to why such a buffoon had been appointed to such a crucial position. If a junior politician were to make observations as uniformly perverse as those for which this man has been responsible, his career would surely be foreshortened. In the political firmament, the only figures who may possess the degree of arrogance needed to make remarks in public as crass and outrageous as those Lord Robertson is in the habit of making are Bolsheviks. Lord Robertson may be merely what Lenin called a useful idiot. Whatever the truth of the matter, it is curious that his public comments cited here appear to have been lifted directly from the dated Soviet propaganda of the early 1990s. Lord Robertson rarely says anything original. His public remarks even lack the subtlety of Boris Yeltsin, one of the least polished of Bolsheviks, who intoned at a press conference in Moscow with President Clinton on 2 September 1998, "There will be enough events to ensure results." If war is now out of the question, the British Defense Secretary of the day should have asked himself why the post-Soviets still maintained a stockpile of up to 20,000 tactical nuclear weapons, why they were not destroying warheads as they had been expected and had undertaken to do, and why they had developed and deployed Top-Alem, their new space-launched intercontinental missile system, against which the West was believed to have inadequate redress. These three-stage, solid-fuel rockets, which measure 75 feet in length, weigh 47.2 tons, and can deliver nuclear warheads 16,000 miles away, had been tested since 1994-160, even though the West's ally and partner, Boris Yeltsin, was supposed to be a peaceable fellow Democrat. When the new Russian defense minister and former chief of the Russian rocket forces, Igor Sergeyev, unveiled what he called this 21st century weapon, at a ceremony on 24 December 1997, at Saratov, he declared that no anti-missile technology existed which was capable of neutralizing these deadly space-launched intercontinental ballistic missiles. Lord Robertson, in his later manifestation as NATO Secretary-General, should have been concerned about such claims, and should have wondered why. For instance, the Russians were engaged in testing their lethal SHK-Val, Squall, and Scorpion anti-ship torpedo-type weapons, capable of unprecedentedly rapid underwater speeds, if disarmament of the mind was truly a reality. One shudders to imagine how much vodka must have been consumed in the Kremlin on the news of Robertson's appointment to the top NATO posting. Meanwhile, as the network of institutional relationships, which Robertson imagines preclude war, keeps expanding, so will the ability of the Western powers to deploy effective military power be ever more progressively diminished. Lord Robertson's naive illusions, unless he is an agent himself, are rooted in the erroneous perception that post-communist Russian words, actions, and undertakings can be trusted, and upon a failure to understand that the cast of actors in Moscow consists entirely of unreconstructed professional Leninist world revolutionary activists. Robertson may not realize that whereas Western policymakers normally approach compromise in good faith, the revolutionary concept of compromise is entirely different. Professional revolutionaries are taught to compromise only if in doing so, the interests of the revolution are thereby advanced. For them, compromise is always provisional, since their objectives never change. As the revolutionary Gerry Adams pronounced after the conclusion of that unsatisfactory accord in Belfast on 10 April 1998 known as the Good Friday Agreement, this is just a phase in our struggle. That struggle must continue until it reaches its final goal. That was a perfect summary of the revolutionary dialectical approach by a contemporary open disciple of Lenin, who actually models not only his speech but also his appearance, complete with the beard, upon his evil dead mentor. For Mr. Adams, though, Lenin is alive. Adams is not out of his mind, he's in Lenin's mind. Adams is simply one of the more prominent Leninist revolutionary supporters of violence, masquerading as peaceful Democrats on the European stage at the beginning of the new century. According to the Soviet Compendium, Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, the parliamentary method of transition to socialism would at once endow it with the necessary authority, facilitating the necessary transformations. In post-war Czechoslovakia, with parliament having been converted into a riotous, revolutionary assembly, the badly shaken opposition fell apart, enabling a draconian land reform, confiscation bill to be passed, whereupon parliamentary resistance to the communist conspiracy came to an end. The analysis by January Kozak of how the Czechoslovak assembly was hijacked, see page 72, shows that where possible, the Leninists preferred to secure control by legal or seemingly legal methods. An elaborate maze of compulsive lies. As suggested earlier, many of the changes of prominent Leninist personnel observable on the Moscow stage at frequent intervals since the false changes have been intended in part to confuse the enemy by throwing the validity of past statements by implementers of the deception strategy into doubt. Typically, members of the general staff of the revolution are ordered around like employees of Western conglomerates. One day they are serving as a deputy in the controlled, packed Duma. Another day, they have surfaced in an important party post, or in the structures, just as a Western executive finds himself appointed to be public relations officer at a plant in Akron, Ohio, 1 year, and is summoned back to head office 2 years later to be assistant to the vice president. One moment Andrei Kozyrev is foreign minister, the next he surfaces as a deputy in the State Duma. 1 week Vladimir Lukin is Russian ambassador to Washington, the next he has joined Kozyrev in the rubber stamp legislature. By shifting key revolutionaries from one position to another, the strategists procure that doubts in the untutored Western pragmatic mind about the relevance or permanence of their publicly expressed views are left hanging in midair, are never resolved, and hence are always liable to become the subject of doubt or sterile debate. This compounds the maze of strategic lies and helps to protect their perpetrators and the world revolution from exposure. Tomas Schumann, a.k.a. Yuri Bezmenov, see page 8, a Soviet defector long resident in the United States, used to say that the Soviet system is an elaborate maze of compulsive lies. We cheat everywhere on any occasion through all the ages and for a variety of purposes or without any. We do it naturally, a bright young Russian government official admitted to Hendrik Smith, author of the Russians' Ballantine books, New York 1997-88, page 21. It is to our advantage. It is a very important feature of our national character. What the Russian Wiskid failed to add was that the Soviets Russians cheat, lie, deceive, and enjoy pulling the wool over foreigners' eyes, which is almost a national sport, because the vast constituency consisting of covert party members, overt Komsomol cadres, nomenclaturists, the intelligence community and the armed forces, the general staff, is steeped in Leninism. All are disciples of Lenin and are in Lenin's mind. One can imagine a pragmatic skeptic in the West, in response to some of what has been explained in this book, protesting that Gorbachev is no longer in power, or that Andrei Kozyrev's statements when Russian foreign minister are no longer of any interest because he was replaced by Primakov and then by Ivanov and is now only a Duma deputy. Such an attitude equates the members of the Leninist Strategic Collective and their implementers, all of whom are dedicated lifelong loyalists to the strategy and the revolutionary cause with Western career politicians who are perceived to be driven by self-interest and who compete with their colleagues for power. But the Leninists could not be more different. They do not compete among themselves after the manner of Western politicians. They compete among themselves only in respect of the ardor with which they can contribute to the realization and completion of the mad collectivization objectives of Lenin's world revolution. They are out of their minds, but in Lenin's mind. Since the murder of Brezhnev, and especially after Gorbachev's victory over Romanov, any tendency towards competition between the revolutionary players for Soviet power has in any case been decisively replaced by revolutionary cooperation, which makes for smooth transfers of power as occurred when Gorbachev and Yeltsin were replaced, unlike the retrograde murderous episodes which ended the supreme tenures under the Strategy Collective, of Brezhnev and of Andropov himself. This new spirit reflects what Yeltsin described at the 27th Congress in February 1986 as that Bolshevik spirit, that Leninist optimism, that call to struggle against the old and the outmoded, in the name of the new, see page 40. Having banished internal tensions by adopting, among themselves, a truly collectivist approach to the completion of Lenin's world revolution, the strategists and general staff are so encouraged by the inherent promise and proven success over the years of their deception strategy that they are not slow to boast that the whole world is required to adapt to global collectivism. Prior to adopting it, as was explained by Andrei Kozyrev in the course of an interview on 4 December 1992 on Mayak Radio, notwithstanding that the socialist camp was supposed to have vanished into thin air, this brilliant Leninist implementer pronounced that, we are talking about a principled choice for Russia's course and consequently, to a considerable extent for the course to be pursued by the other states, not only of the Commonwealth of Independent States, not only of the former Soviet Union, but also of the whole so-called socialist camp. Because of the reality which consists of the fact that the Russian Federation has been at the center of that configuration, and is today economically, culturally, and in many other senses certainly, the locomotive which by the direction and speed of its movement determines the direction and speed of movement of other states. 162. During a trip to Iran in April 1,994,163, Kozyrev pronounced, according to ITA TASS, that his visit is not a turn away from the West. We shall not turn away from the West anywhere, but a mere consideration of the fact that Russia is a great power and it must, and is, playing on all chessboards of world politics abiding by corresponding rules. We are Christians where it is appropriate. We are Europeans in Europe and Muslims in the Orient. 164. This approach to life, Andrei Kozyrev added, was not hypocrisy, but Russia's multi-faced image. A more intrinsically Leninist statement from such an authoritative source could surely not be imagined. We are dealing, as the son of a well-known Soviet emigre who had served Stalin, pointed out to the author in the early 1990s, with 100% cynicism. 165. Thus these Leninists even take pride in advertising the fact that they are never to be trusted by anyone, Christians, Europeans, or Muslims. For they intend, when the time is ripe, as Lenin prescribed, to apply offensive tactics in the strictest sense of the word. As Anatoly Golitsyn has written, the Soviet transition to a new political structure shows that the strategists are thinking, planning, and ing in broad terms, way beyond the imagination of Western politicians. 166. The Russian political elite do not regard communism as defeated. On the contrary, they see reforms and democratization as the means of carrying forward their long-standing strategy of convergence within victory over the West. 167. When the right moment comes, the mask will be dropped, and the Russians, with Chinese help, will seek to impose their system on the West on their own terms, as the culmination of a second October socialist revolution. 168. Yet the West, fast asleep, has so far opted for the laziest, easiest choice, to take these dedicated, ruthless, disciplined Leninist revolutionaries' false image at face value. It will certainly come to regret this millennial error, the scale of which cannot be adequately expressed in words. In Europe, where Lenin's revolution is being completed at breakneck speed by the EU collective, assisted by dedicated collectivizing national governments, the most efficient revolutionary combination, yet devised, the pain on awakening will be severe. on economic grounds alone. It was interesting that the European Commission acknowledged, in its Eli Economy 2001 review, that the common interest rate system had, as this author and others had predicted for years ahead of currency collectivization, caused severe problems for a number of EU members, namely Ireland, Portugal, Finland, the Netherlands, and Spain, for which a significantly higher interest rate would have been appropriate. As Eurofacts published in London by Global Britain explained, the European Commission's report described Portugal's position as alarming, admitting that the Irish economy, too, is vulnerable to violent swings in the economic cycle, because it has more in common with the British and US economies than with continental Europe. Commenting on Ireland's current economic difficulties, Bernard Connolly, a former high-ranking EU official, see pages 7 and 13 ed., wrote in 77K Irish Times on 31st December, "It is ironic that this humiliation should come just a few days after Argentina was reduced to riots, 27 deaths, debt default, and a state of siege. What Argentina is suffering now, Ireland will very likely suffer over the next 2 or 3 years." 169. This is the penalty the Irish will pay for their ideological determination to separate themselves politically from Britain. The captive nations of the Socialist European Union do not yet realize that they form part of a regional collective space, which will precisely match the Soviets' openly stated intentions, as expressed so clearly by President Gorbachev himself in the course of his Nobel Peace Prize lecture in Oslo in June 1992. See also pages 12 and 33. Our vision of the European space from the Atlantic to the Urals is not that of a closed system. Since it includes the Soviet Union, which reaches to the shores of the Pacific, it goes beyond nominal geographical boundaries. 170. To anyone who thought that the Soviet Union had collapsed in December 1991, that statement made in a prepared, written, formal speech to a worldwide audience 6 months after the collapse of the USSR, so that the reference to the Soviet Union was clearly no mistake, provides the necessary corrective. The outstanding question might seem to be this: was the European project, which originated from a part German blueprint as reviewed in Part 2, hijacked by Soviet-style Leninist collectivism using the usual method of penetration, or was it a collectivist project from the outset? The question would be misplaced, for the pan-German version, honed by the National Socialist, Nazi, International, is also collectivist. Thus the Soviet and the German dimensions represent yet another dialectic, or, what is perhaps more easily understood, 2 components of the same pincer movement. So perhaps a more appropriate question is whether the 2 idolatrous powers, the covert Soviet Union and Germany, which are promoting this new form of hell on earth, are actually in competition, the one promoting Europe from the Atlantic to Vladivostok, and the other building Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals, even as they collaborate openly and as will be revealed in secret. This question is resolved at the end of this book. In the meantime, in Britain, responsibility for the crisis of sovereignty rests with those national politicians who were deceived from the beginning by the guile of the collective, and who lacked the vision and determination to renounce it. The origins of the Soviet strategy to replace the Stalinist control model with a refurbished, globally exportable Leninist model of the world revolution, upon which the completion of European collectivism depends, is traceable from Soviet published sources. The radical new post-Stalin strategy, which was to be realized by the intelligence services on the basis of fresh instructions from the Communist Party's Central Committee, was first revealed formally at the 21st Soviet Communist Extraordinary Party Congress held in Moscow in January 1959, when the chairman of the Committee of State Security (KGB) Komitet Gosudarstvenoi Bezopasnosti, Comrade Alexander Nikolaevich Shelepin, announced the party's decision to revert to the methods of Felix Dzerzhinsky's Cheka, which, in addition to carrying out its repression and terror duties, was also the main instrument for the creative implementation of Leninist deception strategy. The Communist Party's decision involved developing the full potential of the security services to enable them to mobilize and maximize the aggregate resources available to the party in pursuit of a revitalized global revolutionary deception strategy. Shelepin described this general plan in the following disguised Aesopian language: "We are all familiar with the enormous work of Comrade Felix Dzerzhinsky Lenin's Cheka chief and the methods employed by the state security agencies in the first years of the Soviet regime. In adopting measures to improve the work of the Cheka machinery SIC, we are obligated to strive, with the assistance and under the direction of the party organizations, for improvement in training all the state security agencies' personnel in the spirit of the Party Central Committee's demands and the glorious traditions of the Cheka, and to endeavor to restore and introduce into all our activity the style and methods of work of the splendid Bolshevik Dzerzhinsky, applause, Lenin, insisted that this institution be confined to sphere of the purely political. What emerged from this statement, and from a great deal that has been accomplished in this respect in recent years, since Stalin's death, under the direction of the Party Central Committee, as Shelepin put it, was the Shelepin Plan, which consolidated and implemented the Party Central Committee's upgraded revolutionary directives. The primary feature of the plan was that the intelligence services resources were to be redirected towards planning, developing and realizing the full potential of its skills and assets, especially the strategic deception tradition inherited from the legacy of Lenin and Dzerzhinsky. Deception and drugs were to be given the highest priority, while Soviet military intelligence was to develop those revolutionary dimensions for which it was best suited, including the promotion of international terrorism in tandem with drug operations, both of which were launched in the 1960s. Other components of the multidimensional peacetime offensive against the West, which were to be run by the intelligence services under party direction, were to include the Gramsci dimension, to build on the degrading consequences of the spread of drug addiction, to promote and universalize moral permissiveness, and to destroy national institutions, and criminalism, to maximize the opportunities which the drug offensive would open up so that organized criminal activity, Lenin's criminal state, could be distributed worldwide as a means of corrupting the banking system and corporations, destabilizing governments where possible, and discrediting capitalism, with which criminal activity was to be compared and equated. We must, intoned Comrade Shelepin, untiringly strengthen the state security agencies. There need be no doubt, comrades, that the personnel of the state security agencies, under the leadership of the Communist Party and its Leninist Central Committee, would do everything that was now demanded of them. The next progress report on the Shelepin Plan surfaced in October 1961, which was a most uncomfortable month for the whole world. It was the month when the Communist Party of the Soviet Union convened its 22nd Congress, which was held in the Kremlin's newly completed Palace of Congresses, a modern structure built of marble pylons and glass, with seating for 6,000 people. The huge new auditorium, which had been completed for the occasion, was built to accommodate 4,408 voting delegates, 4,394 attended, and 405 non-voting delegates, who arrived armed with a so-called consultative vote. The huge list of delegates, indicating the exceptional importance of this Congress, was more than 3.5 times the size of any of the 3 preceding Congresses, the last of which, the 21st Congress, had been held with 1,269 voting and 106 non-voting delegates. The 22nd Congress was preceded by the ostentatious launching of a Soviet multi-stage ballistic missile fired into a target area in the Central Pacific, a distance of some 8,000 miles from the launch site. A series of widely publicized nuclear weapons tests was conducted while the Congress was in session, and Nikita S. Khrushchev, the General Secretary of the party, took the opportunity to inform the Congress of the successful detonation of a 50-megaton hydrogen bomb. The stenographic report of the Congress further confirmed that Khrushchev announced that the Soviet Union had a 100-megaton bomb, but would refrain from detonating it, because even if this were done in the most remote places, we could still break our own windows. The full significance of this unprecedented firework display in the atmosphere was not understood either at the time or subsequently, although Western experts were duly awed, as intended, by this intimidating manifestation of global terror by means of such pyrotechnics. For these sudden, massive Soviet atmospheric tests were by far the largest and most extensive any nation had ever conducted, including instrumented high-altitude shots, ABM experiments, and 2 detonations in the 40 to 70 megaton range. Following the Soviet tests, the United States conducted several small underground tests, after the completion of which Khrushchev publicly announced that the Soviets regret the decision by the United States government to resume nuclear tests, a claim rightly identified by specialists as a prime example of the Leninist revolutionary technique of offensive denial. Understandably impressed by this crude orgy of implied terror on a global scale, which was all the more intimidating because the tests broke an existing moratorium on atmospheric tests, Western analysts naturally interpreted Khrushchev's firework display in terms of the arms race and evolving arms control criteria. This appeared to be a valid response, given military intelligence requirements and the urgent need for an accurate Western understanding of the meaning of these unprecedented events. Moreover, Mikhail Gorbachev employed the same Leninist, in-your-face technique of offensive denial 25 years later, in response to President Reagan's announcement in May 1986 that the United States would not comply with SALT II unless the Soviets stopped cheating. Gorbachev's angry response, like Khrushchev's, was aptly described as an excellent example of offensive denial, coupled with a threat that U.S. actions would require Soviet counteractions that would only lead to another needless escalation of the arms race. But the full significance of Khrushchev's bold Bolshevik breach of the moratorium on atmospheric tests only becomes clear when seen in the context of the huge Congress which accompanied it. For it was at the 22nd Congress that the leadership unveiled nothing less than the Long-Range Strategic Deception Program, based on the groundwork laid down by the Shelepin Plan, which was to be ratified at a Congress of 81 Communist parties on 6 December that year, to promote Lenin's revolution throughout the world, using the full potential of the strategic deception tradition and assets of the immense global communist network. The means to be employed would include convergence, to be procured in such a manner as that the West would be brought, using principles of deception developed by the ancient Chinese military strategist Sun Tzu, to believe that convergence of communist with the capitalist systems would be achieved on the West's terms, whereas the Leninists intended the opposite, namely that the New World Order will be communist. As the late Israeli-Russian analyst Avraham Shifrin explained to this author, the plan would involve building on their main method, sending and creating agents of influence in every sphere of Western society, be it the sciences, the arts, literature, education, politics, or anything else, and constantly guiding these agents who are supposed to play the chief role in changing the psychological climate in Western society so as to facilitate the fulfillment of the final goal, which is ripping the free Western countries of their present independence and merging them into a new world order under one world government. They believe that this one world government will be communist, and you can trust them, it will be. Until that final stage, the communists and the West will work hand in hand, although every now and again there are some differences of opinion about the methods employed. In this context, the unprecedented display of Soviet nuclear power, which preceded and accompanied the 22nd CPSU Congress, was not only intended to intimidate the whole world and to confuse the enemy, but even more importantly to celebrate, in the most arrogant, headline-catching manner that could be devised, the final ratification by the Soviet Communist Party of an agreed long-range deception strategy for the realization of the objectives of Lenin's world revolution. The progress of the Shelepin Plan to maximize the domestic and world revolutionary potential of the Soviet intelligence services was duly reviewed at the CPSU's 22nd Congress. Mikhail Gorbachev, who rose early in his career to be deputy head of the Propaganda and Agitation Department of the Stavropol Regional Komsomol Committee, and who, as Golitsyn points out, was neither the originator of the strategy nor the father of Soviet democracy, but was chosen by the strategists to preside over the perestroika phase, was among the 4,394 delegates who attended the 22nd Congress, held in that brand new modernistic, glass, steel and concrete palace of Congresses. Mikhail Gorbachev was therefore familiar, from the outset in 1961, with the Shelepin Plan, and with its imperative on behalf of the party to maximize the intelligence service's strategic deception potential, for it was at this Congress that Shelepin was able to announce the completion of the wholesale reorganization of the KGB in line with Dzerzhinsky's alleged model, so that the Soviet intelligence services would henceforth be in charge of managing, developing and maximizing the resources and creative possibilities of the global revolutionary deception strategy under the party's instructions. The state security agencies, Shelepin told the 22nd Congress, including the young delegate Gorbachev, have been reorganized, relieved of functions not proper to them. The party has restored true Leninist style and methods of work in the state security agencies. An exceptionally big role is being played in the activities of the agencies of the State Security Committee and the party organizations, which have taken a worthy and fitting place in all our work. This is the textual authority for our knowledge that a. the intelligence services were directed by the party after the death of Stalin to realize and maximize the full global revolutionary potential of the party state, and b. that the Soviet Communist Party and the intelligence services are, to a considerable degree, interchangeable. The party penetrated the state security agencies in 1959-61 and thereafter, which presupposes that the same occurred in reverse. These sources also explain why and how the KGB, under Yuri Andropov and later, acquired an enhanced presence in the Politburo, why most of the prominent players on the Moscow stage under Yeltsin were identifiable as KGB or GRU officers, why the top intelligence officer Colonel Vladimir Putin, who began his career in Soviet military intelligence, GRU, was imposed by the Strategy Collective as Boris Yeltsin's successor, and why President Putin was reported in 2001 to be systematically installing GRU officer in sensitive positions throughout the structures of the Revolutionary General Staff. In reality, Lenin's Cheka was not initially the sophisticated instrument of strategic deception evoked by Shelepin. Its deception skills, based on Lenin's directives, were gained during implementation of the later New Economic Policy and the Trust scam. The decree ordering the foundation of the Cheka, the Russian word for linchpin, made up from the organization's Russian title meaning the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission for Combating Counter-Revolution Speculation and Sabotage, promulgated on 20 December 1917 on Lenin's order, required the Cheka to 1. Persecute and liquidate all attempts and acts of counter-revolution and sabotage all over Russia, no matter what their origin. 2. Hand over to the Revolutionary Tribunal all counter-revolutionaries and saboteurs and work out measures of struggle against them. And 3. Make preliminary investigations, only insofar as that may be necessary for suppression. By February 1918, the Cheka had publicly tructed local revolutionary councils to seek out and shoot immediately a large swathe of opponents, counter-revolutionaries, enemy agents and spies, agitators, speculators, organizers of revolt against the government, arms traders and others to whom Cheka agents might be expected arbitrarily to take a disliking. Significantly, when meting out praise to the Cheka and its successors, Shelepin dialectically contradicted the line about KGB reform that he had espoused earlier in his speech, when he had added that, "We shall continue mercilessly to punish all enemies of the Soviet people," applause, meaning of course the enemies of the revolutionary Leninist clique. For as John Barron explained in his book KGB, The Secret Work of Soviet Secret Agents, Lenin had perceived that as a minority representing virtually no one but themselves, the communists could survive and rule only through force. Therefore, the Shelepin plan, while paying lip service to the reform of the intelligence services by redeploying them on revolutionary and strategic deception development work, in reality expanded their role enormously. In his comment on the repeated reorganizations of the KGB, Anatoly Golitsyn concurred with John Barron that since the days of the Cheka, the secret political police has been reorganized and retitled many times, becoming successively the GPU, the OGPU, the GUGB and KVD, the NKGB, the MGB and the KI, and the KGB, and subsequently, of course, the variously relabeled segments of the KGB such as the Sluzhba Vneshny Razvedki, SVR, or Russian External Intelligence Service, and the Agentsov Federalna 1. On 6 February 1922, the hated Cheka was abolished and replaced by the GPU, the State Political Directorate, which was made a subordinate division of the NKVD, the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. When the Soviet republics were federated in 1923 to form the USSR, the GPU became the OGPU, or Unified State Political Directorate, and was detached from the NKVD. After the OGPU had presided over the dispossession and collectivization of about 10 million peasants and millions had perished, and had acquired a reputation for terror matching that of the Cheka, a further name change was required. On 10 July 1934, Stalin reconstituted the OGPU as the GUGB, the Directorate for State Security, and again made it part of the NKVD, choosing as head of the NKVD Zdenek Grigorovich Yagoda, who had zealously directed the slaughter of the peasants, terrorized the intelligentsia, and suppressed political minorities. The NKVD controlled the conventional police, militia, the border guards, internal troops, the concentration and labor camps, much of the transportation system, and a large number of economic enterprises, the source of the intelligence services expertise in business and underground criminalist activities. After removing Yagoda, who was later put on show trial and shot, Stalin appointed Nikolai Ivanovich Yezhov, known as the Bloody Dwarf. Stalin fired him in 1938, probably because he knew too much about the purges, and he was eventually shot in the Lubyanka, where Yagoda had also perished. The ambitious disciple of Stalin, Lavrentiy Pavlovich Beria, replaced Yezhov as head of the NKVD. By 1941, as a result of ever-expanding forced labor programs, the NKVD was managing a large part of Soviet industry and virtually the whole of Siberia. These responsibilities were so onerous and unrelated to the basic work of the secret political police that it was decided to detach the GUGB from the NKVD, which again became independent and was retitled NKGB, People's Commissariat for State Security. Beria remained head of the NKVD, but tried to retain effective control of the new NKGB by persuading Stalin to accept one of his personal protégés, Vsevolod Nikolaevich Merkulov, as its director. In 1946, the NKGB and the NKVD acquired the status of ministries. The NKGB became the MGB, Ministry for State Security, and the NKVD became the MVD, Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Otis Lavrentiy Beria was elevated to the Politburo and was succeeded as head of the MVD by Lieutenant General Sergei Nikiforovich Kruglev. In 1947, Stalin established the KI Committee of Information, which absorbed all the foreign sections of the MGB and some units of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Much to the fury of the armed forces, it also took over the GRU, Soviet military intelligence. John Barron's description of KI officers is colorful. As they showed up in Western capitals with their baggy suits and belligerent manners, these veterans of the pre-war purges reinforced the gangster-like reputation Soviet intelligence had acquired in the 1930s. In 1951, Beria, accommodated by Georgy Malenkov, betrayed the head of the KI, General Viktor Semenovich Abakumov, who was arrested. In the autumn of 1951, Semen Denisovich Ignatiev became director of the MGB, which now regained its former responsibilities for clandestine operations abroad. At Stalin's death, Beria maneuvered to depose both Kruglev and Ignatiev and merged the MGB with the MVD, of which he now assumed personal charge. He thereby gathered under his direct control the political police, their foreign operations, the militia, some 300,000 special troops, the concentration and labor camps and their inmates, and a substantial segment of Soviet industry, including the nuclear and missile program. Khrushchev, Malenkov, and Molotov, Scriabin knew what fate awaited them unless they countered Beria at once. According to unconfirmed reports, he was shot by two generals who jumped out of cupboards as he entered a room in the Kremlin for a meeting of the Politburo. However, the official version was that Beria was arrested on 26 June 1953. On Christmas Eve 1953, Pravda announced that Beria had been shot for having been, among other things, a foreign spy. The new leaders reorganized the entire system of repression, as Beria had attempted to do, and on 13 March 1954, the formation of the KGB was announced. The all-powerful Special Commission, Stalin's Inquisition, which in concert with the secret police had tried and sentenced political prisoners in the 1930s, was abolished. The GRU was left alone, and the MVD was greatly reduced in size and importance, although it subsequently reacquired awesome powers of repression. In 1973, the Soviet leadership invited the KGB chairman, Yuri Vladimirovich Andropov, into full membership of the Politburo. The main source for this information is John Barron's classic work, KGB, The Secret Work of Soviet Secret Agents Hodder and Stoughton, London, 1974. The global revolutionary role of the post-Soviet secret intelligence services is now greater than ever. Bezopasnosti AFB or Federal Security Service, but their mentality, ideals, and aims have always been the same. So has their relationship to Soviet rulers, the party and the people, whom they repress. In this respect, the emphasis which has been placed in this book on differentiation between the Stalinist and the Leninist models, which is necessary in order to illustrate Gorbachev's remit in simple shorthand language, can perhaps be misleading. For Stalin was a consummate Leninist. He merely took the Soviet people further down the path Lenin clearly charted, with ghastly consequences that have now been well documented. Barron made the point that Stalinism was a variation of Leninism, and since the sinister overtones of Leninism imply pressure, harassment, intimidation and coercion, and ultimately violence, the Leninist model represents no form of improvement over the Stalinist one. Its relevance for the present stages of the world revolution is that it is simply more flexible. But as Golitsyn has warned, it sets the stage for a reversion to Stalinism, in its sense as a de facto synonym for mass violence and terror. The Leninist European Union, which is acquiring and accumulating powers which will be expanded over time to be comparable to the Leninist terror state, is therefore preparing the basis for the exercise of mass terror, which may be deployed once its false legitimacy has collapsed along with the euro and its other collectivist attempts to organize relations between the member states and their peoples. Europe will again experience the knock on the door at dead of night. The way terror became the basis of Soviet communism was described by Barron as follows. By 1924, when Lenin lay disabled and dying from strokes, he died, appropriately enough, rumor has it, from creeping paralysis brought on by syphilis, but according to the autopsy, from cardiorespiratory arrest following a brain hemorrhage in a context of atherosclerosis, citation 184 ed. He had already cast the mold of future Soviet society. He had bequeathed the Russian people dictatorship by an oligarchy, supported by a privileged new class, wholly dependent upon a political secret police force. He had securely established the principle, practice, and mechanism of political police force and terror as the foundation of the dictatorship. Concentration camps, arrests on the basis of class, sentences and executions without trial, the extorted confession for purposes of a show trial, the hidden informant, the concept of merciless mass terror, were introduced not by Stalin but by Lenin. The terror decried decades later as Stalinism was pure Leninism, practiced on a grandiose and insane scale. In short, one could say that Leninism leads inevitably to its lower form, Stalinism. The KGB-GRU are in the driving seat, as announced by the KGB chairman, A.N. Shelepin himself, in October 1961, not only because the intelligence services are in charge of managing the prosecution of Lenin's world revolution under the party's direction, but also because the KGB today controls the vast flows of funds derived inter alia from the global GRU-controlled drug offensive against the West, which is the most lucrative source of finance for the prosecution of the world revolution. In her book The State Within a State, The KGB and Its Hold on Russia, Present and Future, Yevgenia Albats quoted Alexander Shelepin, who had been KGB chairman from 1958 to 1961, as having said latterly that it was precisely with the coming of Yuri Vladimirovich Andropov, who was the powerful chairman of the KGB for 15 years, that the KGB once again became a state within the state. Andropov restored everything I tried so hard to liquidate at the KGB. Among other gratuitous confusions, Albats, whose written work on the Soviet intelligence services must, in this author's opinion, be handled with care, obfuscates the strategic continuity between the Shelepin Plan and Gorbachev's perestroika. As mentioned on page 63, on the 80th anniversary of the establishment of Lenin's Cheka under the murderous Felix Dzerzhinsky, which occurred on 20th December 1997, President Boris N. Yeltsin, that long-serving communist, the former first secretary of the Moscow City Party Committee, who had described the atmosphere at the 27th CPSU Congress in February 1986 as again marked by that Bolshevik spirit. That Leninist optimism celebrated Security Citizens' Day, also known as Chekist Day or Cheka Day, with a speech praising the Cheka, GPU, the OGPU, the GUGB and KVD, the NKGB, the MGB and the KI, and the KGB and their post-Soviet derivatives, the SVR and the AFB. Similarly, KGB-GRU Colonel Vladimir Putin has been the guest of honor at each successive Chekist Day since December 1999. In his 1997 speech, Yeltsin said, "As I look back, I realize that we nearly overdid it when we exposed the crimes committed by the security services, the punitive bodies, the cruel state security machine, for there were not only dark periods, but also glorious episodes in their history, of which one say really be proud." Yeltsin was referring to the successful application of the Shelepin Plan. Comrade Alexander Shelepin concluded his address to the 22nd CPSU Congress by praising the truly breathtaking horizons being opened up to us by the magnificent new program of the CPSU, prolonged applause. It was in fact this magnificent new program of Leninist strategy that the missile pyrotechnics were timed to celebrate, impressing all whom Lenin called the interested with the glory of Soviet power and the Marxist inevitability of the global victory of socialism, now that a foolproof strategic deception plan had been developed to realize the revolution's full potential. The Soviet literature indeed contains a number of references to the launch of the long-range Leninist deception strategy during this period, following a decision in principle to revert to the wholesale use of strategic disinformation, as used under Lenin and Dzerzhinsky. A secret training manual written by a GRU officer, Popov, for internal use was consulted. In about 80 pages it described, Golitsyn explains in New Lies for Old, the technique of disinformation. The Central Committee also reviewed a manual written by KGB Colonel Reyna, entitled On the Use of Agents of Influence. And when writing in Proletarian Internationalism, Guideline of the Communists, the Soviet apparatchik V. Polyansky recorded that the 1957 and 1960 Moscow conferences of representatives of communist and workers' parties have made a deep imprint on the history of the international communist movement. They made a major contribution to the development of Marxist-Leninist theory. At these conferences, by the collective efforts of the fraternal parties, the objective laws of development of the world revolutionary process were defined, and the principles of the international strategy of the communist movement in a new situation elaborated. The conference did much work on new forms of international ties. This statement explicitly confirmed Golitsyn's theme that a long-range strategy was refurbished, upgraded, modernized, and mobilized using the full potential of the intelligence services, which were theoretically, though by no means in practice, divested of some of their previous overt repressive Stalinist responsibilities. It knocks on the head the knee-jerk response of all those Western observers who responded that Golitsyn was paranoid, a KGB disinformation and denigration theme which continues to this day, and that those few analysts who knew he was right were crazed conspiracy theorists. Referring to the International Conference of Communist Parties held in June 1969, a follow-up meeting to the 81-party conference held in Moscow in December 1961, which ratified the revised long-range strategy, V. Polyansky added that the entire proceedings of the conference were based on Leninist methods of work, typical of the communist movement, namely democratism, the equality of all parties in considering the agenda, collectivist analysis of common problems, and joint elaboration of the common political platform. The words shown in bold type here are words highlighted by Lenin in his written teaching on the revolutionary use of language, and with the exception of democratism, a word which the European Union does not yet use, but the essence of which characterizes the rigged proceedings of the highly undemocratic European Parliament, are employed extensively in the European Union's Maastricht Treaty and its derivative documentation. Finally, Gorbachev's top strategic advisor, Georgy Arkadovich Arbatov, writing in his book, The System, An Insider's Life in Soviet Politics, specifically confirmed Golitsyn's explanation, in both of his works, that the long-range strategy for spreading the revolution to the whole world, abolishing nation-states and merging them into a global Leninist collective, which was settled in 1957-61, and ratified at the 81-party Conference of Communist and Workers' Parties held in Moscow on 6 December 1961, was indeed the foundation of Gorbachev's perestroika and the phenomenon of collapsible communism that followed it. User text implementation of the strategy may well have been slowed by what the Soviets during Gorbachev's tenure called the period of stagnation under Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev, although the Leninist meaning of this phrase is that it was the revolutionary strategy which was stagnating, especially given the need for awaiting the conclusion of the 40-year period during which the occupation of Germany had been mandated by the wartime Allies. At all events in the system, Georgy Arkadovich Arbatov says that one can trace most clearly a direct continuity between the ideas of the 20th Party Congress, détente and new political thinking. Indeed, the implementation of successive détentes, culminating in perestroika in preparation for the relaunch of the world revolutionary model, were direct, intended consequences of strategic decisions taken in the late 1950s. And the central role of the KGB in implementing the Leninist changes of 1989-91 was explicitly confirmed in 1990 by the KGB general who had controlled the dissident hunting and persecution machinery for Andropov Philip Bobkov, deputy chairman of the KGB, when he told the Moscow paper Nezavisimaya Gazeta that we in the KGB contributed quite a bit to the process of perestroika because without it the Soviet Union could not move ahead. 189. The author's foreword to the edition of Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, 190, prepared by the CPSU Central Committee's Propaganda Department, and first published in Moscow in 1959 to serve as the updated sourcebook of Leninist theory for students and implementers of the Revolution Worldwide lists, next to the name of the project's director, Otto Wilhelmovich Kusenin, a former leader of the Comintern, the name of Georgy A. Arbatov. Thus Arbatov, Gorbachev's most important strategy advisor, and the author of the campaign to erode the image of the enemy in the late 1980s, was one of the main editors of the official textbook on the long-range disinformation strategy when it was launched 30-plus years earlier. Like many other leading Soviets, Arbatov lost no time in rewriting history, even publishing the Russian edition of his book The System, An Insider's Life in Soviet Politics, first issued by Random House Inc., New York, 1992. In 1991, before The System had even been collapsed by the KGB, which meant that he would have been drafting the book much earlier than that. This suggests that the Leninist authors of Strategic Lies do worry about being exposed. At least they did until the strategists discovered what they had long suspected, and what the careful research carried out by the specialist institutes of the Soviet Academy of Leninist Sciences had predicted, that even if Western analysts did finally succeed in teasing out the truth and exposing the Bolsheviks' lies with extensive documentation, no one, least of all in Western policymaking circles, would believe a word of what they had to say. A U.S. precedent for collapsible communism. Collapsible communism is nothing new. In January 1944, the National Committee of the Communist Party USA, CPUSA, agreed to call a special convention to dissolve the CPUSA and to establish in its place a nonpartisan educational association for the duration of the United States alliance with the Soviet Union against Germany. A directive had in fact been issued from Moscow mandating the dissolution of the CPUSA. On 20th May 1944, the convention duly dissolved the party. The same membership then reconvened to establish the Communist Political Association. A special issue of the CPUSA's journal Political Affairs, celebrating 50 years of the CPUSA, 1919 to 1969, reported that in keeping with this decision, all forms of organization based on the shops and industries were eliminated. Only the community clubs remained. But in the Constitution of the Communist Party of the United States of America, published separately as a small booklet by Political Affairs, Article 4, Structure, Section 1, page 13 reads as follows: "The basic unit of the Communist Party shall be the club." Therefore, although formally dissolved, the underlying structure of the CPUSA remained in existence. When the time came for Moscow's directive to be rescinded, the CPUSA was reconstituted. Likewise, when the CPSU was vaguely banned by Gorbachev, its constituent components, focused on the Moscow CPSU Committee, remained operational. Germany, Moscow's primary collaborator, signed 2 formal bilateral treaties with the USSR and a number of side accords, including secret agreements, on 9 November 1990. The main bilateral treaties were the Treaty on Cooperation in Economy, Industry, Science and Technology, and the Treaty on Good Neighborliness, Partnership and Cooperation. In September 1990, President Gorbachev and Chancellor Kohl signed a secret accord in Geneva to carve up Central Europe. See Part 2. Russia calls itself the legal successor of the Soviet Union. Greece, the Treaty on Friendship and Cooperation between the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and Greece, was signed by President Gorbachev and Mr. Konstantinos Mitsotakis, the Greek Prime Minister of the day, on 23 July 1991. This bilateral treaty was accompanied by 3 parallel intergovernmental agreements, one of which deals with the prevention of dangerous military activity. Thus the Soviets exploited their expressive operations in the Caucasus in the interests of obtaining a formal Greek treaty undertaking which could destabilize any NATO operations in the region. In a dispatch from Moscow on the same day, a TASS diplomatic correspondent, Andriy Pershin, observed, "This document sets down not only a new legal and political basis for the all-round development of relations, but also serves as yet another element in the architecture of the common European home." The treaty can rightly be placed in the same category as similar international documents concluded between the Soviet Union and Italy, Spain, France, and the Federal Republic of Germany. Ireland, on 22 July 1991, the then Soviet Foreign Minister, Alexander Besarnatnik, who had been switched into Shevardnadze's slot the previous December from his job as Chief Controller of Agents of Influence, signed a series of bilateral accords with the Irish Republic, including a Soviet-Irish Protocol on Consultations, a cultural accord, and an agreement to develop economic, industrial, and scientific cooperation. Italy, a treaty on friendship and cooperation, signed by President Gorbachev and Sig. Giulio Andreotti, later disgraced at home, on 18 November 1990, based on the Soviet-Italian Declaration agreed on 30 November 1989, was buttressed on 19 December 1991 by a joint declaration on the fundamentals of relations between the Italian Republic and the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic, signed by President Yeltsin and Sig. Andreotti in Rome. The accord, citing the bilateral treaty signed under Gorbachev, referred to the framework of the New World Order. Norway, the Russian Foreign Minister Andrei Kozyrev signed a joint protocol with the Norwegian Foreign Ministry on 8 March 1992. Spain, on 10 July 1991, Sr. Felipe González, the Spanish Prime Minister, and President Gorbachev signed the Soviet-Spanish Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation in Moscow. On 24 April 1994, President Yeltsin and Sr. González signed a new bilateral treaty, which replaced the treaty signed on 10 July 1991. This treaty requires the signatories to form consistently a single European space in the political, economic, legal, humanitarian, cultural, and ecological spheres. Article. Other powerful statements of Soviet strategy, to which Spain subscribes through this treaty, include an obligation to strengthen collective security and to build a democratic international order on the basis of common values. By democratic, the Leninists mean collectivized and rigged in their favor. The point to note is that any values that are common to the Leninists will be their values, not those of the West, since the Leninists will not accept any values which do not conform with their objectives. Therefore, a democratic international order on the basis of common values will not be democratic at all, but rather a false system based on the Leninist device of democratism, designed to ensure that power resides in the hands of structures which focus on consolidating the world revolution and establishing the intended Leninist world dictatorship. Typical of these structures is the intended World Parliament, the delegates to which will consist of representatives from proliferating NGOs, non-governmental organizations, all of which are of the left and have suddenly sprung up in recent years, in fulfillment of the Gramsci dimension of the revolution, which promotes the emergence of a common mind. United Kingdom, on 30th January 1991, President Yeltsin and the British Prime Minister, John Major, signed the joint declaration by the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Russian Federation. This was followed on 9 November 1993 by the signing in London of a treaty on the principles of relations between the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Russian Federation. On 26 November 1990, President Gorbachev, reporting to the USSR Supreme Soviet on the outcome of the Paris Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, revealed the strategic Leninist logic and significance of the Soviet bilateral treaty offensive over which he had presided to date. Gorbachev was reported by Soviet television to have said, "For the first time, political trust has acquired the form of documented political pledges." The new type of bilateral declarations and treaties, which the USSR has recently concluded with the unified Germany, France, Italy, Spain and Finland, and there are others on the way too, and of course, the document signed by the 34 states at the Paris meeting itself a reference to the Paris Charter and to the joint declaration of 22 states, which asserted that the signatories are no longer adversaries, create the political legal foundation of the new Europe with which it has decided to proceed into the 21st century. There are no military opponents in Europe any longer, and the blocs established by the Cold War will inexorably lose their original functions. The Soviets Russians intend to hold their West European treaty partners to their obligations under international law, which arise from the bilateral treaties. This was made clear by the former Russian Foreign Minister, Andrei Kozyrev, who told a meeting of the Foreign Ministry's Council on Foreign Policy in November 1993 that, first of all, it is time to carry out existing bilateral accords. International Affairs, Journal of the Russian Foreign Ministry, March-April 1994. But while the Russians will insist upon the meticulous adherence of the Western parties to the letter of their respective bilateral treaties, they will themselves feel free to renege on any component undertaking as they see fit, in accordance with Lenin's advice to the revolutionaries that they may with impunity tear up agreements reached with the class enemy. Another striking instance of the use of the word life was a comment by Gorbachev, interviewed on the Larry King Live TV show on 6 November 1993, see Note 17. Asked by a viewer, "What changed you, Your Honor? What made you able to turn a place without freedom into one with freedom?" The elated Gorbachev replied, "Life changed us. Efforts to reform after Stalin were made. Khrushchev tried it, and Kosygin. Nomenklatura always acted to block it." Life here means things got in the way of the full realization of our revolutionary potential. Note also the lie that the nomenklatura always acted to block reform. In the communist dictatorship, you did what you were told. If an order was received from the highest level to embark upon a given course, you responded accordingly. This was just one of many false arguments developed by the strategists to explain to the West what was otherwise inexplicable, why the Politburo had found it expedient to invent the phenomenon of collapsible communism. 23. The campaign for the abolition of the image of the enemy was spearheaded by Georgy Arbatov, veteran head of the Institute for the Study of the USA and Canada and President Gorbachev's closest strategist and a member of his Politburo. Writing in Communist, in June 1988, Arbatov proclaimed that the image of the enemy that is being eroded has been absolutely vital for the foreign and military policy of the United States and its allies. The destruction of this stereotype is Gorbachev's weapon. Neither the arms race nor power politics in the Third World nor the military blocs are thinkable without the enemy and without the Soviet threat. In the same article, Arbatov pointed out that the United States would not be slow to acquiesce in this rapid erosion of the threatening image of the Soviet Union, when he noted that, of course, this weapon is not secret, but it does have tremendous power. The strategy of eliminating the image of the enemy would mesmerize the West, as Manuilsky had predicted in 1930, which could be relied upon to confuse the image with the substance. The enemy itself would remain wholly intact and would be strengthened immeasurably as a consequence of the open-ended transfer of Western technology and finance. This devious Leninist line was predicated upon the assumptions that the cement which held the Western alliance together was the perception of the Soviet Union as the enemy, that once this threatening image had been erased, even partially, then the Western alliance system would fall apart. And that without this alliance system, the United States would ultimately, following wholesale disarmament, find itself incapable of responding adequately to any decisive projection of Soviet power, say, from the Soviet Baltic Sea province enclave of Kaliningrad in northern Europe, and southwards from the colossal military base territory constructed at Mostok, Ingushetia, under Yeltsin. See Part 2, 24. Marxism-Leninism prescribes that the class struggle presupposes exploitation, so that class struggle comes to mean the elimination of exploitation, and by frantic logic, this in turn presupposes abolition of nation-states, since nation-states exist to facilitate the exploitation of the working class and the peasantry. This gobblejock has been perpetuated into the new era, and examples of such rhetoric occasionally surface. It is outmoded, though, since the dictatorship of the proletariat has been superseded by the state of the whole people. See Note 97 and 100. Communism is a movement directed against individualization and toward the standardizing of all man's activities. It is the farthest-reaching attempt ever made in this direction. Steadily and persistently, the Soviet regime is driving toward its ultimate goal, control of human behavior. It states officially that man can transcend his heredity and transform his environment, and so achieve full uniformity of behavior. In this gigantic social and biological experiment, carried out largely through the miseducation of children and youth, the Soviets are using the conditioned reflex mechanism on a large scale. They openly declare that this is essential to their purpose, that through such standardization a complete hold over their subjugated peoples can be attained. Contemporary political correctness, the origins of which can be traced in the Soviet literature, is the modern manifestation of this dimension of Lenin's revolutionary experiment, and reality has begun to contaminate the mind-controlling propensities of new thinking, launched under perestroika, and extended worldwide ever since. For instance, on 17 May 1996, the New York Times carried a front-page report filed by Alessandra Stanley concerning one of Gorbachev's not infrequent outbursts of blasphemy, although the reporter failed to notice that his remarks were blasphemous. Comparing himself to Jesus Christ, Gorbachev remarked, in an interview given at the tiny village of Krasnogvardskoye during the 1996 presidential election campaign, that I will fight to the bitter end, even if you crucify me. I am reminded of Jesus Christ on the way to Golgotha, how he walked through the streets and people spat at him. Golgotha was blasphemously chosen as the KGB's codename for Gorbachev's fake August coup vanishing act, or dramatic event, because the provocation was deliberately planned so that after his disappearance, Gorbachev rose again on the third day, ready to resign as general secretary and to renounce communism. In preparation for the change of scenery, which ended on Christmas Day, an occult date, 1991, with Mr. Gorbachev proclaiming on television to the whole world that he had resigned as president of the Soviet Union, which he had meekly permitted to cease to exist with the three-stage theatrics beginning on 8 December. See page 4 at sec. The whole world swallowed this theatrical display in a single gulp, along with the Christmas pudding and the brandy, without so much as a second thought. In Gorbachev's probe to see whether his mention, which appeared on the front page of the New York Times, of the KGB's program codename Golgotha, range any bells in the West, will have given Moscow the anticipated reassurance that all was well. No one of any importance, at any rate, had noticed that the vanishing act was a Bolshevik strategic deception. This kind of copy, encountered routinely nowadays in books such as Lord Howe's and the work on Shevardnadze referenced above, seems to mimic KGB-style manufactured, detail copy, created for the benefit of Western readers, the general purpose of which is to provide color to the disinformation or distortion in hand. But the paragraph of greatest concern appears on pages 436 to 437 of the autobiography. Here the former British Foreign Secretary reports that one of his wife, Elspeth's, fellow students while she was studying for 3 years at the London School of Economics was a certain Kurt Stengel, whom Elspeth befriended, and who had been invited to Carlton Gardens, the London home of the Foreign Secretary, for student parties with Elspeth on more than one occasion. Elspeth frequently borrowed his notes and, like others, sought and valued his advice. Stengel never showed up for his final examinations on 30th May 1985. Instead, he vanished without trace, and Lord Howe explains that what we now know is that, during Gordievsky's first 2 weeks back in Moscow, action was taken by his superiors to pull out most, if not all, of the existing KGB illegals in Britain. An illegal is an agent with a false identity controlled by clandestine means. Kurt Stengel was indeed one of those. It was purely by chance that he found himself working so close to the Foreign Secretary's wife. On the only occasion he met me, he seemed slightly embarrassed by the encounter. Imagine, the British Foreign Secretary's wife repeatedly invites a KGB illegal to his London home, and the former Foreign Secretary reminisces that the connection had arisen purely by happenstance. Whether the former foreign secretary is a fool, despite his intelligence, or a rogue, is a matter for debate. He could just be what Lenin called a useful idiot. Lord Howe's proactive stance in favor of comprehensive British acceptance of the European Union's agenda, especially the abandonment of the pound and the United Kingdom's participation in the collective euro, provides a clear indication of his lack of support for the concept of the nation-state which he served. From the late 1950s onwards, the Soviets have been developing and pursuing a new long-range strategy for world socialist revolution. Its essence has been a replacement of the outdated concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat by the concept of the state of the whole people, b. development of new political forces under the state of the whole people, c. the preparation of economic and political reforms and the transition to a planned socialist market economy and a controlled multi-party system. D. A shift in the pattern of world revolution from one of violence to one of nonviolence consistent with a parallel elimination of the image of the enemy. Memorandum to the CIA of September-November 1990, The Perestroika Deception, page 128. Why the West GNORSTHE, Essence and Dangers of Soviet Democratization. Western acceptance of the changes in the USSR and Eastern Europe as a trend towards genuine democracy, which serves Western interests, and therefore merits Western support shows how little the West comprehends the essence of the changes and the dangers they entail. In part, this non-comprehension arises from confusion over terminology. What the West calls democratization, Soviet strategists call the transformation of the dictatorship of the proletariat into the state of the whole people. Memorandum to the CIA of September-November 1990, The Perestroika Deception, page 130. Special attention should be paid to an article published in Problems of Peace and Socialism, the theoretical and informative journal of the Communist Parties, in July 1974. Its authors were Zawadzki, director of the Scientific Institute of State and Law at Warsaw University, Giliev, head of section at the Soviet Institute of State and Law, and officials of the Greek and Argentine Communist parties. The article was based on a discussion which took place at Warsaw University. The paper considered the question of the political power of the working class in the development of democracy in the mature socialist countries, and how this relates to the strategy of the Communist Party's Russian edition, pages 44 to 45. The article reminded the reader that, according to Lenin, the essence of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the leading role of the Communist Party, not the participation of other political parties in the government. The article referred to the transition from the dictatorship of the proletariat to the state of the whole people, and explained that the state of the whole people continues, in reality, to uphold the cause of proletarian dictatorship under mature socialism, joining other socialist states to wage the class struggle against imperialism in the international arena. The state of the whole people does not need to break the resistance of the exploiting capitalist classes, because by now they have been eliminated. However, it remains dictatorial and repressive in its attitude towards capitalists abroad. The article further emphasized that, under the state of the whole people, the leading role of the Communist Party is retained and enhanced. It explained that new elements have been introduced into communist strategy against the developed capitalist countries in order to take into account the changes which the technological revolution has brought about in the social structure of these countries. The phrase new elements referred to the Gramsci dimension of the revolution, aimed at establishing a new hegemony or superstructure of garbage values in place of old loyalties, which has come to such fruition today. Memorandum to the CIA of 2nd September 1991, The Perestroika Deception, page 145. The West regards the Soviet Parliament's decision to suspend the activities of the Communist Party as the death of the Communist Party and as a victory for the new democratic forces. It welcomes this development as beneficial to Western interests. This assessment is erroneous. It reflects the naivete of Western Soviet experts who, in a deep sleep like Rip von Winkle, have missed out on the 30 years of preparation for perestroika and the transition from the old Soviet state of dictatorship of the proletariat, meaning the Communist Party, to the new Soviet state of the whole people. Western experts have forgotten that this transition was envisaged and planned in the Communist Party program, adopted by the 22nd Party Congress in October-November 1961. The present Soviet Parliament's decision shows that this party program has been successfully carried out by the Communist Party itself. A new political structure in democratic form has been established. It has become possible for the Soviet Parliament to suspend the old Communist Party because the old party and Komsomol members have been merged into the new democratic structure. This means that the new political structure created by the old Communist Party is broader, more vital, and more dangerous to the West. It also means that the old party's cause lives on in the new state of the whole people. As proposed at our landmark summit in London in July 1990, we now have to establish closer contacts with the states of the former Soviet Union as well. A Europe whole and free, as the Charter of Paris calls it, must not have dividing lines of whatever kind. To equate the new members of the Commonwealth of Independent States with the vanished Soviet Union would be erroneous and misleading. These new countries deserve a chance to prove that they can indeed do better than they did under the dominion of Soviet communism. We should and will grant them this chance. Both the foregoing and the remaining sentences could have been written for Ambassador von Moltke by the KGB. Our efforts are guided by the conviction that, in order to address the security problems of the transforming Europe, new security structures are needed. This requires close collaboration between NATO, the CSCE now OSCE, ED, and the European community. Our task in building a new Europe requires both bilateral and multilateral approaches, bilateral treaties between alliance members and the members of the Commonwealth of Independent States are a legitimate and welcome part of the overall efforts to establish a new relationship among European states. In short, this letter, of which the author holds the original, shows that NATO was completely taken in by the Leninists' deception strategy from the outset, that it was blinded to such an extent that it adopted Soviet rhetoric, and that it possessed no institutional memory of Leninist deception theory and practice. In other words, NATO fulfilled the Soviet strategists' expectations to the letter. Note the put-down arrogance of von Moltke's tone, a response to the author's occasional paper entitled The Soviet Agenda for Europe, published in 1991, which, as indicated, the author's contact had sent to NATO for evaluation. Von Moltke's reply provides indisputable proof of the success of the Soviet strategic disinformation operation against the West in general, and of the Soviets' absolute victory in the intelligence war and in changing NATO's perceptions in particular. This victory alone justified the huge resources the Soviets had devoted to the manipulation of Western perceptions and of the Western official mindset. On September 1961, Pravda reported an interview that Khrushchev had granted to Cyrus Lee Sulzberger, the correspondent of the New York Times. During the course of the interview, Sulzberger asked the following question. In your public statements, you have said it is possible to develop a nuclear bomb equal in explosive force to 100 megatons of conventional explosives. I should like to ask what sense you see in developing such a super bomb. It seems to me that the bomb would be far too big to use for military purposes. Could you comment on this? Khrushchev's reply was as follows. Yes, that bomb is of enormous capacity and tremendous destructive power. But when war is being imposed upon us and threats are being made to destroy our country and our people, we must take it into account in all earnest, and we shall stop at nothing if the aggressors attack us. Let those who dream of new aggression know that we shall have a bomb equal in power to 100 million tons of TNT, that we already have such a bomb, and that we shall test the exploding device for it. Let them know that if they attack us, it will mean certain death for themselves. We have no choice. Politically incorrect intelligence books published by Edward Harl Limited are shown on our ordering website, www.edwardharl.com. See also www.sovietanalyst.com.